1. Regulations regarding transfer on Sabbath. Mishnah I. There are two acts constituting transfer 12 of movable things, over the dividing line of adjoining premises, based on biblical statutes. The two acts are, however, increased to 4 on the inside and to a like amount on the outside of the premises, by the addition of rabbinical statutes. How so? A mendicant stands outside and the master of a house inside. The mendicant passes his hand into the house, through a window or door, and puts something into the hand of the master, or he takes something out of the master's hand and draws it back, toward him. In such a case the mendicant is guilty of transfer, and the master of the house is free. If the master of the house passes his hand outside and puts a thing into the hand of the mendicant, or takes something out of the mendicant's hand and brings it into the house, the master of the house is culpable and the mendicant is free. 13. If the mendicant extends his hand into the house and the master takes something out of it, or puts something into it which is drawn to the outside by the mendicant, they are both free. If the master of the house extends his hand outside and the mendicant takes something out of it, or puts something into it which is drawn to the inside by the master, they are both free. Gemara, we were taught, Shavuot, 4. 2. The acts of transfer on the Sabbath are 2, respectively 4. Why is this teaching here specified as 2 respectively 4 on the inside, and 2 respectively 4 on the outside, and there no such specification was made? Said our Papa, here the special subject of treatment is the Sabbath, and the Mishnah enumerated the cases which involve guilt and those which do not involve guilt, while there the principal subject of treatment is a different one, and he mentions only the cases that involve guilt, leaving the cases that do not involve guilt untouched. But the cases that involve guilt are those by which acts of transfer are committed, and such are only 2. Nay, there are 2 acts of transfer from within and 2 from without. But the Mishnah says, Yetziath, which in a literal sense means transfer from within. Said our Ashi, the Tana calls transfer from without by the same term. And for what reason? Because every act of removing a thing from its place is called Yetzia. Said Ravina, the Mishnah also bears out this sense, for it speaks of Yetziath and immediately illustrates its remark by citing a case from without. This bears it out. Rabbah, however, says, he, the Tana, speaks about divided premises, whose line of division is crossed, and in this case there are only 2, in each of which there may be 4 acts of transfer. Said Arth Mathna to Abai, are there not 8, even 12, instances of transfer over the line of division? 14. And he rejoined, such transfers as involve the obligation of a sin offering are counted, but those that do not involve such an obligation are not counted. They are both free. Was not the act of transfer committed by both? Said our Haya Bar Ganda, the act of removing the thing was committed by the joint efforts of both, and they, the rabbis, said, it is written in the law, when a person did it. 15. When one person commits the act he is culpable, but when an act is committed by the joint efforts of 2 persons, they are both free. Rab questioned Rabbi, if one were laden by his friend with eatables and beverages and carried them outside of the house, how is the law? Is the removing of his body tantamount to the removing of a thing from its place, and therefore he is culpable, or is it not so? Said Rabbi to him, he is culpable. And this case is not like the case of removing his hand. Why so? Because, in the latter case, the hand was not at rest, while, in the former, the body, before and after removal, was entirely at rest. 16. Said Rabbi Haya to Rab, descendant of nobles. Did I not tell thee that when Rabbi is engaged with a certain tract ask him not about a subject, that is treated, in another tract, for he may not have that subject in his mind. And if Rabbi were not a great man thou mightest cause him shame, for he would give thee an answer which might not be right. In this instance, however, he gave thee a correct answer, as we have learned in the following Beretha, if one was laden with eatables and beverages while it was yet light on the eve of Sabbath, and he carried them outside after dark, he is culpable, for his case is not like that of removing the hand mentioned above. Abai said, from all that was said above it is certain to me that the hand of a man, standing on the street, is not treated as public ground. 17. And I also see that, if a man stands on private ground, his hand is not to be treated as private ground. Would it be correct, then, to regard the hand as unclaimed ground? If so, would the penalty imposed by the rabbis in such a case, namely, that one should not move his hand, containing a movable thing, back, during the Sabbath day, apply in this case or not? Come and hear the following Baratha. If a man has his hand filled with fruit and he extends it outside of the premises where he stands, one said he is not permitted to draw it back, and another Baratha says he is allowed to do so. May we not assume that this is their point of dispute? The former holds that the hand is treated as unclaimed ground, and the latter thinks that it is not like unclaimed ground. Nay, it may be that both agree that the hand, as spoken of in our Mishnah, is like unclaimed ground, and yet it presents no difficulty. One of the Barathas treats of a man who had extended his hand unintentionally, and the other one treats of a man who had put forth his hand intentionally. In the former case the rabbis did not fine him, and in the latter case they did. And if you wish, it may be said that they both speak of a case when the act was done unintentionally, and their point of differing is as to the varying premises, whether the hand may be drawn back to the ground where the man stands, or to other, private, ground that adjoins it. As Rabbah questioned Naaman, if the hand of a man was filled with fruit, and he extended it outside, may he draw it back to the same ground where he stands? And he answered, he may. And may he remove his hand, to other, private, ground? Nay. And to the question, what is the distinction, he said, if thou wilt measure a whole cor of salt and present me with it, I shall tell thee the answer. See footnote, Erubin, page 79. In the former case his design was not accomplished, in the latter, however, his design was accomplished, and it is prohibited for fear that it should be repeated. Our Bibi Bar Abai questioned, if one has put bread into the oven, is he allowed to take it out before it is baked and he becomes liable to bring a sin offering or not? Said R. Aha Bar Abai to Ravina, what does the questioner mean? Unintentionally and without remembering that it is Sabbath, then what does the expression allowed mean? To whom? He is still not aware of it. On the other hand, if he did it unintentionally and afterward he remembered of the Sabbath, how can he be liable to a sin offering? Did not a Mishnah state that the liability to bring such a sacrifice applies only when the failing was begun and accomplished unintentionally? Should it be understood that the act was done intentionally, then it would not involve the liability of a sin offering, but it would constitute a crime that involved capital punishment. 18 said Ashi, say, then, it is a crime that involves capital punishment. The son of Rabbah, taught so plainly. Bibi Bar Abai said, if one put bread into the oven, he is allowed to take it out before it may involve a case of capital punishment. The mendicant extended his hand, etc. Why is he culpable? To complete the act, there must be a transfer from a place that is 4 ells square and a depositing into a place of the same area, and such was not the case here. Said Rabbah, our Mishnah is in accordance with our Akiba's opinion, who holds that as soon as the air of a place surrounds a thing it is equal to the thing being deposited in that place. But may it not be that depositing does not require 4 ells, for the reason stated above, but removing does? Said Joseph, the teaching of this paragraph agrees, not with the opinion of our Akiba, but with that of Rabbi, as we have learned in the following Baratha, if one threw an object from one street into the other, and there was a private ground between them, Rabbi declared him culpable, and the sages freed him. Hereupon our Jehudah in the name of Samuel said, Rabbi declared the man guilty of 2 offenses, one for having removed the thing from its place, and one for having deposited it in another place. Hence in both, the 4 ells in question are not required. But with reference to this it was taught that both Rab and Samuel said that Rabbi's declaration of culpability treated of a case where the private ground, that divided the 2 streets, was roofed, for the assumption is that a house must be regarded as a solid object that fills out all the space it occupies, but not when it was unroofed. Therefore said Rabbah, all these views can be dispensed with, as, the hand of a man, because of its value, is considered as a piece of ground 4 ells square. And so, also, was declared by Rabban, when he came from Palestine, in the name of our Johanan. Our Abhin in the name of our Ilaah, quoting our Johanan, said, if one threw a thing and it rested in the hands of another man, he he is culpable. Why the repetition has not or Johanan declared above, already, that the hand of a man is considered as a space of 4 ells square. Lest one say that this is only when he intended to put it into his hand, and the intention makes it valuable as the space in question, but not otherwise. Therefore the repetition. The same said again in the name of the same authority, if one remains standing in his place when he receives a thing, he is culpable, but if he was moving away from his place when he received it, he is free. And so also we have learned in a Baratha in the name of the anonymous teachers. Johanan asked the following question, if one threw a thing and then moved from his place and caught it, is he culpable or not? How is this question to be understood? Said Ada bar Abba, the difficulty is concerning the exercise of two forces by one man, and the question was thus, if two forces were exercised by one man, in committing a prohibited act, should both parts of the act be accounted to the same, so that he should be declared culpable, or should each part of the act be considered separately, as if there were two individuals concerned, and then he is free? This question is not decided. Abhin in the name of Johanan said, if one put his hand into the yard of his neighbor, got it full of rain water, and withdrew it, he is guilty. But to make one guilty of the act, it must consist of removing a thing from a place of 4 ells square, which is not the case here. Said Hayabi, Huna, it means that he took the water as it was running down a slanting wall, as Rabbah taught elsewhere that removing a thing from a slanting wall made the man culpable. But, in speaking of removing an object from a slanting wall, Rabbah treated on the question of removing a book, which is a stationary thing. Is it analogous to removing water that can never become stationary? Therefore said Rabbah, our case treats when he dipped the water out of a cavity, in the wall, in question. Is not this self-evident? Lest one say that water standing upon water is not considered stationary, he comes to teach us that it is. And this is in accordance with his theory, as follows, water standing upon water is considered stationary, a nut, however, lying upon the surface of water is not considered so. The same said again, in the name of the same authorities, one who was laden with eatables and beverages, entering and going out the whole day, he is not culpable until he rests. Said Abai, and even then only if he stops for the purpose of resting, but not when he stops merely to adjust his burden on his shoulders. Whence is this deduced? From what the master said, he stopped within the limit of 4 ells to rest he is free, but if he stopped to adjust the load on his shoulders he is culpable. Beyond 4 ells, if he stopped to rest he is culpable, but if he stopped to adjust the burden on his shoulder he is not culpable. What does this imply? It implies that one cannot be culpable unless his intention of removing was before he stopped. The rabbis taught, if one takes anything from his store into the market through the alleyway, where the benches of market men are situated, he is culpable, it makes no difference whether he carries, throws, or pushes it with his arm. Ben Azai, however, said, if he carries it in or out he is not culpable, but if he throws or pushes it in or out he is culpable. The same we have learned in another Baratha. The rabbis taught, there are 4 kinds of premises as regards the Sabbath, viz., private ground, public ground, unclaimed ground, and ground that is under no jurisdiction. What is private ground? A ditch or hedge that is 10 spans deep or high and 4 spans wide, such are absolutely private grounds. Also this is self-evident. He comes to teach, because of the following statement of Rab, who said, I found mysterious scrolls in the possession of my uncle, Haya, which read, Isi ben Jehuda says, there are 40 less 1 principal acts of labor. A man, however, cannot be guilty of performing but one. And to the question, how is this to be understood? The answer was, it should be corrected and read, there is one of those acts of labor for which a man is not guilty. In consequence, however, of the omission just what particular act of labor is excluded, all of the 39 remain doubtful, and the Baratha teaches that the labor mentioned is not one of the doubtful. Again, the master said, a sea, a valley of fields, etc. Is that so? Have we not learned, Taharath, 6:7, that a valley is, in summer time, to be regarded as private ground with reference to the Sabbath, and as public ground with reference to defilement. In the rainy season, however, it is private ground in all respects. Said Ula, as a matter of fact it is unclaimed ground, but by calling it private ground the Baratha only means to distinguish it from public ground. Ashi, however, said, he speaks of a valley in which there are partitions. 21. An unclaimed ground. Are not all the above-mentioned unclaimed ground? When Dimi came he said in the name of Johanan, the mention of unclaimed ground, in this case is required merely to imply a corner, of a private plot, that adjoins public ground, for although at times, when the street is crowded, many people are forced into this corner, it is considered as unclaimed ground, as the public use of it is not regarded with favor. He said also in the name of the same authority, the space between the pillars and the buildings, on the side of the street, is considered by the law as unclaimed ground. Why so? Because although many walk there, still, since one cannot make his way in such space freely, the row of pillars being irregular or in a broken line, it is like unclaimed ground. Zerah in the name of Jehudah said, the benches in front of pillars are regarded as unclaimed ground, even if they are 10 spans high and 4 spans wide. The one who holds that the space between the pillars is considered as such, will so much the more agree that the benches in front of the pillars are considered such, but he who says that the benches are so considered, may hold that this is so because the encroachment upon them is not regarded with favor. The ground between the pillars, however, which is usually trodden by many people, is like public ground. Rabbi Sheila in the name of Hista said, if one throw or plaster, an adhesible thing against the side of a brick that is standing up in the street, he is culpable, but if he throw or plaster a thing on top of it, he is not. Abayi and Rabbah both said, provided the brick is 3 spans high, so that people do not step upon it, with bushes or briars, however, even if less than 3 spans high, one is not culpable. And Haya bar Rab said, even a bush or briar must be 3 spans high. 22 Rabbah, of the school of Sheila, said, when Dimi came from Palestine, he said in the name of Johanan, no space can be considered unclaimed ground unless it has an area of 4 spans square, and Shesheth added that it holds good up to 10 spans square. What does it mean? Shall we assume that only if it has a partition of 10 spans it is unclaimed ground? Has not Gittel in the name of Haya bar Joseph, quoting Rab, said, a house that is not 10 spans high, but which is raised to that height by the ceiling, one may handle on the roof over its entire area, inside of the house, however, only within 4 L square. Therefore we must say that the statement, it holds good up to 10 spans, implies that the law of unclaimed ground is valid when the height does not exceed 10 spans. As Samuel said to Jehudah, ingenious scholar, treat not on laws of the Sabbath exceeding 10 spans in height. And to what does it apply? To private ground it could not apply, as it is known that private ground is so considered to the sky, hence it is only to unclaimed ground that above 10 spans does not exist, as the rabbis have invested unclaimed grounds with the lenient regulations pertaining to private ground viz. If the place have an area of 4 spans square, it is unclaimed ground, if it has a lesser area, it is not subservient to any jurisdiction. And with the lenient regulations of public ground viz. The place is regarded as unclaimed ground only to the height of 10 spans, beyond that it ceases to be unclaimed ground. The text says, in a house the inside of which is not 10 spans high, etc. Said Abayi, if, however, one has cut in it an excavation 4 L square, so as to complete the height of 10 spans, one may handle things freely in the whole house. Why so? Because in such a case the entire space of the house, around the excavation, would be considered like holes on private ground, and it has been taught that such holes are regarded the same as the private ground itself. Rabbi holds that the branch is part and parcel of the root, but the sages opine that we need not assume such to be the case. Abayi said, if one threw a beehive which was 10 spans high, but not 6 spans wide, into the street, he is culpable. If, however, the beehive was 6 spans wide, he is free, because it is considered a piece of private ground in itself. Rabbah, however, said he is not, even if it be less than 6 spans wide. Why so? Because it is impossible for twined reed not to exceed the given height. 24 In case he threw the beehive 25 with its mouth down, even if the hive is a trifle over 7 spans high, he is culpable, but if it is 7.5 spans high, he is not. Ashi, however, said, he is, even if it is 7.5 spans high. Why so? Because the enclosing rim of the beehive is made for the purpose of containing something within, and not to be attached to the ground, hence it is not included in the lavid class. 26 Ula said, a post 9 spans high, which stands in the street, and people use it to shoulder their burdens on. If one threw a thing and it rested on the top of it, he is culpable. Why so? Because a thing that is less than 3 spans high is stepped upon by many. A thing between 3 and 9 spans high is not used either to step or to shoulder a burden on, but if it is 9 spans high, it is surely used to shoulder burdens on. Abaye questioned Joseph, what is the law of a pit, of similar depth? Said he, the same, as of the post. Rabbah, however, said, a pit of similar depth is not governed by the same law. Why so? Because the use, which is made of a thing, through compulsion is not called, a customary, use. Adabar Mathna objected to Rabbah from the following Baratha, if one intended to keep the Sabbath on public ground and deposited his arub in a pit less than 10 spans, below the ground, his act is valid. If he deposited it more than 10 spans below the ground, his arub is of no value. Let us see how was the case. If the pit was more than 10 spans deep, and by the saying, he deposited it less than 10 spans below the ground, is meant that he raised the arub to a higher place, and by the saying, more than 10 spans, is meant on the bottom of the pit, then, at all events, the arub could not be of any value, as he is in public ground, and his arub is in private, therefore we must say that the case was of a pit less than 10 spans deep, and nevertheless the arub is valid, hence we see that the use of a place through compulsion can at times be considered as customary use. The answer was that the Baratha is according to Rabbi, who says that against things which are prohibited only rabbinically because of rest, Shavuot, no precautionary measures are taken when they are to be done at twilight, and the prescribed time for depositing an arub is twilight. Therefore, although the use of the pit which was less than 10 spans deep was compulsory, the arub was nevertheless valid, because respecting twilight the rabbis are not particular. Jehuda said, if one moves a bundle of reeds by raising one end and throwing it over, then raising the other end and throwing it over, he is not culpable, unless he lifts the entire bundle off the ground. The master said, a man standing on the doorstep, etc. What is that step? If it is the step of the street, how may he take from the master of the house? Does he not transfer from private ground into public ground? If it is the step of the house, how may he take from the mendicant, standing in the street? Does he not transfer from public into private ground? And if it is unclaimed ground, how may he take and give intentionally, since a direct prohibition to that effect exists? Nay, the doorstep is a place concerning which the law has no provision, as, for instance, it is not 4 spans square. It is said elsewhere by Dimi in the name of Johanan that such a thing is not under the jurisdiction. The master said, all 3 are not culpable. Would this not be an objection to Rabbah, who said if one transfer an object, in public ground, from one to the other limit of 4 spans, even if he moves it over his head, i.e., above 10 spans from the ground, he is culpable? In the above-mentioned case, however, he is not. Anonymous teachers say, a doorstep, etc. Is such the case even if there is no side beam to it? Has not Hama bar Gorian in the name of Rab said that if it is inside the door, and not even 4 spans square, there must still be a side beam to make it a free place? Said Judah in the name of Rab, here the doorstep of an alley is treated of, the half of which is roofed, and the other half not roofed, and the roofing is toward the inside. In this case when the door is open it is considered like the inside, when it is closed it is like the outside. Ashi, however, said, the case was of a doorstep of a house, but the door was topped by 2 beams, each of which was less than 4 spans wide, and between them the space was less than 3 spans wide, the door itself being in the middle, so that the law of lavid applies only when the door is open, and not when it is closed. Therefore when it is open the doorstep is considered as the inside, and when it is closed the doorstep is regarded as the outside. If the doorstep is 10 spans high, etc. This supports the theory of R. Isaac bar Abimai, who said that a mayor used to say, wherever thou findest two distinct grounds belonging to the same premises, i.e., to which the law of premises regarding the Sabbath applies equally, like a post in private ground, that is 10 spans high and 4 wide, it is prohibited to shoulder a burden on it. As a precautionary measure, enacted by the rabbis, for fear that the same would be done with a rock of the same size that may be found in the street, and it is biblically prohibited to shoulder upon it. Mishnah 2. One shall not sit down 27 before the haircutter at the approach of the time for afternoon devotion, 28 before reciting his prayers. Nor shall he enter a bathroom or a tannery, the same is the case with any factory or large business, or sit down to eat, or start pleading a case, before a judge. But if he has started, he need not be interrupted. One must quit his work to read Shema, but he need not stop working in order to pray. Gemara, what time of Minha does the Mishnah mean? Does it mean the high afternoon 29 time? Why should a man not be allowed, since the day is still young? Does it mean the lesser time, and still hold that, if the man had started the work, he need not discontinue it? Shall this be taken as an objection to the opinion of our Joshua ben Levi, who said, when the time of afternoon prayer draws nigh, one must not partake of anything before performing his devotion? Nay, he speaks here of the high time, and yet one shall not begin cutting his hair, as a precaution against accidents, lest his scissors break, a bath to sweat, lest he grow exhausted, a tannery, lest he notice some damage to his wares and become confused, nor shall he sit down to eat lest the meal be protracted, pleading a case of justice, lest argument be advanced that overthrows all previous arguments, and until all this is settled the Minha prayer will be forgotten. From what moment does the act of haircutting begin? Said our Abhin, from the moment the barber's cloth is spread over him. The act of bathing begins from the moment the coat is pulled off, tanning begins from the moment the working apron is tied around the shoulders, a meal begins from the moment the hands are washed, so said Rab, but our Hanina said, from the moment one takes off his girdle. And they do not differ. Rab spoke of the custom of his country, and our Hanina spoke of the custom of his country. Abai said, according to him who holds that the evening prayer is discretionary, our Babylon colleagues, as soon as they take off their girdle for the meal, they must not be troubled to pray before meal, however, according to him who holds that even this prayer is obligatory, they must be troubled. But is not the afternoon prayer obligatory by all means, and nevertheless our Mishnah teaches that, if he began his meal, he need not be interrupted, to which our Hanina said that the loosening of the girdle is the beginning. In the case of the afternoon prayer, since the time for it is fixed, we assume that the man will hasten and will not fail to pray in time, while for evening prayer, the time for which extends through the entire night, it is feared that he may not hasten, and neglect it. Our Shesheth opposed, is it so much trouble to put on one's girdle? Furthermore, cannot one stand up, without a girdle, and pray? Nay. As it is written, prepare thyself to meet thy God, O Israel. Amos 4:12, and as Rabbi R. Huna used to put on stockings when he stood up to recite prayers, saying, it is written, prepare thyself, etc. Rabbah, however, used to throw off his mantle and fold his hands when he prayed, speaking as a slave before his master. Our Ashi said, I have observed our Kahana. In times of trouble he threw off his mantle and folded his hands when he prayed, speaking like a slave before his master. In times of peace he dressed and fitted himself up carefully, saying, it is written, prepare thyself to meet thy God, O Israel. Rabbah noticed that our Hamnuna spent much time at his prayers. Said he, thus they quit eternal life and busy themselves with transient life. 30 He, our Hamnuna, however, thought that the time spent in prayer is a thing by itself, and the time devoted to study is also a thing by itself. Our Jeremiah was sitting before our Zerah discussing a halakha. The day was breaking and time for prayer came, and our Jeremiah hastened for the purpose of praying. Said our Zerah to him, when one turneth away his ear so as not to listen to the law, even his prayer becometh an abomination. Prov 28. 9. At what moment does the work of dispensing justice commence? Our Jeremiah and our Jonah, one said, from the moment the judges put on their mantles, the other said, from the moment the litigants begin pleading. And they do not differ. The former speaks of the instance of opening court, the latter of the instance when the court was in session and the judges were engaged in deciding other cases. Up to what time should court be in session? Our Shesheth said, up to meal time. Said our Hama, from what scriptural passage have we this? From, Happy art thou, O land! When thy king is noble-spirited, and thy princes eat in proper time, for strengthening and not for gluttony. Eccle X 17, i.e., for the strength of the law and not for indulgence in wine. The rabbis taught, the first hour of the day is the time the Lydians eat. The Lydians were cannibals. In the second hour robbers eat. In the third hour, rich heirs eat. The fourth hour is eating time for the people in general. In the fifth hour laborers eat. In the sixth hour scholars eat. From the last hour onward, eating is like throwing a stone into a barrel, rather injurious than beneficial. Said Abai, this is the case only when one has tasted nothing in the morning, but if he did so, it does not matter. Our Ada Bar Abba said, one may say his prayers in a new bathroom, which has not been used. Our Hamnuna said in the name of Ula, one is not permitted to call shalom to another man in a bathroom, for it is written, he called the eternal shalom, Judges, 6. 23, 31. If so, the saying of the word, faith, should also be prohibited, for it is written, the faithful God, Deuteronomy 7. 9, and lest one say so it is, has not Rabbah bar Mehasiah said in the name of our Hama bar Gorion, quoting Rab, that faith may be mentioned? In the latter case the name itself is not so designated, as it means as it is translated above. But in the former case it, shalom, is a designation of the name itself. The same says again in the name of the same authority, if one bestows a gift on his friend, he should let him know it, as it is written, to know that I, the Eternal, made you holy, X 31. 13, and there is a Beretha which states as follows, the Holy One, blessed be he, said unto Moses, I have a good gift in my storehouse, its name is Sabbath, which I wish to bestow on Israel, go and announce it to them. From this our Simeon ben Gamaliel said, one who gives a child some bread should announce it to its mother. How shall he do this? Said Abai, he should put some ointment around its eyes and stain it with dye. Is this so? Has not our Hamabi Hanina said, he who bestows a gift on his friend need not announce it to him, for it is written, Moses knew not, etc., X 34. 29, this presents no difficulty. The latter instance represents a thing that is to become known by itself, the former instance treats of a thing that cannot become known by itself. But was not the Sabbath a thing that was to become known? Aye, but the reward, for keeping the Sabbath holy, that attends it was not to be known. Our Johanan in the name of our Simeon b. Yohai said, all the commands that the Holy One, blessed be he, gave unto Israel, were given with publicity, excepting the Sabbath, which was given in privacy, for it is written, between me and the children of Israel it is an everlasting sign, X 31. 17, if such is the case, the idolaters need not be punished for its sake. The Sabbath was made known, but the additional soul, a new impetus of life, which comes with the Sabbath was not made known to them. Thus our Simeon b. Lachish said, the Holy One, blessed be he, bestows an additional soul on man on the eve of the Sabbath, and takes it back again when the Sabbath departs. 32 Or Hista held in his hand 2 gifts 33 from the flesh of an ox, and said, I will give this to the man who will tell me some new teaching in the name of Rab. Said Rabbah b. Mehasiah to him, thus taught Rab, he who bestows a gift on a friend should let him know it. And our Hista gave him the meat. Said the former again, art thou so fond of the teachings of Rab? I, he answered. Said he, this is like that which Rab said, a silk garment is precious to the wearer. Rejoined our Hista, did Rab indeed say so? This second thing is even better than the first, if I had other gifts I would bestow them too. Rabbah b. Mehasiah in the name of the same said again, one should never show preference for one child above his other children, as for the sake of 2 selahs weight of silk, which Jacob bestowed on Joseph in preference to his other sons, the brothers became jealous of Joseph, and the development brought about our ancestors' migration into Egypt. Again he continued, one should always endeavor to seek a dwelling in a city of recent settlement, for the settlement being recent, the sins are few. As it is written, behold, this city is near to flee thereunto, and it is little, Gen 19:20. What does it mean, it is near and small? Could not he see this himself? But it means its settlement is recent and therefore its sins are not many. The same said again, a city whose roofs are higher than that of the synagogue will ultimately be destroyed, as it is written, to raise high the house of our God, etc., Ezra 9:9. However, this refers only to the roofs of the houses, but as to the tops of towers and palaces, it does not concern them. Said Ashi, I have prevented Madha Mahasya from being destroyed, as he had made the prayer house and the college higher than other houses. But was it not destroyed later? Yeah, but not for this sin. He also said, 34 It is better to be dependent on an Israelite than on an idolater than on a Persian schoolman 35 than on a scholar than on a widow or an orphan. He also said, rather any sickness than sickness of the bowels, rather any pain than pain of the heart, rather any disorder than a disorder in the head, rather any evil than a bad wife. Again he said, if all the seas were ink, if all the swamps were producing pens, if the whole expanse of the horizon were parchment, and all the men were scribes, the thoughts that fill the void of a ruler's heart could not be written in full. Whence is this deduced? Said Misharsia, the heavens as to height and the earth as to depth, and the hearts of kings cannot be fathomed, Prov 25. 3. To read Shema, etc. Was it not stated before that they need not be interrupted? This sentence applies to study, as we have learned in a Baratha, scholars that are engaged in studying the law must stop for the reading of Shema, but they need not stop for prayer. Said Johanan, such is the case with men like Simeon b. Yohai and his colleagues, for learning was their profession, but men like ourselves must stop for prayer also. But have we not learned in a Baratha, as students need not quit their studies for prayer, so they need not stop them for Shema? This applies only to the study of the establishment of leap year, as Ada b. Abba, and so also the sages of Hagrunia in the name of Elazar b. Zadok, declared, when we were engaged in fixing a leap year at Yavne, we did not quit our work either for Shema or for prayer. Mishnah 3. A tailor shall not go out with his needle when it is nearly dark on Friday, lest he forget and go out, carrying it about with him, after dark, nor a scribe with his pen, nor shall one search for vermin in his garments or read before the lamplight, Friday night. Of a verity it is said, an instructor may follow the children when they read, but he shall not read himself, before the lamplight. In a similar manner it is said that one afflicted with gonorrhea should not eat from the same plate with a woman that has the same disease, lest they become accustomed to one another and come to sin. Gemara, a tailor shall not go out, etc. Does not the Mishnah mean when the needle is stuck in the garment? Nay, it treats of the case when, the tailor, holds it in his hand. Come and hear. A tailor shall not go out with the needle sticking in his garment. Does this not treat of the eve of the Sabbath? Nay, it treats of the Sabbath itself. But is there not another Baratha, a tailor shall not go out with the needle sticking in his garment on Friday when it is nearly dark? This was taught according to our Jehuda, who holds that a laborer, carrying a thing, after the manner of his profession is culpable, as we have learned in the following Tosefta, a tailor shall not go out with his needle sticking in his garment, nor a carpenter with his ruler behind his ear, nor a cloth cleaner with the spanning cord behind his ear, nor a weaver with the stuffing cotton behind his ear, nor a dyer with samples around his neck, nor a money changer with the dinar in his ear. If, however, they did so, they are free, though they ought not to start it, so is the decree of our Mayor. Our Jehuda, however, says, the laborer only, going out, after the manner of his profession is culpable, but not common men. In the school of our Ishmael it was taught, one may go out with the phylacteries on his head at twilight on the eve of Sabbath. Why so? As Rabbi B. R. Huna said, one must feel the phylacteries on his head at all times, and in consequence he will be reminded, through feeling the phylacteries, that he must remove them before the Sabbath. There is a beretha. A man must examine his garments on Friday evening, when it is getting dark, to see whether there is anything in them that must not be carried about on the Sabbath. Said R. Joseph, this is an important ordinance concerning the Sabbath. One shall not search for vermin, etc. Does it mean one shall not search for vermin in the daytime, of a Sabbath, lest he destroy any, and he shall not read before a lamplight lest he snuff the wick, or are both ordinances connected with each other so as to make the ordinance prohibiting the snuffing of the wick binding? Come and hear. One shall not search for vermin nor read before the lamplight. What can we understand from this beretha better than from our Mishnah? Come and hear another beretha, one shall not search before the lamplight, also, one shall not read before it. These two ordinances are among the other established halakhas in the attic of Hananiah b. Hizkiah b. Gorian. From this is to be inferred that both cases were prohibited for the same reason, that they may entail snuffing the wick. R. Jehudah in the name of Samuel said, one must not try to distinguish even between his own and his wife's garments, before the lamplight. Said Rabbah, this is said only for the inhabitants of Mahosah, 36 but among the dwellers of rural places the garments can easily be distinguished. And even among the inhabitants of Mahosah, only the garments of old women cannot easily be distinguished from those of the men, but not of young women. The rabbis taught, one shall not search for vermin in the street out of self-respect. In the same wise, our Jehudah or our Nehemiah taught that one shall not vomit in the street out of self-respect. The rabbis taught, one who searches his garments and finds a louse shall not crack it, but simply rub it with his fingers and throw it away, on the Sabbath. Says our Huna, this should also be done even on weekdays, out of self-respect. We have learned, our Simeon b. Eleazar said, one shall not kill vermin on the Sabbath. So said Beth Shammai. Beth Hillel, however, allowed this. Our Simeon b. Eleazar used also to say in the name of our Simeon b. Gamaliel, one is not allowed to negotiate marriage engagements for children, nor to engage teachers or artisan masters for children, nor to pay visits of condolence to mourners, nor to visit the sick on the Sabbath. Such is the decree of Beth Shammai. Beth Hillel, however, allows all this. The rabbis taught, if one comes to visit the sick on the Sabbath, he shall say, it is Sabbath and we are not to cry, but relief is drawing nigh. Ar Amer said, one should say, the Sabbath, if respected, may bring mercy. Rabbi Jehudah said, may the Omnipotent have mercy with thee and toward the sick of Israel. Ar Hosea said, may the Omnipotent bestow mercy on thee amongst the sick of Israel. Shebna the Jerusalemite when he entered a sick room on the Sabbath, said, Shalom, on leaving he said, to cry. It is Sabbath, nevertheless, relief is nigh as his mercies are great, and rest ye in peace. According to whom is what are. Hanina said, he who has a sick person in the house should include him, in his prayers, amongst the sick in Israel. It was in accordance with our Hosea. Our Hanina also said that it was with difficulty that the rabbis allowed visits of condolence to be paid to mourners and to visit the sick on a Sabbath. Rabbi B. Hannah said, when I accompanied our Eliezer while visiting the sick, I sometimes heard him say, in Hebrew, may the Omnipotent mind thee in peace, and sometimes, in Aramaic, may the Merciful remember thee in peace. How could he do this? Did not our Jehudah say, one should never pray for what he needs in the Aramaic language? And also our Johanan, the angels of service do not listen to one's prayer in the Aramaic tongue, for they know not that language. The case of a sick person is different, as Shekinah itself is with him. This will be explained in Tract Nedarim in the proper place. One shall not read before the lamplight. Rabbah said, it is the same even if the lamp is placed 2 men's heights from the ground, even 2 stories high, or even if it is on top of 10 houses, one above the other. One shall not read, but 2 may. Have we not learned, neither 1 nor 2? Said R. Eleazar, this presents no difficulty. Our Mishnah treats of 2 reading one subject, and there it treats of 2 reading different subjects. Said R. Huna, around the hearth fire even 10 persons shall not read together. Rabbah, however, said, a prominent man may read, as he would not degrade himself by stirring the fire. An objection was raised from the following: one should not read before a lamplight, lest he snuff the wick. Said Ishmael Elisha, I will read and not snuff it. Once he actually read and was tempted to snuff the wick. And he exclaimed, how great is the saying of the sages, that one should not read before a lamplight. And Nathan said, he actually snuffed the wick and noted in his diary, I, Ishmael Elisha, have read before the lamp on Sabbath, and have snuffed the wick. When the holy temple shall be rebuilt, I will bring a fat sin offering. Said Aba, with Ishmael Elisha it is different, for while studying the law he always considered himself common. There is one Beratha, a servant may examine cups and dishes, to see, if they are clean, before the lamp, and another, that he may not. This presents no difficulty. The former treats of a servant in permanent engagement, 37 the latter of one who performs occasional service. And if you wish, it may be said that both Berathas apply to a permanent servant, the latter in the case of a lamp which is fed with oil, the former in the case where it is fed with naphtha. Naphtha emits a bad odor, he will therefore not be tempted to touch it. The schoolmen propounded a question: may a servant that is not permanently engaged, examine his utensils, before a lamp fed with oil? Said Rab, the rule is laid down, that he may, but we do not practice it. Jeremiah Aba, however, said, so is the rule, and so we practice. Once Jeremiah Aba took his Friday night meal at the house of Ashi. His servant, Jeremiah's retainer, who was at the time doing occasional service in Ashi's house, proceeded to examine the dishes before the lamp. Said the wife of Ashi to her husband, you, my master, do not approve of this. Let him be, answered Ashi, he acts according to the opinion of his master. Of a verity they said, an instructor, etc. Was it not said, he may see? For what purpose should he do this but to read? Nay, he should see in order to watch the sequence of paragraphs. So also said Rabbah Samuel, he may arrange the sequence of paragraphs. Consequently, may he not read the paragraphs through? Would this not oppose the statement of Simeon Gamaliel, who said, children in their rabbi's house used to arrange their paragraphs and read before the lamplight? With children the case is different, out of fear for their master they will not be led to adjust. Mishnah 4. And these are some of the regulations enacted in the attic of Hananiah Hizkiah Gorion, when the rabbis came to visit him. They called the roll and found that the disciples of Shammai were more numerous than those of Hillel, and they enforced 18 regulations on that day. Gemara, said Abai to Joseph, does the expression, and these, etc., refer to the things that were mentioned, or is these used with reference to things to be mentioned farther on? Come and hear. One shall not search for vermin or read before a lamplight, and these are some of the regulations, etc. From this it is obvious that, and these, is the correct version. The rabbis taught, the roll of fasts was written by Hananiah Hizkiah and his company, for they thought with fondness of the troubles, which their race had experienced. Said Simeon Gamaliel, we also think with fondness of the troubles, but what shall we do? If we were to record all the troubles our race has experienced since that time, we would never finish. It may also be said, a fool never feels trouble, or, more pointedly, a dead member on a living body feels not the lancet. 38 Mishnah v. The Beth Shammai said, ink, dye material, or fodder, for animals, shall not be put into water, on Friday, unless there is still time for them to soak through while it is day. The Beth Hillel, however, permits this. The Beth Shammai prohibits putting bundles of linen thread, to bleach, into the oven unless there is sufficient time left for them to become heated through while it is yet day, or wool into a dye kettle unless there is still time for it to be soaked through the same day. The Beth Hillel permits this. The Beth Shammai says, traps shall not be set for animals and birds, or nets for fishes, on Friday, unless there is still time for them to be caught before sunset. The Beth Hillel permits this. The Beth Shammai says, One shall not sell anything to a Gentile, on Friday, or help him load his animal, or help him shoulder a burden unless he, the Gentile, can reach, with his load, the nearest place while it is yet day. The Beth Hillel permits this. The Beth Shammai says, hides shall not be given to a tanner nor clothes to a Gentile washer, on a Friday, unless there is still sufficient time left for him, the Gentile, to finish it while it is day. The performance of all these acts of labor heretofore mentioned was permitted by the Beth Hillel, on Friday, while the sun was still shining. Rabbi Simeon b. Gamaliel said, at my father's house it was the custom to give out white clothes to a Gentile washer 3 days before the Sabbath. Both schools, however, agree that the presses may be put on olives and grapes in the press pits, as long as it is still daytime. Gemara, who is the Tana that maintains that putting water on ink constitutes the final work on it? Said Joseph, it is Rabbi of the following Beretha, if one put flour, in a vessel, and another one put water on it, the latter is culpable, of the act of kneading, so is the decree of Rabbi. Jose, however, says that one is not culpable until he kneads it. The rabbis taught, at twilight on the eve of Sabbath one may make an opening in a spring, so that the water run into the garden the whole day, of the Sabbath. He may also put smoking incense underneath garments, so that they hold the fragrance the whole day. It is also allowed to put burning sulfur under enameled vessels, so that its smoke work on the paints the whole Sabbath day. It is also allowed for one to put a balm on the eye and a plaster on a wound, so that the healing process continue throughout the Sabbath. It is prohibited, however, to put grain into a watermill, unless there is yet enough daytime left for it to be ground. Why so? Said Joseph, because one is obliged to give rest even to tools on Sabbath. Now since it was said that the resting of tools is obligatory according to the decision of the Beth Hillel, why did they permit putting sulfur and incense to smoke, or linen thread to bleach during the Sabbath? Because no act was being done, and the tools were practically at rest. But do not traps set for animals, birds, and nets for fishes work? Why, then, did they allow these? Here, too, they treated only of fishers' rods and traps, which do no work, but into which animals work themselves. Now, as Ashi has declared in the name of Ashi, that only the Beth Shammai holds that there is a biblical obligation for the resting of tools, but not the Beth Hillel, all the acts enumerated above are permitted by the latter, even in the event of the tools performing work. Who is the Tana of what the rabbis taught anonymously as follows, a woman shall not put dried lentils and peas into the oven on Friday when it is getting dark and leave them there, to get soft, and if she needs them for after the Sabbath she shall not use them, unless she waits the length of time required to cook them afresh. In the same wise a baker shall not put a vessel with water in the oven on Friday when it is getting dark, and if he needs the hot water, for after the Sabbath, he shall not use it unless he waits the length of time it would require to boil it afresh. Shall we assume that this is in accordance with the Beth Shammai, but not with Beth Hillel? It may also be in accordance with the Beth Hillel, as the prohibitions were made as precautionary measures lest one stir the coals. If such is the case, the burning of incense and sulfur, as mentioned in our Mishnah, should also be prohibited for the same reason. There is to be feared that the coals might be stirred, while here is no fear of that, as when the coals are stirred smoke may arise and injure the enamel or the garments. In the case of the linen thread also, no precautionary measure was necessary, because the draught caused by the admission of air into the oven would prove injurious to the thread, and therefore one would not open the oven to stir the fire. Then let the placing of wool into a dye kettle be prohibited as a precautionary measure. The Mishnah treats of a kettle that stands at some distance from the fire, so says Samuel. Still, the apprehension exists that he may stir the dye. Nay, we speak of a kettle whose cover is sealed with clay. Now that the master said that the prohibitions, of the Beretha, are only precautionary measures, to prevent one from stirring the coals, a cold pot may be put in the oven on Friday when it is getting dark. Why so? Because the victuals in it cannot be used the same evening, and he, the cook, will never think of stirring the coals. One shall not sell a thing to a Gentile, etc. The rabbis taught, the Beth Shammai said, one shall not sell a thing to a Gentile, nor lend it to him, nor help him carry it, nor lend him nor present him with any money on Sabbath eve unless there is time enough for the recipient to reach his house before night comes on. The Beth Hillel said, all this may be done, if there is time enough to reach his house at the wall of the city where he lives. R. Akiba, however, says, it is sufficient if there is time enough for the Gentile to leave the house of the Jew. Said R. Jose B. Jehuda, R. Akiba contends that his teaching does not contradict that of the Beth Hillel, but merely explains the latter's real intent. The rabbis taught, one may put down eatables on his own grounds for a Gentile, on the Sabbath. If the latter takes the eatables and carries them off, he need not prevent him. The rabbis taught, one shall not hire out his tools to a Gentile on Friday, but he may do so on Wednesday or Thursday, even if he knows positively that the Gentile will use them on Sabbath. In the same manner, it is prohibited to transmit a letter by a Gentile on Friday, but it may be sent on Wednesday or Thursday. It was said of R. Jose the priest, according to others the pious, that his handwriting was never found in the hands of a Gentile, for fear that it might be carried on the Sabbath. The rabbis taught, one shall not send a letter by a Gentile on Friday unless he stipulated a certain sum for the delivery. If such a stipulation was not made, the Beth Shammai says it must not be delivered, unless the messenger has time to reach the house in which it is to be delivered, before sunset. The Beth Hillel, however, maintains, he may do it if the messenger has time to reach the house nearest to the wall of the city where the letter is to be delivered. Was it not taught at first that, one shall not send, at all? This presents no difficulty. In the first part the case treats of a town which has no post office, in the latter part the Baratha speaks of a town which has one. The rabbis taught, one shall not embark on a vessel less than 3 days before the Sabbath. This is the case if one goes, to sea, on private business, but if he goes for a meritorious act, he may do so. He may make a stipulation with the owner of the boat that it shall rest on Sabbath, although he is aware that he will not do so, so is the decree of Rabbi. R. Simeon B. Gamaliel, however, maintains that such a stipulation is not necessary. To travel from Tyre to Zidon, a journey of a few hours, one may embark even on Friday. The rabbis taught, siege shall not be laid to Gentile cities less than 3 days before the Sabbath, but when the siege is laid it need not be interrupted. So also Shammai used to say, it is written, until it is brought down, Deuteronomy XX. 20, i.e., even on a Sabbath day. R. Simeon B. Gamaliel said, etc. There is a Baratha, R. Zadok said, it was the custom at the house of Rabban Gamaliel to give white clothes to the washer 3 days before the Sabbath, but colored clothes even on a Friday. From this we have learned that it is harder to wash white clothes than colored ones. Abai gave colored clothes to the washer and asked, how much wilt thou take for washing them? As much as for white clothes, answered the washer. Said Abai, the rabbis have preceded thee with their declaration, that white clothes are harder to wash. Both schools agree, etc. Why did the school of Shammai enforce precautionary measures in all the previous cases, but in the case of wine and oil presses they did not do so? They prohibited the performance of such labor as involves the obligation of a sin offering, if performed, unintentionally, on the Sabbath, or on a Friday when approaching darkness, but for the putting of press beams on grapes or olives, which does not involve the obligation of a sin offering even if done on the Sabbath, the precautionary measure was not necessary. The point of their differing is the law of Muksa, in which R. Jehuda and R. Simeon differ. It is explained farther on that, according to the latter, no Muksa exists. A disciple in Harda of Argus 40 decided cases according to R. Simeon's teaching, and R. Hamnuna put him under the ban. But have we not adopted the opinion of R. Simeon? Yeah, but Harda was within the jurisdiction of Rab, and he, the disciple, should not have done as he did against Rabba's teaching. Mishnah 6, meats, onions, and eggs shall not be put to roasting on the eve of Sabbath, unless they can be done while it is yet day. Bread shall not be put in the oven or a cake upon live coals, unless the crust can be formed while it is yet day. R. Elazar says it is enough if the bottom crust is formed. The Passover sacrifice may be turned around in the oven, on Friday, when it is getting dark. In the heating house of the sanctuary, the fire was fed at eventide. The fires in the rural districts may be fed until the flames envelop the greatest part of the fuel. Judah says, where coals were already burning more fuel may be added, even when Sabbath is quite near at hand. Gemara, when should such victuals be considered done? Said Elazar in the name of Rab, when they are done like the victuals of Ben Drostai. 41 As we have learned in a Beretha, Hananiah says all victuals that are done like the victuals of Ben Drostai may be left upon the hearth, even if the fire in the hearth is not stirred up and full of ashes. Bread shall not be put, etc. The schoolmen propounded a question, does Elazar speak of the crust that is formed near the wall of the oven, or the crust formed, on the side of the loaf, that is turned, to the fire? Come and hear. Elazar says, it is sufficient if the surface is crusted, which lies close to the wall of the oven. The Passover sacrifice may be turned, etc. Why so? Because a company, when preparing a sacrifice in the temple, is very cautious. But if this were not the case, would it not be allowed? Has not the Master said, sacrificial, kid may be used, well done or not well done? But in that case it is cut in pieces, in our case it could not be cut in pieces. 42 The fire in the heating house, etc. Why so? Whence is this deduced? Said Huna, it is written, X 35. 3 Ye shall not kindle any fire throughout your habitations upon the Sabbath day. Your habitations excluded the sanctuary. Hista opposed, if it is so, then they may do so on Sabbath itself, therefore he explains thus, the cited verse excludes only the parts of the members which are already upon the altar, and the reason of our Mishnah is because priests are very careful. In the rural districts, etc. What does the greatest part mean? According to Rab, the greatest part of each piece, and according to Samuel, until no more small wood is needed to make the heap burn. Haya taught the following Beretha in support of Samuel, the flame should continue rising by itself, and not by the assistance of anything else. And to only one log of wood. Until the fire catches most of its thickness, and according to others, the most of its circumference, was the decision of Rab. Said Papa, to comply with both views just mentioned, it is right that the fire should catch both, the most of its thickness and the greatest part of its circumference. However, regarding this law Tanaim of the following Beretha differ. Haya says, until it is so burned that it is unfit for any carpenter's work. Judah b. Bathyra says, until the fire catches both sides. And although this cannot be substantiated by evidence, from Scripture, there is a hint of this viz. Both ends are consumed by the fire and the inside is scorched, is it fit for any work? Ez. 15. 4. It was taught, Kahana said, reeds, if they are tied together, must have enough daytime on Friday, to burn over half, if not tied together, less is sufficient. Grainim must have enough time for the fire to catch their greater part, if they are put in a fire pot, they need not. Joseph taught 4 substances, used as fuel, need not have time until the fire catches, the greater part viz. Pitch, sulfur, cheese, and running fats. In a Beretha it was taught that straw and wood shavings belong to the same category. Johanan said that the same is the case with fuel in Babylon. What does it mean? According to Joseph Hast, and according to Rami B. ABA branches. Appendix. Explanatory to page 8, line 2, Arabin, page 25. There is a Beretha in addition to the last Mishnah of chapter 9. Ibid, page 226, as follows, more than this said Jehuda, he who has 2 houses, one on each side of public ground, may add to each a beam or a side beam, for a sign, and this allows him to carry things from one house into the other. To which the rabbis answered that such an irub does not suffice for public ground. The reason of Jehuda's statement is that biblically 2 partitions suffice to turn premises of public ground into private ground, with which the rabbis do not agree. 43. 2. Regulations concerning the Sabbath and Hanukkah light Mishnah I, what shall and what shall not be used for lighting, the Sabbath light. The light shall not be made with wicks of, cedar hast, raw flax, silk fiber, weeds growing upon the water, and ship moss. 44 Nor shall pitch, wax, cottonseed oil, oil of rejected heave offerings, 45 fat from the tail of a sheep, and tallow be used. Nahum the Mod 8 says melted tallow may be used for lighting. The schoolmen, however, prohibit melted and raw tallow alike. Gemara, Rabbin and Abaye were sitting before Rabbana Nehemiah, the brother of the exilarch. After the death of his brother he became exilarch under the name Nehemiah II, and they saw that he was dressed in a mantle of mu epsilon tau alpha xi alpha, raw silk. Said Rabbin to Abaye, this is called in our Mishnah clock. 46 And he answered, in our city it is called Shira Paranda, Farandinis. The same, Rabbin and Abaye, happened to be in the valley of Tamruratha, and they saw a kind of willow, and Rabbin said to Abaye, this Isidon mentioned in our Mishnah, and he rejoined, this is only common wood, how could a wick be made of it? He peeled off one of them and showed him a kind of woolly substance between the bark and the stem. The rabbis taught, all that which was prohibited for the Sabbath lamp may be used in fires that are kept up for heat or even for constant light, whether such fires are built upon the ground or in the hearth, as the materials are prohibited only for use as wicks for the Sabbath lamp. Rabbah said, the wicks which the rabbis forbade the use of in the Sabbath lamp are prohibited because they give a flickering light. The oily substances were prohibited because they do not adhere to the wick. Abaye questioned Rabbah, would it be permitted to mix oil with these prohibited fats and then use them for the Sabbath lamp? Or is even that prohibited as a precaution lest one use those fats without the addition of oil? Rabbah answered, it is prohibited. Why so? Because they do not give a right light. Abaye objected to him from the following, Simeon b. Gamaliel said, in my father's house they wound the wick around a nut and lighted it, hence you see that it may be lighted. Said Rabbah, instead of contradicting me with the saying of our Simeon b. Gamaliel, support my view with the decision of the first Tana, of our Mishnah. This would not do, as the record of an act is incontrovertible. Still the record of the master remains contradictory. The Mishnah is not complete, and should read thus, if one has wound a thing that may be used, as a wick, around a thing that may not be used, B is not permitted to light it. This is the case when the two substances are to serve the purpose of a wick, but if the prohibited substance is used merely to support the permissible, the combination is allowed, as so said Simeon b. Gamaliel, in my father's house, etc. But, after all, it is not so. Did not Baruna teach in the name of Rab, to melted tallow or fish fat one may add some oil and use it for the Sabbath lamp? These substances adhere to the wick in themselves. But the rabbis had prohibited melted tallow or fish fat as a precaution, lest, if the melted substance be allowed, one use it raw also for light. Why did they not enact the prohibition to use these substances with the admixture of some oil as a precaution lest they be used without the admixture of oil? This itself is a precautionary measure, shall we enact another as a safeguard to it? Huna said, the wicks and fats which the sages have prohibited for the Sabbath lamp cannot be used for the Hanukkah lamp either on the Sabbath night or on weeknights. Said Rabbah, the reason of Huna's theory is because he holds that if the Hanukkah lamp is extinguished by accident, it must be relight, and also that its light may be used to work by. Hista, however, maintains that it can be fed, with these fats, on weeknights, but not on the Sabbath night. Because he holds that if it is extinguished, one is not in duty bound, to light it again, and as long as it burns it may be used to work by. Zerah in the name of Mathna, according to others in the name of Rab, said, the wicks and fats which the sages prohibited for the Sabbath lamp may be used for the Hanukkah lamp, both during the week and on the Sabbath night. Said Jeremiah, the reason of Rabbah's decision is because he holds that if it is extinguished he need not relight it, and its light is prohibited to be used. The rabbis declared this before Abaye, in the name of Jeremiah, and he would not accept it. When Rabbin came from Palestine he declared the same before Abaye in the name of Johanan, and he accepted it and said, had I been worthy, I would have accepted this teaching before. It is said in the name of Rab, if it is extinguished, it is not needed to relight it. Is this not contradicted by the following, the proper ordinance is for the Hanukkah light to last from sunset until footsteps are no longer heard in the street? 47. Does this not mean that if extinguished it must be relight? Nay, the time appointed is only for the purpose of determining when the light is to be lit, or a light should be made which will last for the appointed time. Until footsteps are no longer heard, etc. Up to what time is this? Said Rabbi B. Hannah in the name of our Johanan, up to the time when the steps of the Talmudites 48 are heard no more. The rabbis taught, the law of Hanukkah demands that every man should light one lamp for himself and his household. Those who seek to fulfill it will have a lamp lit for every member of the household. Those who seek to fulfill the law in the best possible manner should light according to Beth Shammai the first night 8 flames, and every following night 1 flame less. And according to Beth Hillel the reverse the first night 1 lamp, and be increased by 1 on each succeeding night. Said Rabbi B. Hannah in the name of our Johanan, there were 2 sages in Zidon, one did according to the decision of Shammai's school, and gave the reason that the Hanukkah lamp is to be lit in the same manner as the sacrifices of the feast were offered, 49, and the other according to the school of Hillel, with the reason that holy actions should show, emblemize, increase and not reduction. The rabbis taught, it is a merit to put the Hanukkah lamp on the outside door of the house, and he who lives in an attic puts it in a window that opens into the street. In time of danger, however, 50 it is sufficient if the lights are on the table. Said Rabbah, in the latter case another light is required to work by, but if there is a hearth fire in the house, it is not necessary. However, if the man is of high standing, and not in the habit of working by the hearth light, he must have another lamp. What is Hanukkah? The rabbis taught, on the 25th day of Kislev Hanukkah commences and lasts 8 days, on which lamenting, in commemoration of the dead, and fasting are prohibited. When the Hellenists entered the sanctuary, they defiled all the oil that was found there. When the government of the house of Asmoneans prevailed and conquered them, oil was sought, to feed the holy lamp in the sanctuary, and only 1 vial was found with the seal of the high priest intact. The vial contained sufficient oil for 1 day only, but a miracle occurred, and it fed the holy lamp 8 days in succession. These 8 days were the following year established as days of good cheer, on which psalms of praise and acknowledgement, of God's wonders, were to be recited. Our Kahana said, our Nathan B. Manyomi in the name of our Tanhum lectured, a Hanukkah lamp becomes disqualified if it is put higher than 20 ells, from the ground, just like a sukkah, booth, and like the side beam of an alley. Rabbah said, the merit of the Hanukkah lamp is that it be put within a span of the house door. And on which side? Our Habi Rabbah said to the right, our Samuel of Difti said to the left, of the entrance. And the halakha prevails that it should be placed to the left of the entrance, so that the Hanukkah light be on one side and the mezuzah 51 on the other side of the door. Our Jehudah in the name of our Ashi said, it is not allowed to count money by the Hanukkah light. When this was cited before Samuel, he said, is there any holiness in the light? Our Joseph retorted, is there any holiness in the blood of an animal? And yet have we not learned in a Beretha, it is written, then shall pour out the blood. And cover it. Leviticus 17. 13. From this we infer that he must cover it with the same hand it was shed with, but not with his foot, in order that the fulfillment of the commandment should not be treated with lack of reverence. In our case, too, the light must not be used for anything, in order that the compliance with an ordinance should not evince a lack of reverence. Our Joshua B. Levi was questioned, may the fruits, hung up in the sukkah for ornamentation, be used during the 7 days of the feast? He answered, even to the Hanukkah light a law was passed prohibiting the counting of money. Said our Joseph, Lord of Abraham. Here he connected a law that was enacted, by the ancient masters, with one that was not discussed by them. The law concerning the sukkah was biblical, that concerning Hanukkah was not biblical but rabbinical. Therefore said our Joseph, the precedent of all these cases is the law concerning the blood, which was cited above. It was taught, Rab said, it is not allowed to light one Hanukkah light with the other, Samuel permits this. Rab prohibited tzitzith, show threads, to be taken out of one garment and put into another, Samuel permits also this. He also said that the halakha does not prevail in accordance with our Simeon regarding dragging across the floor, which will be explained farther on, and Samuel maintains it does. 52 said Abai, my master followed the decisions of Rab in all questions except the three mentioned above, which he decided according to Samuel. One of the rabbis in the presence of our Abba said, Rabba's reason for prohibiting these acts was to prevent irreverence in the compliance with the law. Said our to the scholars present, hear him not, Rabba's reason was to prevent stinginess in the fulfillment of laws. And what is the difference between the two? It is in the lighting of one Hanukkah lamp with another. He who says that irreverence was the reason cannot prohibit this, but he who holds stinginess to be the reason, prohibits even this rightfully. How is this question to be decided? Said our Hunabi, our Joshua, let us see whether the act of lighting the lamp constitutes merit, or whether it is the act of putting it in its proper place. This question having been already propounded by the schoolmen, the answer, when given, will serve for the above also. Come then and hear the following. Our Joshua b. Levi says, a lantern, that was lit for Hanukkah on Friday night, and kept burning the whole following day must, at the close of the Sabbath, be extinguished and then relight. Now if we say that the lighting constitutes compliance with the commandment, this teaching is correct, but if we say that the placing of the lamp in its proper place constitutes the merit, it should be said, it should be extinguished, raised up, put in its proper place, and then lit. And also, since we pronounce the benediction, blessed art thou, etc., who hast commanded us to light the Hanukkah lamp, it becomes clearly apparent the lighting constitutes compliance. And so it is. Now that we come to the conclusion that the act of lighting constitutes the merit, it is understood that if this was done by a deaf-mute, an idiot, or a minor, the act is not valid. A woman, however, may surely light it, as are. Joshua b. Levi said, women are in duty bound to light the Hanukkah lamp, for they were included in miracle. Our Shesheth said, a guest, at a stranger's house, is obliged to light the Hanukkah lamp. Said our Zerah, when I was studying at the school of Rab, I contributed my share towards maintaining and lighting the lamp with mine host. Since I am married, I say, I surely need not light it now, for it is lit for me at my house. Our Joshua b. Levi said, all fats are good for the Hanukkah lamp, but olive oil is the best. Abai said, my master always sought for poppy seed oil, because, said he, it burns slowly, and the light lasts longer, but when he heard the saying of our Joshua b. Levi, he sought for olive oil, for that gives a clearer light. Hiya b. Ashi in the name of Rab said, he who lights the Hanukkah lamp must pronounce a benediction. Our Jeremiah said, he who perceives it must pronounce a benediction. Our Jehudah said, he who perceives a Hanukkah lamp on the first day must pronounce 2 benedictions, and the one that lights it on the first day, 3:53 after the first day, the one that lights it must pronounce 2 benedictions and the one that perceives it 1. What benediction would he omit? The benediction of time. But why not omit the benediction of the miracle? Because the miracle was continued every day, of the 8. And what is the special benediction? Blessed be, etc., who hallowed us with his commands and ordained that we shall light the Hanukkah lamp. But where did he ordain this? Said our Avia, this command is included in, thou shalt not depart, etc., Deuteronomy 17. 11. Our Nehemiah, however, from the following said, ask thy father and he will tell thee, thine elders, and they will inform thee, Ibid 32. 7. Our Hunah said, a house that has 2 doors must have 2 lamps. Said Rabbah, this is only in case when the 2 doors are in 2 different sides of the house, but if they both open on the same side it is not necessary. Why so? Because the townsman may pass by the side which has no lamp and suspect the owner of the house of not having lit any at all. And where is it taken from that one must endeavor to avoid suspicion? From a Tosefta in Pia, chapter 50, which states plainly that everyone must do so. Our Isaac b. Redifa in the name of our Hunah said, a lamp with 2 mouths, so that 2 wicks can be lit in it, is sufficient for 2 men. Rabbah said, if one has filled a dish with oil, put wicks all around the brim, and covered it with a vessel, so that each wick yields a separate flame, it is sufficient for many persons, but if he has not covered it, he makes it appear as one flame of fire, and it is not valid, even for one person. The same said again, if one, possessing only means enough to light one lamp, must choose between using this light for a house light 54, on Friday night, or a Hanukkah light, he should use it for a house light in order to preserve his domestic peace. If, again, his choice must be between purchasing the house light and the wine necessary for the celebration of the holiness of Sabbath, the house light is to be preferred, and for the same reason, however, it is doubtful to me what must be chosen between the Hanukkah light and the goblet for Kiddush. When one cannot afford both, which must he prefer? Is the latter to be preferred because it is of regular occurrence? 55. Or is the Hanukkah light preferable, in order to proclaim the miracle, which it commemorates? After deliberating he decided himself that the proclaiming of the miracle has the preference. Ravina said, he who makes a practice of lighting many lamps, which the law requires for festive occasions, will be rewarded with scholarly sons. He who is particular about his mezuzah will be blessed with a fine dwelling. He who is particular about his show threads, tzitzits, will be blessed with fine garments. He who is particular to pronounce the benediction of Sabbath over a goblet of wine shall live to have his cellar well stocked. He was about to mention it in the prayer part under the heading of the one who builds up Jerusalem. Said Shesheth, nay, it should be mentioned in the thanksgiving part of the benediction after the meal, as it is mentioned in the same part in the prayer of the 18 benedictions. 56. The schoolmen propounded a question, should the new moon day be mentioned in the benediction after meals? Shall we assume that the new moon day is more important than Hanukkah because its observation is enjoined in the scriptures, or need it not be mentioned because manual labor is not prohibited on that day? Rab maintains it may, Hanina maintains it may not. Said Zarika, hold to Rabba's opinion, for Ashi holds to the same, as Ashi taught, on the days on which additional sacrifices, musaf, are offered in the sanctuary, like new moon days and the middle days of a feast, one must at evening, morning, and afternoon services recite the regular 18 benedictions and insert in the thanksgiving part of the day's service a passage referring to the subject of the day. And if he has failed to do so, he should be made to repeat them. However, no benediction over a goblet of wine, though a remembrance of their significance must be made in the prayer after meals. On days requiring no additional sacrifice, like the first Monday, Thursday and Monday, after a biblical feast, fast days, and the days, devoted to prayer by commoners, 57. One must recite the 18 benedictions at evening, morning, and afternoon services, and insert a paragraph referring to the subject of the day in the prayer division, and if he forgot the latter he need not repeat them, nor any remembrance of them in the benediction after meals. The halakha, however, does not prevail with all that was said above. It remains as decreed by Joshua b. Levi, if the Day of Atonement happens to fall on a Sabbath day, mention of the Sabbath must be made even in the Nila prayer, the last of the 4 different prayers of the Day of Atonement. Why so? Because the Sabbath and the Day of Atonement are now one, and 4 prayers are indispensable to the services of the day. Mishnah 2. The lamp used on a biblical feast night shall not be fed with oil of rejected heave offerings. Ishmael said, the Sabbath lamp shall not be fed with tar, out of honor for the Sabbath. The sages, however, allow all fatty substances for this purpose: poppy seed oil, nut oil, fish oil, radish oil, wild gourd oil, tar, and naphtha. Tarfon said, it shall be lighted with nothing but olive oil. Gemara, Ishmael said, etc. Why so? Said Rabbah, because it emits a bad odor, and the Tana prohibits it, as a precaution, lest one light it and leave the house. Said Abai, let him go, what harm is there in that? Rejoined Rabbah, because I hold that the Sabbath light is a duty, as Naaman b. Zabda or b. Rabbah said in the name of Rab. The enjoyment of Sabbath light is an obligation. The washing of hands and feet in warm water toward evening, on Friday, is optional. And I say it is a meritorious act. Why so? Because Jehudah said in the name of Rab, it was the custom of our Jehuda bar Elai to bathe his face, hands, and feet in warm water, that was brought to him in a trough every Friday toward evening. After that he wrapped himself in a pallium with tzitzith, show threads, and thus assumed an angelic appearance. It is written, My soul was deprived of peace, Lamb 3:17. What does this mean? Said our Abuhu, it means, being deprived of the pleasure of lighting the Sabbath lamp. I forgot the good. Ibid. What does this mean? Said our Jeremiah, this refers to the deprivation of a bath. Our Johanan, however, said, it refers to the washing of hands and feet with warm water. Our Isaac of Nafha said, it refers to a good bed and comfortable bedding. Our Aba said, it refers to an arranged bed and an elegantly robed wife for scholarly men. The rabbis taught, who may consider himself rich. One who enjoys his riches, is the opinion of our mayor. Our Tarpon says, he who has 100 fields, 100 vineyards, and 100 slaves at work in them. Our Akiba said, he who has a wife adorned with good virtues. Our Jose said, he who has a place for man's necessity in his house. 58 We have learned in a Beretha, our Simeon b. Eleazar said, the Sabbath lamp shall not be fed with aromatic balsam. Why so? Rabbah said, because it yields a fine fragrance, it was feared lest one use it, taking it out while the lamp is burning. Said Abai to him, why does not the master say because it is volatile? He means this and the other also, the balsam is prohibited because it is volatile, and also for fear lest it be used. There was a mother-in-law who hated her son's wife, and told her to perfume herself with aromatic oil. When the daughter-in-law had done this, she ordered her to go and light the candle. While complying with this order, she caught fire and was burned. The rabbis taught, a lamp shall not be fed with defiled tebel 59 even on weekdays, and the less so on the Sabbath. In a similar manner, white naphtha shall not be used to feed a lamp with on weekdays, much less on Sabbath, because it is volatile. In the Beretha it was said that aromatic balsam shall not be used, so also did our Simeon b. Eleazar teach, aromatic balsam is nothing but resin, that comes forth from aromatic trees. Our Ishmael said, the Sabbath lamp shall not be fed with anything that comes from the trunk of a tree. Our Ishmael b. Baroka said, it shall be lighted only with such substances as come from fruit. Our Tarpon, however, said, it shall be fed only with olive oil. Our Johanan b. Nuri then arose and said, what shall the people of Babylonia do, who have nothing but poppy seed oil? What shall the people of Media do, who have nothing but nut oil? What shall the people of Alexandria do, who have nothing but radish oil? And what shall the people of Cappadocia do, who have no oil of any kind, nothing but tar? Nay, we have no choice but to accept the decree of the masters as to substances which should not be used. Even fish oil and resin may be used. Our Simeon Shazori said, oil of wild gourds and naphtha may be used. Samacho said, no animal fat save fish oil may be used. Mishnah 3. All agree with the opinion of our Jehuda, who said that, on a feast day, fire may be made with good cloth, or vessels, but not with such as have been spoiled, the same day. Again, all agree with the opinion of Ula, who said that the lighting must be on the largest part of the wick that protrudes from the lamp. Now our Eliezer holds that the rolling up, of the piece of cloth, does not improve the position, i.e., it is still an object to which the term cloth or vessel applies, as soon as it is slightly burned it becomes spoiled material. Fire, being applied further, is naturally generated with spoiled material, which is prohibited. Our Akiba, on the other hand, holds that folding does improve the condition and the cloth is no longer a vessel, hence he puts fire to a simple piece of wood, which is allowed. Rabbah, however, said, the reason of our Eliezer's prohibition is that the Sabbath lamp is not allowed to be lighted with a wick or rag that has not been singed. Our Jehuda in the name of Rab said, fire may be made, on a feast day, with vessels, but not with broken vessels. So is the decree of our Jehuda. Our Simeon permits it. Fire may be made with dates, but after having eaten them fire is not to be fed with their granum. A fire may be made with nuts, but after having eaten the kernel one must not feed the fire with the shells, according to our Jehuda. Our Simeon, however, permits both. The statement credited to Rab in the foregoing paragraph was not made by him plainly, but was merely implied from the following act. While in Palestine, one day Rab was eating dates and threw the pits into the fireplace, upon which our Haya said to him, descendant of nobles, on a biblical feast day this would be prohibited. Did Rab accept this or not? Come and hear. While in Babylonia, one feast day Rab was eating dates and threw the pits to some cattle, for food. Must we not assume that these dates belong to the class known as parsiasa, a ripe, delicious, freestone fruit, and if Rab fed cattle with the pits of this fruit, it was because they may be used for fuel also, and thus the statement of our Haya is contradicted? Nay, it may be the pits that fed the cattle by Rab were from dates known as armiasa, an inferior fruit, the pits of which cling to the meat. The pits of this latter class of dates, in consequence of the meat still clinging to them, are regarded as dates themselves, and may be handled on the Sabbath. Hence it is obvious that they may also be fed to cattle, and Rab therefore does not contradict our Haya. Mishnah v. 1 shall not bore a bowl in an egg-shell, fill it with oil, and put it upon the Sabbath lamp, so that the oil drip into it, and even if it was a clay one. Our Jehuda permits it. If, however, the potter had attached it to the lamp when he made it, it is allowed to do this, for, together with the lamp, it forms one vessel. A man shall not fill a dish with oil, put it beside the lamp, and dip the unlighted end of the wick into it, in order that it should draw. Our Jehuda permits also this. Gemara, if the potter had attached it, etc. A Beretha in addition to it states, if he himself has attached it with mortar or clay, it is allowed. Does not our Mishnah say, the potter, from which it may be inferred that if the owner did it, is it not allowed for use? Nay, the potter means in the manner of the potter. We have learned in a Beretha, our Jehuda said, once we kept Sabbath in the attic of Beth Nitzah in Lydda. We procured an egg-shell, filled it with oil, and placed it on the lamp. Our Tarpan and the aged scholars were there, and they made no objection to our action. They answered him, wilt thou prove by this, that this is allowed? Beth Nitzah is quite a different case, for the men there were very careful. Abhin of Zephorus dragged a chair, along the floor on a Sabbath, in the marble hall in the presence of our Itzhak b. Elazar. Said the latter, if I should be silent toward thee, although this floor being marble, no depression can be made by the chair, and thou art not guilty of wrongdoing, as the colleagues were silent toward our Jehuda, my silence might be misconstrued, and people might think that this can be done on any floor, therefore I say that, this is prohibited in the marble hall as a precautionary measure, lest one do it in any other hall. The head man of the assembly room of Basra dragged a chair in the presence of Jeremiah the Great. Said the latter to him, according to whose decision dost thou this? According to our Simeon. Our Simeon, however, allowed large things only, to be dragged, if they could not be lifted, but we have never heard from him that he would allow this also with small ones. This teaching, however, differs with Ola's theory, who says the dispute was only concerning small things, for as to large ones there was no objection from any one. Mishnah 6. If one extinguishes a lamp because he is afraid of the officers of the government, 60 or of robbers, or of an evil spirit, 61 or in order that a sick person may be able to sleep, he is free. If he does this, however, to prevent damage to the lamp, or to save the oil or the wick, he is culpable. Our Jose declares the man free even in the latter cases, excepting, if he extinguished the lamp to save the wick, for in that case he caused a cinder to be formed. Gemara, from the fact that the second part of the Mishnah declares the man, who had extinguished the lamp to prevent damage, etc., culpable, it is evident that this regulation was made by our Jehuda. 62 Now, how is the first part to be understood? If it speaks of a sick person, whose illness is dangerous, it should not say, that the man who extinguishes the lamp to afford him rest, is free, but should say that he is allowed to do it, even intentionally. And if it speaks of one whose illness is not dangerous, the one who extinguished the lamp for him, ought to be declared in duty bound to bring a sin offering. Of a verity, the Tana speaks of a case of dangerous illness, and should have said, it is allowed to do so, but he used the term, free, merely, for the sake of euphony, because in the latter part, of the Mishnah, the expression, culpable, was necessary, therefore he taught in the first part of the Mishnah, also free. But have we not learned, our Ashi said, that, in order that a sick person may be able to sleep, one should not extinguish the lamp on the Sabbath, and if he did so he is not held culpable, though it is not allowed to be done intentionally? The teaching of our Ashi refers to sickness that is not dangerous, and is in accord with the opinion of our Simeon. The question, is it allowed to extinguish a lamp for the sake of a sick person on the Sabbath, was propounded to Tanhum of Navi. He began thus, 63, O thou Solomon! Where is thy wisdom? Where is thy folly? Thy words contradict not only the words of thy father, but also thine own utterance. Thy father David said, the dead do not praise God, P.S. CXV. 17, and thou sayest, I praise the dead that died long ago, ʻtæl 4. 2, and then again, a living dog fareth better than a dead lion, Ibid 9. 4, this presents no difficulty. That which David said, the dead do not praise God, means this: one must always occupy himself with study and with meritorious acts before his death, for as soon as he dies he is free of both, and the Holy One, blessed be he, receives no more praise from him. And the saying of Solomon, I praise the dead, etc. means, when Israel sinned in the desert, Moses stood up before the Lord and offered many prayers and propitiating invocations, but he received no answer. As soon, however, as he said, Remember Abraham, Isaac, and Israel, thy servants, Acts 32. 13, he was answered forthwith. Now did not Solomon say well, I praise the dead that have died long ago? In another way, this can be explained as follows: the custom is, if a man of flesh and blood issues a decree, it is doubtful whether the people will comply with it or not. If they comply with it while he lives they may disregard it after his death. Moses, our master, on the other hand, has issued many decrees and established many enactments, which stand unshaken forever. And now, did not Solomon say well, I praise the dead, etc.? Another explanation to the above verse may refer to the following legend, which was told by our Jehuda in the name of Rab. It is written, Psalms 86. 17, Display on me a sign for good, that those who hate me may see it, and be ashamed. So said David before the Holy One, blessed be he, Lord of the universe, forgive me the certain sin, with Bathsheba, 2 Samuel, 11. 3, and the Lord said, It is forgiven. He prayed again, display on me a sign to make it known. And the Lord said, This will not be done while you are alive, but it will be made known in the time of your son Solomon. After Solomon had built the temple and was about to enter the ark into the Holy of Holiness, the doors shut. Solomon had prayed 24 prayers with song, and was not answered. He then began, Psalms 24. 7, Be raised wide. And let the King of glory enter. The doors then ran after him and wanted to swallow him, saying, Who is the King of glory? And he said, The Lord strong and mighty. He then said, Ibid 9, 10. And still was not answered. Then he said, 2 Chron 6. 42, O Lord God! Remember the pious deeds of David thy servant. He was answered at once, and the faces of his enemies became as black as the outside of a pot, and Israel and all the people were then certain that the above-mentioned sin was forgiven to David. Hence did not Solomon say well, I praise the dead, etc. And this is what is written, 1 Kings 8. 66, on the 8th day. And they went unto their tents joyful, etc. And as to the above question, 64 I say this, a lamp is called ne, and the soul of man is called ne. 65 Let rather the ne which man has made, the lamp, be extinguished, than the ne, the soul, which belongs to the Holy One, blessed is he. It was said in the name of Rab, the sages wanted to conceal the book of Ecclesiastes because of its contradictory sayings. And it was not so done, because it begins with sound religious teachings and ends with similar teachings. It begins with the words, "What profit hath man by all his toil under the sun?" ʻtæl 3. Whereupon the school of Rabbinic said, "Under the sun, there is no profit, but there surely is, beyond the sun." And it ends with the words, "The conclusion of the matter is, fear God and observe his commands, for this is all there is for man." ʻtæl 12. 13. What does it mean? Said Elazar, it means, the whole world was created only for the sake of his fear of God. Rabbi Kahana said, that God-fearing man outweighs, in importance, the whole world. Simeon b. Azai, others say b. Zoma, said, the whole world was created only to provide him with assistance. I praise mirth, ʻtæl 8. 15. This means the righteous man rejoices when he performs a meritorious act. And of joy, what doth this do? ʻtæl 2. 2. Alludes to rejoicing that comes not through a heaven-pleasing deed. This teaches that the divine presence, Shekinah, comes not by sadness, by indolence, by hilarity, by levity, by gossip, or by senseless talk, but through rejoicing in a meritorious deed, as it is written, "Now bring me a minstrel," and when the minstrel played, the power of the Lord was upon him. 2 Kings 3. 15. Rabbah said, the same should be done, in order to enjoy good dreams. Jehuda says, the same should be done, to predispose oneself for legislative work, as Rabbah did. Before commencing to expound a halakha he introduced it with a simile and caused the masters to become joyful. Afterward, he sat down in the fear of the Lord and began to expound the halakha. It was taught that in the same time they also wanted to conceal the book of Proverbs on account of its contradictory sayings. And it was not done, because, they said, have we not scrutinized the book of Ecclesiastes and found the meaning of its contradictory sayings? Let us then search deeply here, in the book of Proverbs, also. Which are the contradictory sayings? It says, answer not the fool according to his folly, Prov 26. 4, and then again, answer the fool in his folly, Ibid v. 5. Yet this is no contradiction, the latter refers to a subject of learning, the former saying to a subject of indifferent talk. How is the subject of learning here to be understood? In the following manner. Gamaliel lectured, in the future, woman will bear a child every day, for thus it is written, she conceived and gave birth at a time. J. 31. 7. A disciple laughed at this and said, there is no new thing under the sun, ʻtæl 9. Said Gamaliel, come, I will show thee such a thing in the world, and he showed him a hen. The same rabbi lectured, in the future trees will bear every day, for it is written, it will produce branches and bear fruit, Ezek 17. 2:31, as branches are produced for every day, so also will fruit be brought forth every day. Again the disciple laughed and said, there is no new thing under the sun. Said the master to him, come, I will show thee a thing of this kind in the world, and he showed him a caper tree. He lectured also, the land of Israel will in the future produce ready cakes and garments, explaining the first part of verse 16 of Psalm 72. To that effect. The disciple again laughed at him, but he showed him that ready meats are produced in the shape of mushrooms, and ready garments grow in the shape of many colored fibers that cover the young date trees. The rabbis taught, a man should always be as modest as Hillel, and not as impulsive as Shammai. It once happened that two men laid a wager of 400 zuz, which would be won by him who could provoke Hillel to anger, but lost if he failed in the attempt. This happened on Friday, while the sage was bathing his head. The man who undertook the task went to Hillel's door and cried, who is Hillel here? Who is Hillel here? 66 The rabbi threw a mantle over his shoulders and went out to meet him. What desirest thou, my son? He asked. I have a question to ask, the man replied. Ask, my son, ask, said the rabbi. Why are the Babylonians round-headed? Asked the man. This is an important question, my son. The reason is that they have no skilled midwives in Babylon, answered Hillel. An hour later the man came again calling, Who is Hillel here? Who is Hillel here? The rabbi came out again and said, What desirest thou, my son? I have a question to ask, the man said. Ask, my son, ask, said Hillel. Why have the Talmudites oval eyes? This is a very important question, my son. The Talmudites live in a sandy land and must always keep their eyes half closed. An hour later the man came again in his insolent manner, and said again that he had a question to ask. Hillel in his quiet manner again encouraged him. Why do the Africans have large feet? He asked. Because they live in a swampy land, answered Hillel. I have many more questions to ask, but I am afraid lest thou get angry, continued the man. Hillel wrapped himself in his mantle and sat down, saying, Ask, my son, all the questions thou desirest. Art thou Hillel, who is titled a prince in Israel? Asked the man. Yes, my son, answered the rabbi. If thou art the man, may there not be many like thee in Israel? Why so, my son? Because thou makest me lose 400 zuz. Said Hillel to him, Take care of thy temper. A Hillel is worthy that twice that amount be lost through him. A Hillel must not get excited. The rabbis taught. A Gentile once came before Shammai and asked, How many laws have you? 2 laws, the written and the oral law, answered Shammai. I believe thee as regards the written law, but I do not believe thee as to the oral law, said the Gentile. I will be converted to Judaism on condition that thou teach me the written law. Shammai rebuked him and drove him away. He then came to Hillel with the same plea, and Hillel accepted him. He began teaching him the alphabet in regular sequence. The next day he taught him the letters backward. You did not teach me so yesterday, the man objected. I, my son, must thou not repose confidence in me? Thou must likewise repose confidence in the oral law, which appears at first sight different from the written law. Another Gentile came to Shammai saying, Convert me on the condition that thou teach me the whole Torah while I stand on 1 foot. Shammai pushed him away with the builder's measure he held in his hand. He thereupon came to Hillel, and the latter accepted him. He told him, What is hateful to thee, do not unto thy fellow, this is the whole law. All the rest is a commentary to this law, go and learn it. Another Gentile once heard a Jewish teacher instructing his class about the vestments of the high priest. He took a fancy to that, and thought he would accept Judaism in order to be made a high priest. Thus he appeared before Shammai and said, Convert me on the condition that I be made a high priest. Shammai pushed him away with the builder's measure he held in his hand. He came to Hillel, with the same request, and the latter accepted him. Said Hillel to him, Do people select a king unless he knows the laws of their government? Thou must study the laws of our government, if thou wilt become a high priest. The convert began studying Torah. When he came to the passage, A stranger who comes near, to the vessels of the sanctuary, shall die, Num, 51, he asked, To whom does this passage refer? Hillel answered, To any one, who is not a descendant of Aaron the high priest, even if he would be David, the king of Israel. Then the proselyte made the following deduction, If the people of Israel, who are called the children of the Lord, so that out of love to them the Omnipotent said, My firstborn son is Israel, X 4. 22, if of them it is written, A stranger that comes nigh shall die, the more so must it be with an insignificant stranger, who is come, within the pale of Judaism, merely with his staff and his bag. He went before Shammai and said, Am I qualified to become a high priest? Is it not written, Num, 3. 10, A stranger that comes nigh shall die? He then appeared before Hillel and said, For thy equanimity of temper, O Hillel. May blessings be upon thy head, for thou hast gathered me in under the wings of the Shekinah. The 3 converts met some time later, and said, The impulsiveness of Shammai came near sending us adrift in the world, outside of the pale of religion. Hillel's equanimity of temper gathered us in under the wings of the Shekinah. Resh Lakish said, What does the verse, The trust of thy times shall be the strength of salvation, wisdom, and knowledge, etc., Isa. 33. 6, what does this mean? I think that this can be a biblical support to the 6 divisions of the Mishnah which we possess. 67. The trust comes within the section of zeraim, seeds, thy times, in mode, festivals, strength, in nazim, women, salvation, in nezikin, jurisprudence, wisdom, in kodashim, holiness, and knowledge, in section, taharith, purity. And yet, the fear of the Lord is his treasure, i.e., all these do not avail where there is not the fear of the Lord. 68. Rabbah said, when a man comes before the divine judgment, he is asked, hast thou traded in good faith? Missed thou apportioned regular times for study? Hast thou produced children? Didst thou hope for salvation? Hast thou discussed subjects of wisdom? Hast thou formed logical conclusions from the things thou hast learned? After all this, if he can affirm all these questions, if he possessed the fear of the Lord, it was well, if not, it was not so. This is like a man who ordered his agent to store a measure of wheat in the attic. The agent did so. Then the man asked him whether he had mixed some dry dust with the wheat, for protection against weevils, and he answered nay. It were better, said the merchant, if thou hadst not stored it. Rabbi B.R. Huna said, a man who possesses learning, but has no fear of heaven, is like the manager of a palace, who has the keys to the inside apartments, but lacks the one which opens the outside gate. How can he enter? Janae proclaimed, alas for him who has no dwelling, yet strives to make the door of a dwelling. Jehudah said, the Holy One, blessed be he, created the world only for the purpose that man should fear him, for it is written, God hath so made it, that men should fear him. Eccle 3. 14. Simon and Eleazar were sitting together as Jacob b. Aha came passing by. Said one of them, come, let us arise before him, for he is a man that fears sins. Said the other, Aye, let us arise before him, for he is a son of enlightenment, a scholar. Said the former, I tell thee that he is a man that is afraid of sins, and thou sayest he is a scholar. Thou shouldst be mindful of what Eleazar said, the Holy One, blessed be he, has nothing better in the world than men who possess the fear of heaven, for thus it is written, and now, Israel, what doth the Lord thy God require of thee, but to fear the Lord thy God, Dut. X. 12. Bulla lectured, what does the passage mean, be not wicked over much, Eccle 7. 17. Is it allowed to be wicked at all? Nay, but the passage means this, if one has eaten garlic and has acquired a bad odor, he must not eat more garlic because the bad odor is about him already. Rabbi B.R. Bulla lectured, it is written, for there are no fetters in them, but their strength is firm, Psalms 73. 4. The Holy One, blessed be he, said, it is not enough that the wicked do not trouble for nor fear the day of their death, but that their heart within them is as strong as a strong fortress. Which is similar to Rabbah's explanation of the passage, this is their way, their folly, Ibid 49. 14. The wicked know that their manner of living leads them to death, and still their kidneys wax fat, implying their blindness to the fact. Perhaps thou wilt attribute this to their forgetfulness. Therefore it is written, what will happen after their lives is the subject of their sayings, whence we conclude that while they do not repent, they continually speak of their death. To spare the lamp, etc. With whom does Hosea agree? If he agrees with Jehudah, he should declare culpable even these, and if he agrees with Simeon, he should declare free even the man who extinguishes the lamp, for the purpose of saving the wick. Said Ola, by all means Hosea agrees with Jehudah, but he holds that if one destroys in order to rebuild in the same place, he is guilty of the act of breaking, but if one destroys, not intending to rebuild in the same place, he is not guilty of breaking. Johanan, however, maintains that he holds as Simeon, but in the case of this wick it is different, as Hamnona or Ada b. Ahaba interpreted our Mishnah that it reads, from a wick which needs singeing, and it is such a case. Simeon also agrees that it is prohibited because it is considered that he repairs a vessel. Said Rabbah, It seems that this explanation is right, as the Mishnah states, to be formed, and not a cinder is formed, already. Mishnah 7. For 3 sins women die of childbirth, for negligence, of the laws, during their menstruation, neglect of separating the first dough, and for neglecting to light the Sabbath lamp. Gemara, why so? Thus a Galilean master lectured before our Hista, the Holy One, blessed be he, says, I have created you with power of blood, I have warned you concerning blood, I have called you, the first produce, J. 2, 3, and charged you to sacrifice the first of your dough, Num. 16. 21, the soul that I gave you is called a light, and I have charged you concerning the Sabbath, light. If you observe these things, it is well, if not, I shall take your souls. But why should this happen at the time of childbirth? Said Rabbah, when the ox falls or is felled, it is time to sharpen the knife. 69 And when are the sins of men passed upon? Said Resh Lakish, when they pass a dangerous place that is like a bridge, which is unsafe. Rab would not embark on a ship that carried an idolater. Said he, his time to be punished may come, and I, being on the same vessel, may have to suffer with him. Samuel, however, would go to sea only on a vessel which carried idolaters, saying, Satan hardly ever metes out punishment to 2 people, of different beliefs. Archijane always examined a vessel before he embarked. This he did in conformity with his own theory elsewhere, for thus he taught, a man should never place himself in danger, expecting that a miracle will be wrought for him, for it may be that no such miracle will be wrought, and if a miracle is wrought for him, it will be deducted from the reward due his merits in the world to come. And Hanin said, where is this to be found in the scripture? From the verse, I am not worthy of all thy kindness and of all thy truth, Gen 32. 11. Zerah would never walk under date trees in stormy weather. Itzhak b. Jehudah said, a man must always pray that he should not become sick, for if sickness befall him, he must be possessed of special virtues in order to get well again. And to the question of Mar Ukba, is this to be found in the scripture? He was told that the school of Ishmael maintains the passage in question is to be taken from Deuteronomy 22. 8, viz. Peradventure one may fall down from there. The word Hanaphel, which is in the past tense and implies that he has fallen down, although such a case had not happened as yet, is simply a matter of conjecture on the part of this school, which considered a predestined thing as a matter that had already occurred, because the fall was already predestined for the guilty person, as it is said, the reward of virtue is, however, brought about by a meritorious person, while the chastisement for sin is dealt out through a sinner, and his not making a railing around his roof constitutes him a guilty person. Cdut. 22, 8. The rabbis taught, he who becomes sick, death approaching should be told to confess his sins, for all those who are to suffer the death penalty must make a confession. When a man goes out to a market, where there are always dangerous people in the crowd, he should consider himself like one arrested by a sergeant. When his head aches, he should consider himself as one put in prison. If he cannot rise from his bed, he should consider himself as one indicted before Gardam, a criminal court. If B has good advocates to defend him, he may go free, if not, he cannot be saved. The defending attorneys of a man, before divine justice, are penitence and good deeds. If there should be 999 accusers against him and only one to plead in his favor, he is saved, as it is written, if there be a messenger with him, an interpreter, one among 1,000 to show unto man his uprightness, then he is gracious unto him, etc. Job 33. 23. Eliezer b. Jose the Galilean said, even if only 1,000th part of one advocate out of 1,000 plead in the man's favor, although the rest speak against him, he is saved, because it is said, one defender out of 1,000 suffices. There is a Beratha, Simeon b. Gamaliel said, the laws of holy offerings, heave offerings, and tithes are integral parts of the Torah, and yet their observance was entrusted to the common people. There is another Beratha, Nathan says, for the sin of vows one's wife dies, as it is written, Proverbs 22. 27, Why should he take away thy bed from under thee? 70 Another Beratha states, Nehemiah said, the penalty for the sin of hating without cause is strife at home. The wife of the sinner gives birth before her time, his sons and daughters die young. Eleazar b. Jehuda says, the penalty for the sin of neglecting the first dough is, no blessing in the harvest, high prices, for necessities, the consumption of the seed by strangers, but if this portion is given, blessings will surely follow, as it is written, the first of your dough shall you give to the priest, to cause a blessing to rest on thy house. Ez. 44. 30. The penalty for the sin of neglecting heave offerings and tithes is, the sky withholds rain and dew, dearth comes on, there are no prophets, and men run about to earn a livelihood, but they do not succeed. But if these offerings are given, blessings will come, as it is written, bring ye all the tithes into the storehouse, etc. And prove me but herewith, saith the Lord of hosts, if I will not open for you the windows of heaven, and pour out for you a blessing until there be more than enough. Mal 3. 10. The penalty for the sin of robbery is, locust pestilence, famine comes, and the people feed on the flesh of their children, as it is written, Amos 4. 1-7, Q.V. For the sins of curbing, perverting, and polluting justice, and of neglecting the law, the sword comes on, enemies take much spoil, the people eat and are never satisfied, and they must weigh the bread they eat, i.e., eat in small portions, for fear that nothing be left for the next meal, as it is written, Leviticus 26. 25. Avenging the quarrel of my covenant, and covenant is synonymous with the law, as it is written, Jeremiah 33. 25. Thus hath said the Lord, etc. For the sins of unnecessary and false swearing, perjury, blasphemy, and desecration of the Sabbath, many wild beasts come and domestic cattle are destroyed, the population decreases, and the roads are bare, without travelers, as it is written, Leviticus 26. 18 to the end of the paragraph. For the sin of bloodshed the sanctuary is laid waste and Shekinah departs from Israel, as it is written, Numbers 35. 34. And ye shall not render unclean the land which ye inhabit, in the midst of which I dwell, for I, the Lord, dwell in the midst of the children of Israel, which signifies that if ye render it unclean, the Shekinah will depart from the land. For the sins of adultery, idolatry, and disregard of the laws of the Sabbatic and Jubilee years exile comes, and other nations take up the place of the exiles, as it is written, Leviticus 18. And 27. For the sin of defiling the mouth, speaking indecent things, great oppressions and evil decrees are constantly renewed, young men die, orphans and widows cry for help, but are not answered, as it is written, Isaiah 9, end of verse 16, for all this his anger is not turned away and his hand still remaineth stretched out, which is explained by our Hanan b. Abba as follows, all know for what purpose a bride marries, still, he who defiles his mouth, by speaking of its details, even if a happy life of 70 years is decreed for him, the decree is turned aside. Rabbi B. Sheila in the name of our Hista says, Gehenna is made deep for him who defiles his mouth, as it is written, Proverbs 22. 14. Our Naaman B. Isaac says, it is made deep even for the one who listens to indecent talk, and does not protest against it, Ibid. 15. Our Ashia says, he who abuses himself, by masturbation, becomes afflicted with wounds and boils, not only this, but he is punished with dropsy. 71. Our Naaman b. Itzhak says dropsy is an evidence of sin. Samuel the little took sick with it, and he said, Lord of the universe, who will prove that I am not guilty of immoral conduct? Hereupon he got well again. Abai took sick with it. Said Rabbah, I know that the Naamanite, son of Naaman, starves himself. The rabbis taught, there are 4 evidences, an evidence of sin is dropsy, an evidence of hate without cause is jaundice, an evidence of pride is poverty, an evidence of calumny, spreading evil reports about others, is croup. The sickness of croup becomes epidemic for the sin of neglecting to give tithes, but our Eleazar b. Jose said, only for the sin of calumny. Our Jehuda, our Jose, and our Simeon were sitting in Jehuda, the son of proselytes, sat before them. Jehudah opened the conversation, saying, "How beautiful are the works of this nation, the Romans. They have established markets, they have built bridges, they have opened bathing houses." Jose said nothing, but Simeon b. Johai said, "All these things they have instituted for their own sake. Their markets are gathering places for harlots, they have built baths for the purpose of indulging themselves in their comforts, they have built bridges to collect tolls from those who cross them." Jehudah, the son of proselytes, went and reported this conversation, and it came to the ears of the government. Said, the rulers, Jehudah, who has praised our doings, shall be promoted, Jose, who said nothing, shall be exiled to Sepphoris, Simeon, who spoke disparagingly, shall be put to death. Simeon and his son then went and hid themselves in the college, and their wives brought them every day some bread and a pitcher of water, and they ate. When the decree became imperative, he said to his son, "Women are of a pliant disposition. They, the government agents, will perhaps trouble them, and they, the women, will reveal our whereabouts." They then went and hid themselves in a cave. A miracle occurred, that a date tree and a spring of water came out for them. They stripped themselves naked and sat down covered with sand up to their necks. Thus they sat all day studying, only at the time of prayer they put on their garments, and after performing their devotion they took them off again for fear they might wear them out. In this wise they spent 12 years in their cave. Elijah then came to the opening of the cave and said, "Who will inform the son of Johai that the Caesar, governor, is dead and his decree is annulled?" Hereupon they left the cave. They then went forth and saw men who were plowing and sowing grain. Said Simeon, "These people leave the works which lead to everlasting life and occupy themselves with worldly things." After this every place where they chanced to turn their eyes was burned. Suddenly a bath-coal, heavenly voice, was heard, which said unto them, "Have ye come to destroy my world? Go, return to your cave." They returned and stayed in the cave another 12 months, saying the punishment of the wicked in Gehenna only lasts 12 months. At the end of that time came again the heavenly voice and said, "Go out of the cave," and they came out. And Simeon said to his son, "It is enough for this world that I and you are occupied with the study of the Torah and with good deeds." This happened on a Friday near sunset. They saw a man hurrying with 2 bunches of myrtle in his hand. "What are they for?" they asked him. "To honor the Sabbath," was the reply. "Would not 1 bunch be enough?" "Nay, 1 is for the command, remember, 72 the other for the command, observe," said the man. Said Simeon to his son, "Behold, how Israel loves the commands of God." This reassured them. Simeon's father-in-law, Pinhas b. Yair, heard that they were coming, and went to meet them. He took them to the bathhouse. While Simeon was cleaning his own body, Pinhas noticed that it was full of blisters. Tears ran from his eyes when he saw this, and, the tears falling upon the flesh of his son-in-law, caused Simeon pain. Said Pinhas, "Woe unto me, that I see thee in this state." Simeon rejoined, "Well unto thee, that thou sayest me so, for if thou hadst not seen me in this state thou couldst not find in me all the learning that thou canst find in me now." Mishnah 8. One must say 3 things in his house on Friday, when it is getting dark. Viz. Have you set aside the tithes, from the fruit, which is to be eaten on the Sabbath? Have you put up the arub, and light ye the lamp? When one is in doubt whether darkness has set in, he must not separate tithes from fruit of which he is certain that tithes had not been set aside, and he shall not put vessels under process of lavation, 73 and he shall not light a lamp any more. But he may set aside tithes from fruit of which he is not certain that tithes have been set aside, and he may put up the arub and also put his victuals into the stove for the purpose of keeping them warm. Gemara, whence is this deduced? Said Joshua b. Levi, from Job v. 24, "Thou shalt know that peace is in thy tent, and shalt examine thy dwelling, that thou mayest not sin." Rabbi b. R. Huna said, "Although the masters have taught that one must say 3 things, etc., yet he ought to say them quietly, in order that, his family, should accept them from him, in good grace. Said Ashi, I have not heard of this saying of Rabbi Huna before, yet I have always done so as a matter of common sense. Does not the text contradict itself? It states, one must say 3 things, etc., when it is getting dark. This implies that if he is in doubt whether it is getting dark or whether darkness has already set in, he cannot say it any longer. In the latter part, however, it says, if he is in doubt, etc., he may put up an erub. Said Aba in the name of Hayabi Ashi, quoting Rab, it presents no difficulty. In the first part it speaks of an erub of Tekem, that marks the boundary of 2,000 ells around the city, where it is allowed for one to walk on Sabbath. In the latter part it speaks of an erub by which the neighbors of adjoining courts make common cause. Rabbah said, the rabbis have prohibited putting victuals among things, that preserve but, that do not increase the heat after dark, for fear lest one find them too cold and be tempted to make them boil. Said Abai to him, if such is the case, why did they not enact the same prohibition for the time, when it is twilight also? Answered Rabbah, at that time the pots are generally boiling hot. Rabbah said again, why was it said that one must not put victuals among things that increase the heat, when it is yet day, for fear lest one put them in cinders where there are yet live coals? Said Abai to him, what harm is there? Let him do so. And he answered, it may be feared lest he be tempted to stir the burning coals. The rabbis taught, which is the time of twilight. When the sun sets and the eastern sky is red, when the lower edge of a cloud is dark, while the upper part is not yet dark, but when the upper edge of such a cloud is as dark as the lower, night has set in. So says Jehudah. Nehemiah says, the duration of twilight is the time one takes to walk half a mile from the moment the sun sets. Hosea says, twilight is like the twinkling of an eye, the one, day, goes out, the other, night, comes in, and it is impossible to determine it. And each of them is in accordance with his theory elsewhere, as it was taught, what is the duration of twilight? Rabbah in the name of Jehudah, quoting Samuel, said, the time it takes to walk, 3/4 of a mile, and Joseph said in the name of the same authority, 2/3 of a mile. The difference between them is half a donka. The contrary is the case when a beehive is concerned. In that case Rabbah said, a beehive of 2 cors 74 one may move on the Sabbath, of 3, one shall not. Joseph, however, said that one may move even a hive of 3 cors, but one of 4 is forbidden. Said Abai, I have inquired of the master at the time of the deed, and he did not even permit me to move one of 2 cors. Rabbah saw that Abai was, one Friday, looking toward the east, to calculate the duration of twilight. Said he to him, dost thou think the master spoke of the sky in the east? They spoke of an object in the east that reflects the red sky, of the west, like a window, placed eastward of the setting sun. It takes one to walk half a mile. Said Hanina, if one wishes to know the time according to Nehemiah's calculation, he should leave the sun, see it set, on the top of Carmel, a certain mountain peak on the sea coast, go down, dive into the sea, and go up the mountain again. This will give him the exact time. Jehudah, however, in the name of Samuel said, to know the exact time of twilight may be fixed thus. If only 1 star can be seen in the sky, it is yet day, if 2 stars, it is twilight, 3 stars, it is night. And so also we have learned plainly in a Beretha with the addition, said Hosea, the stars mentioned do not mean the big stars, that can be seen in daytime, and not the small stars, which cannot easily be seen at night, but stars of medium size. Hosea Zabita said, if one, unintentionally, performs work on both times of twilight, Friday and Sabbath, he must certainly bring a sin offering, because at one of both times it was certainly Sabbath. Rabbah said to his servant, you, who are not an expert in the scholarly calculation of time, must light the Sabbath lamp when you see the last rays of sun on top of the trees. In cloudy weather how shall it be? The lamp must be lit, in the city when the hens go to roost, in the field, when the ravens fly to roost or when the mallow shrub 75, inclines its head to the west. The rabbis taught, 6 times was the signal blown on Friday, the first time to stop work in the field, the second to stop it in the city and in the stores, the third time to light the lamps. So said our Nathan. Our Jehuda the prince says that the third time is sounded to take off the phylacteries. Then, the beetle, waits about as long as is required to bake a small fish, or for bread to cleave to the oven, and he sounds again the 3 tones 76 of the signal in succession for the Sabbath, that is already come. Our Simeon b. Gamaliel said, What shall we do with the Babylonians? They sound the signal first, and then blow the trumpet. From the moment the trumpet is sounded they cease work. They do so because it is with them a matter of inherited custom. Our Jehuda taught his son, our Itzhak, the third, sounding was a signal, to light the lamp. This agrees with the ruling of our Nathan. At the school of our Ishmael it was taught, 6 times the signal is sounded on Friday. When the first sounding begins, those who are in the field stop plowing and harrowing and all field work. At the entrance to the city those who are near must wait until the distant, farmers, come, so that they enter the city all together. The stores are yet open, and the stalls, upon which wares are laid out, are as yet in their places. As soon as the second sounding begins, the stalls are cleared and the stores closed. The warm victuals, prepared for the Sabbath, and the pots are as yet upon the hearth. As soon as the third sounding begins the pots are taken off the hearth, the warm victuals are put in the stove, and the lamps are lighted. Then, the beetle, waits about as long as it is required to bake a small fish or for bread to cleave to the oven, and he sounds trumpets and sounds the signal again and rests. Said our Jose b. our Hanina, I have heard that if one wants to light up after the 6 signals he may do so, for the rabbis have allowed some time to the beetle to take his shapar, horn, to the house, after the 6 signals. Said the schoolmen to him, if such were the case, the subject would depend on various measurements of time. Nay, but the beetle has a concealed place upon the roof, where he sounds the shapar, and puts away his instrument, as soon as he has used it, because neither a shapar nor a fife may be handled, when the Sabbath is come. But have we not learned that a shapar may be handled, but a fife may not? Says our Joseph, this is not contradictory. Our case is that of a shapar belonging to the community, the case adduced treated of one that belongs to a private party, therefore it is permissible. Said Abai, why may a shapar that is private property be handled? Because it is sometimes used for taking up water, to give a child drink, let one that is public property also be allowed to handle, because it may be used in the same manner. Furthermore, was it not taught, as a shapar may be handled, so also may the fife be handled? According to whose ruling is this? There is no contradiction in all this. The one, that a shapar may be handled, but not a fife, is according to the ruling of our Jehuda. The other, that both may be handled, is according to the ruling of our Simeon. The third, that neither should be handled, is according to the ruling of our Nehemiah. And what is a shapar? The same as a fife, as our Hista says, since the sanctuary was destroyed the names have become changed, a shapar is called a fife, and a fife is called a shapar. 3. Regulations concerning stoves, hearths, and ovens. Mishnah I. Cooked victuals may be put on a stove that was heated with straw or stubble. If the stove was heated with the pulp of poppy seed, i.e., poppy seed from which the oil was pressed out, or with wood, cooked victuals may not be put upon it, unless the live coals were taken out or covered with ashes. Beth Shammai says, the latter instance is permissible only in the case of victuals that are to be kept warm, but not of such as are improved by continued cooking. Beth Hillel says, both alike are permitted. Beth Shammai says, victuals may be taken off the stove, but not put back upon it. Beth Hillel permits it. Gemara, the schoolmen propounded a question, as for the expression, shall not be put, does it, referring to a pot that has been taken off the stove, mean one shall not put it back, but if it has not been taken off, it may be left there, even if the live coals were not cleared away or covered with ashes? Or does it mean that the pot should not be left there, even if it was standing there before, unless the live coals have been cleared out or damped, so much the more should it not be put there if it was once taken off? Come and hear. There being two parts in our Mishnah, if the point of controversy is the leaving of the victuals on the stove, if they were there before, the Mishnah is to be explained thus: on the stove that was heated with straw or with stubble the victuals may be left, on a stove that was heated with pressed poppy seed or with wood, the victuals may be left only if the live coals were taken out or covered with ashes. What kind of victuals may be left there? According to Beth Shammai, such as are to be kept warm, but not such as improve by cooking. And according to Beth Hillel, both. Thus the point of controversy is the leaving of the victuals that had been on the stove before. And as the two schools differ in this matter, so do they also differ in their opinions concerning putting them back upon the stove if they were once taken off. But if you interpret the Mishnah to make the returning of the victuals to the stove the point of their differing, viz. what kind of victuals should be returned to the stove, according to the former such as are to be kept warm, but not such as improve by cooking, and according to the latter, both. If you put such a construction upon the text of the Mishnah, to what purpose is it repeated? Beth Shammai says, etc. It may be said even that they differ concerning putting back, and nevertheless there is no difficulty, as the Mishnah is not complete, and should read thus: if the stove was heated. But if they stood there before, they may be left there, even if the live coals are not taken out or covered with ashes. And what may be left? Beth Shammai says only such as are to be kept warm, and Beth Hillel says even victuals requiring cooking, but even in the case of returning the victuals to the stove, if they have been removed, there is still a difference of opinion between the two schools, for according to the former they may be only taken off, and according to the latter they may be returned also. Come 77 and here. Our Helbo in the name of our Hamabi Gorian, quoting Rab, said, the Mishnah speaks only about putting the victuals upon the stove, but as to putting them into the stove it is surely prohibited. Now, if thou sayest the dispute is about returning the pot to the stove, this remark is correct, for there is a difference to what place it is returned, whether into the stove or upon it, but if the question were about keeping it on the stove while it is there, what difference would it make? Do you think our Helbo's report refers to the first part of the Mishnah? It refers to the second part, in which Beth Hillel allows it to be returned, and to this he says, even in this case, upon the stove it is permissible, but not into the stove. The schoolmen propounded a question: may a pot with victuals be placed so as to touch the side of the stove? Does the prohibition which holds good for putting it into or upon the stove apply also here, or is touching its side a different case? Come and hear. A stove that was heated with pressed poppy seed or wood may be used to put a pot alongside of, but not on, unless the live coals were taken out or covered with ashes. If the coals get dim or fine huds were put upon them, they are considered as if their fire was damped with ashes. Our Itzhak B. Namani in the name of our Ashi says, if the fire was damped and still it got a glowing, victuals that are sufficiently warm, and cooked meats that require no more cooking, may be left standing upon it. Is it to be inferred from this that, if victuals are improved by shriveling upon the fire, they may be left there? This is a different case, for the fire was damped. If such is the case, what came our Itzhak to teach? Lest one say that if the fire got to glowing again, it is to be considered as a fire originally started. Our Itzhak lets us know that, when once a fire has been damped, we need have no further scruples about letting the victuals remain on it. Our Shesheth said in the name of our Johanan, victuals that require additional warming or additional cooking may be left upon a stove that was heated with pressed poppy seed or with wood, but if they were once removed, they shall not be replaced unless the live coals were taken out or covered with ashes. He was of the opinion that our Mishnah treats of replacing a removed pot, but allows a pot that was not removed to be left on the stove, even if the live coals are not taken out or covered with ashes. Said Rabbah, were not both propositions expounded in the Borethoth that were cited? Aye, but our Shesheth merely wishes to exhibit his construction of the text of the Mishnah. Our Samuel B. Jehudah in the name of our Johanan said, upon a stove that was heated with pressed poppy seed or wood, victuals may be left standing, if they are sufficiently warmed and sufficiently cooked, even if shriveling improves them. Said one of the schoolmen to him, did not Rab and Samuel both say that if shriveling improves them, it is not allowed? And he answered, I said this in the name of R. Johanan and not in the name of the above mentioned, as I am aware of it. R. Uqba of Mizhan said to R. Ashi, you, who cherish the teachings of Rab and Samuel, may follow their regulation, but we will follow the regulation of R. Johanan. Abai questioned R. Joseph, may victuals be left on the stove? And he answered, did not R. Jehudah leave victuals on the stove, and eat them afterward? Rejoined Abai, the case of R. Jehudah cannot be taken into consideration. He was stricken with a dangerous disease, and for him even, the cooking of victuals, on the Sabbath was permitted, but I ask about, healthy men like, you and me. R. Joseph answered, in Surah they do leave. As R. Naaman b. Itzhak, who was exemplary in following religious ordinances, was wont to leave and to eat. R. Ashi said, I was standing before R. Huna and observed that fried fish was kept, warm, for him and he ate it, but I know not whether, he did it, because he thought that victuals which improve by shriveling are allowed, or whether he thought that, because there was flour on his fish, continuous warming did not improve it. R. Naaman said, victuals, that improve by shriveling must not, be left on the stove, such as deteriorate may. The rule is that all victuals which contain flour deteriorate by continuous warming. R. Hayab Abba was questioned, if one forgot his pot and left it upon the stove, and the victuals were thus cooked on the Sabbath, may he eat them or not? The master gave no answer. The next time he lectured, victuals cooked on the Sabbath unintentionally may be eaten, intentionally not, but, as regards the pot that is forgotten on the stove, it makes no difference. What does the phrase, it makes no difference, mean? Rabbah and R. Joseph both say that the phrase implies that it may be eaten, for one who cooks acts intentionally, but when forgotten there was no act, and therefore he may eat it. But R. Naaman b. Isaac says the above phrase of, it makes no difference, implies a prohibition. In the case of cooking there is no fear of craft, therefore if he has done it unintentionally, he is not fined, but in the case of forgetting, the pot in the fire, craft may be feared. It means that he may put it in intentionally saying that he forgot, and therefore even if he actually forgets he is not allowed to eat the victuals. The schoolmen propounded a question, what about one who had intentionally left his victuals upon the stove? Do the rabbis fine him or not? Come and hear. Samuel b. Nathan in the name of R. Hanina said, when R. Jose went to Zipporus, he found warm meats that had been left upon the stove, and he did not prohibit their use, but shriveled eggs that had been left upon the stove he prohibited. Shall we not assume that he forbade their use even on that Sabbath as a fine? Nay, he forbade their use for the following Sabbath. From this is to be inferred that shriveled eggs improve by continuous heating. As our Hama b. Hanina said, Rabbi and I were once stopping at a certain place. We were treated with eggs shriveled like wild pears, and we ate many of them. It may also be put back. R. Shesheth said, the Tana who holds that the pot may also be put back, upon the stove, allows this, to be done, even on the Sabbath. R. Ashia is also of the same opinion, for thus he said, we were once standing before our Haya the Great, we served him with a bowl of warm soup, which was brought from the lower floor of the house, and we mixed a cup of wine for him, and, afterward, we returned it, the bowl, to its place, and he said nothing. And our Haya in the name of our Johanan said, even if, the warm pot taken off from the stove, was put upon the ground, it may, still be put back on the stove. The same is the case with an egg, the settling completes. Nor shall it be wrapped, etc. Now, the Mishnah which states, cooked victuals may be put into a pit for preservation, drinking water into cold bad water to cool, cold victuals in the sun to warm. Shall we assume that it is in accordance with our Jose and not with the sages? Said our Naaman, as to the heat of the sun, all agree that it is allowed, the outcome of heating by fire, all agree that it is prohibited. The point of their differing is the outcome of sun heating. The one master holds that the use of such heat is prohibited for fear lest one use also the heat that is generated by fire, the other master does not impose such a precautionary measure. It happened that the inhabitants of Tiberias, etc. R. Hista said, with the prohibition by the rabbis of the act of the Tiberians they have also abolished the permission to heat on Friday, even when it is yet day, in such places as increase heat. Said Ola, the halakha prevails according to the Tiberians. Rejoined Naaman, the Tiberians themselves have already destroyed their pipes. Washing with warm water, how is this to be understood? The whole body? Is this prohibited only with water that was warmed on Sabbath? Is it not the same even when it was warmed on the eve of Sabbath? As the following Baratha states, with water which was warmed on the eve of Sabbath, on the morrow one may wash his face, hands, and feet, but not the whole body. And if it means the face, etc., how is the latter part to be understood? If it was warmed on a feast day, etc. Shall we then assume that our Mishnah states in accordance with Beth Shammai, as they so state plainly elsewhere, to which the Beth Hillel opposed and permitted? Said our Ika Hanina, our Mishnah treats of washing the entire body, and it is in accordance with the Tana of the following Baratha, one shall not rinse his entire body, on the Sabbath, either with warm or with cold water. So is the decree of our Meir, but our Simeon permits this. Our Hista says their dispute concerns only water that is, in the ground, but water contained in a vessel is strictly prohibited. Rabba B. Hannah in the name of our Johanan said, the halakha prevails according to our Jehuda. Said our Joseph to him, didst thou hear this explicitly, or dost thou derive it by inference, from a similar teaching? I have heard it explicitly, he answered. It was taught, if water was warmed on Friday, Rab said one may wash his entire body in it on the next day, every member separately, i.e., not plunge into it at once. Samuel, however, said, it was not allowed but of the face, hands, and feet. And the following Baratha supports Samuel, if water was warmed on Friday, one may wash his face, hands, and feet with it on the following day, but not his entire body, even member by member, and so much less with water warmed on a feast day. Said Arth Joseph to Abai, did Rabbah not act according to the decisions of Rab? I know not, he answered. The rabbis taught, a bathhouse, the openings of which were stopped up on Friday, so that the heat should not escape, may be used for bathing immediately after the Sabbath is over. If its openings were stopped up on the eve of a feast day, one may, on the next day, enter it to have a sweat, but he must leave it and rinse his hands in an adjoining room. Arch Jehuda said, it happened in a bathhouse of the city of Bnei Barak, that its openings were stopped up on the eve of a feast day. The next day our Eleazar Azariah and our Akiba entered it and took a sweat, then they left it and rinsed their bodies in the adjoining room, but the warm water in it had been covered with boards. When the report of this reached the masters they said, even if the warm water had not been covered with boards, they were also allowed to do so. However, since transgressing began to increase, they began to prohibit. In bathhouses of large cities one may walk about without fear of people saying that he went to take a sweat. What does the expression, transgressing, mean? As our Simeon Potsi in the name of our. The rabbis taught, one may warm a sponging cloth and put it upon his bowels, on the Sabbath, but he must not do so with a boiling hot vessel, for this is dangerous even on weekdays. The rabbis taught, one may put a pitcher of water before a blazing fire, not to warm it, but to temper the coldness of the water. Our Judah said, a woman may put an oil flask before a blazing fire, not to boil it, but merely to temper it. Our Simeon Gamaliel says, a woman may unhesitatingly put oil on her hand, warm it before the fire, and anoint her little son with it without any fear. Said our Judah in the name of Samuel, whether it be oil or water, if the hand is spontaneously withdrawn from it, feeling the scald, it is prohibited, but not otherwise. And what extent of heat is meant by it? Said Rabbah, if the belly of a child is scalded by it. Our Itzhak Abdimi said, I once followed Rabbi into the bathhouse, on the Sabbath. I wanted to put a bottle of oil for him into the tank, that contained hot spring water. Said he unto me, take out some warm water from the tank and put it into another vessel, to warm the oil in. From this we have inferred three things viz., first, that oil improves by warming, and it is a prohibited act, second, that if anything is put into a second vessel, not directly into the boiling vessel, it is not considered cooking. Third, that the mere tempering of oil is analogous to cooking it. Said Ravina, from this story it may be inferred that if one cooks in the hot spring water of Tiberias on the Sabbath he is culpable, for the case happened after the rabbis had imposed the precautionary measure, and yet Rabbi would not allow him, or Itzhak, to put the oil directly into the tank. Is that so? Did not our Hista say that he who has cooked in the hot spring water of Tiberias is not culpable? The culpability to be inferred, from the case of Rabbi, extends only as far as blows of correction 78 are concerned. Our Fizera said, I have seen our Abuhu swimming in a tank, and I know not whether he raised his feet from the ground, or not. Is it not self-evident that he did not raise them, as there is a Baratha, one shall not swim about in a pond, even if that pond is stationed in a yard. This presents no difficulty. In a pond it is prohibited, because it is similar to a river, while in a tank it is allowed, because it is similar to a vessel. 79 Our Zerah once found our Jehuda in the bath. He, our Jehuda, ordered his servant, in the Hebrew Aramaic tongue, bring me the comb, hand me the soap, open your mouths, and exhale the warm air from within you, drink of the warm water of the bath. Said our Fizera, if I had not come but to hear this, it were enough for me. It is correct that he ordered things in the Hebrew language, as private affairs may be said in the same language. The same is with the second order, for Samuel said that heat, from without, drives out heat, from within. But what good is in the order, drink of the water of the bath? It is also correct, as we have learned in the following Baratha, if one washed himself with warm water and did not drink of it, he is like an oven that was heated from without but not from within. Mishnah 4. The hot water contained in a mulyar, cauldron, the live coals of which have been cleared away before the Sabbath set in, may be used on the Sabbath, but the hot water contained in an antiki, another kind of kettle, even if cleared of live coals, is not to be used on the Sabbath. Gemara, what is a mulyar? A Baratha states, it is a vessel provided with an attachment for live coals, used for keeping water. As for an antiki, Rabbah says it is a bakiri, a vessel similar to a mulyar, but of heavier construction and continually in use. Our Naaman b. Itzhak says, it is a bidud, a large kettle with an attachment underneath for live coals. Samuel, however, permits any quantity. Shall we assume that Samuel is in accordance with our Simeon, who opposes the above theory of our Jehuda, but did he not say that it is permitted to extinguish live dross on public ground, to prevent injury, but not charcoal? And if he agrees with our Simeon, this also should be permitted? As regards labor tending to the accomplishment of a work, prohibited on the Sabbath, he holds with our Simeon, but as to the performance of labor, not for its own sake, he sides with our Jehuda. Said Ravina, since it is permitted to perform labor, prohibited by rabbinical law, in order to prevent injury, it is also permitted to remove thorns from public ground, little by little, in distances of less than 4 ells at a time, in order to prevent injury, but upon unclaimed ground it may be done in greater distances. But it is permitted, etc. The rabbis taught, one may pour hot water upon cold, but not cold upon hot water, so is the decree of Beth Shammai. Beth Hillel, however, allows both ways, provided a cup is used, but in a bathing tub hot water upon cold is permitted, but cold water upon warm is not. But our Simeon b. Manasseh forbids it. And Naaman said that so the halakha prevails. Our Joseph was about to say that a bucket is under the same ruling as a bathing tub. Said Abai to him, so taught our Haya, that a bucket is not in this category. Said our Hunabi, our Joshua, I observed that Rabbah was not scrupulous with regard to the use of vessels, because our Haya taught, one may put a pitcher of water into a bucket of water, it makes no difference whether it be hot water into cold dough or vice versa. Said our Huna to our Ashi, perhaps this was a different case altogether, it being that there was a vessel within a vessel. But the latter retorted, it says, to empty, as it was taught, it is permitted to empty out a pitcher of water into a bucket of water, be it either warm water into cold or vice versa. Mishnah 6, in a saucepan or a pot that was removed from the fire, no spices shall be put after dusk, on Friday, but spices may be put into a plate or a bowl. Jehuda is of the opinion that spices may be put in all vessels or cooking utensils except in such as contain vinegar or fish brine. Gemara, the schoolmen propounded the following question: does Jehuda refer to the first part of the Mishnah, which is lenient, or does he refer to the latter part, which is rigorous? Come and hear. We have learned in a Baratha that Jehuda says, one may put spices into all saucepans and cooking pots, except such as contain vinegar and fish brine. Joseph was about to say that salt comes under the same ruling as spices, because in his opinion salt becomes cooked in a first vessel, the vessel used for cooking, but not in a second vessel. Said Abayi to him, Haya distinctly taught that salt does not come under the ruling applicable to spices, because it does not become cooked, even in a first vessel. This is corroborated by Naaman, who said, there is a saying that the dissolving of salt requires thorough boiling, the same as beef. Mishnah 7. It is not permitted to place a vessel under a lamp so that the oil of the lamp drip into it. If a vessel was placed under a lamp before the Sabbath set in, it may remain there, but the use of such oil on the same Sabbath is not permitted, as it was not previously prepared. Gemara, said Hista, although it was said that the placing of a vessel under a hen, laying on sloping ground, to receive the egg is forbidden, yet to cover the egg so as to prevent it from being crushed is permitted. Said Rabbah, the reason of Hista is because he holds that hens being in the habit of laying eggs on level ground, in order to prevent the egg from being stepped upon, it is permitted to cover it with a vessel, but as leans are not in the habit of laying eggs on sloping ground, the placing of a vessel under the hen to receive the egg was not allowed. Abayi objected to this, stating, were we not taught in the Mishnah that it is permitted to place a vessel under a lamp in order to take up the dropping sparks? This seldom occurs and therefore it is permitted. He was told that the dropping of sparks by a lamp is also of frequent occurrence. Joseph, commenting on the statement of Hista, gave another reason, viz. that the vessel, placed under a hen to receive an egg, is made useless for that same Sabbath. Abayi raised the same objection, intending to prove by it that the vessel placed under a lamp is also made useless on that same Sabbath, and Hunabi, Joshua answered, sparks have nothing substantial about them, therefore the vessel containing them is not made useless on the same Sabbath. Itzhak said, in the same manner as it is not permitted to place a vessel under a laying hen, so is it also not permitted to cover the egg laid, for the reason that a vessel must not be handled on the Sabbath except for the use of such things as are themselves permitted to be handled on the Sabbath. All the objections of Abayi being raised against Itzhak's statements, he answered, in that case there was a lack of space. If the space occupied by a vessel is needed, that vessel may be removed, and while being removed may be used for any purpose. Come and hear, another objection. An egg laid on the Sabbath or a festival, to prevent it from being, accidentally, cracked, may be covered with a vessel. Here the case is, also, when the space where the vessel is placed is needed. Said Shesheth, to his disciples, go ye and tell Itzhak that the above doctrine has already been interpreted by Huna in Babylon as follows: it is permitted to make a partition on the Sabbath, to isolate a corpse for the sake of the living, but it is not permitted to make a partition for the sake of the corpse. How is the latter clause to be understood? Samuel b. Jehuda and also Sheila Mari taught, in the case of a corpse lying in the sun, on the Sabbath, to prevent the corpse from decomposing, two persons are brought to sit on the floor, each on one side, in order to bring about the making of a screen. When the ground underneath them becomes hot, each of them is to bring a cot bed to sit upon, and when the heat above them becomes excessive, they are to bring a sheet and spread it over their heads, leaving part of the sheet loose. Both now raise their cots, which take up the loose part of the sheet, and move to their former positions, thus a screen, canopy, is formed of itself. It was taught, a corpse lying in the sun. Jehuda in the name of Samuel says, the same must be turned over from one bed into another, until it arrives at a shady place. Hinabi Shalmi in the name of Rab said, a loaf of bread or an infant should be put on the corpse and then the corpse may be moved. There is no difference of opinion as to the removal of a corpse, on the Sabbath, which is permitted when a loaf or an infant is put upon it, they differ only where there is none. One holds that indirect transportation must be considered transportation, and the other opines that indirect transportation is not transportation, and therefore permitted. Shall we assume that on this point the following Tanaim differ? It is not permitted to save a corpse from a fire. Jehuda b. Lakish, however, says, I have heard that it may be done. How is the case if there was a loaf of bread or an infant? Why should the first Tana prohibit it? And if there was none, what is the reason of Lakish's decision? Do they not differ in the point of transportation stated above? Nay, all agree that such a transportation is considered. The reason, however, of Ben Lakish is that usually one is concerned about his dead, and if it would not be permitted to remove it, he will extinguish the fire. Said Jehuda b. Sheila in the name of Ashi, quoting Johanan, the halakha prevails according to Ben Lakish concerning a corpse. Mishnah 8. A new lamp may be handled on the Sabbath, but not an old one. Simeon, however, says all lamps are permitted to be handled except such as are still burning. Gemara, the rabbis taught, a new lamp may be handled, but not an old one, such is the decree of Jehuda. Meir, however, says that all lamps may be moved, except a lamp which was lit for the Sabbath, though the light is extinguished, but Simeon says, except a lamp which is still burning. If extinguished, it may be moved, but a goblet, bowl, or lantern, used as lamps, must not be removed from their respective places. Eliezer b. Simeon, says, it is permitted to make use of an extinguished lamp and of the oil dripping from it, even while the lamp is burning. Said Abai, Eliezer b. Simeon holds in one case to the opinion of his father, but differs with him in the other. He holds with his father in disregarding muksa, designation, 80 and differs with him in the other case, for his father is of the opinion that when a lamp is extinguished it may be moved, but not while it is burning, but he is of the opinion that even a burning lamp may be moved. But a goblet, bowl, or lantern must not. Wherein do these things differ from the others? Said Mar Zutra, Simeon allows a small lamp to be handled, because one will wait until it is extinguished, and then it may be used for another purpose, but these are large and not apt to become extinguished for some time. Zera said, all the schoolmen agree on prohibiting the handling of a candelabrum which had been lit up on Sabbath, but the handling of the candelabrum which was not lit up on the Sabbath is unanimously permitted. Jehuda in the name of Rab said, it is not permitted to handle a bed that has been designated as a place to put money in, if the money had already previously been placed upon it, on Friday during twilight even if on the Sabbath no money was on the bed. If the money, however, had not previously been deposited on the bed, the handling is permitted. If a bed was not designated for the keeping of money, but contained money, it must not be handled. If it contained no money, it may, providing no money was deposited on the bed during twilight of the preceding Friday. And Rab says this because he holds with Jehuda concerning muksa. And it seems that so is the case, as Rab said one may place a lamp upon a palm tree at any time while it is yet day on Friday, in order that it may burn on the Sabbath, but one may not put a lamp upon the same on a biblical feast day. It is permitted to place a lamp on a palm tree on the Sabbath because there is no fear of the tree, which is muksa, designated, being used, but on a biblical feast day it is prohibited for fear that one while depositing or removing the lamp will also use the palm tree, and that is prohibited. And this is correct only in accordance with the theory of Jehuda, but should Rab hold with Simeon, why does he make a distinction between the Sabbath and a biblical feast day? The law of muksa does not exist at all according to Simeon. Is that so? Did not Rab decide, when he was questioned whether one may remove an extinguished Hanukkah light on the Sabbath for fear of the Magi, this has already been mentioned in a previous connection, that it may be done. The time of danger is different. 81 Kahana and Asi then questioned him, does the halakha so prevail, and he answered, Simeon is worthy to be relied upon in times of danger. Resh Lakish questioned Johanan, may wheat that has been sown but that has not yet sprouted, or eggs that are still under the hen, be eaten on the Sabbath? Does he, Simeon, disregard the law of muksa only in such cases where the objects were put aside with no intention of ever being used again, or does he disregard muksa under all circumstances? He, Johanan, replied, There is no muksa in his theory but the oil in a burning lamp, because if poured in a lamp for the purpose of keeping the Sabbath light commandment it is designated for that express function, and as it is not permitted to extinguish that light, the intention not to use the oil for any other purpose is self-evident. But does not our Simeon hold that the same is the case with other things which were designated for their religious purposes? Is it not a fact that the ornaments of the tabernacle on that festival must not be used, even in accordance with our Simeon's theory? As our our Joseph taught in the presence of our Johanan, one must not remove wood from a booth on any biblical feast day, but he may remove it from any place nearby. Our Simeon, however, permits this to be done. Still, they all agree that wood must not be removed from a booth built expressly for that feast, on all the 7 feast days. However, if there was a stipulation it may be done accordingly, because the wood is set aside for the ritual purpose. Hence even according to him the designation for ritual purposes must not be used. Why, then, is this different from the oil in question? The Baratha is to be understood thus: all the ornaments of the booth in question are prohibited so far as all things bearing similitude to the oil in the burning lamp are concerned. And so also it was taught by our Abba in the name of our Johanan, that there is no muksa in the theory of our Simeon, but in cases which are similar to the oil of the lamp while burning, being designated for the ritual purpose, they are also designated not to be used. Said our Jehuda in the name of Samuel, in the opinion of our Simeon no law of muksa exists except in the case of raisins and dates which were placed on the roof to be dried. In such a case there certainly was no intention to use them on the same Sabbath. Said Rabbi B. Hannah in the name of our Johanan, it was said the law remains in accordance with our Simeon. When our Itzhak our Joseph, however, came from Palestine, he said in the name of our Johanan that the law of muksa, according to our Jehuda prevails, and our Jehoshua Levi said the law prevails with our Simeon. Said our Joseph, now is understood what Rabbi B. Hannah said in name of our Johanan, it was said that the halakha prevails according to our Simeon, which means that our Johanan himself did not agree with their decision. Said Abai to our Joseph, didst thou not know before this that our Johanan holds with the opinion of our Jehuda? Is it not a fact that when our Abba and our Ashi met in the house of our Abba of the city of Haifa, and a candelabrum fell upon the coat of our Ashi, our Ashi, did not remove it? Was it not because he was a disciple of our Johanan and acted according to the opinion of his master? Answered our Joseph, thou art speaking of a candelabrum. A candelabrum is a different matter altogether, for our Ahai Hanina in the name of our Ashi said, Resh Lakish has decided in Zidon, a candelabrum which can be removed with one hand may be handled, but if it has to be removed with both hands it may not, and our Johanan said, we only hold with our Simeon in the matter of a lamp, but as for a candelabrum, whether it can be removed with one or both hands, it is prohibited. And why so? Both Rabbah and our Joseph said, because a separate place must be designated for it. Said Abai to our Joseph, have we not observed the case of a baldachin prepared for a bride and groom, for which a place must be designated? And yet Samuel said in the name of our Hiah that such may be put up and taken apart on the Sabbath. Said Abai, the prohibition to handle the candelabrum holds good only in a case where the same is made of several parts. If this be the case, what reason has our Simeon Lakish for allowing this? Say, not a candelabrum made of various parts, but if it looks like a candelabrum of various parts. Therefore a candelabrum made of several parts, be it large or small, must not be handled. The handling of a large candelabrum, even if not made of several parts, is also prohibited on account of its marked lines, for fear one may handle such as are made of several parts. And the point of their differing is, with a small candelabrum which looks as if made of several parts, one takes the precautionary measure lest one handle that which is really made of several parts, while the other does not care for such a precaution. Our Malkiah chanced to be in the house of our Simlai and handled a candlestick, the light in which had been extinguished, and our Simlai became angry on that account. Our Jose the Galilean happened to be in the town of our Jose Hanina and did the same, whereupon our Jose Hanina became angry. Our Abuhu, however, when he happened to be in the place of our Jehoshua b. Levi, handled, but when he came to the place of our Johanan he did not handle a candlestick in question out of respect to our Johanan. Our Jehuda said, a lamp which has been filled with oil may be handled after the light has been extinguished, because it emits no bad odor, but one which contained naphtha may not be handled, on account of its bad odor. Both Rabbah and our Joseph also permit this. Our Avia once came to the house of Rabbah with muddy shoes and sat on the bed in the presence of the latter. This made Rabbah angry, and he tried to disconcert our Avia with questions. Said he, Rabbah, can you tell me why Rabbah and our Joseph both said that a lamp filled with naphtha may be handled? Answered our Avia, the reason of their decision is because the lamp is fit to cover a vessel with after being extinguished. And he rejoined, if this is so, one may also handle shavings scattered in the yard, because they also can be used to cover a vessel with. Answered our Avia, a lamp, being a vessel itself, can be used to cover other things with, but shavings are not vessels in themselves and therefore cannot be used singly as covers, and brought a Baratha which states that nose jewels, rings, etc., are considered among the vessels which may be handled on Sabbath, and Ola explained the reason why, because they are considered as vessels. Said our Naaman b. Itzhak, praised be the Lord that Rabbah did not put our Avia to shame. Abai pointed out to our Joseph the following contradiction, did our Simeon say that a light may be handled only when extinguished, but if burning it must not be handled? For what reason? Because there is a chance of extinguishing it while it is being handled. Have we not learned that our Simeon said, an act which is committed unintentionally is permissible. Such is the decision of our Simeon. This presents no difficulty. One must not take chances with an act which, if done intentionally, would cause a violation of a biblical ordinance, but if the violation would be only that of a rabbinical ordinance, chances may be taken. Objected Rabbah, we have learned, dealers in clothing may sell clothes made of wool and cotton mixed. They are permitted to try on such clothes or to carry them, temporarily, on their shoulders, provided the intention to use them as a protection against the sun and rain does not exist. Now, the wearing of a mixture of wool and cotton is biblically prohibited, still our Simeon permits it to be done temporarily. Therefore said Rabbah, discard the case of the lamp, oil, and wick, there is another reason entirely viz, because one becomes a basis of a thing the handling of which is in itself prohibited, i.e., the light in itself cannot be handled. Said our Zerah in the name of our Asi, quoting our Johanan, who said in the name of our Hanina that he was told by our Ramnas, Rabbi permitted me to handle a pan containing glowing ashes. And our Zerah himself was deliberating, did indeed our Johanan say so? Have we not heard that Rabbi b. Hannah said in his, our Johanan's, name, referring to our Mishnah, which states that a man may handle a box containing a stone, he may do so providing the box also contains fruit. How, then, could our Johanan permit a pan with glowing ashes to be handled? Our Asi was astounded for some time, but finally answered, the pan referred to still contained some grains of incense. But Rabbah said, while we were in our Naaman's house we handled a fire pot on account of its ashes, the ashes were needed for some purpose, therefore the pot was allowed to be handled, although there were some broken sticks of wood upon it. The schoolmen raised the following objection, our Simeon and our Jehuda agree that if there are broken pieces of wick in a lamp, it is prohibited to handle the lamp. Said Abai, this was taught in Galilee. Galilee is a state where linen cloth is scarce, for which reason the broken pieces of wick are valuable, and the lamp, being the receptacle of prohibited valuables, is not permitted to be handled on the Sabbath. Levi, the son of Samuel, met our Abba and our Hunah the son of Hiah standing at the entrance of our Hunah's house, and Levi questioned, is it allowed to fold the beds of traveling coppersmiths on a Sabbath? They answered, yeah. In allowing this the two rabbis held with, the opinion of our Simeon b. Gamaliel in a, following Baratha, it is not permitted to put together a bed which has been taken apart, but if one did so, he is not culpable. One must not fasten the bed with pegs, but if he did so he only lays himself liable to bring a sin offering. Our Simeon b. Gamaliel, however, said, if the bed was loose it may be fastened. Hama had a folding bed in his house. He put it together on a biblical feast day, and one of the young rabbis questioned Rabbah, what reason is to be found for this act? Is it because of indirect building? Granted that there is no biblical prohibition to this effect, there surely is a rabbinical. Answered Rabbah, I think that the reason is the decision of our Simeon b. Gamaliel, with whom I agree, that it is permissible to put a bed together if the bed is loose. Mishnah 9. One may put a vessel underneath a lamp for the purpose of receiving the sparks falling from the lamp, but he shall not put water into the vessel, because thereby the sparks would become extinguished. Gemara, would this act not render the vessel useless? Said Huna the son of Jehoshua, the vessel is not made useless, because sparks do not amount to anything. He shall not put any water into it, etc. Shall we assume that this anonymous Mishnah is in accordance with Hosea, who said that it is prohibited even to cause light to be extinguished? How can you explain this in this way? Hosea spoke of the Sabbath itself, have you heard him saying so about the eve of Sabbath? And should you say that here is also meant on Sabbath itself, there is a Baratha which states plainly, a vessel may be put under the lamp to receive sparks on Sabbath, and so much the more on the eve of Sabbath, but water must not be put in, even on the eve of Sabbath, and much less on the Sabbath itself. Therefore said Ashi, it may be said that it is in accordance even with the rabbis, who do not mind the causing of light to be extinguished through indirect means on the Sabbath. In this case, however, the sparks are extinguished, through direct means, i.e., by placing water underneath the lamp. 4. Regulations concerning victuals, where they may or may not be deposited to retain their heat for the Sabbath Mishnah wherein may hot vessels be deposited, to retain the heat, and wherein may they not. Depositing in Japheth, olive waste, dung, salt, lime, and sand, either wet or dry, is not allowed. In straw, grape skins, wool flocks, or grass it is permitted, provided they are dry, but not when they are still wet. Gemara, a question was propounded, is the use of olive waste only prohibited, but the use of the oil cakes allowed, or does the Mishnah allude to oil cakes and still more so to olive waste, for it produces more heat? For the purpose of depositing in, both kinds are not allowed, but if the victuals have been deposited in a permissible thing and were subsequently placed on oil cakes no wrong was done, because oil cake does not produce heat, olive waste produces heat. Rabbah and Zerah once met at the exilarch's house. They saw there a servant putting a can, with warm water, on top of a kettle, containing cold water, and Rabbah rebuked him. Said Zerah to him, in what particular does this case differ from that of putting one pan on top of another? Answered Rabbah, here heat is produced, but there it is only preserved. Another time they saw, the servant, spreading a turban over a pitcher and putting a cup on top of it. Again Rabbah rebuked him. Zerah asked for the reason, and Rabbah answered, you will soon see him wringing 82 the turban, which he did. Zerah again asked, in what particular does this case differ from that of a spread cloth? Answered Rabbah, here he is particular, lest it become wet and he will wring it, while there he is not. In straw. Adabi Masna questioned Abai, may wool flocks, in which, victuals, were deposited, be handled on Sabbath? Abai answered, because of a lack of straw, would a man sacrifice a valuable lot of wool flock? When placing victuals in straw no intention to make further use of the straw exists, and it becomes part of the pot itself. With wool flocks the case is different, for they are intended for further use and therefore must not be handled on Sabbath. Hista permitted the replacing of waste, fallen out, of a pillow on Sabbath. Hanan b. Hista objected to him from the following, untying the opening, for the neck, of a shirt is permitted on Sabbath, but cutting it is prohibited, and waste must not be placed into a pillow or bolster on a biblical feast day, much less on a Sabbath. This presents no difficulty. Placing new waste in a pillowcase is not allowed, but replacing old waste is allowed. And so also we have learned plainly in a Baratha, that when they fall out they may be replaced even on Sabbath, and much the more on a feast day. Jehuda in the name of Rab said, whosoever makes an opening, for the neck in an unfinished shirt, on Sabbath is liable to a sin offering. Kahana opposed, saying, what is the difference between an opening for the neck and a bunghead, in a barrel? Rabbah answered, a bunghead is not attached to the barrel, it forms no part of it, but an opening for the neck is made by an incision in the shirt, and hence is part and parcel of same. In Surah the following doctrine was taught in the name of our Hista, and in Pumbeditha the same was taught in the name of our Kahana or Rabbah, who was the Tana in whose name the sages taught that the part and parcel of a thing is on a par with the thing itself. Said our Jehuda in the name of Rab, it is our Meir, of the Mishnah, Kalim, 8, who holds that the attachment built on a hearth is on a par with the hearth itself and becomes unclean when touched by an unclean thing. When wet. A question was propounded, naturally or artificially wet. Come and hear. The Mishnah says, not with straw, nor with grape skins, nor with wool flocks, nor with grass when wet. It is right only if we accept the theory that they became wet, but should we venture to think them naturally wet, how is this to be imagined? Can wool flocks be naturally wet? The sweaty wool under the hips may be meant. Did not our Ashi teach we may deposit in dry cloth and dry fruit, but not in wet cloth or wet fruit? How is naturally wet cloth to be imagined? This may also mean cloth made from the sweaty wool under the hips of the sheep. Mishnah 2. It may be deposited in cloth, fruit, pigeon feathers, shavings, and fine flaxen tow. Our Jehuda forbids the use of fine, but permits the use of coarse flaxen tow. Gemara, shavings. A question was propounded, does our Jehuda forbid the use of fine shavings or fine flaxen tow? Come and hear. We have learned in a Beretha, our Jehuda says, fine flaxen tow is the same as dung, which increases heat, therefore the conclusion is that he means flaxen tow. Mishnah 3. It may be deposited, wrapped, in skins, and they may be handled, in shorn wool, and must not be handled. How can this be done? The lid is raised and the shorn wool, falls down. Our Elazar b. Azariah says, the vessel is bent sideways lest it be taken out and cannot be replaced, but the sages say it may be taken out and replaced. Gemara, a question was propounded by our Jonathan b. Akanei, our Jonathan b. Elazar, and our Hanina b. Hama, does the Mishnah allude to skins belonging to private men only, hence skins belonging to an artisan, who is particular with them, may not be handled under any circumstances, or perhaps the Mishnah allows even an artisan's skins? Answered our Jonathan b. Elazar to them, it is reasonable to accept that it applies only to those belonging to private men but not to artisans, because they, the artisans, are particular. Said our Hanina b. Hama to them, thus said our Ishmael b. Jasi, my father was a tanner, and he said, bring some skins here to sit on. An objection was raised, boards of private men may be handled, but not those of artisans. If, however, the intention is to serve a meal on them for guests, both kinds may be handled. With boards it is different. Even private men are particular with boards. On this point the following Tanaim differ, skins belonging to private men may be handled, but not those of artisans. Our Jasi says both kinds may be handled. While they were sitting together another question was propounded by them, the 40-1 principal acts of labor on Sabbath, where are they taken from? Said our Hanina b. Hama, from the acts of labor performed at the tabernacle. Our Jonathan b. Elazar, however, said, thus said our Simeon b. Jasi b. Lacunia, from the 39 times the words work, his work, and work of are to be found in the Pentateuch. Our Joseph questioned Rabbah, is the term his work which is found in the passage, and Joseph came into the house to do his work, Gen 39. 12, also of the number or not? Abai answered him, let us bring the book and count, and he rejoined, I am in doubt whether the verse, and the work was enough, X 36. 7, is of the number, and the former verse is to be explained, he came in to do his business, or whether the former is of the number and the latter is to be explained, the task was completed. Both verses cannot be counted among the 39, because if they are there will be 40 in all. This question remains unanswered. It is proven by a Beretha that the adduction of the 39 acts is made from the acts performed at the tabernacle, for we were taught, one is culpable only for the performance of such work as was done at the building of the tabernacle. Jehudah permits the use of the dust of incense on the Sabbath. Joseph permits poppy seed waste. Rabbah permits pepper dust and shesheth barda, to wash the face with. What is barda? Said Joseph, a powder of 1/3 aloe, 1/3 myrrh, and 1/3 violet. Nehemiah b. Joseph also permits barda, provided it does not contain more than 1/3 part of aloe. Shesheth was asked if it was permitted to crush olives on Sabbath. He answered, "Is it permitted on weekdays?" He is of the opinion that the spoiling of food is not allowed. Barda was brought to Amimar, Mar Zutra, and Ashi. Amimar and Ashi washed themselves with it, but Mar Zutra did not. They asked him, "Do you, master, not hold with Shesheth, who permits the use of it?" Said Mordecai to them, "Leave out the master in this question, for he does not even use barda on weekdays. He holds with the following Beretha: one is permitted to scratch off crust of excrement and of wounds only for the purpose of relieving pain, but not for the purpose of beautifying the person. And the above-mentioned rabbis agree with the teaching of the following: one should wash his face, hands, and feet daily out of respect for his Creator, as it is written, Prov. 16, for everything hath the Lord wrought for its destined end. 83, the vessel is bent sideways, etc. Said Aba in the name of Hiab Ashi, quoting Rab, if the cavity formed by the vessel got out of shape it is not permitted to replace the vessel. There is an objection from our Mishnah, and the sages say it may be taken out and replaced. How shall this be understood? If the cavity remained intact, the rabbis did well by telling us that the replacing of the vessel was allowed, but if the cavity got out of shape, is it not self-evident that replacing is not permitted? Nay, they still maintain that the cavity did not get out of shape, and the controversy, in the case, is as regards precaution. One maintains that this precaution is to be taken, lest we replace the vessel when the cavity is out of shape, while the others contend this is not necessary. Huna said, a fragrant plant used after meals in place of burnt spices, if it was taken out of and replaced in the flower pot before Sabbath, it may be taken out, used, and replaced on Sabbath, but not otherwise. Samuel said that the same is the case with a knife that was preserved between the bricks. Mar Zutra, according to others Ashi, said that a knife may be preserved between the branches of the root. And Mordecai said to Rabbah that Katana has objected to the above rabbis, who said that if it were not replaced before Sabbath it must not be used, from a Mishnah, Kilaim, I-9, which states plainly that it may be taken out on Sabbath. This question remains. Mishnah 4. A vessel, not covered during daylight must not be covered after dark. If, after having been covered, it became uncovered, it is permitted to cover it again. A pitcher may be filled with cold victuals and put under a pillow, to keep it cool. Gemara, Jehudah in the name of Samuel said, it is permitted to store cold victuals, to protect them from the sun. Said Joseph, what news came he to teach? Have we not learned this in the above Mishnah? Abai answered, a great deal. From the Mishnah I would infer that only such things as are not usually stored are permissible, for in that case no precaution lest one put warm victuals under a pillow or bolster for the purpose of generating heat is necessary. He informs us, however, that even such things as are usually stored are permissible also. Huna in the name of Rabbi, however, says, it is prohibited. Were we not taught that Rabbi has permitted this? This presents no difficulty. In the former instance he did so when he was not as yet aware of the following decision of Ishmael b. Jossi. Rabbi at one time decided that it is forbidden to store cold victuals. Said Ishmael b. Jossi to him, my father permitted it, whereupon Rabbi said, if this sage has once permitted it, so shall it be done. Said Papa, come ye and note the mutual respect. Had Jossi been alive, he would have had to show respect to Rabbi, as Ishmael, who succeeded his father in every respect, also has acknowledged Rabbi's superiority. Still Rabbi accepted his decision. Naaman said to his slave Doru, store some cold victuals for me and bring me warm water from a Gentile cookshop. Ami heard this and was angry. Said Joseph, what was the reason of his anger? Did not our Naaman act in accordance with the teachings of the great masters, Rab and Samuel? Our Jehuda in the name of Samuel said, it is permitted to store cold victuals, and our Samuel our Itzhak said in the name of Rab, anything that may be consumed raw is not included in the prohibition relating to cooking by a Gentile. He covered it with the same, or even deposited it in permissible, but covered it with non-permissible material. He may take out the pot, but can replace it only if the pot was but partly covered. Otherwise, he must not replace it at all. It is permitted to put one cooking pan upon another, and also one earthen pot upon another, but not an earthen pot upon a cooking pan, or a cooking pan upon an earthen pot. Even on Sabbath, the cover of a pot may be fastened down with dough, kneaded on Friday before dusk. In the case of putting one pan or pot upon another, this may be done only to preserve the heat, but not for the purpose of heating the upper pot by means of the lower one. The same as it is forbidden to store warm victuals, so it is also forbidden to store cold victuals on the Sabbath, but Rabbi permitted the latter to be done. Even so is it prohibited to chop ice on Sabbath in order to obtain cold water, but ice may be put into a vessel or a pitcher without fear of the consequences. 5. Regulations concerning what may and may not be worn by animals on the Sabbath. Mishnah I. What gear may we let animals go about in and what not? 84. The male camel in a bridle, the female camel with a nose ring, Libyan asses in a halter, and a horse in a collar. All animals that are used to collars may go out in and may be led by the collar. Such gear, when it becomes defiled, can be sprinkled and submerged without being removed from its proper place on the animal. Gemara, our Jehuda in the name of Samuel said, Rabbi was asked, how is it when the reverse is the case? 1e. When the female camel is bridled and the male camel is invested with a nose ring? May they be allowed to go about? There is no question as to a bridle on a female camel, for it is considered a burden. As to a nose ring on a male camel, shall we assume that it is merely an additional safeguard, and thus becomes permissible, or is it an unnecessary safeguard and hence not allowed? Our Ishmael Jossi answered, thus my father said, for animals may go about with a bridle on the horse, the mule, the camel, and the ass. A Baratha states, Lida asses and camels may go about with a bridle on. The following Tanaim, however, differ as to this point, whether a superfluous safeguard is a burden or not. One maintains that no animal may go about burdened with a chain, but Hananiah says a chain or anything else that is intended as a safeguard is permitted. What is meant by go about or led? Our Huna said, it makes no difference whether the strap hangs loose on the animal's neck or is used as a rein, but Samuel said they may go about if led by the strap, but not with the strap hanging loose. A Baratha teaches, they may go about with the halter tied round their necks in order that they may be led whenever necessary. Said our Joseph, I have seen the calves of our Huna going out on a Sabbath with their halters round their necks. Our Samuel Jehuda, when coming from Palestine, said in the name of our Hanina that rabbis' mules also went out on a Sabbath with their halters tied around their necks. And are sprinkled, etc. Is this to say that they are subject to defilement? Does not a Mishnah state, Kalim, 12. 8, that only rings worn by human beings are subject to defilement, but harness and all other rings are not? Said our Itzhak of Nafha 85, the collar ring having at one time been used by men for personal purposes and become defiled, still retains its defiled character. Our Joseph, however, maintains it is not necessary to claim this. The fact that the collar ring is used by man for the purpose of guiding the animal lays it open to becoming defiled, as we have learned in the Baratha which taught us, a metal whip is subject to defilement, for the reason that man uses it to manage the animal with, and submerged without removing it from its place. Would this not constitute a case of hatzitza, intervention? 86 said our Ami, intervention of the bridle between the neck and the water, is avoided by loosening the bridle. A Baratha teaches, intervention is avoided by the size of the bridle. Mishnah 2. The ass may go out with a rug fastened around him, rams may go out with leather bandages tied around their privates, sheep may go out with their tails tied up or down and wrapped, to preserve the fine wool, she-goats may go out with their udders tied up. Our Jossi forbids all this except sheep wrapped up. Jehuda says, she-goats may go out with their udders tied up to stop the lactation, but not to save the milk. Gemara, said Samuel, the Mishnah means, only when the rug is fastened on Sabbath eve. Said Naaman, it seems to be so from the following Mishnah, an ass may not go out with a rug unless fastened. How should this be understood? Shall we say that, the rug, is not fastened at all? Then it would be self-evident, lest it fall off and will have to be carried by a man. We must, therefore, assume that the Mishnah's meaning of not fastened signifies not fastened before the Sabbath. Hence Samuel's opinion has a good reason. And it is also supported in the following Baratha, the ass may go out with a rug fastened before the Sabbath, but not with a saddle, even though fastened before. Simeon b. Gamaliel says, even with a saddle, if fastened before the Sabbath, provided, however, no stirrups are attached to the saddle and a crupper under the tail. Asi b. Nathan questioned Hiya Ashi, is it permitted to put a rug on all ass on the Sabbath? It is, was the answer. And to the question, what is the difference, in the law, between these two? He was silent. Misinterpreting the silence, Asi objected, a Baratha teaches, it is not allowed to remove the saddle from the ass directly, but one may move it to and fro until it falls off. If you say it is forbidden to handle the saddle, is there any question as to putting it oil? Said Zerah to him, leave him alone. He is of the opinion of his teacher, Rab, in whose name Hiya Ashi related that he, Rab, permitted putting a feed bag on all animal on Sabbath. A feed bag, which is nothing but an accommodation, is permitted, so much the more a rug, which is a relief. Samuel, however, permitted a rug, but prohibited a feed bag. Hiya Joseph reported the opinion of Rab to Samuel, whereupon the latter said, if so said Abba, he knows nothing of the laws of Sabbath. When Zerah came, to Palestine, he heard Benjamin b. Japheth stating in the name of Johanan that it is permitted to put on a rug. He thanked him for it and, continuing, remarked, thus has the Arioch, king of laws, in Babylon decided. Who is meant by the title, Arioch? Samuel. From the foregoing it is evident that all agree that it is permitted to cover an ass with a rug on Sabbath. But what is the point in which a saddle differs from the rug? It differs therein that a saddle may drop off, and involve the necessity of handling. Papa gave another reason, to cover an ass with a rug is an act of relief, for it is said that an ass feels cold even in summer, but to remove a saddle from an ass's back in order to cool off the ass is not necessarily an act of relief. An objection was raised. We have learned, the horse shall not go out with a fox tail, for a pompon, and calves with the feed bags on public ground. Shall we not assume that, in the case of the calves, they may not go out on public ground, but they may on private ground, and it refers even to large calves, whose necks are long enough to reach the ground with their mouths easily, thus feed bags are merely an accommodation. Nay, the permission to carry feed bags applies only to small calves, whose necks are short and legs long, and to which reaching down to the ground with their mouths would entail a hardship, and must be considered as a necessary relief. The master said, she-goats must not go out with a bag attached to their udders. Is there not a Baratha which teaches that they may? Said Jehuda, this presents no difficulty. In the former case the bag is not tied fast, in the latter it is, and there is no reason for apprehension lest it drop off and will have to be carried. Said Joseph, why, you have entirely done away with the teachers of our Mishnah. There is a difference of opinion between the teachers in this very Mishnah. She-goats may go out with a bag tied to their udders. Jasi forbids all except sheep with covers on to protect the wool. Jehuda says, she-goats may go out with their udders tied up for the purpose of preventing lactation, but not for the purpose of saving the milk. We have learned in a Baratha, Jehuda related the case of she-goats which he saw in Antioch. Their udders were so large that bags had to be made for them in order to prevent their dragging on the ground and becoming mutilated. These bags were worn also on the Sabbath. The rabbis taught, it happened with one man whose wife died and left him a nursing child, he was so poor that he could not pay a wet nurse. A miracle happened to him, his breasts opened and he nursed his child. Said Joseph, come and see how great the man must have been that such a miracle was wrought for him. Said Abai to him, on the contrary, behold how bad the man must have been that the nature of mankind changed in him and nothing occurred to enable him to earn enough money to pay a nurse. Says Jehudah, come and see how hard it is for heaven to change the fate of a man concerning his livelihood, that the nature of the world was changed, but not his fate. Said Naaman, it is proven by this fact that a miracle occurred, but he was not provided with means for paying a wet nurse. The rabbis taught, it happened once that a man wedded a woman with a mutilated hand, and did not discover it until she died. Said Rab, behold how chaste this woman must have been, for even her husband did not discover it. Haya retorted, this is nothing. It is natural with women to hide their defects, but note the modesty of the man, who did not discover it in his wife. Rams may go out with leather bands around their privates. What kind of bands? Said Huna, hobbles. Ullah said they were leather bands tied around their breasts to prevent them from the attack of wolves. Do wolves attack only the males and never the females? It is because the males always go ahead of the flocks. Thereupon Samuel decided that the halakha prevails with him. Rabbin upon his arrival in Babylon said that Johanan said that the halakha prevails in accordance with the first Tana. Mishnah 3. And what must animals not go about in? The camel with a crupper, nor with hobbles on both legs, nor with the front leg hobbled with the hind. This law is applied to all other animals. It is not allowed to tie camels together with a rope and then lead them, but one is permitted to hold in his hand the several ropes on the camels and lead them, provided the ropes are not twisted into one. Gemara, a Bereitha in addition to this Mishnah states, if the crupper is fastened to the hump as well as to the tail of the camel, it may go about. Rabbi Huna says, a camel may go about with a pad under its tail, to prevent friction. One is not to tie camels. What is the reason? Said Ashi, because it looks like leading them to market. But one is permitted to hold in his hand, etc. Said Ashi, this law was stated only concerning kilaim, and hence the teacher means to say, provided he does not tie or twist them. Samuel said, and provided the cords do not protrude from his hand as much as the length of a span. Was it not taught at the school of Samuel, 2 spans? Said Abai, from the difference between Samuel himself and his school we infer that Samuel came to teach us how to practice. But did not a Bereitha state, provided he lifts the cords from the ground 1 span, but there is no restriction as to the quantity protruding from his hands? The non-restriction of the quantity of cord applies only to the amount of cord used for the distance between the animal and the man's hand. In that case the quantity is unlimited. The quantity of cord, however, protruding from the man's hand must not exceed 1 span, so also the distance from the ground to the cords must be at least 1 span. Mishnah 4. The ass is not to go out with a rug, unless fastened, neither with a bell that has been muffled, nor with a collar on his neck, nor with ankle boots. The hens are not to go out with cords tied to them, nor with straps on their feet. Rams are not to go out with carts tied to their tails, nor sheep with sneezing wood, the calf with the reed yoke, nor the cow with the skin of a hedgehog, tied to the udder, nor with a strap between her horns. The cow of Eleazar b. Azariah went out with a strap between the horns against the approval of the rabbis. Jehudah sat before Samuel, when a woman came in complaining, and Samuel paid no attention to her. Said Jehudah to him, is master unaware of the passage, whosoever stops his ears at cry of the poor, he also shall cry himself and not be heard? Prov 21. 13, Samuel retorted, ingenious scholar. Your headmaster, meaning himself, is on safe ground, but our chief is responsible. Mar Ukba, being at that time chief of the judges, it was his affair, for it is written, Jerem 21:12, O house of David. Thus hath said the Lord, exercise justice on every morning, and deliver him that is robbed out of the hand of the oppressor, lest my fury go forth like fire, and burn so that none can quench it, because of the evil of your doings. Said Zerah to Simon, Let master reprove the exilarch's retainers. He answered, They care not for me. Rejoined our Zerah, Even if they do not care, reprove them anyhow, for our Hanina said, The Holy One, blessed be he, never issued a benevolent decree, which he subsequently reversed into malevolence, except in this sole instance, which is written, Ezekiel 9:41, And the Lord said unto him, Pass through the midst of the city, through the midst of Jerusalem, and inscribe a mark upon the foreheads, etc. Thus said the Holy One, blessed be he, to Gabriel, Go and set the mark, the Hebrew letter tab, in ink upon the foreheads of the righteous, that the angels of destruction have no power over them, and the same mark in blood upon the foreheads of the wicked, that the angels of destruction may have power over them. The party of prosecution pleaded before him in these terms, Lord of the universe, what is the difference between the two? He answered, Those are perfectly righteous and these completely wicked. Again the party of prosecution pleaded, Lord of the universe. It was in their power to protest against wickedness, and they did not. And the Lord answered, It is known to me that, had they protested, their protest would have been of no avail. But they pleaded once more, Lord of the universe. It is known to thee, but was it known to them? And thus it is written, Slay utterly old and young, both maids, little children, and women, and at my sanctuary shall ye begin. Then they began with the old men who were before the house, Ezek 9:6, and our Joseph taught, Do not read, my sanctuary, but, my sanctified, which means the men who have performed all the laws prescribed in the Torah, which begins with all the letters of the alphabet. And it is also written, Ibid 2, and behold, 6 men came from the direction of the upper gate. Beside the copper altar. Was, then, the copper altar at that time? Was it not hidden already in the time of Solomon? It means that the Holy One, blessed be he, told them they shall begin from that place where they used to sing hymns before him. And who are the 6 men, messengers? Said our Hista, anger, wrath, rage, destruction, devastation, and ruin. Why just the letter tab? Said our Simeon B. Lachish, the tab is the last letter on the seal of the Holy One, blessed be he, for our Hanina said, the inscription on, the seal of the Holy One, blessed be he, is emeth, truth, and the last letter of the Hebrew word emeth is a tab. It being evident from the verse, Ezek 9:2, that Zekath 87 no longer existed, at what time shall we assume that it ceased? Said Rab. From the time of the prophet Hosea b. Biri, as it is written, Hosea 2:12, And no man will deliver her out of my hand, meaning that even the righteousness of the ancestors will be of no avail. Samuel said, From the time of the king Chazel of Syria, as it is written, 2 Kings 13:23, And the Lord became gracious unto them, and had mercy on them, and turned his regard unto them, because of his covenant with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and would not destroy them, and he cast them not off from his presence until now. Thus, he will remember his covenant only, until now, but not after that. Jehoshua b. Levi said, From the time of Elijah the prophet, as it is written, 1 Kings 18:36, Elijah the prophet came near and said, O Lord, God of Abraham, of Isaac, and of Israel, this day let it be known that thou art God in Israel, etc., and means to infer that only, this day, the Lord will remember Zekath, and not after this day. Johanan says, From the time of Hezekiah the king, as it is written, Isaiah 9:6, to establish it and to support it through justice and righteousness, from henceforth and unto eternity, the zeal of the Lord of hosts will do this, implying that after that the favors of the Lord will not be bestowed by virtue of Zekath, but through his zeal. Ami said, Death is the result of sin, and affliction the result of transgression, death the result of sin, for it is written, Ezekiel 18:20, The soul that sins, it shall die, etc., affliction the result of transgression, for it is written, Psalms 89:33, And I will visit their transgressions with a lash and their iniquity with stripes. An objection was raised. One of the teachers said, The angels, once, said to the Holy One, Blessed be he, Lord of the universe. Why didst thou punish Adam with death? The Lord answered, Because I gave him a light commandment, and he failed to observe it. The angels again said unto him, Why did Moses and Aaron die? Did they not observe all the laws of the Torah? And he answered, ʻtæl, 9. 2. The same fate befalls the righteous as the wicked. Hence death is not the result of sin. He, our Ami, is in accordance with the Tana of the following Beretha. Our Simeon b. Eleazar said, Even the death of Moses and Aaron was the result of their sins, for it is written, Num, XX. 12. Because you had no faith in me, and the inference thereof is, if they had had faith, they would not have died. Another objection was raised, there is a tradition. Only 4 men died in consequence of original sin. They are Benjamin ben Jacob, Amram, the father of Moses, Jesse, the father of David, and Kilab ben David. Whose opinion does this Beretha agree with? The Tana who related the legend of the angels holds that Moses and Aaron also died in consequence of original sin. So must be then in accordance with our Simeon b. Eleazar, as said above. Thus we see that although Moses and Aaron died on account of their own sins, still death without sin and affliction without transgression are possible, hence our Ami's theory is objected to. Our Samuel b. Namani in the name of our Jonathan said, Whoever says that Reuben, the patriarch Jacob's son, sinned with his father's wife is in error, because it is written, Gen 35. 22, Now the sons of Jacob were 12. This proves to us that they were all equal, in righteousness, but what does the verse, Ibid, which states that he did lie with Bilhah, etc., signify? That Reuben deranged his father's bed, and the scripture considers this equal to his having sinned with her. There is another Beretha, Simeon b. Eleazar said, that righteous man, Reuben, is innocent of the crime. The act with his father's wife was never consummated, as, is it possible that a man whose descendants will stand on the Mount Ebal and proclaim, Cursed be he who lies with his father's wife, Deuteronomy 27. 20, would commit such a crime? But what does the above-cited verse mean? He, Reuben, resented the injustice done his mother and said, When my mother's sister lived and proved a vexation to my mother, it was bearable, but to have my mother's servant prove a vexation to her, this is unbearable. Therefore he removed the bed of Bilhah from his father's bedroom, which the verse holds tantamount to lying with her. Our Samuel b. Namani in the name of our Jonathan said, He who maintains that the sons of Eli have sinned is nothing but in error, as it is written, 1 Samuel, 3. 2 sons. Priests of the Lord. And if they would have sinned, the verse would not elevate them with such an honor. He holds with Rabbis' theory farther on, however, he differs from him concerning Hophni, for the reason that he is mentioned together with Pinhas in the verse cited. Rab said, Pinhas did not sin, as it is written, and Ahiah, the son of Ahitub, Ichabod's brother, the son of Pinhas, son of Eli, was priest of the Lord at Shiloh, 1 Samuel, 14. 3. Is it possible that the scriptures would describe minutely the pedigree of a sinner? Is it not written, The Lord will cut off, unto the man that doeth this, son and grandson, etc., Mal 2. 12. That was explained to mean, if he be simply an Israelite he shall have here no master among the teachers and no scholar among disciples, and if he is a descendant of priests, he shall have no son who may bring the offering. From this we must conclude that Pinhas is innocent of guilt. Is it not written, however, sons of Belial, and thus Pinhas is included? It was because he should have protested against it, and did not, the scripture considers it as if he had also sinned. The same said again, he who thinks the sons of Samuel sinned, is also in error. It is written, and they did not walk in his ways, Sam 8. 3. True, they did not walk in his ways, but they sinned not. How, then, is the passage to be upheld, and they but turned aside after lucre and took bribes? Ibid. They did not act as their father, for Samuel the righteous traveled through all Israel and dispensed justice in every city, as it is written, and he went from year to year in circuit to Bethel and Gilgal and Mizpah, and judged Israel, Ibid 7. 6. But they did not act in this way. They dwelt in their respective places in order to increase the fees of their messengers and scribes. On this point the following Tanaim differ. Meir says, they, who were Levites themselves, claimed their priestly allowance personally, and thereby deprived the poor priests and Levites of their shares, for being also judges they were never refused. Jehuda says, they had commercial relations with private people, and were sometimes compelled to pervert justice. Akiba says, they took tithes, to a greater extent than they were allowed to do, by force. Jossi says, they took by force the priests' portions, shoulder blades, jowls, and stomachs of a slaughtered animal. He said again, the same error is made concerning David. Said Rabbi, who is a descendant of the house of David, endeavored to interpret favorably the passage, wherefore hast thou despised the word of the Lord to do what is evil in his eyes? 2 Samuel 12:9. He said, this evil deed is different, in words and language from other evil deeds whereof mention is made in the Scriptures. In all other instances it says, and he has done, but here it says, to do. This implies that he wanted to do, but did not do. Uriah the Hittite thou hast slain with the sword, Ibid. As a rebel, he should have had him tried by the Sanhedrin, which he did not. And his wife thou hast taken to thee for a wife. He had a right to her, for our Samuel b. Namani in the name of our Jonathan said, whoever went to war with David divorced his wife previously. Him thou hast slain with the sword, used, for the children of Ammon. As he will not be punished on account of the children of Ammon, so will he also not be punished for the death of Uriah. What is the reason? He, Uriah, was a rebel. Said note well the life of David, and you find nothing blamable save the affair of Uriah, as it is written, 1 Kings 15:5, save only in the matter of Uriah the Hittite. Abai the elder has contradicted the above statement of Rab from his own statement elsewhere that David accepted slander. This difficulty remains. What was it? That which is written, 2 Samuel 9:4, and the king said unto him, where is he? And Ziba said unto the king, behold, he is in the house of Machir, the son of Amiel, in Lodabar. Farther on it is written, Ibid 5, and David the king sent, and had him taken out of the house of Machir, the son of Amiel, from Lodabar. 88. Thus, when David found him doing something good, whereas Ziba informed the king that he was doing nothing good, hence David was convinced that Ziba was a liar. Why, then, did David give heed to his slander afterwards, for it is written, Ibid 16:3, and the king said, and where is thy master's son? And Ziba said unto the king, behold, he remaineth at Jerusalem, for he said, today will the house of Israel restore unto me the kingdom of my father. But whence the adduction that David accepted slander? From what is written further, Ibid 4, then said the king to Ziba, behold, thine shall be all that pertaineth to Mephibosheth. And Ziba said, etc. Samuel said, David did not accept slander. He, himself, saw in Mephibosheth's conduct that which corroborated Ziba's calumny, as it is written, Ibid 19:25, and Mephibosheth the grand son of Saul came down to meet the king, and he had not dressed his feet, nor trimmed his beard, nor washed his clothes. This was considered disrespect. Further, it is written, Ibid 28, and he slandered thy servant unto my lord the king, etc. And further, Ibid 31, and Mephibosheth said unto the king, yea, let him take the whole, since that my lord the king is come back in peace unto his own house. Now, this last verse, read between the lines, really means, I have anticipated your safe arrival home with anxiety, and since you act toward me in such a manner, I have nothing to complain of to you but to him who brought you safely back. Jehuda in the name of Rab said, had David not given heed to slander, the kingdom of the house of David would never have been divided, neither would Israel have worshipped idols, nor would we have been exiled from our land. The same rabbi said, he who believes Solomon guilty of idolatry is in error. This theory agrees with R. Nathan, who points to a contradiction between the two following passages in the very same verse, 1 Kings 11:4, And it came to pass, at the time when Solomon was old, that his wives turned away his heart, etc., and farther on, Ibid, it says, like the heart of David his father. While his heart was not as perfect as that of his father David, still he did not sin. Therefore it must be said that it means, his wives turned away his heart toward idolatry, but still he did not practice it. This is supported by the following Beretha. Jassy said, it is written, 2 Kings 3:13, and the high places that were before Jerusalem, which were to the right of the Mount of Destruction, which Solomon the king of Israel had built for Ashtoreth, the abomination of the Zidonians, etc. Is it possible that neither Asa nor Jehoshaphat had cleared them out before Josiah? Did not Asa and Jehoshaphat abolish idolatry in Judea? It follows, then, that as Josiah is given credit by the verse in the scripture for having abolished the worship of Ashtoreth, the abomination of the Zidonians, although at his time it had been out of existence for a long time, this was done merely because he, Josiah, had abolished other later forms of idolatry. The same rule is followed in the case of Solomon. While he himself did not build the Ashtoreth of the Zidonians, the fact that he did not prevent his wives from doing so makes him responsible in the same measure as if he had committed the deed himself. But is it not written, 1 Kings 11:6, and Solomon did what is evil in the eyes of the Lord? This is also written merely because it was in his power to prevent the actions of his wives, and he did not do so, hence the scripture ascribes the deed to him, as if he himself had committed it. Said Jehudah in the name of Samuel, it would have been better for him, Solomon, to have been an actual hireling to idolatry than to be accused of doing what is evil in the eyes of the Lord. Again Jehudah said in Samuel's name, at the time Solomon took in wedlock the daughter of Pharaoh, she brought to him about 1,000 different musical instruments. Each of these was used for separate idols, which she named to him, and still he did not protest against it. The same said again in the name of the same authority, at the time Solomon took in wedlock Pharaoh's daughter, the angel, Gabriel came down and planted a cane in the sea, on the sand that accumulated around the cane a great city was afterward built. But in a Beretha we were taught that the miracle occurred on the day that Jeroboam introduced the 2 golden calves, one each in Bethel and Dan, and that great city was Attalia of Greece. 89 Samuel said, whoever says Josiah sinned is also in error. It is written, 2 Kings 22:2, and he did what was right in the eyes of the Lord and walked in the ways of David his father and turned not aside to the right or to the left. Is this not contradictory to the verse, 2 Kings 23:25, that returned to the Lord with all his heart? How is the returned to be understood? He must have sinned in order to return. Nay, from this it must be inferred that after Josiah attained the age of 18, he refunded from his private purse all amounts paid by such as he had declared guilty, bound to pay, from the time B was 8 years old, when he became king. This is the interpretation of return to the Lord. However, this differs from Rabbah's following statement, none is greater among penitents than Josiah in his time and one in our own time. And who is he? Aba, the father of Jeremiah b. Aba. Others say Aha, the brother of Aba, father of Jeremiah b. Aba, for the aforesaid teacher said Aba and Aha were brothers. Said Joseph, there is yet another in our own time, and he is Ucban b. Nehemiah, the exilarch. 90 Once while studying, said Joseph, I dozed off and saw in a dream an angel stretching out his hands and accepting his, Ucban's, repentance. Kahana questioned Rab, what about a hairnet? Answered Rab, you mean to say a woven one? Everything woven has not been restricted. This was also taught in the name of Hunah b. Joshua. According to others the same said, I have seen that my sisters were not particular to take it off while bathing. And the difference between the two versions is when it was dirty, according to the first version, it does not matter, as everything woven was not restricted, and the second version, where particularity is the case, if they were dirty, they would certainly be particular to take them off. An objection was raised from Mishnah, Mikvate, 9:8, when a person bathes, the following objects cause intervention, hatzitza woolen and linen bands and head straps, used by maidens. Jehuda says woolen and hair bands do not cause intervention, because water soaks through them. Now we see that although woolen and linen bands are woven, yet they are an intervention. Said Huna, all this concerns only maidens. And they are an intervention only because they are particular about it. Joseph in the name of Jehuda said that Samuel said that the halakha prevails according to Jehuda in the case of hair bands only. Said Abai, from the expression, the halakha prevails, we must infer that there is a controversy between Jehuda and the Tana of the above Baratha. The Tana said nothing about hair bands. Shall we assume that because Jehuda declares hair bands not to be objects of intervention, he must have heard the previous Tana mention them? Even if such be the case, it is not probable that Jehuda heard that the Tana agrees with him on that point, and hence he says, if he agrees with me on this point, why not in the other instances also? Said Naaman in the name of Samuel, read, the sages agree with Jehuda with respect to hair bands. This is supported by a Baratha. Woolen bands cause intervention, but hair bands do not. Jehuda, however, said, neither of them causes intervention. Said Naaman b. Itzhak, it seems to be so from the expression of our Mishnah, a woman may go out with hair bands, be they her own or her friends. Whose opinion does this Mishnah represent? Can we say Jehuda's? He permits even woolen bands. We must say it is in accordance with the above rabbis, hence they do not differ as regards hair bands. Nor with totafoth. What are totafoth? Said Joseph, a balm bandage for sanitary use, humrate dikatifta. 93 said Abai to him, then let it be permitted as an amulet made by a reliable expert. During Abai's time this difficulty was not solved. Jehuda, however, in the name of Abai said, 94, it is an epsaim, a gold ornament. This is supported in the following Baratha, a woman may go out with a gilded hairnet, and totafoth or sarbaton when fastened to the hairnet. What are totafoth and what sarbaton? Said Fabuhu, the former are bands that reach from ear to ear, and the latter bands that reach from temple to temple. Huna said, the poor make them of all kinds of colored material, and the rich make them of gold or silver. Nor with a hood. Said Yanai, I cannot understand what kind of a hood the Mishnah means. Is it a slave's hood that it prohibits and permits a woolen hood, or does it prohibit woolen hoods and so much more slaves' hoods? Said Fabuhu, it seems that a woolen hood is meant. And so we have learned plainly in the following Baratha, a woman may go out with a hood and head ornament in her yard. Simeon b. Elazar says, with a hood even in a public ground. It is a rule, said he, that anything below the shebaha, hairnet, is permitted to be worn, but anything above it is not. Samuel, however, said the Mishnah alludes to the slave's hood. Did, indeed, Samuel say so? Did he not say the slave may go out with the mark he wears around his neck, but not with the mark on his clothes? This presents no difficulty. The former applies to the mark made for him by his master, in which case there is no fear of the slave removing and carrying it, while the latter applies to the mark made by himself. What meaning do you attach to Samuel's statement? If he permits the wearing of the mark on the slave's neck because the master made it and the slave will fear to remove it, could not the master also make the mark on the slave's clothes? Yeah, but the slave might lose the mark, and for fear of his master he will fold up his coat and carry it on his shoulders, in public ground. And according to our Itzhak b. Joseph it is prohibited. This is also supported by a Baratha, which teaches us distinctly that the slave may go out with the mark on his neck, but not on his clothes. In like manner Samuel once said to our Hanina b. Sheila, none of the rabbis that call on the exilarch should go out with their insignia on their clothes, on the Sabbath, save you. He would not be angry with you were you to go to him without them, hence, not being a necessary burden, you may wear them or not, as you choose. The master said, not with a bell, etc. Why not? Lest it break off and one may carry it. Then why should the same not be feared in regard to a bell attached to his clothes? Here a bell is treated of that was made by an expert and was woven right in with the cloth. This is also in accord with what our Hunabi, our Joshua said, everything that is woven they did not restrict. Nor with a golden ornament. What was this golden ornament? Said Rabbi B. Hannah in the name of our Johanan, a golden ornament with an engraving of the city of Jerusalem on it, such as our Akiba made for his wife. The rabbis taught, a woman shall not go out wearing a golden ornament, but if she did so, she becomes liable to bring a sin offering. So is the decree of our mayor, but the sages say, she must not go out wearing it. If she did, however, she is not culpable. But our Eliezer said, a woman may go out wearing a golden ornament to commence with. Wherein do they differ? Our mayor holds it to be a burden, and the rabbis hold it to be an ornament, then why should she not wear it to commence with? Lest she take it off to show it to her friends and thus happen to carry it, but our Eliezer reasons differently. Who generally go out with such valuable golden ornaments? Prominent women, and prominent women will not remove them for the purpose of exhibiting them to friends. Rab prohibits the wearing of a crown-shaped ornament, and Samuel permits it. Both agree that the wearing of a crown-shaped ornament is permissible, as there is no fear that the woman will remove it. Where they do differ, however, is as to a golden and jeweled ornament. The former holds that there is fear of her removing it in order to exhibit it, and thus probably happen to carry it, while the latter contends that as only prominent women wear such costly ornaments no fear need be entertained on that score. Said our Samuel B. Hannah to our Joseph, you distinctly told us in the name of Rab that an ornament in the shape of a crown may be worn. 95 Levi 96 lectured in Nehardai that a crown-shaped ornament may be worn, whereupon 24 women in Nehardai went out with crown-shaped ornaments on. Rabbi B. Abuhu lectured the same in Mehutza, and 18 women went out of one alley wearing those ornaments. Ark Jehuda in the name of Samuel said, a belt may be worn. Someone said a leather belt, even if jeweled. Mishnah 2. One is not to go out with iron-riveted sandals, nor with one iron-riveted shoe, unless he has a sore on his foot, nor with phylacteries, nor yet with an amulet unless made by a reliable expert, nor with a shield, helmet, or armor for the legs, but if he has gone out, with either of these, he is not liable for a sin offering. Gemara, iron-riveted sandal. What is the reason of its being prohibited? Said Samuel, it happened toward the close of the persecutions of the Jews, that a party of men hid themselves in a cave with the understanding that after once entering no one was to go out. Suddenly they heard a voice on the outside of the cave, and thinking the enemies were upon them, they began crowding each other into the farthest recesses of the cave. During the panic that ensued more men were trampled to death by the iron-riveted sandals worn by the party than the enemies would have killed. At that time it was enacted that a man must not go out, on Sabbath, with iron-riveted sandals. If this be the reason, let it also be prohibited on weekdays. Because it occurred on a Sabbath. Then let it be allowed on a festival. Why then is it stated that on a festival it must not be sent? Betza, 26, Mishnah. And furthermore, why is it forbidden on Sabbath? Because the people usually assemble on that day, and the same is the case with a festival. But do they not assemble on a congregational fast? Why then should it not be prohibited also then? When the above-mentioned happened it was a prohibited assembly, but all these assemblies are permitted. And even according to our Hanina B. Akiba, who said concerning defilement that this prohibition is only in the Jordan in a boat, as the case happened, it is because the Jordan is different in width and depth from other rivers, but Sabbath and a festival are alike as regards labor. Said our Jehuda in the name of Samuel, the prohibition of the sandals in question, is only with regard to such as are riveted for the sake of durability, but not with regard to such as are riveted for the sake of decoration. How many rivets are considered to be for the latter purpose? Ark Johanan said 5 in each. Ark Hanina said 7 in each. Said our Johanan to our Saman B. Aba, I will explain to you the difference between my opinion and that of our Hanina. I mean 2 rivets on each side of the sandal and 1 in the center, while he means 3 on each side and 1 in the center. The Gemara declared that our Hanina is in accordance with our Nathan, who permits 7, and our Johanan is in accordance with our. Nor with phylacteries, but if he went out with them on, he is not liable for a sin offering. Said Safra, this is not only in accordance with him who holds Sabbath is a day for wearing phylacteries, but it is even in accordance with him who holds that it is not. What is the reason? Because phylacteries are put on in the same manner as a garment, and not with an amulet, etc. Said Papa, do not presume that both the maker and the amulet must be reliable, it is sufficient if the maker only is reliable. So it seems to be from the statement in the Mishnah, and not with an amulet that was not made by a reliable expert. It does not say with a reliable amulet. The rabbis taught, which are to be considered such. If they have cured 3 times, no matter whether they contained inscriptions, of mystic forms, or certain medicaments. If the amulet is for a sickness, be it serious or not, or if it is for one afflicted with epilepsy, or only serves as a preventive, one may fasten or unfasten it even in public ground, provided he does not fasten the amulet to a bracelet or a finger ring, to go out with it in public ground, lest those who see it think that it is being worn as an ornament. Did not a Baratha state that only such amulets as cured 3 different parties are reliable? This presents no difficulty. Here we are taught as to the reliability of the expert who made the amulet, while in the latter Baratha we are taught as to the reliability of the amulet itself. Said Papa, it is certain to me that where 3 different amulets were given to 3 different, human, sufferers at 3 different times, and a cure was effected, both the amulets and the expert who made them are reliable. Where 3 different amulets were given to 3 different sufferers only once, the expert is reliable, but not the amulets. Where one and the same amulet was given to 3 different sufferers, the amulet is reliable, but not the expert. But how is it with 3 different amulets given to one man for 3 different diseases? Certainly, the amulets are not reliable, for each cured only once, but how is it with the expert? Should he be considered reliable or not? If we say that the expert cured him, perhaps it was only the fate of the sufferer that he should be cured by a script? This question remains. The schoolmen propounded a question, is there any sanctity in an amulet or not? For what purpose are we to know this? In order to enter a privy, if there is any sanctity in the amulet this would not be allowed, otherwise it would. Come and hear. We have learned in a Mishnah, not with an amulet unless made by a reliable expert. From this we see that if made by a reliable expert one may go out with it. Now, if we say that there is sanctity in the amulet, how can we say that one may go out with it? Perhaps he shall be compelled to enter a privy, he will have to take it off, and thus be forced to carry it 4 ells or more in public ground. Mishnah 3. A woman shall not go out with an ornamental needle, with a hole in, nor with a ring that has a seal, nor with a cullier, nor with a cableth, nor with a perfume bottle. And if she does, she is liable for a sin offering. Such is the opinion of our mayor. The sages, however, freed her in the case of the 2 latter. Gemara, said Ola, with men it is, concerning a finger ring, just the reverse. That is to say, Ola is of the opinion that what is right for women is not right for men, and what is right for men is not right for women. Said Joseph, Ola is of the opinion that women form a class of their own. Rabba, however, says it often happens that a man gives his wife a ring with a seal on, to put away in a box, and she puts it on her finger until she comes to the box. Again, it happens that a wife gives her husband a ring without a seal for the purpose of having him give it to a jeweler to repair, and until he comes to the jeweler he puts it on his finger. Thus it happens that a woman may wear a man's ring and a man a woman's, temporarily. What is cableth? Kashrus, for purifying the breath. The rabbis taught, a woman must not go out with cableth, and if she did so she is liable for a sin offering. This is the opinion of our mayor, but the sages say she should not go out with it, yet if she does she is not liable. Our Eliezer, however, says she may go out with it to commence with. Wherein do they differ? Our mayor holds that it is a burden, the sages that it is an ornament, and the reason that she should not go out with it is lest she take it off to show to her friends, and thus perchance carry it in her hand. Our Eliezer, however, permits it to be carried to commence with, because, said he, who generally carry such women whose breath emits a bad odor, and surely they will not take them off to show them, hence there is no apprehension that they will carry them 4 ells or more on public ground. There is a beretha, a woman must not go out with a key in her hand, nor with a box of cashews, nor with a perfume bottle, and if she goes out with them, she is liable for a sin offering. So is the decree of our mayor, but our Eliezer freed her, provided the box contains cashews, and the bottle perfume, but if they are empty, she is liable, for then there is a burden. Said our ʻtæl ahaba, from this we may infer that one carrying less than the prescribed quantity of food in a vessel on public ground is culpable, as it states if there was no cashew or perfume, which is equal to a vessel containing less than the prescribed amount of food, she is liable. Hence it makes her liable even if less than the prescribed quantity. Said our Ashi, generally one may be freed, but here it is different, the box and the bottle themselves are considered a burden. We read in the scripture, Amos 6:6, and anoint themselves with the costliest of ointments. Said our Jehudah in the name of Samuel, this signifies perfumery. Our Joseph objected, our Jehudah Baba said that after the destruction of the temple at Jerusalem the sages prohibited even the use of perfumes, but the rabbis did not concur in the decree. If we say perfume used only for pleasure, why did not the rabbis concur? Abai answered, according to your mode of reasoning, even drinking wine from bowls, bocals, is prohibited, for it is written further, ibid, those that drink wine from bowls. Our Bami said, that certainly means bocals, but our Asi claimed that it means they clinked glasses one with another. Still Rabbi R. Huna once happened to be at the house of the exilarch and drank wine out of a bocal, but was not rebuked. It is, therefore, thus to be understood, the rabbis restricted only such pleasures as were combined with rejoicing, but not pleasures unaccompanied with rejoicing. Said our Fabuhu, others say we were taught in a beretha, 3 things bring man to poverty, urinating in front of one's bed when naked, carelessness in washing one's hands, and permitting one's wife to curse him in his presence. Said Rabbah, urinating in front of one's bed should be understood to signify, turning around so as to face the bed and then urinating, but not turning in the opposite direction, and even when facing the bed it signifies only urinating on the floor in front of the bed and not in a urinal. Carelessness in washing one's hands signifies, not washing one's hands at all, but not insufficient washing, for our Hista said, I washed my hands well and plentifully and am plentifully rewarded. Permitting one's wife to curse him in his presence implies, for not bringing her jewelry, and then only when one is able to do so but does not. Rahava said in the name of our Jehudah, the trees of Jerusalem were cinnamon trees, and when used for fuel the odor extended over all the land of Israel, ever since the destruction of the second temple the cinnamon trees disappeared, but a morsel as big as a barleycorn is still to be found in the treasury of the kingdom of Zimzamai. Mishnah 4. One must not go out with a sword, nor with a bow, nor with a triangular shield, nor with a round one, nor with a spear, if he does so he is liable for a sin offering. Our Eliezer says they are ornaments to him, but the sages say they are nothing but a stigma, for it is written, Isaiah 2:4, they shall beat their swords into plowshares and their spears into pruning knives, nation shall not lift up sword against nation, neither shall they learn war any more. Knee buckles are clean and one may go out with them on the Sabbath. Stride chains are subject to defilement, and one must not go out with them on the Sabbath. Gemara, our Eliezer says they are ornaments. There is a beretha, the sages said unto our Eliezer, if the weapons are ornaments to man, why will they cease to exist in the post-Messianic period? He answered, they will exist then also. This is in accordance with the opinion of Samuel, who said there will be no difference between the present time and the post-Messianic period save the obedience to temporal potentates, for it is written, Deuteronomy 15:11, for the needy will not cease out of the land. Said Abai, according to others are Joseph, to our Demi or to our Ivia, and according to still others, Abai said directly to our Joseph, what is the reason of our Eliezer's theory regarding weapons? It is written, Psalms, XLV. For, gird thy sword upon thy thighs, O Most Mighty, with thy glory and thy majesty. Said our Kahana Tamar, the son of our Huna, is not this passage applied to the study of the law, Torah? And he answered, anything may be inferred from a passage, at the same time, the passage must not be deprived of its common sense. Said our Kahana, I am 80 years old and have studied the 6 sections of the Mishnah with their explanations through, and did not know until now that a scriptural passage has first to be interpreted in its plainest form. What information does he mean to convey to us by this assertion? That man has to study the law through first, and then reason upon it. Our Jeremiah in the name of our Eleazar said, 2 scholars who debate in the law, not for controversy's sake, the Holy One, blessed be he, causes them to prosper, moreover, they become exalted, for it is written, Psalms, XLV. 5, be prosperous. But lest one say that this would be the case even if they debate, not for the purpose of studying the law, therefore it says further, Ibid. Ibid, because of truth. Again, one might say that the same would be the case even if one became arrogant and conceited. Therefore it says further, Ibid, Ibid, and meekness and righteousness. And if they act humbly they will be rewarded with the knowledge of the law, which was given with the right hand of God, as it is further written, Ibid, and thy right hand shall teach thee fearful things. Arkanam B. Itzhak says they will be rewarded with the knowledge of what is said of the right hand of the law, for Rabbah B. Our Sheila, according to others are Joseph B. Hama in the name of our Shesheth, said, how is to be explained the passage, Proverbs, 3. 16, length of days is in her right hand, and in her left riches and honor. Shall one say that in the right hand is only length of days, but not riches and honor? Common sense does not dictate so, therefore it must be interpreted thus, for those who study the Torah in the right way there is long life, and so much the more riches and honor, but for those who study it not in the right way, riches and honor there may be, but not long life. Said our Jeremiah in the name of our Simeon B. Lachish, 2 scholars who quietly discourse on the Torah among themselves, the Holy One, blessed be he, hearkens unto them and listens to their desires, for it is written, Malachi, 3. 16, then conversed they that fear the Lord one with the other, etc. Conversed means conversed quietly, as it is written, in Psalms, 47. 4, he will subdue, quiet, people under us. Subdue and converse are expressed by the same terms in the 2 passages, hence the similitude. 97, what is meant by the words, that thought upon his name? Said our Ami, even when one intended to observe a commandment, but was accidentally prevented and could not accomplish it, it is credited to him as if he had actually observed it. Thus the passage, thought upon his name, is interpreted. Said our Hanina B. Ide, whosoever observes a commandment as prescribed, will not be the recipient of bad tidings, for it is written, ʻtæl, 8. 5, whoso keepeth the commandment will experience no evil thing. Our Asi, others say our Hanina, said, even if the Holy One, blessed be he, has so decreed it, that he shall experience evil things, the decree is annulled through the prayers of this man, as it is written, Ibid 4, because the word of a king is powerful, and who may say unto him, what doest thou, and this immediately followed by the passage, whoso keepeth the commandment will experience no evil thing. Our Aba in the name of our Simeon B. Lachish said, 2 scholars who mutually instruct themselves in the law, the Holy One, blessed be he, hearkens to their voices, for it is written, Song of Solomon, 8. 13, thou that dwellest in the gardens, the companions listen for thy voice, oh, let me hear it, but if they do not do so, they cause the Shekinah to move away from Israel, for further it is written, Ibid 14, flee away, my beloved, etc. The same in the name of the same authority said, the Holy One, blessed be he, loves 2 scholars who combine to study the law, for it is written, Solomon's Song, 2. 4, and his banner over me was love. Said Rabbah, provided they know something of law, but have no instructor to teach them at the place where they reside. The same said again, the man who lends his money is more deserving than the charitable man, and the most deserving of all is he who gives charity surreptitiously or invests money in partnership with the poor. Furthermore he said, if thy teacher is jealous, for thy welfare, and as spiteful as a serpent, if thou neglect thy studies, carry him on thy shoulders, because from him thou wilt learn, and if an ignoramus plays the pious, do not live in his neighborhood. Our kahana, according to others are Ashi, and according to still others are Abba in the name of our Simeon B. Lachish, said, Whoso raises a vicious dog in his house prevents charity to proceed therefrom, for the poor are afraid to go in as it is written, Job 6. 14. As though I were one who refuseth kindness to a friend. As though I were one who refuseth, is expressed in Hebrew by one word, viz., lamos, in Greek lambda alpha mu omicron, means dog, 98 and hence are Simeon's inference. Said our Naaman, he even forsaketh the fear of the Lord, for it is written at the end of the verse, Ibid, and forsaketh the fear of the Lord. Once a woman went into a certain house to bake, and a dog, through barking at her, caused her to have a miscarriage. Said the landlord of the house, Fear him not, I have deprived him of his teeth and claws, but the woman answered, Throw thy favors to the dogs, the child is already gone. Said our Huna, it is written, ʻtæl 11. 9. Rejoice, O young man, in thy childhood, and let thy heart cheer thee in the days of thy youthful vigor, and walk firmly in the ways of thy heart and in the direction in which thy eyes see, but know thou that concerning all these things God will bring thee into judgment. Does not this passage contradict itself? Nay. Up to the words, and know, are words of the misleader, and from there on are words of the good leader. Resh Lakish said up to, and, know, the theoretical part of the law is meant, and from there on it speaks of good acts. Knee buckles are clean, etc. Said our Jehuda, this, Byrith, means arm bandages. To this our Joseph objected, we have learned that a Byrith is, virtually, clean, and one may go out with it on the Sabbath. If it is an armband, how can that be? The latter is subject to defilement. It means that the Byrith is worn on the same part of the leg as the arm bandage on the arm. Rabban and our Huna sat before our Jeremiah, who slumbered, and Rabban said, A Byrith is worn on one of the thighs and Kabbalim on both shins. But our Huna said both are worn on both shins, but the chain attached to the Byrith on both shins is called Kabbalim, and the chain makes them a perfect vessel. At this point of the argument our Jeremiah awoke and said, I thank you. Even so I heard our Johanan say. When our Dini came to Nehardai, he sent to tell the sages, my former information in the name of our Johanan that the tzitz was a woven thing was an error, as so was said in his name. Whence the adduction that any ornament is subject to becoming defiled? From the tzitz, the golden plate on the forehead of the high priest. And whence the adduction that textile fabrics are also subject to becoming defiled? From the passage, Leviticus 11. 32, or raiment, which includes any textile fabrics whatsoever. The rabbis taught, any piece of textile fabric or any trifle of an ornament is subject to defilement. But how is it with an article which is half texture and half ornament? It is also subject to defilement. As for an ornament which is carried in a bag, the bag being of woven material becomes defiled and with it the ornament, but if the ornament was carried in a piece of cloth, the cloth remains undefiled. Is a piece of cloth not a textile fabric? Yeah, but by that is meant that the bag, even if not made of textile fabric, becomes defiled, because it is attached to the garment. What is a bag used for? Said our Johanan, poor people use them for the purpose of putting some trifles in them and then hang them on the necks of their daughters. It is written, and Moses was wroth with the officers of the host, Num 31. 14, said our Naaman in the name of Rabbi Abuhu, thus said Moses unto Israel, Have ye then returned to your first sin, that ye have let the females live? They answered him, Ibid. 49, Thy servants have taken the sum of the men of war who have been under our command, and there lacketh not one man of us, implying that none had sinned. Said Moses again, If such be the case, why need ye atonement? They answered, Though we have strengthened ourselves to keep aloof from sin, we could not put it out of our minds. We have therefore, Ibid 50, brought an oblation unto the Lord. On this the school of our Ishmael taught, Why did the Israelites of that generation require forgiveness? Because they had feasted their eyes on strange women. Mishnah v. A woman may go out with plaits of hair, be they made of her own hair or of another woman or of an animal, with totaphoth or sarbaton if fastened. 99 With a hood or with a wig in her yard, private ground, with cotton wadding in her ear or in her shoe, or with cotton wadding prepared for her menstruation, with a grain of pepper or of salt, or with whatever else she may be accustomed to keep in her mouth, provided she does not put it in her mouth on the Sabbath to commence with. If it fell out of her mouth she must not replace it. As for a metal or golden tooth, Rabbi permits a woman to go out with it, but the sages prohibit it. Gemara, it has been taught, provided a young woman does not go out with plaits of hair belonging to an old woman, nor an old woman with plaits of hair belonging to a young woman. So far as an old woman is concerned, it would be nothing but right, for the plaits of a young woman would be a source of pride to her, and there is fear of her taking them off to show to others. But why should a young woman be prohibited to go out with plaits belonging to an old woman? They are a disgrace to her, and surely she would not take them off for exhibition. The teacher, while treating on plaits with respect to an old woman, also makes mention of the case of a young woman, for the sake of antithesis. With a hood or a wig in her yard. Said Rab, everything prohibited by the sages to be worn on public ground must not be worn in the yard, save a hood and a wig. Our Fanani B. Sasson in the name of our Ishmael said, everything may be worn in the yard like a hood. But why does Rab discriminate in favor of these objects? Said Ola, in order that she may not become repulsive to her husband. And with cotton in her ears or in her shoes. Romi B. Ezekiel taught only when tied to her ears or her shoes. And cotton wadding prepared for her menstruation. In this case, said Rabbah, even if it is not tied it may be worn, because, being disgusting, it will not be handled. Our Jeremiah B. Our Abba questioned Rabbah, how is it if the same was prepared with a handle? And he answered, then it is also allowed. And so also it was taught by our Naaman B. Ashia in the name of our Johanan. Our Johanan went to the college with cotton wadding in his ears on Sabbath, and his colleagues objected to it. Our Joni went into unclaimed ground with it against the opinion of all his contemporaries. With a grain of pepper or a grain of salt. The former to take away any bad odor of the breath and the latter as a remedy for toothache. Or with whatever else she is accustomed to keep in her mouth, meaning ginger or cinnamon. A metal or a gilt tooth, etc. Said our Fizera, they differ concerning a gold tooth only, for a silver tooth is unanimously permitted. And so we have learned plainly in a Beretha. Said Abai, Rabbi, our Eliezer, and our Simeon B. Eleazar, all three agree to the opinion that anything provoking disgust, or ridicule, a woman will not wear for show. Rabbi, as just cited, our Eliezer, as he freed a woman bearing a box of cashews or a perfume bottle, our Simeon B. Eleazar, as we have learned in the following Beretha, anything below the hairnet is permitted to be worn outside. Mishnah 6. Women may go out with a coin fastened to a swelling on their feet, little girls may go out with laces on and even with screws in their ears. Arabians may go out in their long veils and Medians in their mantillas, so may even all women go out, but the sages spoke of existing customs. She may fold her mantilla around a stone, nut, or a coin, used as buttons, provided she does it not especially on the Sabbath. Gemara, little girls may go out with laces. The father of Samuel did not permit his daughters to go out with laces nor to sleep together. He made bathing places for them during the month of Nisan, and curtains during the month of Tishri. He did not permit them to go out with laces. Were we not taught that girls may go out with laces? The daughters of Samuel's father wore colored, fancy, laces and, lest they take them off to show to others, he did not permit them to go out with them. Fold her mantilla around a stone, etc. But did not the first part of the Mishnah say that she may fold it, etc.? Said Abai, the last part of the Mishnah has reference to a coin, which is not permitted. Abai questioned, may a woman fold her mantilla on Sabbath shrewdly around a nut for the purpose of bringing it to her little son? And this question is according to both, to him who permits subtlety in case of fire, and also according to him who forbids it. According to him who permits it, it may be that only in case of fire he permits, as if it were not allowed, he would extinguish it, but this is not the case here. And according to him who prohibits it, it may be that he does so because the clothing seller usually so bears the clothes, but here, as it is not the custom to bear it so, it may be that it is permitted. The question remains. Mishnah 7. The cripple may go out with his wooden leg, such is the decree of our mayor, but our Ashi prohibits it. If the wooden leg has a receptacle for pads, it is subject to defilement. Crutches are subject to defilement by being sat or trodden upon, 100 but one may go out with them on Sabbath and enter the outer court of the temple. The chair and crutches of a paralytic are subject to defilement, and one must not go out with them on the Sabbath nor enter the outer court of the temple. Stilts are not subject to defilement, but nevertheless one must not go out with them on Sabbath. Gemara, Rabbah said to our Naaman, how are we to accept the teaching of the Mishnah? Did our mayor permit the cripple to go out with a wooden leg on the Sabbath and our Ashi prohibit his doing so, or vice versa? Answered our Naaman, I know not. And how shall the halakha prevail? Answered our Naaman again, I know not. It was taught, Samuel and also our Huna begin the Mishnah, a cripple shall not, etc. And our Joseph said, as both sages read the Mishnah so, we shall do the same. Rabbah b. Shira, however, opposed, was he not aware that when our Hanan b. Rabbah taught so to Hiah, the son of Rab, the father showed him with the movement of his hands to change the names. In reality Samuel himself has also receded from the former teaching, and has corrected, a cripple may go out, so is the decree of our mayor. Hamath, 101a. And must not enter the outer court, etc. Atana taught before our Johanan that one may go in with them in the outer court. Said our Johanan to him, I teach that a woman may perform the chalitza 101 with them, hence they are considered shoes, and you say he may go in with them to the outer court. Go and teach the contrary. Mishnah 8, boys may go out with bands and princes with golden belts, so may every one else, but the sages adduce their instances from existing customs. Gemara, what kinds of bands? Said Ada Mari in the name of our Naaman b. Baruch, who said in the name of our Ashi b. Abhin, quoting our Jehuda, wreaths of poir roots. Said Abai, my mother told me that 3 of such wreaths give relief, in sickness, 5 of them produce a complete cure, and 7 of them are even proof against witchcraft. Said our Faha b. Jacob, and this only if they, the wreaths, have never seen sun, moon, or rain, never heard a hammer fall or a cock crow or the fall of footsteps. Said our Naaman b. Itzhak, thy bread is cast upon the deep, meaning the remedy is an impossibility. 102 The rabbis taught, women, may go out with a cut and a stone, to prevent miscarriage, on the Sabbath. It was said in the name of our mayor that they may even go out with the counterpoise of a cut and a stone, and not only such, women, as have already once miscarried, but even as a preventive to miscarriage, and not only when a woman is pregnant, but lest she become pregnant and miscarry. Said our Jimer b. Shalmia in the name of Abai, but the counterpoise must be an exact one and made in one piece. Mishnah 9. It is permitted to go out with eggs of grasshoppers or with the tooth of a fox or a nail from the gallows where a man was hanged, as medical remedies. Such is the decision of our mayor, but the sages prohibit the using of these things even on weekdays, for fear of imitating the Amorites. 103 Gemara, the eggs of grasshoppers as a remedy for toothache, the tooth of a fox as a remedy for sleep, viz. The tooth of a live fox to prevent sleep and of a dead one to cause sleep, the nail from the gallows where a man was hanged as a remedy for swelling. As medical remedies, such is the decision of our mayor. Abai and Rabbah both said, anything, intended, for a medical remedy, there is no apprehension of imitating the Amorites, hence, if not intended as a remedy there is apprehension of imitating the Amorites. But were we not taught that a tree which throws off its fruit, it is permitted to paint it and lay stones around it? It is right only to lay stones around it in order to weaken its strength, but what remedy is painting it? Is it not imitating the Amorites? Nay, it is only that people may see it and pray for mercy. We have learned in a Beretha, it is written, Leviticus 13:45, unclean, unclean, shall he call out. To what purpose? That one must make his troubles known to his fellow men, that they may pray for his relief. Ravina said, the hanging up of a cluster of dates on a date tree, as a sign that the tree throws off its fruit, is in accordance with the above-mentioned teacher. If one says, kill this cock, for he crowed at night, or kill this hen, for she crowed like a cock, or I will drink and leave a little over, because of superstition, there is apprehension that he imitate the Amorites, but one may put a splinter of 'tæl 104 or a piece of glass in a pot, that it may boil the quicker. The sages, however, prohibited pieces of glass as being dangerous. The rabbis taught, one may throw a handful of salt in a lamp that it may burn the brighter, or loam and fragments of earthenware that it may burn more slowly. The saying, to your health, at wine drinking is no imitation of the customs of the Amorites. It happened that our Akiba gave a banquet in honor of his son, and at every cup that he drank he said, to the wine in the mouth and to the health of the sages and their disciples. 7. The general rule concerning the principal acts of labor on Sabbath. Mishnah I. A general rule was laid down respecting the Sabbath. One who has entirely forgotten the principle of keeping the Sabbath and performed many kinds of work on many Sabbath days, is liable to bring but one sin offering. He, however, who was aware of the principle of Sabbath, but, forgetting the day, committed many acts of labor on Sabbath days, is liable to bring a separate sin offering for each and every Sabbath day, which he has violated. One who knew that it was Sabbath and performed many kinds of work on different Sabbath days, not knowing that such work was prohibited, is liable to bring a separate sin offering for every principal act of labor committed. One who committed many acts all emanating from one principal act is liable for but one sin offering. Gemara, what is the reason that the Mishnah uses the expression, a general rule? Shall we assume that it means to teach us a subordinate rule in the succeeding Mishnah, and the same is the case with the Mishnah concerning the sabbatical year, where at first a general rule is taught and the subsequent Mishnahs teach a subordinate rule? Why does the Mishnah relating to tithes teach one rule and the succeeding Mishnah another, but does not call the first rule a general rule? Said R. Jose B. Abin, Sabbath and the sabbatical years, in both of which there are principles and derivatives, he expresses a general rule. Tithes, however, in which there are no principles and derivatives, no general rule was laid down. But did not Bar Capra teach us a general rule also in tithes? It must be therefore explained thus: the subject of Sabbath is greater than sabbatical, as the first applies to attached and detached things, while the sabbatical applies only to attached ones. The subject of the latter, however, is greater than tithes, as it applies to human and cattle food, while tithes applies only to human food. And Bar Capra teaches a general rule in tithes also, because it is greater than pia, corn or tithe, as the former applies also to figs and herbs, which is not the case with pia. It was taught concerning the statement of the Mishnah, he who forgot, etc., that Rab and Samuel both said, even a child that was captured by idolaters or a proselyte who remained among idolaters is regarded as one who was aware of the principle, but forgot it and is liable, and both are. Johanan and Resh Lakish said that the liability falls only upon him who was aware, but subsequently forgot. The child and the proselyte in question are considered as if they were never aware, and are free. An objection was raised from the following: a general rule was laid down concerning the observation of the Sabbath. One who had entirely forgotten the principle of Sabbath, and had performed many kinds of work on many Sabbath days, is liable for but one sin offering. How so? A child which was captured by idolaters and a proselyte remaining with idolaters, who had performed many acts of labor on different Sabbaths, are liable for but one sin offering, and also for the blood or prohibited fats which he has consumed during the whole time, and even for worshipping idols during the whole time, he is liable for only one sin offering. Munbaz, however, frees them entirely. And thus did he discuss before our Akiba, since the intentional transgressor and the unintentional are both called sinners, I may say, as an intentional one cannot be called so unless he was aware that it is a sin, the same is the case with an unintentional, who cannot be called sinner unless he was at some time aware that this is a sin. It is true, then, the above must be considered as never having been aware of it. Said our Akiba to him, I will make an amendment to your decree, as the intentional transgressor cannot be considered as such unless he is cognizant of his guilt at the time of action, so also should not the unintentional transgressor be considered as such unless he is cognizant at the time of action. Answered Munbaz, so it is, and the more so after your amendment. Thereupon our Akiba replied, according to your reasoning, one could not be called an unintentional transgressor, but an intentional. Hence it is plainly stated, how so? A child, etc. This is only in accordance with Rab and Samuel, and it contradicts our Johanan and our Simeon b. Lachish. They may say, is there not a Tana Munbaz, who freed them? We hold with him and with his reason, namely, it is written, Num. 15:29, a law shall be for you, for him that acteth through ignorance, and the next verse says, Ibid 30, but the person that doeth aught with a high hand. The verse compares then the ignorant to him who has acted intentionally, and as the latter cannot be guilty unless he was aware of his sin, the same is the case with the ignorant, who cannot be considered guilty unless he was at some time aware of the sin. Another objection was raised from a Mishnah farther on, 40-1 are the principal acts of labor. And deliberating for what purpose the number is taught, said our Johanan, for that, if one performed them all through forgetfulness, he is liable for each of them. How is such a thing, as utter forgetfulness, to be imagined? We must assume that although cognizant of the day being Sabbath, one forgot which acts of labor were prohibited. And this is correct only in accordance with our Johanan, who holds, if one is ignorant of what acts of labor constitute sin punishable with kereth, being cut off, and commits one of those acts even intentionally, he is bound to bring a sin offering only. And such an instance can be found in case one knows that those acts of labor were prohibited, at the same time being ignorant of that punishment which is kereth. But according to our Simeon b. Lachish, who holds that one must be totally ignorant of both the punishment of kereth and what acts are prohibited on Sabbath, how can the above case be found? He was aware that Sabbath must be kept. But what was he aware of in the observance of Sabbath? He only knew of the law governing the going outside of the boundaries of the city. But who is the Tana of the following Baratha? The scriptural passage, him that acteth through ignorance, refers to one who was ignorant both of the principle of Sabbath and the prohibition of the acts of labor. One who was cognizant of both is referred to by the scriptures as the person that doeth aught with a high hand. If one, however, was cognizant of the principle of Sabbath, but not of the prohibition of the acts of labor, or vice versa, or even if he knew that the acts of labor were prohibited, but did not know that they involved culpability requiring a sin offering, while he is not the scriptural man that acteth through ignorance, still he is culpable of a transgression requiring a sin offering. It is Munbaz mentioned above. Our Huna said, one who has been traveling in a desert and does not know what day is Sabbath, must count 6 days from the day, on which he realizes that he has missed the Sabbath, and observe the seventh. Hayabith Rab said, he must observe that very day and then continue his counting from that day. And what is the point of their differing? The former holds that one must act in accordance with the creation, which commenced 6 days before the Sabbath, while the latter holds that one must be guided by Adam's creation, on the eve of Sabbath. An objection was made, if a man while traveling in a desert forgot when the Sabbath arrives, he must count 1 day to 6, and then observe the seventh. Does this not mean he must count 6 days and then observe the seventh? Nay, it may be said that it means that very day, and continue his counting from that day. If this be the case, why are we taught he must count 1 to 6? It should be taught, plainly, he must observe a day and continue counting from that day. Moreover, we were taught in a Baratha, if one while traveling in the desert forgot when the Sabbath arrives, he must count 6 days and observe the seventh. The objection to our Hayabith Rab is sustained. Rabbah said, referring to the traveler who forgot the Sabbath, on every day, except the one on which he realizes that he has missed the Sabbath, he may perform enough labor to sustain himself. But one that should do nothing and die of hunger? Nay, only in case he provided himself with his necessaries on the preceding day. Perhaps the preceding day was Sabbath. Therefore read, he may labor even on that day to sustain himself. In what respects is that day, then, to be distinguished from other days. By means of Kiddush and Havdalah. 105 said Rabbah again, if he only recollects the number of days he has been traveling, he may labor all day on the 8th day of his journey, in any event, for he surely did not start on his journey on a Sabbath. Is this not self-evident? Lest one say that one would not only not start out on the Sabbath, but also not on the day before Sabbath. Hence, if he went out on the 5th day of the week, he is permitted to work on both the 8th and 9th days of his journey. Therefore he comes to teach us that only on the 8th day of his journey would he be permitted to work, for frequently one comes upon a caravan on Friday and starts out even on that day. One who has entirely forgotten, etc. Whence is this deduced? Said Naaman in the name of Rabbi B. Abuhu, there are 2 verses in the scripture, viz. Exodus 31. 16, and the children of Israel shall keep the Sabbath, and Leviticus 19. 3, and my Sabbaths shall ye keep. How is this to be explained? The first means the observance of the commandment of Sabbath generally, and the second means one observance of the commandment for each Sabbath. One who knew the principle of Sabbath. What is the reason of a difference between the former and the latter part of the Mishnah? Said Naaman, for what transgression does the scripture make one liable for a sin offering? For what is done through ignorance? In the former part of the Mishnah the case of one who was not aware that it was Sabbath is dealt with, and hence only one sin offering is imposed, while in the latter the case dealt with is of one who was aware that it was Sabbath, but ignorant as to the acts of labor, hence a sin offering for each act is prescribed. Liable for a sin offering, etc. Whence do we deduce the distinction between acts of labor? Said Samuel, it is written, Exodus 31. 14, every one that defileth it shall be surely put to death. We see, then, that the scripture has provided many deaths 106 for defiling the Sabbath. But does not the verse refer to one who violates the Sabbath wantonly? As it cannot be applied to an intentional violator, for it is already written, Exodus 35. 2, whosoever doeth work thereon shall be put to death, therefore apply it to an unintentional sinner. How, then, will you explain the words, put to death? That is only the pecuniary equivalent, of being put to death, viz., he shall bring a sin offering which costs money. Why not advance the distinction between the acts of labor, as Nathan does elsewhere? Samuel is not of the opinion of Nathan, but of Jashi, who says that the additional commandment not to kindle a fire on the Sabbath was taught additionally for the special purpose of conveying to us that one who does kindle a fire is not to be punished either with kereth or stoning, for we have learned in a Beretha, the additional commandment not to kindle a fire on the Sabbath was taught additionally for the special purpose of conveying to us that one who kindles a fire on the Sabbath is not to be punished either with kereth or stoning. Such is the opinion of Jashi. Nathan says it is written for the sake of separation, from other acts. Let then the separation of acts of labor be adduced whence Jashi adduces them in the following Beretha, it is written, Leviticus 4. 2, and do, of, any, one, of them, as follows, sometimes one is only bound to bring one sin offering for all transgressions, and sometimes one is bound to bring a sin offering for each and every transgression separately. Said Jashi b. Hanina, why does Jashi explain that passage thus? The verse should read, one of them, Akath Mehino, but in reality it reads, of one of them, Mechath Mehino, or it should read, of one them, Mechath Hino, but it reads, of one of them. Therefore he explains that sometimes one is equal to many and sometimes many equal one. 107 Rabbah questioned Naaman, how is it if one is ignorant of both, of the day being Sabbath and the prohibition of the acts of labor on that day? Answered Naaman, take one instance at a time. You say he was ignorant of the day being Sabbath, then he is bound to bring a sin offering. How would it be if, on the contrary, I had said that he was ignorant of the prohibition of the acts of labor first? Would you say that he becomes liable to a sin offering for each and every act performed? Said Ashi, let us see from the man's actions. How would it be if one came to him and reminded him of its being Sabbath, without calling his attention to the fact that he was working? If the man immediately stopped his work, it is clear that he had actually forgotten that it was Sabbath. If, however, the man was reminded by a third party that he was working, without having his attention called to the fact that it was Sabbath, and he immediately quit his work, it is evident that he was not cognizant of the prohibition of the acts of labor, hence he would become liable to bring a sin offering for each and every act performed. Said Ravina to our Ashi, what difference does it make? If one is reminded that it is Sabbath and he quits work, he becomes aware that it is Sabbath, and if he is reminded of his working he also becomes aware that the day is Sabbath, hence it makes no difference. Rabba said, supposing the following case happened, one reaped and ground the equivalent, in size, of a fig on a Sabbath, without knowing that it was Sabbath, and on another Sabbath did the same thing, knowing it was Sabbath, but not knowing that such acts of labor were prohibited, then remembered that he had committed a transgression on the Sabbath through ignorance of the day being Sabbath, and took a sheep and set it aside for a sin offering. Suddenly he recollected that he had also committed a transgression on the other Sabbath, through his ignorance of the prohibition of the acts of labor. What would the law be in such a case? I can say that the sheep set aside for a sin offering for the first transgression suffices also for the second, although in reality 2 sin offerings were required to atone for the second transgression. The one sin offering would suffice, because it is in truth not brought for forgetting the Sabbath, but for reaping and grinding. The reaping in the first instance carries with it the reaping in the second, as also the grinding in the first instance carries with it the grinding in the second, and one sin offering atones for all. Assuming, however, that in the second instance, when he forgot about the prohibition of the acts of labor, he, at some later time, recollected only having reaped, but forgot that he also ground, and having set aside the sin offering he became liable for on account of his transgression in the first instance, when he forgot about the Sabbath. He atones for the reaping and grinding on the first Sabbath and for the reaping on the second Sabbath, but not for the grinding on the second Sabbath. Hence, after also recollecting that he had ground, he must bring an additional sin offering. Abai, however, says, the one sin offering atones for all, because the grinding, which he atones for in the first instance, also carries with it the grinding in the second instance. Why so? For the reason that in both instances the acts atoned for are analogous. When a sin offering was brought, a confession was made. In citing the sin committed in the first instance, grinding was mentioned and applies also to the grinding in the second instance. Therefore no additional sin offering is necessary. It was taught, if one has eaten tallow, which is prohibited, on 2 different occasions, and at both times the tallow was the equivalent, in size, of an olive, or larger, and afterward he was reminded of the first occasion, and later on of the second occasion also, what is the law in his case? Ark Johanan says, he must bring 2 sin offerings. Why so? Because he recollected the transgressions at different times. Resh Lakish, however, says, he need bring only 1 sin offering. What is Ark Johanan's reason? Because it is written, Leviticus 4:28, for his sin, which he hath committed, and he adduces therefrom that for every sin committed one must bring a separate sin offering, and Resh Lakish holds according to the passage, Ibid. 26, concerning his sin, and it shall be forgiven him, and claims that it being one and the same sin, only 1 sin offering is sufficient. But what will Resh Lakish do with the verse, for his sin which he hath committed? That refers to the sin offering which had already been brought, and therefore could not apply to a later sin. And what about our Johanan and the passage, concerning his sin, and it shall be forgiven? Our Johanan explains this as follows, if a man ate tallow equivalent, in size, to an olive and a half, and later ate another piece the size of half an olive. Afterward he recollected having eaten tallow, but thought that it was the size of 1 olive, might some not say that the remaining piece eaten in the first instance should be added to the piece eaten in the second instance, and thus constitute another piece the equivalent, in size, to an olive, and make him liable for another sin offering? Therefore the passage which means, after once having obtained forgiveness for the transgression on the first occasion, the second cannot be counted in with the first. It was taught, if one intended to pick up a thing detached, for instance, a knife that had fallen in a row of vegetables, and while doing so, accidentally, cut off one of the growing vegetables, he is free. Now, lest one might say that Rabbah coincides with the opinion of Abai, and from the latter instance it might be assumed that the offender intended to throw 2, but threw 4 ells, hence Rabbah holds him not culpable, for the intention to throw 4 ells did not exist. But if one threw 4 ells in what he thought was private ground, and which turned out to be public ground, the intention was carried out. For the object thrown reached its desired destination, and therefore lest one say that in this case Rabbah coincides with Abai, the two instances are illustrated, and we are informed that not even in this case does Rabbah agree with Abai. Mishnah 2. The principal acts of labor, prohibited on the Sabbath, are 40-1 viz. Sowing, plowing, reaping, binding into sheaves, threshing, winnowing, fruit cleaning, grinding, sifting, kneading, baking, wool shearing, bleaching, combing, dyeing, spinning, warping, making 2 spindle trees, weaving 2 threads, separating 2 threads, in the warp, tying a knot, untying a knot, sewing on with 2 stitches, tearing in order to sew together with 2 stitches, hunting deer, slaughtering the same, skinning them, salting them, preparing the hide, scraping the hair off, cutting it, writing 2 single letters, characters, erasing in order to write 2 letters, building, demolishing, in order to rebuild, kindling, extinguishing, fire, hammering, transferring from one place into another. These are the principal acts of labor 40-1. Gemara, for what purpose is the number so distinctly given? They are enumerated. Said Johanan, if one labored through total ignorance of the laws governing the Sabbath, he must bring a sin offering for every act of labor performed. Sowing, plowing. Let us see, plowing being always done before sowing, let it be taught first. The Tana, who taught as in the Mishnah, is a Palestinian, and in his country they sow first and then plow. Someone taught that sowing, pruning, planting, transplanting, and grafting are all one and the same kind of labor. What would he inform us thereby? That if one performs many acts of labor, all of the same class, he is liable for but one sin offering. Said halakha in the name of Hayabi, Ashi, quoting Ami, one who prunes is guilty of planting, and one who plants, transplants, or grafts is guilty of sowing. Of sowing and not of planting? I mean to say of sowing also. Said Kahana, one who prunes and uses the branches for fuel is liable for 2 sin offerings, one for reaping and one for planting. Said Joseph, one who mows alfalfa, hay, is guilty of mowing and planting both. Said Abai, one who mows clover hay, which sheds its seed when mowed, is liable, for a sin offering, for mowing and sowing. Plowing. There is a beretha, plowing, digging, furrowing, are one and the same kind of labor. Shesheth said, one who removes a knoll of earth in a house becomes liable for building, and if in a field he is liable for plowing. Rabbah said, filling up a hole in the house makes one liable for building, and in the field for plowing. Aba said, digging, the same hole, on Sabbath for the purpose of making use of the earth alone is free even according to Jehudah, who said that the performance of an unnecessary act of labor makes one culpable. He refers to labor that improves an object and not to that which spoils it. Mowing. There is a beretha, reaping, vintaging, selecting dates, olives, and figs are all one and the same kind of labor. Binding into sheaves. Rabbah said, one who gathers salt from salt works is guilty of the act of binding into sheaves. Abai, however, said that binding into sheaves applies only to produce of the soil. Threshing. There is a beretha, threshing, carting, and hackling belong to one and the same class of labor. Threshing, winnowing, fruit cleaning, etc. Is not winnowing, fruit cleaning, and sifting one and the same class of labor? Abai and Rabbah both said, acts of labor executed during the construction of the tabernacle are enumerated separately, though they are of an analogous nature. Let pounding then also be enumerated, as labor, inasmuch as the spices for incense had to be pounded. Said Abai, it is true. This is also one of the acts of labor performed at the construction of the tabernacle. But as the poor people do not pound their grain, generally using it in its natural state, it is not included in the principal acts of labor. Rabbah, however, said, the Mishnah should be understood in the sense Rabbi expounded it, the principal acts of labor are 40 less 1. Should pounding be included, there would be 40 even. Let then one of the principal acts, enumerated in the Mishnah, be stricken out and substituted by pounding. Hence it is best to accept Abayi's reason. The rabbis taught, if there are several kinds of food before a man on the Sabbath, he may select such as he desires and even set it aside, but he must not separate the good from the spoilt. If he does this, he is liable for a sin offering. How is this to be understood? Our Hamnuna explained it thus: one may select the good from the spoilt for immediate or later consumption, but he must not pick out the spoilt, leaving the good for later consumption. If he does this, he is liable. Abayi opposed, is there anything mentioned, in the Mishnah, about separating the good from the spoilt? He therefore explained the Baratha as follows: food may be selected for immediate consumption and setting aside, but not for later consumption. If this is done, it is considered the same as storing it, and involves the liability. This was reported to Rabbah by the rabbis, and he said, Nameni, Abayi, has explained it correctly. When two kinds of food were before a man and he selected part of one kind and ate it, then selected part of the other kind and set it aside, our Ashi learned in the Baratha that the man is free, but our Jeremiah of Difti learned that he is culpable. Is there not a Baratha which teaches that he is? This presents no difficulty. Our Ashi refers to food served in a basket or a bowl, but our Jeremiah learned that the man sifted the food in a sieve. When our Dimi came to Babylon, he related, it happened on a Sabbath, when our Bibhai's turn came to entertain the disciples, that our Ami and our Ashi arrived. Our Bibhai placed before them a basket filled with fruit, together with the leaves and sprigs, and I am not aware what his reason was. Was he of the opinion that it is forbidden to separate food from trash, or was it his liberality? Hizkiah said, one who shells pressed lupins, on the Sabbath, is culpable. Does this mean to say that it is forbidden to separate food from trash? Nay, there is quite a difference where pressed lupins are concerned. They must be scalded just 7 times and immediately shelled, for if they are not immediately shelled they become putrid, therefore to shell them is equal to separating trash from good food. Grinding. Said our Papa, to chop beets is the same as to grind. Splitting wood for kindling is the same as grinding. Said our Ashi, splitting leather is the same class of work as cutting by measure, if he is particular about it. Kneading, baking. Our Papa said, the Tana of the Mishnah omitted the cooking of spices that took place in the tabernacle and instead of that taught about baking. It is because the Tana follows the order of baking, first comes kneading, then baking, and cooking is included in the latter. Wool shearing, bleaching. Rabbi B. Hannah in the name of our Johanan said, spinning wool from a live animal on the Sabbath makes one liable for 3 sin offerings, one for shearing, one for carding, and one for spinning. Our Kahana, however, said, this is not the way shearing, carding, and spinning are done, hence he is not at all culpable. If one plucked quills, cut off their tops, and singed them on both sides, the rabbis taught that he is liable for 3 sin offerings. Tying, untying. What kind of tying and untying was done at the construction of the tabernacle? Rabbah, others say are, Elei, said, this is the way of the snail, fishers, to untie their nets from one load and tie them on another. Sewing on with 2 stitches. But 2 stitches do not hold, hence it cannot be called work. Said Rabbi B. Hannah in the name of our Johanan, provided 2 knots are made, one at each end. Tearing in order to sew together with 2 stitches. Was there any tearing done at the tabernacle? Both Rabbah and our Phizera said, when a curtain became moth-eaten, they tore out the moth-eaten part and sewed it together. Artazutrabi, Tobiah in the name of Rab said, to rip a seam on the Sabbath makes one liable, to learn from a magician is a sin involving capital punishment, one who knows the science of astronomy and does not make use of it, is not worth being spoken of. What is a magician? Rab says a wizard. Samuel says a blasphemer. Our Simeon B. Potsi in the name of our Joshua B. Levi said, whoever knows the science of astronomy, and does not occupy himself with it is the party alluded to, Isaiah v. 12, but the deeds of the Lord they regard not and the works of his hands they behold not. Said Samuel b. Nomini in the name of our Jonathan, whence the adduction that we are bound to learn astronomy? From the passage, Deuteronomy 4. 6, Keep, therefore, and do them, for this is your wisdom and your understanding before the eyes of the nations. And what kind of wisdom is before the eyes of the nations? You must say that it is astronomy. Hunting deer. The rabbis taught, to catch a slug and squeeze it so that it bleed is a transgression involving only a sin offering. Jehuda says, involving 2 sin offerings, for Jehuda holds that squeezing comes in the class of threshing, but the rabbis told him that squeezing is not threshing. What reason do the rabbis give for their opinion? Said Rabbah, their reason is that threshing can only be applied to produce of the soil. Slaughtering. Under which category? Rab said, dying, and Samuel said, taking life. Said Rab, I said something which may seem absurd, and so as to prevent future generations from deriding me I will give a reason for what I said. Butchers are in the habit of coloring the throat of the carcasses with blood, in order that people may see, that the meat is still fresh, and be induced to buy. Salting the hide, etc. Is not salting a hide preparing it? Both are, Johanan and Resh Lakish said, strike out one of them in the Mishnah and substitute it with marking. Scraping the hair off, etc. Archaha b. Hanina said, to polish a floor on the Sabbath is a transgression of the same order as scraping off the hair of the hide. Said Haya b. Abba, Ashi told me 3 things in the name of Joshua b. Levi, sawing rafters on the Sabbath, that they may be equal in size and pointed, makes one liable the same as cutting. Daubing a plaster on a piece of cloth makes one liable the same as scraping hair off. Smoothing a stone makes one culpable of hammering. Simeon b. Kisma in the name of Simeon b. Lakish, said, painting pictures on vessels or blowing out glassware makes one culpable the same as hammering. Jehuda said, removing a border from cloth also makes one as culpable as hammering, but only in case one is particular about having the border remain on his cloth. Writing 2 letters. The rabbis taught, if one wrote 1 large letter instead of 2 small ones, he is not guilty of any transgression, but to erase a large letter, in the place of which 2 small letters can be written, makes one liable for a sin offering, for the erasing is done with the intent to write, and 2 small letters are evidently needed. Said Menahem b. Jasi, this is the only case where the law is more rigorous with erasing than with writing. Building, demolishing, etc. Both Rabbah and Zerah said, all work which is done in the last stages is considered the same as hammering, which is generally the finishing work. These are the principal acts of labor. These, to exclude a derivation of the same kind as the principle when it is done with the principle together, and as to which Eliezer makes one liable for the derivation also. Less 1, to exclude the extension of the warp or the woof, which Jehuda added to the principal acts, but the rabbis said, extending the warp is included in warping and extending the woof is included in weaving. Mishnah 3. And there is also another rule which was laid down, whosoever carries out on the Sabbath such things as are fit and proper to be stored and in such a quantity as is usually stored, is liable, but whatever is not fit and proper to be stored, nor in such a quantity as is generally stored, only he who would store this is liable, because the storing shows that for him it is valuable. Gemara, whatever is not fit and proper. Said Eleazar, the latter part of the Mishnah is not in accordance with Simeon b. Eleazar, who said in the following Beretha, there is a rule that all which is not fit and proper to be stored nor in such a quantity as is generally stored, if held by one man fit and another man has carried it out, the latter becomes liable for the intention of the owner. Mishnah 4. It is forbidden to carry about chopped straw in quantities of a cow's mouthful, stalks in quantities of a camel's mouthful, stubble in quantities of a lamb's mouthful, herbs in quantities of a kid's mouthful, leek and onion leaves, if fresh, equal in size to a dried fig, and if dry in quantities of a kid's mouthful. The different kinds of fodder are, however, not to be counted together, as the prescribed quantities are not equal for all. Gemara, chopped straw. What kind? Said Jehuda, peas stalks. When Rabbin came to Babylon he said thus, there is no diversity of opinion concerning the carrying out of straw in quantities of a cow's mouthful for a camel, as all agree that in such a case one is liable. The point of their differing is concerning the carrying out of stalks, which is not fit food for a cow, in quantities of a cow's mouthful for a cow. Johanan frees him, as he holds that unfit food cannot be regarded as nutrition, and Resh Lakish makes him liable, as he holds that even such is considered nutrition. Stubble in quantities of a lamb's mouthful. But does not a Baratha state the size of a dried fig? Both quantities are equal. Leek and onion leaves, if fresh, etc. Said Josibi, Hanina, inferior food is not to be counted in with superior, in order to make out the prescribed quantity. Superior food, however, may be counted with the inferior, in order to complete the prescribed quantity. Mishnah v. The carrying out of an article of food the size of a dried fig makes one liable. And the different kinds of them are to be counted together, for the prescribed quantity is the same for all kinds, with the exception of husks, kernels, and stalks, likewise bran, both coarse and fine. Jehuda says that the husks of lentils are not accepted, because they are boiled with the lentils and are counted in the same, as food. Gemara, except bran, etc. Is not fine as well as coarse bran to be counted in, the same as food? Is there not a Mishnah concerning the separation of the first dough, that one is bound to separate the first dough made of flour mixed with its fine or coarse bran? Answered Abai, this is no contradiction. Poor people only generally use such mixed flour, when Sabbath is concerned something possessing real value is always spoken of. The husks of lentils are not accepted, etc. Husks of lentils only, and not of beans. Did not a Baratha state that Jehuda said, husks of beans and lentils? This presents no difficulty. The Mishnah refers to husks of new lentils and the Baratha refers to old lentils and beans. And why not old ones? Said Thabuhu, because they, the husks of lentils and beans, are black and when dished up look like flies in a bowl, they are not eaten with the food and therefore are not counted in. 8. Regulations concerning the prescribed quantities of victuals and beverages which must not be carried about on the Sabbath. Mishnah I. The prescribed quantities, of victuals and beverages, prohibited to be carried about on the Sabbath, are as follows: sufficient wine in a goblet, which with the addition of a certain quantity of water would make a full goblet of wine, fit to drink. 109 milk to the quantity of a mouthful, honey sufficient to cover a wound with, oil sufficient to anoint a small limb with, and water in quantities sufficient for a medical bath for the eyes. For all other liquids and also of whatever can be poured out, the prescribed quantity is a quarter of a lug, about a quart. Simeon says, the prescribed quantities for the liquids enumerated in this Mishnah are also a quarter of a lug, and the various prescribed quantities specified apply only to those who store such liquids. Gemara, a Baratha, in addition to this Mishnah, states, the quantity which suffices for a good goblet of wine. What is to be understood by a good goblet? The goblet used in benediction 110 after meals. Hanaman in the name of Abuhu said, a goblet used at benediction after meals must contain no less than a fourth of a quarter lug, of pure wine, so that when mixed with water the prescribed quantity, a quarter lug, will be made. Said Rabbah, we have learned this in our Mishnah, sufficient wine in a goblet, which with addition of water would make a full goblet, commented on by the Baratha to mean, which would make a good goblet. From the close of the Mishnah we learn, for all other liquids the prescribed quantity is a quarter of a lug. And, he is in accordance with his theory elsewhere, that wine which is not strong enough to be mixed with 3 parts of water is not considered wine at all. Said Abai, there are 2 objections to this. Firstly, there is a Mishnah that wine fit to drink is such as has been mixed with 2/3 water, like the wine of Sharon. Secondly, do you think that the water in the pitcher, intended for mixing with the wine, is counted in? Rejoined Rabbah, the first objection does not hold good, as Sharon wine is an exception, which although weak is nevertheless good, or it may be that there the particularity is the color, which is not changed by an addition of 2/3, but concerning taste, I say that only one which can bear 3/4 of water is considered. As to the second objection, concerning water in the pitcher, it is also nothing as concerning Sabbath. The quality and not the quantity is considered, and the wine in question is of that quality. There is a baratha that the prescribed quantity for the extract of wine is the size of an olive. So said our Nathan. And our Joseph said that our Jehuda agrees with him in a Mishnah, tract 9, which will be translated there. The rabbis taught, the prescribed quantity for animal milk is the equivalent of a mouthful, for human milk and the white of an egg, as much as is used for the preparation of a salve for a sore eye. When mixed with water, the prescribed quantity is as much as is used to bathe both eyes with. Honey sufficient to cover a wound with. A baratha states, sufficient to cover the mouth of a wound with. Said our Jehuda in the name of Rab, the Holy One, blessed be He, has created nothing useless in the world. He created the snail as a remedy for a sore, the fly for the sting of a wasp, the mosquito for the bite of a serpent, the serpent for the mange, and the lizard for the bite of a scorpion. The rabbis taught, there are 5 terrors through which the strong succumb to the weak. The mafjia terrorizes the lion, 111 the mosquito the elephant, the lizard the scorpion, the swallow the eagle, and the kilbith, a small fish, the whale. Said our Jehuda in the name of Rab, is any similarity to be found in the scripture? Amos, v. 9, that causeth wasting to prevail against the strong. Our Zerah once met our Jehuda standing at the door of his, our Jehuda's, father-in-law in a very cheerful mood, and disposed to answer a whole world full of questions. He asked him, what is the reason that, in a flock, the she-goats generally go ahead of the sheep? And he answered, in accordance with the creation, at first darkness, then light, she-goats are generally dark and lambs, or sheep, white. Why are she-goats not covered with a tail? Asked the former again. And he answered, those who cover us are, in turn, covered, and those that do not cover us are not covered. Because sheep provide us with wool, they are also provided with cover. Why has a camel a short tail? Because it feeds on thorns, in order that the thorns may not catch in its tail. And, why has an ox a long tail? Because he grazes in plains and must protect himself from the gnats. Why are the feelers of a locust soft? Because the locusts swarm in fields. Were their feelers hard, the locusts would be blinded by losing them in knocking against trees, for Samuel said, all that is necessary to blind a locust is to tear off his feelers. What is the reason that the lower eyelids of a hen are turned up, and cover the upper eyelids? Because a hen soars to her roost and, in a house full of smoke, she might be blinded by the smoke from below. The rabbis taught the following: 3 creatures grow stronger as they grow older, viz., fishes, serpents, and swine. Oil sufficient to anoint a small limb with, i.e., the little finger. At the school of our Janae it was thus explained, it means the smallest limb of a one-day-old infant. And the same was said by our Simeon b. Elazar. Water sufficient for a medical bath for the eyes. Said Abai, let us see. Of an article which is very often used for one purpose and seldom for another, the rabbis always leniently permitted the maximum quantity to be used, as the prescribed quantity, of the article much in use. Again, when an article is used alike for several purposes, the rabbis restrict the prescribed quantity to its minimum. To be more explicit, wine is frequently used as a beverage and only at times as a medicament, hence the rabbis regard it solely as a beverage, and determine the maximum quantity. The same is the case with milk. Honey, however, which is used to a greater extent as a medicine than for nutritive purposes, is regarded as a medicine and therefore restricted to the prescribed quantity for medicines, which is a smaller quantity than a beverage. What is the reason, then, that the rabbis restrict water, which is certainly more of a beverage than a medicament, to the minimum quantity? Rabbah answered, they hold with the opinion of Samuel, who declared that all liquids used as medicine for the eyes inflame and blind, except water, which soothes and does not blind, and in this case the Mishnah has reference to one who carried about water on the Sabbath as a medicament for the eyes. For all other liquids, the prescribed quantity is 1/4 of a lug. The rabbis taught, for blood and all other liquids the prescribed quantity is 1/4 of a lug. Our Simeon b. Elazar said the prescribed quantity for blood is as much as is used to apply to one eye, because that quantity is used when the eye is afflicted with a cataract. All these prescribed quantities apply only to those who carry the victuals or beverages about. To those, however, who store them, the victuals or beverages, the carrying of even the least imaginable quantity is prohibited, because from his storing them we see that he considers them valuable. But our Simeon says all these prescribed quantities apply to such as stored victuals and beverages and hence considered them valuable, but as for persons who only carried them out, for all beverages, whether used also for medical purposes or not, if carried out in any quantities less than a quarter of a lug there is no culpability. The former teacher said that those prescribed quantities only refer to those who carry out, but to those who store them the carrying of even the least imaginable quantity is prohibited. Is the one who stores not also a carrier? He is culpable for carrying and not for storing? Answered Abai, the Baratha treats of a case where a master ordered his retainer to clear off the table. If the retainer removed something of value to everybody from the table, it constituted a quantity which must not be carried about on the Sabbath. If the thing was of value only to the master and the retainer carried it out, he, the retainer, is culpable, in spite of the fact that the thing was of value to his master alone. Hence he is called one who stores, and not a carrier, for it signifies that the thing is worth storing. Again, the former teacher said, and the sages agree with our Simeon that the prescribed quantity of slops is a quarter of a lug. Of what use are slops? Said our Jehuda, to prepare mortar with. But were we not taught that the prescribed quantity for mortar is only as much as suffices to make the mouth of a bellows pipe with? Aye, but for the purpose of preparing mortar, a man would not trouble himself to carry out so small a quantity as is sufficient to make a mouth of a bellows pipe, hence a quarter of a lug would be the least that would be carried out to make mortar with. Mishnah 2. The prescribed quantity for rope is as much as suffices to make a handle for a basket, for reeds, as much as suffices to hang a fine or coarse sieve thereon, our Jehuda says, as much as is sufficient to take the measure of a child's shoe, for paper, as much as suffices to write a toll bill on a toll bill itself must not be carried out. The prescribed quantity for paper that has been erased is as much as will wrap the top of a perfume bottle. The prescribed quantity for vellum is as much as suffices for the covering of an amulet, for parchment, as much as suffices for the writing of the smallest portion of the phylacteries, which is, here, O Israel for ink, as much as is necessary for the writing of 2 letters, characters, for paint, as much as will paint one eye. The prescribed quantity for bird, lime is as much as will suffice to put on a lime twig, for pitch or sulfur, as much as will cover a hole, in a quicksilver tube, for as much as will fill up a small leakage, in a utensil, for loam, as much as suffices to make all orifice for a pair of bellows used by goldsmiths. Our Jehuda says the prescribed quantity for loam is as much as will make a stand for a goldsmith's crucible, for clay, as much as will cover the mouth of a goldsmith's crucible, for lime, as much as will cover the little finger of a maiden. Our Jehuda says for lime the prescribed quantity is as much as will cover the temple of a maiden. Our Nehemiah says as much as will cover the back part of a maiden's temple. Gemara, for paper, as much as suffices to write a toll bill on. There is a Baratha, the legal size of a toll bill is a piece of paper large enough to contain 2 letters. Is this not contradictory to the Baratha which says that the carrying out of a piece of blank paper large enough for 2 letters of ordinary size to be written on makes one liable? Answered our Shesheth, the 2 letters referred to by the Mishnah are the letters used by the tollmaster, usually extra large letters. Rabbah, however, said that the piece of paper referred to is large enough for 2 letters and has a margin by which it can be held. The rabbis taught, if one carry out on the Sabbath an unpaid promissory note he is liable, but not so for a paid one. But our Jehuda said, the same is the case with a paid-up note, for its value lies therein, that the owner may show it to a prospective creditor in order to prove promptness of former payments. What is the point of their differing? Said our Joseph, they differ if it is allowed to preserve a paid note. According to the rabbis it is prohibited, and according to our Jehuda it may be done. 112. For vellum is as much as suffices to make a cover for an amulet. Rabbah questioned our Naaman, of what size, and the latter answered, as we were taught in the Mishnah, as much as will suffice to make a cover for an amulet. And what is the size in regard to tanning? The same quantity. And where do you take this from? From the Mishnah farther on, that gives the same quantity for wool preparing to be woven and for already woven. The same is here as it is for tanning, the quantity is the same as if already tanned. The further discussion is repeated in many places, and each is translated in its proper place. Parchment as much as suffices to write thereon the smallest portion, etc. Is this not a contradiction to the Baraitha which teaches that the prescribed quantity for parchment and double parchment, delta omicron xi sigma tau omicron, is as much as suffices to write a mezuzah, inscription on the doorposts, on. The mezuzah mentioned in the Baraitha refers to the mezuzah contained in the phylacteries. Does the Baraitha call phylacteries mezuzah? Yeah, it does elsewhere. But since the latter part of the Baraitha teaches explicitly that the prescribed quantity for parchment is as much as is required for writing the smallest portion of the phylacteries, which is, here, O Israel, is it not to be assumed that in the former part of the Baraitha a mezuzah proper is meant? Read, what is the prescribed quantity for parchment and double parchment? For the latter as much as is required for the writing of a mezuzah, and the former, for the writing of the smallest portion of the phylacteries, which is, here, O Israel. Rab said, double parchment is the same as parchment. The same as we may write the portions of the phylacteries on parchment, so may we also write them on double parchment. Were we not taught, parchment sufficient, etc., which certainly does not mean double parchment. Nay, it is only a better observance to write on parchment than on double parchment. For ink, etc. A Baraitha adds, the prescribed quantity for dry ink is as much as will suffice for the writing of 2 letters, for prepared ink as much as a quill or stub will require to write the 2 letters with. Said Rabbah, for carrying out sufficient ink for 2 letters and writing the 2 letters while carrying the ink, one is culpable, for the writing is equivalent to depositing a thing in a place. But for carrying out sufficient ink for 1 letter only, and writing that letter while carrying the ink, afterward carrying out another quantity of ink sufficient for 1 letter and writing the other letter while carrying the ink, one is not culpable, for by the time the second letter was written, the ink of the first letter dried out and, the prescribed quantity of ink was not visible. Again Rabbah said, for carrying out food to the size of 1/2 of a dried fig, laying it down, and then carrying out another quantity of like size, one is not culpable, for it is considered as if the first quantity had been consumed by fire. But why should it be thus considered? Is it not lying there yet? He means to say, if one picked up the first before he laid down the second, the first is to be considered as if consumed by fire, and hence one is not culpable. For paint, etc. Is it not a fact that people never dye one eye only? Said Huna. Modest women veil one eye and only paint the other. To this explanation someone objected, viz. For paint as a remedy the prescribed quantity is as much as will dye one eye, said Simeon b. Elazar, but as a means for beautifying the prescribed quantity is as much as will dye 2 eyes. Hillel, the son of Samuel b. Anamani, explained it by saying that Simeon b. Elazar referred to country damsels who dye both eyes. For bird lime as much as is sufficient to put on a lime twig. There is a Baraitha, as much as is sufficient to put on a twig for the purpose of catching birds. For pitch and sulfur, etc. A Baraitha states, sufficient to fill up a hole in a quicksilver tube. For loam, etc. A Baraitha states, sufficient to fill up the cracks in a small stove. For clay, etc. The rabbis taught, it is prohibited to carry out hair for the purpose of mixing it with clay used to cover a goldsmith's bellows pipe with. For lime, etc. A Baraitha states, to cover the smallest finger of a damsel. Said Jehudah in the name of Rab, daughters of Israel, when they become of age, and they have not yet developed the signs of puberty, the poor smear their bodies with lime, the rich ones with fine meal, and princesses with myrrh oil. What is myrrh oil? Sigma tau alpha kappa tau eta. And Jeremiah b. Aba said, olive oil from olives which were only 1/3 ripe. There is a Baraitha, Jehudah said, it is called, in Menikoth, and Fiknan, omicron mu phi alpha nu iota omicron nu, and why do they anoint with this? Because it removes the hair and makes the complexion clear. Bibi had such a daughter and he anointed her with the same, each member of her body separately, and finally one of the prominent men paid him 400 zuz and married her. He had a Gentile neighbor who also had such a daughter, and he anointed her whole body at one time, and she died. Said he, Bibi has murdered my daughter. Said Naaman, Bibi, who used to drink beer, his daughter needed the anointing, but our daughters do not need it, for we do not drink beer. As much as is sufficient to cover, etc. What is meant by Kalkub and Andiphi? Said Rab, the temple, and the hair between it and the ear. Are we to understand from the Mishnah that the prescribed quantity permitted by Jehuda is larger than that of the rabbis? Is it not a fact that the rabbis allow the larger prescribed quantity? Jehuda allows a larger quantity than Nehemiah, but still a smaller quantity than the rabbis. Or it is possible that an Andiphi means a forehead. From the following narration, it happened that a Galilean once came to Babylon and was requested to lecture on metaphysics. The Galilean consented and began, I will interpret to you something in the style of Nehemiah. Meanwhile a wasp flew out of the wall, stung him on the Andiphi, forehead, and the Galilean died on the spot. It was said that he died a merited death, 113 Mishnah 3. For sealing wax the prescribed quantity is as much as is required for the sealing of a bale of goods, so is the decree of Akiba. The sages, however, say for the sealing of a letter. For dung or fine sand as much as is required to fertilize the soil around a cabbage stalk, according to Akiba, and to the sages as much as is required to fertilize the soil around a leek stalk. For coarse sand as much as is required to fill a trowel, for reed as much as is required to make a writing pen from, or should it be thick or split, as much as is required to fry the softest beaten egg with, which, mixed with oil, lies in a hot shell. Gemara, sufficient to fill a trowel. A Baratha states, for coarse sand the prescribed quantity is, as much as is required to fill the trowel of a plasterer. Who is the Tana that holds that sand is an improvement on plaster? Said Hista, Jehuda of a Baratha, Baba Bathra, 60b, Rabbah, however, said it may be also in accordance with the rabbis, as they hold that the spoiling, of the whiteness, of the plaster, through the admixture of sand, is an improvement of its durability. For reed as much as is required to make a writing pen. A Baratha teaches, a pen that reaches the joints of the fingers. Or should it be thick? A Baratha teaches, to fry a beaten egg mixed with oil. Said Marbi, Ravina to his son, didst thou ever hear what is understood by the softest egg? He answered that Shesheth said it was a hen's egg. Why does the Mishnah call it a light, soft, egg? Because the sages found that no eggs are cooked as quickly as pullet's eggs. Why is it that all other prescribed quantities prohibited to be carried out on the Sabbath are of the size of a dried fig, and here the quantity is of the size of an egg? Answered Naaman, even here is meant the quantity of a dried fig from an egg. Mishnah 4. The quantity of a bone is that large enough to be made into a spoon. Jehuda says large enough to be made into a key, glass of sufficient size to be used for scraping off the points of a weaver's spindles, a splinter or a stone large enough to throw at a bird. Elazar b. Jacob says to throw at an animal. Gemara, is it to be understood from the Mishnah that the prescribed quantity allowed by Jehuda is larger than that allowed by the rabbis? Is it not a fact that the rabbis allow the larger? Said Ola, Jehuda refers to, the tooth of a key. Glass of sufficient size, etc. A Baratha states, sufficient glass to cut 2 threads at once. A splinter, etc. Said in the name of Johanan, provided it is large enough to hurt. But how large should it be? Elazar b. Jacob teaches in a Baratha, the weight of 10 zuz. Zunin once entered the college and questioned the teachers. What is the prescribed quantity for gravel used in privy for toilet purposes? He was answered, the equivalent in quantity to the size of an olive, a nut, or an egg. Said he, it would then be necessary to carry along a scale. So they deliberated, and decided that the quantity should be a handful. Rabbi B. Shila asked of Hista, is it permitted to carry up gravel to the roof, for the purpose cited above, as it is extra trouble, which is prohibited on the Sabbath? He answered, Precious is the honor of man. For honor's sake, even a direct scriptural commandment may be circumvened. Said Johanan, it is forbidden to use fragments of earthenware for toilet purposes, after doing one's necessities, on the Sabbath. What is the reason? Is it to say because it is dangerous, then it should be forbidden also on weekdays, or is it to say because of witchcraft, it would also be prohibited on weekdays? What then is the reason? Is it because it may remove the hair from the posterior? Would this not be an act performed without intention, and work done unintentionally? He is of the opinion is permissible. Nathan B. Ashi answered, a great man made the assertion, we have to find, therefore, a reason for it. There is no doubt whatever that fragments of earthenware are prohibited to be used on weekdays, when some other things can easily be obtained, but on Sabbath, if nothing else happens to be on hand, nor may be bought, the fragments might be considered as utensils, and, lest one might be inclined to think that for this reason they would be permitted to be used, he informs us that they are not. Can witchcraft be exercised through the agency of fragments? For the following proves it. Hista and Rabbi Hannah once traveled in a ship, and a matron who wanted to go on the same ship asked their permission to sit down near them, which they refused. She pronounced a certain word and the ship stood still, but they in turn pronounced a certain word and the ship moved on. She then said, It grieves me sorely that I cannot inflict some punishment on you, seeing that you use no fragments for toilet purposes, nor do you kill the vermin in garments, nor do you pull out vegetables from a bundle, but cut the bundle first. Hence it may be seen that fragments can be used as a means for the exercise of witchcraft. Huna said to his son Rabbah, Why do you not go more frequently to Hista, who expounds the law so pointedly? Answered the son, Of what use would it be? He never taught me but mere worldly knowledge, such as, for instance, not to sit down to excrementize with a jerk nor to force myself too much, lest the intestines come out and endanger life. Huna then rejoined, Thou sayest, mere worldly knowledge. He is interested in the life of the people, and you call it mere worldly knowledge. So much the more should you go to him. Hista and Ravina differ as to the consequences of one withholding to perform his necessities. One is of the opinion that foul breath is the result, while the other holds that the entire body assumes a bad odor. The opinion of the latter is supported by the following Baratha: He who takes nourishment while in need of performing his necessities is compared to a stove in which a fire was built without previously removing the ashes, which is invariably the cause of a bad smell. One who feels like performing his necessities, but cannot do so, Hista advises that he keep on sitting down and getting up until able. Hanan from Nehardai advises him to look for another place, but the rabbis say the sole remedy is to think of nothing else. The rabbis taught, one who is about to eat a hearty meal should walk 10 times 4 ells or 4 times 10 ells, then perform a natural necessity, and after that go in and sit down to the meal. Mishnah v. The prescribed quantity of fragments, of earthenware, is the size of such as are placed between two boards, is the decree of Jehuda. Meir says, of a size sufficient to stir a fire with. Jasi, of a size to receive, hold, a quarter of a lug. Said Meir, although no positive proof for my assertion can be found in the scripture, still a vague reference can be deduced from the passage, Isaiah, XXX. 14, so that there cannot be found among their fragments assured to rake fire from a hearth. Said Jasi, therefrom you would adduce your proof. It says immediately after that, ibid, and to draw water from a pit. Gemara, we must assume that the prescribed quantity allowed by Jasi is larger than that allowed by Meir, but the scriptural text shows that Meir allows the larger, because, is it possible that the prophet will curse them with a larger object after having cursed them with a smaller? Said Abai, Meir also means a fragment used to stir a big fire with, hence his fragment is larger than Jasi's. Said Jasi, etc. Is not Jasi's answer correct? What could Meir rejoin? Meir might say that the prophet intends to convey that not only shall they not have anything of the least value left, but they shall not even have anything that is as valueless as a piece of fragment big enough to contain a drop of water. 9. Rabbi Akiba's regulations on different subjects. Mishnah Akiba said, "Whence do we deduce that one who carries an idol is as unclean, ritually, as a woman suffering from menstruation?" From the passage, Isaiah, XXX. 23, "Thou wilt cast them away as a filthy thing." 114, "Get thee hence, wilt thou say unto them." Thus, in the same manner as a woman suffering from menstruation causes, ritual, uncleanness, so does also an idol. Gemara, Rabbah said, the passage mentioned in the Mishnah should be interpreted thus, "A strange one 15 them from thyself as a stranger, get thee hence, say unto him, but tell him not to come in." Further Rabbah said, "It is unanimously conceded that the carrying of idols causes, ritual, uncleanness and hence it is compared to menstruation, but there is a dissenting opinion among the rabbis concerning a stone, used as a pedestal for an idol or upon which a woman suffering from menstruation chanced to sit, beneath which there were utensils." Akiba holds that idols are regarded the same as menstruating women and the vessels beneath the stone become defiled, for the reason that the stone is the basis of the idol, and the former becomes part of the idol, and hence everything beneath it becomes defiled, but the rabbis regard an idol as a reptile, i.e., as a reptile lying upon a large stone, in which case any utensils chancing to be beneath the stone do not become defiled. This decree is unanimously conceded. Ahadbubi Ami asked, "What about an idol smaller in size than an olive?" Joseph objected to this question. What is the purpose of the query? Does it refer to the prohibition of idolatry? Even an idol the size of a fly, like the idol of the Ekronites, which was called Zebub 116, fly, is also prohibited, for we are taught it is written in the passage, Judges 8:33, "And they made themselves Balberith for a god." By Balberith is meant the Zebub, fly, idol of Ekron, and every idolater, at that time, made an image of his idol in miniature in order to keep it constantly at hand and to be able at any time to take it out, embrace, and kiss it, hence there is no question as to size. Nay, the query of Ahadbu is in regard to causing defilement. Either it is regarded as a reptile and defile, even if only of the size of a lentil, or it is considered as a corpse and causes defilement if it is the size of an olive. A part of a corpse the size of an olive causes the person touching it to become defiled. Answered Ivia, and according to others Rabbi Ola, come and hear the following Beretha, "No defilement is caused by idols smaller than olives, for it is written, 2 Kings 23:6, and cast its powder upon the graves of the children of the people." The adduction is, that as a corpse cannot cause defilement by a part less than the size of ale olive, the same is the case with idols, which are regarded as corpses. Mishnah 2, Akiba says again. Whence the adduction that a ship, though a wooden vessel, is not subject to defilement. From the passage, Paro v XXX. 19, the way of a ship is in the heart of the sea. Gemara, it is certain 117 that Akiba intends to convey to us that the reason the passage cited in the above Mishnah informs us of a fact known to all is because the sense is to be construed thus, in the same manner as the sea is not subject to defilement, so also a ship can never become defiled. There is a Beretha, Hananiah said, we make the adduction from a sack, which is subject to defilement, that everything which can be carried after the manner of a sack, sometimes full and at other times empty, is subject to defilement, except a ship, which cannot be carried at all, full or empty. What are the points of difference in the two adductions, of Akiba and Hananiah? They are concerning a small, river, boat. One holds that all boats, ships, must be regarded as the sea itself, hence not subject to defilement, while the other is of the opinion that a small, river, boat must be regarded as a sack because it is carried to the place whence it is launched and hence is subject to defilement, as Hanina b. Akabiah said. Why did the rabbis say that a small, river, boat is subject to defilement? Because it is usually loaded in the dry dock and then carried into the river. Rabbi Johanan in the name of Rabbi said, one should not absent himself from the college even for 1 hour. Behold, this teaching, concerning a river boat, has been taught in the schools for many years and no one knew the reason for it until our Haninabi Akabiah came and explained it. Our Jonathan said, one should never absent himself from the house of learning or abstain from learning the law, even when at the point of death, for it is written, number 19. 14. This is the law, when a man dieth in his tent, i.e., even at the point of death man must occupy himself with the study of the law. Resh Lakish, however, adduces from the same verse that one does not retain, in memory, the law, unless he is ready to die for it. Mishnah 3. R. Akiba said. Whence do we adduce that in a patch of ground 6 spans long by 6 spans wide 5 different kinds of seed may be planted, one kind each in each of the 4 corners and one in the center of the patch? From the passage, Isaiah, LXI. 11. For as the earth bringeth forth her growth, and as a garden causeth what is sown therein to spring forth. We see then, it is not written, as a garden causeth its seed to spring forth, but what is sown therein. Gemara, how is this to be understood from that passage? Said our Jehuda, the passage cited in the above Mishnah is to be thus explained, the earth bringeth forth her growth. Bringeth forth, which is in the singular, can be counted for, 1, kind of seed. Her growth, also singular, can also be counted for, 1. Now we have 2. What is grown therein, evidently plural, can be counted for 2 more, making 4, and, to spring forth, in the singular again, can be counted as 1, making 5 in all, and, as far as the 6-span square are concerned, the rabbis are quite certain, through tradition, that 5 different kinds of seed in a patch 6-span square do not interfere with one another. But whence do we know that the assurance of the rabbis can be depended upon? Answered R. Hayabi, Aba in the name of our Johanan, from the passage, Deuteronomy 19. 14. Thou shalt not remove the landmark of thy neighbor, which they of old time have set, which is to be explained, thou shalt not go beyond what is limited by those of old. But what have those of old limited? Answered our Samuel bar Nameni in the name of our Jonathan, it is written, Gen 36. 20. These are the sons of Seir the Chorite, who inhabited the land. Only they inhabited the land. Did the rest of mankind inhabit heaven? It simply means to state that they made the earth inhabitable by their knowledge of agriculture and their experience as to what ground is adapted for the planting of olive trees, vines, date trees, etc. R. Ashi said, the teaching of R. Akiba in the Mishnah refers to a patch of ground 6-span square, excluding the corners. Rab said, the above Mishnah has reference only to an isolated patch, or furrow, of ground, but in a furrow surrounded by others one cannot sow 5 kinds of grain, as it is necessary to have a space of 3 spans dividing one kind from the other. Are there not corners, however, to the furrow? The school of Rab explained, in the name of Rab, that reference is made to furrows into the corners of which grain had been sown. Samuel, however, said, even in a furrow surrounded by other furrows. But will not the seeds interfere one with another? Samuel refers to furrows which are planted alternately from north to east and from south to west. 118 Mishnah 4. R. Akiba says again whence the adduction that a woman, from whom seed of copulation 119 escapes only on the 3rd day, after lying with her husband, is unclean. From the passage, Exodus, 19. 15, and he said unto the people, be ready against the 3rd day. Approach not unto a woman. Whence the adduction that a child may be bathed on the 3rd day of its circumcision, even if that day fall on a Sabbath? From the passage, Gen 34. 25, and it came to pass on the 3rd day, when they were sore. Whence the adduction that a string of crimson wool must be tied on the head of the goat that was to be sent away. 120 from the passage, Isaiah, 18, though they should be red like crimson, they shall become white, like wool. Whence do we adduce that anointing one's self on the Day of Atonement is equal to drinking? Although no positive proof is apparent, still a reference can be adduced from the passage, Psalms, 6. 18, and it cometh like water on his body and oil into his bones. Gemara, the first part of the Mishnah, treating of a woman, is not in accordance with the opinion of our Elazar b. Azariah, who declares her, the woman, clean in that case. The second part of the Mishnah, however, treating of bathing on the third day after circumcision, is in direct accord with his own words, as will be seen in chapter 19. Therefore some rabbis claim that the first part of the Mishnah reads clean instead of unclean, i.e., that the whole Mishnah is according to the opinion of Elazar b. Azariah, but other rabbis claim that the first part of the Mishnah is according to the opinion of other Tanaim, who differ with Elazar b. Azariah, and the word unclean is correct. And they shall be ready against the third day, X 19. 11. Theta b. Abba said, Moses went up, to the Mount Sinai, at daybreak, and descended the following break of day. He went up at break of day, as it is written, X 34. 4. And Moses rose up early in the morning and went up unto Mount Sinai. He descended on the following daybreak, as it is written, Ibid 19. 24. Go, get thee down, and then shalt thou come up, thou, and Aaron with thee. We see that the scripture compares the descending to the ascending, and as the ascending was early in the morning, so was also the descending early in the morning. The rabbis taught, the Decalogue was given to Israel on the 6th day of the 3rd month, but Ashi said on the 7th day. Said Rabbah, all agree that on the first day of the 3rd month the Israelites arrived at the wilderness of Sinai. It is adduced from the analogy of the word, this, X 19. 1. On this day they arrived at the wilderness of Sinai, and, X 12. 2. This month to be to you the first of months. As in the latter instance the this referred to the first, so does it also in the former. Furthermore, he said, all agree that the law was given to Israel on a Sabbath. This is to be adduced from the analogy of the word, remember, XXX. 8. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy, and, Ibid 3. 3. Remember this day on which ye came out from Egypt. As in the latter instance the very day of their coming out of Egypt is referred to, so is it also in the former instance. Where the rabbis do differ is what day was the first of the month. Ashi holds that the first of the month was set on the first of the week, and on that day no commandments were given, because the children of Israel were tired from their long journey. On the second day, of the week, the Lord said to them, Ye shall be unto me a kingdom of priests, X 19, 1. On the third of the week he commanded them to keep away from the mountain. On the fourth to separate themselves from their wives. The rabbis, however, hold that the first of the month was set on the second of the week, that on that day nothing was commanded the Israelites, they being tired. On the third the cited passage, X 19. 1, was said, on the fourth day they were to keep away from the mountain, and on the fifth to separate themselves from their wives. An objection was raised, it is written, X 19. 10, Go unto the people, and sanctify them today and tomorrow. Is this not contradictory to the statement of Ashi, in whose opinion the sanctification lasted 3 days? Ashi may explain this thus, Moses added 1 day upon his own authority, as we have learned in a Beretha, 3 things were done by Moses upon his own authority, and the Holy One, blessed be he, agreed thereto. They are, he added 1 day, to the period of sanctification, he separated himself from a woman, and he broke the tablets into pieces. He added 1 day upon his own authority. What was his object? The Lord said unto him, Today and tomorrow, and he construed the words as follows, Today must be equal, in duration, to tomorrow, as tomorrow includes the might, so must today, the night, however, having already passed, another day must be added in order to make up for the lost night. Whence do we know that the Lord agreed to this? Because the Shekinah did not appear on Mount Sinai until the Sabbath morn. What was the object of Moses in separating himself from a woman? He applied the order given the Israelites, to separate themselves from their wives, to himself in a so much larger degree, i.e., the order having been issued to the Israelites for the reason that they would shortly hear the word of the Lord, it would be so much more proper for him, who frequently was spoken to by the Lord, to separate himself entirely from a woman. And whence do we know that the Lord agreed to this also? It is written, Deuteronomy v. 27 and 28, Go, say to them, Return you unto your tents. But as for thee, remain thou here by me. And what was his object in breaking the tablets? He thought, As concerning the Passover sacrifice, which is only one of the 613 commandments, it is written, Ex 12:43, No stranger shall eat thereof. How can I give the tablets, which contain all the commandments, to the children of Israel, who are now all renegades? And whence do we know that the Holy One, blessed be he, agreed even to this? It is written, Ex 34:1, And the Lord said unto Moses, Hew thyself 2 tables of stone like unto the first, and I will write upon these tables the words which were on the first tables which thou didst break. Said Resh Lakish, which thou didst break really means, which thou didst break rightfully. Another objection was raised, it is written, Ex 19:11, And they shall be ready against the 3rd day. According to our Jassi it should be the 4th day. This is no objection. As it is said above that Moses added another day upon his own authority. Come and hear another objection, the 6th means the 6th of the week and of the month. Is this not contradictory to the statement of the rabbis, who say, the 1st of the month was the 2nd day of the week? Yeah, it may be that, this Beretha holds to the opinion of our Jassi. Come and hear, on the 14th day of the month of Nisan, during which month the Israelites went out of Egypt, they killed the Passover sacrifice, and on the 15th day they went out. On the night before that the firstborn of the Egyptians were beaten. That day, the 15th, was the 5th of the week. Now, if the 15th of Nisan was the 5th of the week, we must certainly say that the 1st of the next month, Yar, was Sabbath, and the 1st day of the following month, Sivan, was the 1st day of the week. Is this not contradictory to the statement of the rabbis, that the 1st day of the month was the 2nd day of the week? The rabbis might have assumed that the month of Yar was an intercalary month. Said our Habibi of Huzuna to our Ashi, Come and hear, it is written, XXL 17, And it came to pass in the 1st month in the 2nd year, on the 1st of the month, that the tabernacle was reared up, and a Beretha teaches that this day was crowned tenfold, viz., that day was the 1st of the 6 days of the creation, the 1st of the days on which the first prince presented his offering before the altar, the 1st of the days on which the priests, Aaron and sons, did their work in the sanctuary, the 1st day on which the children of Israel brought their sacrifices into the tabernacle, the 1st of the days on which the heavenly fire descended upon the altar, the 1st of the days on which the priests were permitted to eat the sacrifices in the tabernacle, the 1st of the days on which the Shekinah appeared in the tabernacle, the 1st day on which Aaron the high priest blessed the Israelites in the tabernacle, the 1st of the days on which sacrifices were no more permitted to be brought on the high places outside of the tabernacle, and the 1st day of the 1st of the months. Now, if the 1st day of this year was the 1st day of the week, we must say the 1st of Nisan of the preceding year fell on the 4th day of the week, because we have learned in another Beretha, anonymous teachers say that there can be not more than 4 days difference between one New Year's Day and another. If a leap year intervened, then there may be a difference of 5 days. Is this not contradictory to the opinion of both the rabbis and our Jassi? According to our Jassi there were 7 short months, of 29 days, in that year, but according to the rabbis there were 8 such months, consequently the difference from the last year was only in 2 days, as this year was an extraordinary one. And the 1st day of the month Yar of the last year was on Friday. Another objection was raised. We have learned in the tract Seder Olam that on the 14th day of the month of Nisan, during which month the Israelites went out of Egypt, they killed the Passover sacrifice, on the 15th they went out, and that day was Friday. Now, if the 1st of the month of Nisan of that year was Friday, we must say that the 1st day of the following, Yar, month was on the 1st day of the week, and the 1st of the succeeding month, Sivan, was on Monday. Is this not contradictory with our Jassi? Our Jassi will then say that this Beretha is in accordance with the opinion of the rabbis. Come and hear another objection. Our Jassi says, on the 2nd day Moses went up on the Mount Sinai and came back. The same he did on the 3rd day, but on the 4th day, when he came back, he remained. Came back and remained. Whence did he come back? It does not say that he went up at all. Say, then, on the 4th day he went up, came back, and remained. On the 5th he built an altar and offered a sacrifice. On the 6th he had no time. Shall we assume that he had no time because on that day the Israelites received the Torah? If we say that the second refers to the second day of the week, it must be a fact that the Torah was given on Friday, and would this not be a contradiction to his, our Jossie's, own opinion? Nay, he had no time because the Sabbath was at hand. A Galilean lectured in the presence of our Hista, praised be the merciful God, who gave a triple law, the Pentateuch, prophets, and hagiographa, to a triple people, Canaanites, Levites, and Israelites, through a man who was the third child of his parents, Miriam, Aaron, and Moses, on the third day of sanctification and in the third month. We see from this that the Galilean held in accordance with the teachings of the rabbis. It is written, X 19:17, and they placed themselves at the foot of the mount. Sedar Abdimi B. Hama B. Hassa. It appears from this passage that the Holy One, blessed be He, inclined the mountain toward the children of Israel and gave them the choice of either accepting the Torah or being buried right under the mountain. Sedar Aha B. Jacob. This would accord us the right to protest against any punishment inflicted upon us for violating the law. For we were compelled to accept it. Said Rabbah, although, at that time they were compelled to accept it, at the time of Ahasuerus, king of Persia, they accepted it voluntarily. For it is written, Esther 9:27, the Jews confirmed it as a duty, and took upon themselves and upon their seed. And it is to be explained, they took upon themselves voluntarily what at one time they were compelled to accept. Arch-Samai lectured, at that time, when Israel answered to the information of Moses, we will do and we will obey, 600,000 angels had furnished to every one of Israel 2 crowns, one for the answer, we will do, and one for the answer, we will obey. Thereafter when Israel sinned, with the golden calf, 1,200,000 destroying angels descended and took them away, as it is written, Exodus 33:6. The children of Israel then stripped themselves of their ornaments, they wore, from the time they were at Mount Horeb. Said our Hami B. our Hanina, for in the same passage it may be deduced that in the same place where they were furnished they were taken away from them. Said our Johanan, all of them were given as a reward to Moses, as immediately after the verse cited it is written, and Moses took the tent, etc. Said Resh Lakish, we hope, however, that the Holy One, blessed be He, will return them to us, as it is written, Isaiah 35:10, and the ransomed of the Lord shall return, and come to Zion with song, with everlasting joy upon their head. The expression everlasting means that it was already upon their heads at the time of reception of the Torah. Our Eleazar said, at the time the Israelites said, we will do, and afterward, we will obey, a heavenly voice, Bath Kol, was heard, which said unto them, who unfolded unto my children this mystery known only to the angels. For it is written, Psalms, c. 20, Bless the Lord, ye his angels, mighty in strength, that execute his word, hearkening unto the voice of his word, and from this we see that only angels can execute first and then obey. A Sadducee once noticed Rabbah studying and observed that he in his absent-mindedness held his, Rabbah's, finger underneath his knee and pressed it so hard that blood spurted from the finger. Said the Sadducee 121 to him, impetuous people, whose mouths precede your ears. Ye are still of the same vehemence. Ye must first hear the Torah before you accept it and not accept without knowing its prescriptions. Answered Rabbah, we who are upright men trusted him, as it is said of us, Proverbs 11:3, the integrity of the upright guideth them, but to those men who are continually fault-finding the latter part of the same verse, ibid, can be applied, viz. But the cunning of the treacherous destroyeth them. Our Samuel B. Nameni in the name of our Jonathan said, it is written, Solomon's Song, 4:9, Thou hast ravished my heart, O my sister, my bride. Thou hast ravished my heart with one of thy eyes. This means, when thou didst but receive the Torah, it was with one of thy eyes. When thou wilt obey it, it will be with both of thy eyes. Arch Johanan said, it is written, Psalms 68:12, The Lord gave, happy, tidings, they are published by female messengers, a numerous host. This implies that every word emanating from the mighty God was heralded in 70 languages. The school of Ishmael, however, adduced the same from another passage. It is written, Jeremiah 23:29, Is not thus my word like the fire? Saith the Lord, and like a hammer that shivereth the rock. As the hammer that strikes emits a multitude of sparks, so is every word emanating from the Holy One, blessed be He, heralded in 70 different languages. Hananel Papa said, It is written, Proverbs 8:6, Hear. For of noble things will I speak. Why are the words of the Torah compared to a noble? To inform us that inasmuch as a noble has in his power the disposal over life and death, so have also the words of the Torah. This is similar to what Rabbah said, To those who walk in the right ways of the law, it is an elixir of life, but to those who pursue not the right way, it is the poison of death. Jehoshua Levi said, It is written, Solomon's Song, 12, A bundle of myrrh is my friend unto me, that resteth on my bosom. Said the congregation of Israel, Lord of the universe. Although my friend chastiseth 122 me, still he resteth on my bosom. The same rabbi said, It is written, Solomon's Song, 13, His cheeks are as a bed of spices, as turrets of sweet perfumes. Every word emanating from the Holy One, blessed be He, fills the whole world with the aroma of spices. If the world was filled with the aroma arising from the first word, where could the second word go? The Holy One, blessed be He, sent forth a wind from His store, which cleared off the aroma of each word, as it is written, His lips like lilies, dropping with fluid myrrh. Do not read Shoshanim, lilies, but Shoshanim, learned men. The same said again that from each word which came from the Holy One, blessed be He, the soul of Israel was going out, as it is written, 6, My soul had failed me while he was speaking. But the Holy One, blessed be He, has let down the dew with which He will in the future make the resurrection and bring them to life, as it is written, Psalms 68:10, Rain of beneficence didst thou pour down, O God. He also said, When Moses ascended into heaven, said the angels before the Holy One, Blessed be He, Lord of the universe. What has one born of a woman to do among us? The Lord answered, He came to receive the Torah. Said the angels again, Wouldst thou give a precious thing that thou hast preserved since 974 generations before the creation of the world to a being of flesh and blood? It is written, Psalms 8:5, What is the mortal, that thou rememberest him? And the Son of Man, that thou thinkest of him? Said the Holy One, Blessed be He, unto Moses, Give thou them an answer. Answered Moses before the Lord, Lord of the universe. What is written in the law, which thou gavest unto me? XXX. 2. I am the Lord, thy God, who have brought thee out of the land of Egypt. Moses then said to the angels, Were ye in Egypt? Have ye served Pharaoh? Of what use can the Torah be unto you? Further, what is written in the Torah, 3, Thou shalt have no other gods before me. Are ye among the nations that worship idols? And furthermore, what is written in the Torah? 8, Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. Do ye any labor on the weekdays? 7, Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain. Are ye merchants, that ye must swear? 13, Honor thy father and thy mother. Have ye fathers and mothers to honor? 12, Thou shalt not kill, etc. Is there any jealousy among you? Have ye any evil intent? Then the angels confessed and praised the Holy One, blessed be He, as it is written, Psalms 8:10, O Eternal One, our Lord, how excellent is thy name on all the earth, but the ending of the verse, 2, Thou who hast set thy majesty above the heavens, is not cited in this verse. Then every one of the angels befriended Moses and each of them disclosed some mystery to him, as it is written, Psalms 68:19, Thou didst ascend on high, lead away captives, receive gifts among men, which means that because at first the angels called Moses one born of a woman, man, they at the close gave him gifts, and even the angel of death disclosed a mystery to him, as it is written, Numbers 17. 12 and 13, and he put on the incense, and made an atonement for the people. And he stood between the dead and the living. Now if the angel of death had not disclosed unto Moses this mystery, how could he have imparted it to Aaron? Said Jehoshua be Levi again, when Moses descended from heaven, Satan came before the Holy One, blessed be he, and said, Lord of the universe, where is the Torah? And the Lord answered, I have given it to the earth. Satan descended to earth and said to it, Where is the Torah? And the earth answered, Job 28. 23, God, alone, understandeth her way, and he knoweth her place. Satan then went to the sea, and the sea said, She is not with me. He then went to the deep, and the deep answered, Not in me is she, as it is written, Ibid. 14, the deep saith, Not in me is she, and the sea saith, She is not with me. Ibid. 22, perdition and death say, With our ears have we heard a report of her. Satan then ascended before the Holy One, blessed be he, and said, Lord of the universe, I have looked for the Torah on the whole earth and could not find it. Then said the Lord unto him, Go unto the son of Amram. And Satan went to Moses and said to him, Where is the Torah which the Holy One, blessed be he, gave unto thee? And Moses answered, Who am I, that the Holy One, blessed be he, should give me the Torah? Said the Lord unto Moses, Moses, art thou a liar? Said Moses before the Lord, Lord of the universe, shall I claim that thou hast given unto me a precious thing which thou didst fondle every day? Said the Holy One, blessed be he, unto Moses, because thou hast humbled thyself, the Torah shall bear thy name, as it is written, Malachi 3. 22, Remember ye the law of Moses my servant. The same rabbi said again, when Moses ascended unto heaven, and he was silent, the Lord said unto him, Moses, is there no peace in thy city? And Moses answered, Is it then proper that a slave should salute his master? Said the Lord, Still thou shouldst have wished me well. Then said Moses before the Lord, Numbers 14. 17, And now, I beseech thee, let the greatness of the power of the Lord be made manifest as thou hast spoken. A string of crimson wool, etc. Did not the passage say, Kashanim, 123, like years, and not like crimson, for were it like crimson it would read Kashani? Said Itzhak, the passage is thus to be explained, the Lord said unto Israel, If your sins all lie before me as the years that have passed since the creation, they shall nevertheless become white as snow. Rabbah lectured, It is written, Isaiah, 18, Go now, 124 and let us reason together, said the Lord. It should not read, Go now, but, Come now, and not, saith the Lord, but, said the Lord. The passage should be explained, In the future the Lord will say unto Israel, Go to your ancestors and they shall rebuke you, and Israel will say before the Lord, Lord of the universe, to whom shall we go? Shall we go to Abraham, to whom thou hast said, Know of a surety that thy seed shall be a stranger in a land which is not theirs, and they will make them serve, and he did not pray for us? Shall we go to Isaac, who, when blessing Esau, said, Gen 27. 40, And it shall come to pass that when thou shalt have the dominion thou canst break his yoke from off thy neck, and he also did not pray for us? Shall we go to Jacob, to whom thou didst say, Gen 46, 4, I will go down with thee into Egypt, and not even he prayed for us? To whom shall we go now? Then the Lord will say unto Israel, Inasmuch as ye have attached yourselves to me, though your sins should be as scarlet, they shall become white as snow. Said Samuel be not many in the name of Jonathan, it is written, Isaiah 63. 16, For thou art our father, for Abraham knoweth nothing of us, and Israel recognizeth us not, thou, O Lord, art our father, our Redeemer from everlasting is thy name. In the future the Holy One, blessed be he, will say to Abraham, Thy children have sinned before me, and Abraham will answer, Let them be wiped off the face of the earth, for the sake of the holiness of thy name. The Holy One, blessed be he, will then say, I shall tell this to Jacob, who had trouble in rearing his own children, perhaps he will pay for the present generation. The Lord said to Jacob, Thy children have sinned before me, and Jacob gave the same reply as Abraham. Then said the Lord, Not with the aged can feeling be found, nor with the young wise counsel. The Lord then said to Isaac, Thy children have sinned before me. Then said Isaac before the Lord, Creator of the universe. Thou sayest my children, are they not thine? When they answered before thee, We will do, and, then, obey, thou calledst them, my son, my firstborn, and now they are my children and not thine. And furthermore, how long a time have they sinned before thee? Let us see, what is the duration of a man's life? Only 70 years. Take off the 20 years that thou dost not punish for sin and only 50 remain. Take off the nights and only 25 full years remain. Deduct again 12 years and 6 months spent in praying, eating, and in the performance of other necessities, only 12½ years remain. If thou wilt bear the whole it is well, but if not let me bear half and thou the other half. If thou wilt say that I must bear the whole, did I not sacrifice myself for thee? Then Israel said, unto Isaac, For thou, alone, art our father. Said Isaac unto them, Instead of praising me, praise ye the Holy One, blessed be he, and he pointed them on high with his finger. There is the Lord. Then they lifted up their eyes unto heaven and said, Thou, O Lord, art our Father, our Redeemer from everlasting is thy name. Our Aba said in the name of our Johanan, Jacob deserved to go down into Egypt in iron shackles, because that is the usual way of going into exile, but his merits precluded such a thing, as it is written, With human cords I ever drew them forward, with leading strings of love, and I was to them as those that lift off the yoke from their jaws, and I held out unto them food, Hosea 11. 4. Mishnah v. The prescribed quantity for wood is as much as suffices. To cook an easily boiled egg, for spices as much as would suffice to spice such an egg, and the different spices are counted together, nut shells, pomegranate peel, isatis, and cochineal, as much as suffices to dye the edge of a small piece of cloth, alum, native carbonate of soda, simoleon chalk, vegetable soap, as much as suffices to wash the edge of a small piece of cloth. Jehudah says as much as will suffice to remove a blood stain. Gemara, have we not learned this already? Reeds, split, as much as will suffice to cook an egg. In that case we must assume that the reeds could not be used for any other purpose, but wood which can be put to a multitude of uses, as, for instance, to make the handle for a key, should be limited to a smaller quantity. He comes to teach us that the same quantity also applies in this case. Nut shells, etc. Is this not a contradiction to what we have learned elsewhere, that dyes may not be carried in quantities sufficient to exhibit a sample of the color in the market? Said our Naaman in the name of Rabbi Abuhu, because one will not take the trouble to make dye sufficient only for a sample. Native carbonate, etc. A Baratha in addition to this states, that coming from Alexandria but not from Anphantron. Vegetable soap, ashleg. Said Samuel, I have inquired of a number of seafaring men and they have told me that the name for it is a shalgo, it is found in the shells of a pearl oyster and it is extracted with iron needles. Mishnah 6. The prescribed quantity for aromatic, pepper, pimento, is the least possible amount, for tar it is the same, for different kinds of spices and metals it is also the same, for the stone and the earth of the altar, torn pieces of the scroll of laws or its cover, it is also the same, because such things are generally preserved by men. Jehudah said, the same quantity applies to everything pertaining to the worship of idols, because it is written, Deuteronomy 13. 18, And there shall not cleave to thy hand aught of the devoted things. Gemara, to what use can such a small quantity of pepper be put? It may be used by one whose breath is foul. For tar. For what purpose can tar in so small a quantity be used? It may be used by one who has the sickness tzilkatha, an illness where only one half of the head aches. For different kinds of spices. The rabbis taught, the prescribed quantity both for aromatic spices as well as for ill-smelling oils is the same, least possible quantity, for purple dye also the same, and for roses only one rosebud. And metals. Of what use are they? We have learned, Simon B. Eleazar said, they can be used to make a goad. The torn pieces of the scroll of laws. Said Jehuda, bookworms, silkworms, vine worms, date worms, and pomegranate worms are all dangerous to human life. There was a disciple sitting before Johanan eating dates, and the disciple said to him, Rabbi, there are thorns in the dates. Said the rabbi, the date worm, has killed this man. Mishnah 7. One who carries the chest of a spice dealer is liable for one sin offering only, although there may be many spices in the chest. The prescribed quantity for garden seeds is the equivalent in size to a dried figure Jehuda b. Bathira said. 5 different seeds. The prescribed quantity for cucumber seeds are 2, for pumpkin seeds the same, for Egyptian beans the same, a living locust, which may be eaten, be it ever so small, must not be carried, but dead locusts may be carried in quantities less than a dried fig. The prescribed quantity for vineyard birds 125 living or dead is the smallest possible quantity, because they were preserved for medicinal purposes. Jehuda said, one must not carry out a living locust, which must not be eaten, be it ever so small, because such locusts were kept as playthings for small children. Gemara, cucumber seeds. The rabbis taught, the prescribed quantity for seeds used for planting is 2, but for seeds used for food it is the equivalent of a pig's mouthful. How much is a pig's mouthful? The seeds of 1 cucumber. For cucumber seeds used as fuel the prescribed quantity is as much as will suffice to cook an egg, for cucumber seeds used as counters, for figures, only 2. Anonymous teachers say 5. The rabbis taught, one who carries 2 hairs from the tail of a horse or a cow is culpable, because the hairs are always preserved for making nets. The prescribed quantity for hog bristles is only 1, for willows, used for wickerwork, 2, for tree bark 126 1 strip. Jehuda says, a locust, which must not be eaten, etc. Why did not the first Tana of the Mishnah mention this? Because in his opinion it is forbidden to carry it even on weekdays, lest one eat it. If such is the case, why should an eatable locust be allowed to be carried? Did not our kahana stand before Rab and a small locust lighted on his lips? Rab said to him, our kahana, take it away, lest people say that thou hast eaten it and thou hast violated the commandment. Leviticus 11:43. Ye shall not make yourselves abominable with any creeping thing that creepeth. Nay, there was no fear that the locust would be eaten alive, but they apprehended lest it die and then be eaten. An eatable locust would not matter, but an uneatable locust would be a violation of the law. If that is the case, why does our Jehuda permit this? Our Jehuda holds that there is no fear of the locust being eaten when dead, as the child will mourn its death. 10. Further regulations concerning the prescribed quantity of things to be stored. Mishnah I, one who had stored anything for planting, sampling, or medicinal purposes, before the Sabbath, and carried some of it out, into public ground, on the Sabbath, be it ever so small a quantity, is liable for a sin offering. Anyone else, however, is culpable only then if he carried out the prescribed quantity. Even the one who had stored is culpable only for the prescribed quantity, if he brought the thing carried out by him back, to private ground. Gemara, for what purpose is it said in the Mishnah, one who stored anything? Would it not be sufficient to say, one who carried out things intended for planting, sampling, or medicinal purposes, be the quantity ever so small, is culpable? Said Abai, the Mishnah treats of the case of a man who, after storing the thing, forgot for what purpose he had stored it, and then carried it out into the street for any purpose whatever. Lest one say that the original intention, to store it, is abolished, and now the thing carried out has for him only the same value as for others, and he would be culpable only for carrying out the regularly prescribed quantity, it comes to teach us that one who commits a deed executes his original intention. Our Jehuda said in the name of Samuel, our mayor declares one who carried out only a single wheat grain, intended for sowing, culpable. Is this not self-evident? The Mishnah taught, be it ever so small. One might presume that the term, be it ever so small, denotes something smaller than a dried fig but not smaller than an olive. Our Mayor therefore informs us, that it refers even to one wheat grain. Our Itzhak, the son of our Jehudah, opposed this. We see that, the Mishnah declares one culpable for an act originally intended to be performed, but now, supposing a man intended to carry out his entire household at once, is he then not culpable until he had accomplished the entire task, even if he had carried out part of it? The answer was, if a man has an absurd intention it is abolished by the law, and he is culpable for carrying out the prescribed quantity. Anyone else, however, etc. Our Mishnah is not in accordance with that of our Simeon b. Elazar, on page 145. Rabbah in the name of our Naaman said, if one carried out a thing the size of a dried fig with the intention of eating it, but changed his mind in the meantime and then intended to sow it, or, on the contrary, first intended to sow it and then to eat it, he is culpable. Is this not self-evident? The prescribed quantity for both eating and sowing was carried. Lest one say that the removing and the depositing of a thing must be done with the very same intention in order to make one culpable, which is not so in this case, he comes to teach us that he is culpable. If he brought the thing, etc. Is this not self-evident? For he did not sow it, we then see that his original intention is abolished. Said Abai, the Mishnah speaks of a case where the man took the thing brought from his house, and threw it into the place where his full supply was kept, and the place where he threw it remained conspicuous. Lest one say, if the place is conspicuous, his original intention is not yet abolished, because he took the same thing again, it comes to teach us that the throwing of the thing among his other supplies annulled his original intention. Mishnah 2, if one intended to carry out victuals and deposited them on the doorstep, whether he afterward carried them out, into the street, himself, or this was done by someone else, he is not culpable, because he did not accomplish the deed at one time. If one deposited a basket of fruit on the outside doorstep, even if the bulk of the fruit was on the outside, in the street, he is not culpable, unless he carried out the entire basket, into the street. Gemara, what kind of a doorstep does the Mishnah have reference to? Should we assume that the doorstep was public ground, how can the man be not culpable? He carried out from private into public ground. Should we assume that the doorstep was private ground, why does the Mishnah teach that if he carried it out, into the street, or anyone else, he is not culpable? It is again a case of carrying out from private into public ground. We must therefore assume that the doorstep was unclaimed ground, and it comes to teach us that only when the victuals were deposited on the unclaimed ground the man is not culpable, but if they had been carried out from private into public ground, even by way of unclaimed ground, he is culpable. And the Mishnah does not agree with the opinion of Ben Azai, of the following Beretha, one who carries out from his store into the market by way of the alley is culpable, but Ben Azai says he is not. If one deposited a basket of fruit, etc. Said Hizkiah, the case in question treats only of a basket filled with cucumbers and beets, but if full of mustard seeds he is culpable. From this we see that Hizkiah considers a vessel no support 127, i.e., the cucumbers are encircled by the basket and need no support, but the mustard seeds, which are heaped up, are outside of the basket proper and not supported by it. Therefore, when the basket with mustard seeds is carried outside, part of the mustard seeds are already on the outside and the carrier is culpable. Johanan, however, says, even if the basket contained mustard seeds, he is also not culpable. Thence we see that Johanan does consider a vessel a support. Said Zera, how is it with the Mishnah? It is neither of the opinion of Hizkiah nor of Johanan. Hizkiah may explain it in accordance with his theory and Johanan with his own. Hizkiah explains the Mishnah, which said, unless he carries out the entire basket. This is the case if the basket is filled with cucumbers and beets, but if filled with mustard seeds it is equal to putting out the entire basket into the street, and he is culpable. But Johanan explained the Mishnah thus, although the bulk of the fruit is on the outside, or even if all the fruit were on the outside, the man would not be culpable unless the entire basket was put on the outside. So also said Rabbah, the Mishnah treats only of a basket filled with cucumbers and beets, but if filled with mustard seeds the man is culpable. Whence we see that he does not consider a vessel a support. Abai, however, said, even if the basket contained mustard seeds, the man is also not culpable. Whence we see that he does consider a vessel a support. Shall we say that Abai adopted the system of Rabbah and Rabbah of Abai, or Abai contradicts himself and Rabbah does the same? As it was taught, one who carried out fruit into public ground, Abai said, is culpable only if he carried it out with his hand, although the body remained in public ground, but if in a vessel he is not culpable. Why? Because Abai does not consider the body a support to the hand, in spite of the fact that the hand is attached to the body, but if he carried out the fruit in a vessel and part of the vessel still remained in private ground, he is not culpable. And Rabbah says, on the contrary, if he carried the fruit out in his hand he is not culpable, because he considers the body a support and the hand is part of the body, but if he carried it out in a vessel he is culpable, because, although the vessel is still in private ground, some of the fruit is in public ground. The answer is, reverse the case. Say Abai's statement should be Rabbah's and Rabbah's Abai's. Mishnah 3. One who carries out anything in the right or in the left hand or in his bosom or on his shoulder is culpable, as so was the manner in which the sons of Kehath carried their burdens. 128 But one who carries out a thing on the back of his hand or with his foot, with his mouth, with his elbow, with his ear, with his hair, with his waist bag, the opening of which is at the bottom, or between his belt and his shirt, with the edge of his shirt, with his shoe or sandal, is not culpable, because he carries it in an unusual manner. Gemara, Elazar said, one who carries out a burden 10 spans above the ground, not on his shoulder, but in the air, is culpable, because in this manner the sons of Kehath carried their burdens. Whence do we know that the sons of Kehath carried their burdens in this way? It is written, Num. 3:26, which is by the tabernacle and by the altar round about. Hence he compares the tabernacle to the altar. As the tabernacle was 10 ells, so was also the altar 10 ells, and whence do we know that the tabernacle itself was 10 ells? Because it is written, Ex 26:16, 10 ells shall be the length of the boards. Or we may say that we know that the sons of Kehath carried their burdens in this manner from the ark, as the master said, the ark was 9 spans high, and with the cover, which was 1 span higher, it was 10. Experience is to the effect that when a burden was carried on the shoulders by means of poles, 1/3 of the burden was above the poles and 2/3 below, then as the ark was 10 spans high and 1/3 of it was carried above the shoulders, it was certainly more than 10 spans above the ground. But let it be inferred from Moses himself, of whom it is said elsewhere that he was very tall. With Moses the case is different, as the master said elsewhere that the Shekinah does not rest upon a man unless he is a scholar, a strong, rich, or tall man. It was taught, one who carries a burden on his head is not culpable. And if one will say that the inhabitants of the city of Hutzel do so, we may assume that their deed is abolished by the rest of mankind, who do not carry burdens on their heads. Mishnah 4. One who intends to carry something in front, but the thing moved to his back, is not culpable, but if he intends to carry it on his back and it moves to the front he is. Of a truth it was said, a woman who wears a girdle, whether she carries something in the front or in the back of it, is culpable, because the girdle invariably turns around. Jehudah says the same rule applies to letter carriers. Gemara, where is the difference? The main object, here is the intention. And in either case his intention was not carried out, why is he not culpable if the thing moved from the front to the back and culpable if it moved from the back to the front? Said Elazar, divide the Mishnah into 2 parts. The second part was not taught by the same Tana as the first. Said Ashi, this is no question at all. Perhaps the Mishnah may be explained thus, not only did the man intend to carry it on his back and did so, which would make him culpable, because his intention was carried out, but even if he intended to carry it on his back and it moved to the front, in which case his intention was not carried out, lest one say that then he is not culpable, it comes to teach us that when one intends to preserve the thing with little safety, and it occurs that he has done so with a proper safety, he is benefited by it, hence he is culpable. Of a truth it was said. There is a Beretha, wherever it is said, of a truth it was said, it is to be considered that so the halakha prevails. Jehudah says the same rule applies to letter carriers. A bereitha in addition to it states that so it is because the carriers of the government usually do so. Mishnah v. One who carries out a large loaf of bread into public ground is culpable. If two persons do this together they are both innocent, provided it could be done by one of them. If, however, they did so because it could not be done by one, both are culpable. R. Simeon, however, declares them not culpable. Gemara, said R. Jehuda in the name of Rab, according to others Abai said, and still others say that it was learned in a bereitha, if of both men who carried the loaf, either was able to carry it himself, R. Meir makes them both culpable, but R. Jehuda and R. Simeon declare them both innocent. If, of the two, neither was able to do it himself, R. Jehuda and R. Meir declare them culpable and R. Simeon declares them free. If one of the two, however, was able, and the other unable, all agree that the able man is culpable. Whence is all this deduced? From what the rabbis taught, it is written, Leviticus 4:2, if any person sin, etc., i.e., if he committed the whole deed but not a part of it. How so? If two persons held one pitchfork and threw grain with it, or a weaver's spindle and wove with it, or a quill and wrote with it, or a reed and carried it into public ground, one might say that they are culpable. It is written, Ibid, if any person sin, etc. But if two persons held a date press, or a log, and carried them out into public ground, R. Jehuda says, if one of the two was not able to carry it himself and they both carried it, they are both culpable, but if either of them was able, both are not culpable. R. Simeon says, even if one alone is not able to carry it and they carried it out together, they are also free. For only referring to such an instance the scriptures say, if any person, etc. And it is plain that one is culpable if he performs work alone, but if two persons did one thing they are both free. The Master said, if one of the two was able to perform the work alone and the other unable, all agree that he is culpable. Which of them was culpable? R. Hista said, the one who was able. As to the one who was unable, why should he be so? What did he? Said R. Hamnuna to R. Hista, why not? Did he not assist the one who was able? Answered R. Hista, assisting is not of consequence, because if he alone is not able to perform the work himself, his assistance is of no value. Said R. Isbid in the name of Rabbah, we have also learned in a bereitha in support of this argument, if one suffering from a venereal disease rides an animal, the feet of which are encased in 4 pieces of cloth, the pieces of cloth are not subject to defilement, for the reason that the animal is able to stand on 3 feet. Why are they not subject to defilement? Was not one foot a help to the other 3? Hence we must assume that one of the feet must be regarded as a help to the other 3, a mere help, however, not having any legal consequence cannot become defiled, and as it is impossible to determine which one of the 3 feet is to be regarded as a help, all 4 pieces of cloth encasing them are not subject to defilement. Again the Master said, if either of the 2 were able, our Meir holds them both to be culpable. The schoolmen propounded a question, must the object carried out by them be of double the prescribed size, i.e., a prescribed size for each of them, in order to make them culpable, or does the prescribed size for one man suffice to make them both culpable? R. Hista and R. Hamnuna, both answered one of them held that one prescribed size suffices, and the other that it must be double in order to make them culpable, and it is known which of them held to the former opinion and which to the latter. Said R. Ashi, we have also learned in a bereitha, 2 men who carried out a reed used by a weaver, into the street, are both culpable. Why so? Was not double the prescribed quantity necessary in order to make both culpable? Hence we must assume that the bereitha holds one prescribed quantity to be sufficient. Said R. Faha, the son of Rabbah, to R. Ashi, what proof do you derive from this bereitha? Perhaps it refers to a reed that was of sufficient size to cook an egg for one and another for the other. R. Ashi answered, if such were the case, the bereitha would say merely a reed and not a reed used by a weaver. Said R. Aha again, perhaps the bereitha refers to a reed of sufficient size to weave a napkin each for both of them. Therefore it were better to say that from this bereitha we can derive no support either for one opinion or the other. A certain scholar taught in the presence of R. Naaman, 2 men who carried out a reed used by a weaver, into the street, are both not culpable. Our Simeon, however, declares them culpable. How can this be? Is this not contrary to our Simeon's usage? Read then, on the contrary, the scholars said they are culpable and our Simeon said they are not. Mishnah 6. If one carry victuals of less than the prescribed quantity in a vessel, out into the street, he is not culpable even of carrying the vessel, for the vessel is of no consequence to the victuals. If he carried a person on a litter, he is not culpable even of carrying the litter, because the litter is of no consequence to the person. If he carried a corpse on a cot, he is culpable. The same is the case if he carries a part of the corpse of the size of an olive, or of a carcass the size of an olive, and of a reptile the size of a lentil. Our Simeon declares all of them free. Gemara, the rabbis taught, if a man carry out victuals of the prescribed quantity in a vessel, he is culpable of carrying the victuals, but not of carrying the vessel, because the vessel is of no consequence to the victuals. But if the victuals are such that they cannot be carried otherwise than in a vessel, he is culpable of carrying the vessel also. Shall we assume from this teaching that if one ate 2 pieces of tallow each the size of an olive at different times through forgetfulness, and was not reminded of his sin between both times of eating, he is bound to bring 2 sin offerings? Said our Ashi, in the case of the man who is culpable of carrying both the victuals and the vessel, it must be assumed that he carried them through forgetfulness and was subsequently reminded of having carried only one of them, but forgot about the other. Later he was reminded of having carried the other also, and according to the opinion of the teacher of this Baratha, he is culpable and bound to bring 2 sin offerings, one for each time he was reminded. The same difference of opinion exists here as we have seen existed between our Johanan and our Simeon b. Lakish, in the chapter concerning the general rule of Sabbath. If he carried a person in a litter, etc. Shall we assume that the Mishnah is in accordance with our Nathan and not with the rabbis of the following Baratha? If one carried out an animal or a bird into the street, whether alive or slaughtered, he is liable. Artha Nathan, however, says, for carrying out a slaughtered animal or bird, he is culpable, but not for one that is alive, because a live creature carries itself. Said Rabbah, it may be said the Mishnah is in accordance with the rabbis of the Baratha cited, as they differ with our Nathan only concerning animals or birds, which usually struggle to get loose and thus become a burden, but concerning a person, who is carried and agrees to being carried, and virtually carries himself, the rabbis yield to our Nathan. Said our Ada b. Abba to Rabbah, how will, in your opinion, the statement in our Mishnah be made plain? Ben Bathira permits the selling of a horse to a Gentile, and a Baratha, in addition to this, states that the reason that Ben Bathira permits this is because the Gentile will not perform any work with the horse on a Sabbath that would involve the liability of a sin offering, for a horse is used for riding only, and when a person rides a horse the person virtually carries himself, and hence is no burden to the horse, and our Johanan says that Ben Bathira and our Nathan said, practically, the same thing. Now, if in your opinion the rabbis differ with our Nathan only in the matter of animals and birds, because when carried they struggle for freedom, but agree with him in the matter of a person, why does our Johanan say that only Ben Bathira and our Nathan say the same thing? Did not the rabbis also admit this? The answer was, our Johanan said that Ben Bathira in permitting a horse to be sold to a Gentile referred to one which was used only for carrying falcons. Are there then such horses? Yeah, they are to be found at the Zaydans. 129 Our Johanan said, even our Nathan holds a man culpable if he carries a person, animal, or bird that is bound. If he carried a corpse, etc. Said Rabbah b. Hannah in the name of our Johanan, and the same was said by our Joseph in the name of our Simeon b. Lakish, our Simeon frees one, even if he carries out a corpse for burial. Said Rabbah, even our Simeon concedes that if one carry out a spade to dig a grave with, or a scroll to read from, he is culpable. Is this not self-evident? Should we then assume that according to our Simeon's opinion even this kind of labor is not labor for its own sake? How can we find any labor for its own sake which in the opinion of our Simeon would involve the liability of a sin offering? Lest one say that our Simeon does not hold a man culpable for carrying a thing unless the work done with the thing is both for the man's sake and also for the sake of the thing itself. For instance, if the spade was needed for digging and also had to be sharpened, or the scroll had to be examined and used for reading, hence he informs us that such is not the case. There was a corpse in Drokra 130 and our Naaman b. Itzhak permitted it to be carried out into unclaimed ground. Said our Johanan, the brother of Mar, son of Ravina, to our Naaman b. Itzhak, according to which Tana's opinion do you act? According to our Simeon. Did our Simeon allow this? He only stated that the act does not involve the liability of a sin offering, but he did not permit it to start with. Our Naaman answered, by the Lord. You yourself, and even our Jehuda, would allow this to be done the same as I did. Did I say that it was to be carried into public ground? I said unclaimed ground. Do not forget that this was also for the sake of the honor due a human being, of which it is said, precious is the honor of man, and for its sake even a direct commandment of the scripture may be circumvened. Mishnah 7. One who pares his fingernails, either by means of his nails or by means of his teeth, also one who plucks hair from his head, beard, or lip, also a woman who braids her hair, or paints her eyebrows, or parts her hair, is, according to our Eliezer, culpable. The sages, however, declare this to be prohibited only by rabbinical law, as a precautionary measure. Gemara, said R. Elazar, the difference of opinion exists only in the case of paring the fingernails by means of the nails, but if taken off with an instrument, all agree that he is culpable. Is this not self-evident? Is it not plainly written in the Mishnah, if he pares his fingernails, one by means of the others? One might think that the difference of opinion is also concerning an instrument, and the reason the Mishnah does not mention an instrument is only to show the firmness of our Eliezer in prohibiting the paring of fingernails even with one's own nails. He informs us that the difference of opinion is concerning the nails only. Our Elazar said furthermore, the difference of opinion is only concerning a man's paring his own fingernails, but if he pared another's all agree that he is not culpable. The reason for this is because when paring one's own fingernails a man can make them look as if trimmed with an instrument, but when trimming another's this is not possible. Is this not self-evident? Did not the Mishnah say plainly, his own fingernails? Nay. One might think that according to the opinion of our Eliezer the trimming of another's fingernails also makes one culpable, but the Mishnah, stating plainly, his own fingernails, intends only to show the firmness of the rabbis in making not culpable even those who pare their own nails, therefore he informs that such is not the case. Also one who plucks hair from his head, etc. There is a Beretha, one who cuts off a scissorsful of hair from his bead on the Sabbath is culpable. How much is a scissorsful supposed to be? 2 hairs. Our Eliezer says, 1. The rabbis agree with our Eliezer that in case one gray hair is plucked from a number of black hairs a man is culpable even for one, and not only on Sabbath but even on weekdays it is also prohibited, as it is written, Deuteronomy 22. 5. And a man shall not put on a woman's garment. We have learned in a Beretha, our Simeon b. Elazar said, if a fingernail becomes separated from the finger of its own accord, a man may remove the adhering part, providing the greater part of the nail was separated. He may do this with his fingers, but not with an instrument. If he did it, however, with an instrument, he is not liable for a sin offering. If the smaller part only was separated, he may not remove it. If he did so, however, with his fingers, he is not culpable, but with an instrument he is. Said our Jehuda, the halakha prevails in accordance with our Simeon b. Elazar. Said Rabba b. Hannah in the name of our Johanan, provided the nail was bent upward and was troublesome. Also a woman who braids her hair, etc. In what category can her work be counted? Said our Thabuhu, it was explained to me by our Jasi b. Hanina, painting the eyebrows comes in the class of work enumerated as dyeing, braiding, and parting the hair in the class of building. Is this the manner of building? Yeah, as our Simeon b. Manasseh taught, it is written, Gen 2. 22, and the Lord God formed 131 the rib which he had taken from the man. From this may be adduced that the Holy One, blessed be he, braided the hair of Eve and brought her to Adam. For in the seaports hair braiding and dressing is called building. We have learned in a Baratha, our Simeon b. Eleazar said, braiding the hair, painting the eyebrows, and parting the hair, if done for herself, does not make her culpable, because it cannot be properly termed building, but if done for another it does make her culpable. Furthermore, our Simeon b. Eleazar said in the name of our Eliezer, a woman shall not put red dye on her face, because that constitutes painting. The rabbis taught, if one milked a cow and then made cheese of the milk to the size of a dried fig, if he swept a floor or dampened a floor, to lay the dust, or if he removed honeycombs from a beehive, his case is as follows: if he performed these acts unintentionally on Sabbath, he is bound to bring a sin offering, and if he did all this intentionally on a biblical feast day, he shall receive 40 stripes. Such is the opinion of our Eliezer, but the sages said, all this is only prohibited by rabbinical law as a precautionary measure. Says the Gemara. Now the ordinance having prevailed according to the opinion of our Simeon, all these acts are not prohibited at all. Mishnah 8, one who plucks something from a perforated flower pot is culpable, from a flower pot that is not perforated he is not culpable. Our Simeon held him not culpable in both cases. Abayi put a contradictory question to Rabbah. According to others are Hayabi, Rab to his father Rab. The Mishnah states that our Simeon holds one not culpable in either case. From this we see well that to our Simeon a perforated or a solid flower pot is one and the same thing. We have learned in another Baratha, our Simeon said that there is no difference between a perforated and a solid flower pot except to make the seeds grown in the flower pot subject to defilement, i.e., in a solid flower pot the seeds are not accounted as seeds. Hence there is a difference between the pots in the opinion of our Simeon. The answer was, in all cases except defilement our Simeon regards seeds in either a perforated or a solid flower pot as loose, i.e., detached from the ground. In the case of defilement, however, it is different, because the scriptures themselves added a special provision regarding defilement of seeds, as it is written, Leviticus 11:37, and if any part of their carcass fall upon any sowing seed which hath been sown, it shall be clean. Volume 2. Explanatory remarks. In our translation we adopted these principles. 1. Tenon of the original we have learned in a Mishnah, Tanya we have learned in a Baratha, Itmar it was taught. 2. Questions are indicated by the interrogation point, and are immediately followed by the answers, without being so marked. 3. When in the original there occur two statements separated by the phrase, Lisna akrina or Webeath ima or Ika diamri, literally, otherwise interpreted, we translate only the second. 4. As the pages of the original are indicated in our New Hebrew edition, it is not deemed necessary to mark them in the English edition, this being only a translation from the latter. 5. Words or passages enclosed in round parentheses denote the explanation rendered by Rashi to the foregoing sentence or word. Square parentheses contain commentaries by authorities of the last period of construction of the Gemara. Synopsis of subjects of Volume 2. Tract Sabbath Chapter 11. Mishnahs I, 2, 3, 4, and v. Throwing from private into private by way of public ground. What constituted the sin of the woodgatherer? The mysterious scrolls found by Rab in the house of his uncle are Haya concerning the principal acts of labor. What was the name of the woodgatherer? Arraignment of R. Akiba by Jehuda ben Bathira for slandering Zelophehad, by naming him as the woodgatherer, and for slandering Aaron, by stating that he had been punished by leprosy. Reward for merit comes more quickly than retribution for wickedness. Regulations concerning pits in public ground for the Sabbath. Throwing from a distance of 4 ells against a wall. Throwing within 4 ells, when the object thrown rolled to a greater distance. Throwing at sea for a distance of 4 ells, and throwing from the sea to land, or from one ship to another. Throwing a thing on Sabbath and recollecting that it was Sabbath immediately afterwards. If the thing thrown was caught by another. The rule concerning what constitutes committing an act through error, involving the liability for a sin offering, 189-203 Chapter 12. Mishnahs I, 2, 3, and 4. Concerning building. The amount of building involving liability for a sin offering, the amount of plowing. The writing of how many letters make one liable for a sin offering, with which hand that is to be done. The wonderful statement of some young men at the schoolhouse, which was not heard of even in the time of Joshua the son of Nun. Why the letters of the word sheker, lie, are so close together, in the order of sequence of the alphabet, and the letters of emeth, truth, so far apart. Because lies are very frequent and truth very scarce. Tattooing. Ben Saddai, being a fool, cannot be cited as an instance, 204 to 212 chapter 13. Mishnahs I, 2, 3, and 4. Concerning weaving. How many threads one must weave to become culpable? One who tears an article or breaks a vessel on the Sabbath in a moment of fury is regarded as one who practices idolatry. Concerning one who rends his garments upon being advised of the death of a relative on Sabbath. Reward for shedding tears over the death of a righteous man. Fate of those who fail to mourn the death of a scholar. If one member of the community die, let the entire community beware. Rules pertaining to hunting and trapping. May the door be closed on a stag who seeks refuge in a dwelling. 213 to 218 chapter 14. Mishnah I, concerning the 8 kinds of vermin mentioned in the Torah. On what material the phylacteries may be written. Samuel's and Karna's experience with Rab upon the arrival of the latter in Babylon from Palestine. Questions put to Rab by Karna. Samuel's remedies given Rab during the latter's illness. Questions put to Joshua of Garti by Abathasi, and Joshua's replies, 219 to 222 Mishnah 2. Concerning the preparation of salt water on Sabbath. A drop of water the best remedy for sore eyes. Which parts of the body must not be touched by the hand immediately after arising and before performing the morning ablutions. The comparison of the eye to a princess, who should not be touched by a hand that had not been washed 3 times. Is it permitted to bathe a sore hand in wine or vinegar on Sabbath? 222 to 225 Mishnahs 3 and 4. Concerning foods and beverages which may be partaken of on Sabbath for medicinal purposes. Definition of the tree water mentioned in the Mishnah. The aptitude of Babylonian beer as a remedy. The use of ikarim, a preventive against pregnancy, 225 to 229 chapter 15. Mishnahs I, 2, and 3. Concerning the tying and untying of knots on Sabbath. The poverty of Jehudah, the brother of Salah the pious, and the manner he and his shared the use of 1 pair of sandals, 230 to 233 Mishnah 4. Concerning the folding of clothes and the making of beds on the Sabbath. Laws concerning a Sabbath that is concurrent with the Day of Atonement. Distinction of attire on Sabbath from that on weekdays. Johannan's statement in reference to clothes. Rules for walking on the Sabbath. Inferences drawn from the biblical passage, give unto the wise, and he will become wiser. Boaz's object in marrying Ruth. The mention made in the Torah concerning change of attire. The necessity for a scholar of keeping his attire immaculate. The degree of trustworthiness required of a scholar in order that he may recover a lost article without identification. The degree of worth required of a scholar to allow of his eligibility to the presidency of a congregation. Rules concerning the cleansing of food on the afternoon of the Day of Atonement, 233 to 238 chapter 16. Mishnahs I and 2. Concerning the saving of sacred scrolls from a conflagration on Sabbath. What is the law concerning such scrolls if written in Aramaic, Coptic, Median, Old Hebrew, Elamite, and Greek? What happened to Aba Halafta on his visit to Gamaliel the Great in Tiberias, while sitting at the table of Johanan the Nazaf? Aba Halafta's reminiscence of Gamaliel's grandfather, in reference to the Book of Job, written in Aramaic. The law concerning the saving of written benedictions and amulets from a conflagration. One who writes benedictions is regarded as one who burns the law. What happened to men of Sidon, who wrote benedictions, which fact became known to our Ishmael? Why are the two verses, Numbers X 35 and 36, marked by signs? What is the law concerning the saving of the Gileanim and the books of the Sadducees from a conflagration? Our Tarfon's dictum in this matter. Emma Shalom, our Eleazar's wife's, and her brother are Gamaliel's experience with a philosopher, who was also a judge. The law concerning covers of books, and to which place they may be taken in case of fire, 239 to 257 Mishnah 3. How much food may be saved from a conflagration on Sabbath? How should bread be cut on the Sabbath? The number of meals to be eaten on Sabbath. The amount of property a poor man may own and still not be debarred from accepting charitable gifts. What should be given to an itinerant beggar, the reward of those who observe the eating of 3 meals on the Sabbath. The reward of one who mocketh the Sabbath a delight. By what means we may make the Sabbath a delight. The good deeds related by several Tanaim and Amoraim, to have been especially taken care of by them. The different kinds of work performed by each one of the Amoraim personally in honor of the Sabbath. Anecdote told of Joseph, who honored the Sabbath, and his rich Gentile neighbor. The eventual impoverishment of the Gentile through the purchase of a pearl which was swallowed by a fish, and the sudden wealth of Joseph, who bought the fish and found the pearl. Experience of our Haya bar Aba while the guest of a rich man in the city of Ludkai. How must the Day of Atonement be honored? What the 2 angels who accompany man at the close of Sabbath say to one who had honored the Sabbath and to one who had not. The story of our Abuha and his calf. Different opinions concerning the cause of the destruction of Jerusalem, 257, 258 Mishnahs 4. v. 6. and 7. How many loaves of bread may be saved in a basket from a conflagration? It is allowed to cover a chest with a goatskin to keep it from burning. Partitions to be made with vessels filled with water. Concerning a candle that had fallen on the table. Concerning Gentiles and minors at the extinguishing of a fire on Sabbath. The miracle occurring for Joseph ben Samai. What dangerous animals may be killed on Sabbath? The dissatisfaction of the pious with those who kill on the Sabbath, and the dissatisfaction of the sages with the pious. Aba bar Minyumi at the house of the exilarch. The story of our Gamaliel on board of a ship, and of Samuel, in whose presence a Gentile lit a candle for his own use, 258 to 265 chapter 17. Mishnahs I to 6. Concerning vessels which may be handled on the Sabbath. Vessels which may be removed for lack of space, also from sunshine into the shade, whether fragments of the vessels may be moved with them, and other such matters. The questions put to Rab by Mari bar Rachel, and Rabba's replies. Concerning window blinds and covers of vessels, 266 to 275 chapter 18. Mishnah I. How much straw may be removed for the accommodation of guests on Sabbath? The reward for hospitality. Different opinions concerning the merits of hospitality. The 6 things of which the interest is paid to man on earth and the principal in the world to come. The 4 additional things which include the previous 6. Concerning one who judges his neighbor charitably, and his reward above. The story of the man who was hired by the father of Hyrcanos for 3 years, and who was not paid at the end of the term. The story of the pious man who ransomed a maiden from captivity. The story of our Jehoshua and the Roman matron, and his disciples. Whether salt meat and salt fish may be handled, 276 to 281 Mishnah 2. Concerning a basket set down for chickens to climb. Concerning a woman carrying her child. What may be done in the event of an animal falling into the water on Sabbath, 281, 282 Mishnah 3. Concerning animals about to calve on a festival. What assistance may be given a woman about to give birth to child on a Sabbath? For how long a period may the Sabbath be violated on account of a woman lying in? From what time is she considered to be lying in? Where life is at stake, the ordinances may be put to the most lenient construction. Everything necessary for a sick person, where the illness is not dangerous, should be performed by a Gentile. Concerning bleeding. Meals after being bled. The duty of drinking wine after being bled, and advice to one who has no wine, on what days one should be bled and on what days one should not. Everything mentioned in Ezekiel 16. May 4th be done for a woman lying in on Sabbath, 282 to 287 chapter 19. Mishnahs I, 2. and 3. Concerning the bringing of the knife for circumcision on Sabbath. When it should be brought publicly and when concealed, when it should be concealed before witnesses. Public carrying of the knife as a proof of the love of the commandment. Commandments accepted by Israelites with joy are even now carried out joyfully, those received with protest are now reluctantly carried out. Story of Elisha, the man of wings. The Sabbath may be violated on account of preparations for circumcision. Concerning the sucking out of the blood, and bandages necessary for circumcision. What Abi's mother told him. Rabbis' experience with the physicians of Mihazah. Children who have imperfect circulation should not be circumcised until in perfect health. What happened to Nathan of Babylon? How a child should be bathed on Sabbath. The law concerning hermaphrodites. Concerning a child born at twilight and a child born without a foreskin. The story of the child of Ada bar Ahaba, who was carried to 13 circumcisers. Whether the Sabbath may be violated on account of a child that had been delivered from the side of the mother, with instruments. When a child is called a miscarriage. If a child was to a certainty regularly born, it must in the event of its death be mourned in the regular manner, 288 to 305 Mishnahs 4. v. and 6. Concerning one who had 2 children to be circumcised. Under what circumstances a child may be circumcised after the 8th day and until the 12th. The benedictions pronounced by the circumciser, the father of the child, and the assembled guests after the circumcision, 305 to 308 chapter 20. Mishnahs I to V concerning wine filters. Laws concerning folding beds, folding chairs, etc. Question put by our Kahana to Rab. Rabba's reply and the explanation of same by the Gemara. The assertion that the law will be forgotten by Israel, and our Simeon's ben Jokai explanation of same. The advisability of investigating amongst the judges in Israel in times of trouble. Corrupt judges the hindrance to the resting of the Lord's Shekinah among the children of Israel. Zion's redemption must come through justice. The story of the young scholar who was accused before our Ashi. The story told by our Joseph concerning the goblet of wine served him by Mar Ukba. Concerning the soaking of Lazarpicium on Sabbath, indisposition of our Aha bar Joseph, who was cured by Lazarpicium. Several sayings of our Hista, giving advice. How animals must be fed. Concerning straw on a bed. Concerning customary and unusual handling of things. Small men should not wear large shoes nor women torn shoes, 309 to 321 chapter 21. Mishnahs I to 3. Concerning the lifting of a child in connection with things held by the child, and the lifting of a corpse in connection with other things. Concerning a base to a prohibited thing. Concerning a stone at the opening of a barrel or on a cushion. Concerning the removal of husks and bones from the table. The decision of Abai that the school of Hillel is always in conformity with our Simeon's opinion, that the law of Muktzah has no foundation, 322 to 327 chapter 22. Mishnah I. How much may be saved from a broken cask? Concerning fruit which is pressed in order to extract the juice. Bunches of grapes may be pressed into the cooking pot direct, but not into a bowl. According to biblical law, one is not culpable for pressing any fruit, with the exception of grapes and olives. Witnesses testifying from hearsay are not accredited, 328 to 331 Mishnah 2. Concerning eatables that are dressed with hot water. The 3 questions propounded by our Haya bar Aba, why are the fowls of Babylon so fat? Why are the Babylonians so merry during the festivals? Why are the scholars of Babylon so well dressed? The answers of our Johanan, if a thing is as certain to thee as the fact that thou canst not marry thy own sister, then say it. Otherwise, say it not. 331, 332 Mishnahs 3 and 4. Concerning the breaking open of a cask and eating its contents. Rab shows his respect for his pupils kahana and Ashi by refusing to sit on a bolster when they sat on the ground. Concerning the depositing of victuals in a cave. Concerning the dusting of clothes on Sabbath. Shishas, the son of Edi, tasteful arrangement of his cloak. The narrative of Dimi in the name of and regarding Rabbi, 332 to 338 Mishnah v, concerning bathing in a cavern or in the hot springs of Tiberias. How the wine of Pergatha and the water of Dumseth robbed the Israelites of 10 tribes. How Jehudah had a pledge taken from Rabbi Bar Hannah to ensure the latter's appearance at his college, and the advantage gained by Jehudah in learning a new halakha, 338 to 341 chapter 23. Mishnahs I and 2. Concerning borrowing and lending. Such acts as must be performed on festivals should be performed in as different a manner to what they are performed on weekdays as possible. Concerning the counting of guests and dishes. Casting lots at meals. A man on whose account another is punished is not admitted into the abode of the Lord, 342 to 346 Mishnahs 3. 4. And v. Concerning the hiring of laborers on Sabbath. The rule laid down by Abba Saul. Concerning the transaction of the affairs of a community on Sabbath. The betrothal of children on the Sabbath. The miracle which occurred to a man who would not mend a fence of his field on Sabbath. Concerning waiting at the tekum on account of a bride or a corpse. Concerning the performance of all necessities for a corpse on Sabbath, 346 to 353 Mishnah 6. Closing the eyes of a corpse on Sabbath. Concerning the closing of the eyes of a dying person on a weekday. On account of a living child, only 1 day old, the Sabbath may be violated, but not even for David, king of Israel, if he be dead, may this be done. A living child 1 day old need not be guarded from the attacks of rats, but even the dead body of Og, king of Bashan, must be guarded from such attacks. Practice charity when the opportunity presents itself and when it is within thy reach. Poverty is compared to a wheel constantly turning. He who pities living creatures is pitied also in heaven. The explanation of many verses in Ecclesiastes regarding the human body. Why Hanina did not weep over the death of his daughter. There are 6 kinds of tears which are shed, 3 good and 3 bad. The dispute of Joshua ben Karha with the eunuch. Why Barzillai was a liar. Worms are as annoying to a corpse as a needle is to excrescences on the flesh. The soul of a man mourns for the body 7 days. The narrative relating to Jehudah and his actions towards a stranger who died in his vicinity. Return thy soul as clean as it was given thee, and the parable connected with the statement. The conversation between Naaman and the dead body of Ahai ben Yasi. The bones of a man who had no jealousy in his heart will not rot. The souls of the righteous are ensconced underneath the throne of honor a 12-month after leaving the body. Make my funeral sermon impressive, for I shall be present. To repent 1 day before death means to repent every day, lest the morrow bring death. At all times let thy garments be white, and the parable connected with it, 353 to 362 chapter 24. Mishnah I, concerning one who was overtaken by dusk on the eve of Sabbath while on the road. The Sabbath rest must be kept inviolate as far as one's animal is concerned, but one is not responsible for the Sabbath rest of a Gentile. An additional statement concerning the Sabbath rest, which the sages would not reveal. On the day the 18 precautionary ordinances were instituted, according to the opinion of some, the measure of laws was made heaping full, while, according to others, it was not filled enough. The examples connected with this statement. Why Gamaliel allowed his ass to drop dead under a load, 363 to 367 Mishnahs 2. 3. and 4. Concerning the untying of straw for cattle. Concerning the cramming of camels, calves, poultry, and doves. Kneading on Sabbath. The fate of those born on the different days of the week, according to the diary of Jehoshua ben Levi. The 7 planets guiding the destiny of man. Designation, muksa, on account of filth and on account of expensive articles. Concerning the cutting up of pumpkins and carrion, 367 to 376 Mishnah v. What vows may be annulled on Sabbath? Whether a vow may be annulled before the expiration of 24 hours after one hears it pronounced, or only during the same day. How consultation concerning vows must be had. Should a chacham, sage, only be consulted, or will 3 ordinary men suffice for that purpose? How vows are to be annulled on Sabbath. By thought or by word of mouth, may one say merely, go, eat and drink. The sages comply with the request of Mar Zutra and annul his vow on a Sabbath. How water for ritual purposes may be measured on Sabbath. What happened to Ulla at the house of the Exilarch regarding the measuring of water in a hath, 376 to 378 customary concluding prayer. Epigraph. Translator's remarks, 379, 380 appendix. 132 concerning the 18 regulations enacted in the attic of Hananiah ben Hizkiah ben Geran. Their importance and influence on the government of the Jews. The degeneracy of priestdom, 381 to 390. 11. Regulations concerning throwing from one ground into another. Mishnah, one who throws a thing from private into public or from public into private ground is culpable. From private into private ground, by way of public ground, our Akiba holds him to be culpable, but the sages declare him free. How so? If 2 balconies face each other across a street, one who transfers or throws something from one into the other is free. If the 2 balconies, however, are in the same building, he who transfers a thing from one into the other is culpable, but he who throws is free, because the work of the Levites, in the tabernacle, was as follows: from 2 wagons facing each other in public ground boards were transferred, but not thrown from one into the other. Gemara, let us see. Throwing is but the offspring of transferring. Where is transfer itself mentioned in the scriptures? Said our Johanan, it is written, X 36. 6. And Moses gave the command and they caused it to be proclaimed throughout the camp, etc. Where was Moses sitting? In the quarters of the Levites. The quarters of the Levites was public ground, because all the people were received there by Moses. And Moses said unto Israel, Ye shall not transfer anything from your quarters, which was private ground, into these quarters. We have found, then, transfer from within, but where do we find transfer from without? It is a logical conclusion, that transfer from within is the same as transfer from without. Still he calls transfer from within the principal act and transfer from without but the offspring. Now, if transferring from within and transferring from without involve the same degree of culpability, why does he call the one a principal and the other all offspring? For the following reason: if one commit 2 principal acts of labor, or 2 offsprings of 2 different acts of labor, he becomes bound to bring 2 sin offerings, but if he commits 1 principal act and 1 offspring of the same act of labor, he becomes bound to bring only 1 sin offering. Whence do we know that if one throw a thing 4 ells in public ground he is culpable? All that is said about 4 ells in public ground is traditional. Jehudah said in the name of Samuel, the wood-gatherer's sin, mentioned in Numbers 15. 32 to 35, consisted in carrying 4 ells in public ground. We learned in a Beretha, however, that he pulled out sticks growing in the ground. Jacob said, he gathered the sticks and bound them into bundles. What difference is there in the acts? Why this dissension? The difference is, as we were taught in the name of Rab, who says, I found a mysterious paper in the possession of my uncle, Haya, upon which was written, Isi ben Jehudah said, the principal acts of labor are 40 less 1. One of them does not involve culpability. Jehudah holds, that carrying in public ground is not this one act, and the Beretha holds that pulling out of the ground is not that one, and Jacob holds that binding into bundles is not the act which involves culpability. Each one of these 3 was certain that if a man committed any of the acts mentioned by each he was undoubtedly culpable. The rabbis taught, the name of the wood-gatherer was Zelophehad, and so it is written, Num. 15. 32, and while the children of Israel were in the wilderness they found a man, etc., and further on, Ibid 27. 31 It is written, Our father died in the wilderness, etc., etc., but in his own sin he died, etc., an analogy of the word wilderness. As by our father is meant Zelophehad, so also the name of the wood-gatherer was Zelophehad. So said our Akiba. Said to him our Jehudah be Bathira, Akiba. Whether your statement be true or false, you will have to answer for it at the time of the divine judgment, for if it be true, you disclosed the name of the man whom the scriptures desired to shield, and thus you brought him into infamy, and if it be false you slandered a man who was upright. The same case occurred in the following, it is written, Num. 12. 9, And the anger of the Lord was kindled against them, etc. From this we learn that Aaron also became leprous. So said our Akiba. Said to him our Jehudah be Bathira, Akiba. Whether your statement be true or false, you will have to answer for it at the divine judgment, for if it be true, you disclosed a thing the scriptures desired to conceal, and thus you brought infamy upon Aaron, and if it be false, you slandered a man who was upright. But the scriptures say, And the anger of the Lord was kindled against them. This signifies only that Aaron was included among those against whom the anger of the Lord was kindled. We have learned in a Beratha according to the opinion of our Akiba, Aaron also became leprous, as it is written, And Aaron turned toward Miriam, and behold she was leprous, which implies that at the moment when he turned toward Miriam he was cured of his leprosy and perceived it in Miriam. Said Resh Lakish, He who suspects an innocent man is punished in the flesh, as it is written, X 4. 1, But behold, they will not believe me, and it was known to the Holy One, blessed be he, that Israel will believe, and the Lord said unto Moses, They are believers and they are children of believers, but thou, I know, wilt finally not believe. They are believers, as it is written, Ibid 4. 3:1, And the people believed. They are children of believers, as it is written, Gen 15. 6, And he believed in the Lord. Thou wilt finally not believe, as it is written, Num. XX. 12, Moses and Aaron, because ye have not confided in me, and whence do we know that he was punished in the flesh, as it is written, X 4. 6, And the Lord said furthermore unto him, Do put thy hand into thy bosom, and he put his hand into his bosom, and when he took it out, behold, his hand was leprous, white as snow. Rabbah said, according to others, our Hosebi, Hanina, reward for merit, destined for a man, comes to him more quickly and in a greater degree than retribution for wickedness, for in the case of Moses we see it written, Exodus 4. 6, And he put his hand into his bosom, and when he took it out, behold, his hand was leprous, white as snow. But the reward was, as it is written, Ibid 7, And when he pulled it out of his bosom, behold, it was turned again as his other flesh. The reason that the verse repeats, pulled it out of his bosom, is to show, that the hand had become cured while in the bosom, and thus the reward was given more quickly and effectively. It is written, X 7. 12, Aaron's staff swallowed up their staves. Said our Eleazar, this was a miracle within a miracle, for Aaron's staff did not swallow up the staves, of the Egyptian magicians, which had become serpents, while it was itself a serpent, but after it was become a staff again. From private ground into private ground, etc. Rabbah propounded a question, shall we assume that the point of difference is in the opinion relating to whether the surrounding of a thing by the atmosphere of a certain place makes the thing equal to being deposited in that place or not? And if this is the point of difference, it must follow that the Mishnah treats of a case where the object thrown was at no time above 10 spans from the ground, because above 10 spans no public ground exists. Those who deem it a culpable act, do so, because they hold that the object, being surrounded by the air of the public ground, through which it passed, makes it equal to being deposited therein, while those who do not deem it a culpable act are not of this opinion. But if the object thrown was above 10 spans from the ground, do both sides agree that the thrower is not culpable? Or shall we assume that both sides do not differ as to the object thrown being equal to being deposited in the place, the atmosphere of which surrounded it, agreeing that such is the case, but their point of difference is as to whether throwing is equal to transfer or not? He who holds that the thrower is culpable does so because he considers throwing equal to transfer by hand, and as transfer makes a man culpable, even if it was accomplished above 10 spans from the ground, it also applies to throwing, but he who holds that the thrower is not culpable, does so because he does not consider throwing equal to transfer by hand. And the case treated of by the Mishnah is one where the throwing was done above 10 spans from the ground? Said R. Joseph, this question was also propounded by R. Hista, and R. Hamnuna decided it from the following Beretha: from private into private ground, by way of public ground itself, R. Akiba makes him culpable, but the sages declare him free. Now, if he says, by way of public ground itself, it implies that it was below 10 spans from the ground. Let us then see wherein was the difference of opinion. Shall we say that it was a case of transfer by hand and still the one who holds him culpable does so because it was below 10 spans, but if it was above 10 spans he would concede that he was not culpable? How can this be? Did not our Eleazar say, he who transfers a burden above 10 spans from the ground is culpable, because thus were burdens transferred by the sons of Kehath? Therefore we must assume that the Beretha treats of a case of throwing and not of transfer by hand, and hence one holds, that an object surrounded by the atmosphere of a certain place below 10 spans from the ground is equal to an object deposited in that place, while the other holds that such is not the case. Conclude then from this that the Mishnah treats of a case where the throwing was done below 10 spans from the ground. The above teaching, however, is not in accord with the opinion of our Eleazar, for he said, our Akiba makes the thrower culpable even when the throwing was done above 10 spans from the ground, but for what purpose does the Beretha state, public ground itself? Merely to show the firmness of the rabbis in declaring one free, even when he transferred a thing by hand through public ground. All that was said above is contrary to the opinion of our Helkia b. Tubi, because he said, if the throwing was below 3 spans from the ground, all agree that the thrower is culpable, if above 10 spans, all agree that he is not culpable, but if the throwing was done between 3 and 10 spans above the ground, then the difference of opinion between our Akiba and the sages arises. We have learned in a Beretha in support of our Helkia, below 3 all agree that one is culpable, above 10 all agree, that only a rabbinical prohibition exists, as a precautionary measure, because no irub was made. 133 If the two premises belong to the thrower, he may throw to start with. From 3 to 10 spans is where the point of difference between our Akiba and the sages arises. It is certain, that if it is one's intention to throw 8 ells and he throws only 4, one is culpable, because it is equivalent to the case where one intends to write the name Simeon and only write Sim, for Sim alone is also a name, and 4 ells is the prescribed distance for throwing, but what is not certain is, if one intended to throw only 4 ells and threw 8, what is his case? Shall we assume that he threw the prescribed distance and is thus culpable, or, because the object did not reach the desired destination, he is not culpable? The answer was, that according to this question Ravina asked Ashi, and the latter answered that no culpability can exist unless he intended that the object should remain wherever it happened to alight, i.e., if the man intended to throw 8 ells and threw only 4 he is also not culpable, and the assertion that the last named act is equivalent to writing Sim when the intention was to write Simeon, which according to the succeeding Mishnah is an act involving culpability, does not hold. Good, for he cannot write Simeon without first writing Sim, but surely he can throw 8 ells without previously throwing 4 ells. The rabbis taught, if one threw from public into public ground and private ground was in between, and the 4 ells commenced and ended in the 2 public grounds, including the private ground, he is culpable, but if he threw less than 4 ells he is not culpable. What news does this convey to us? It is to inform us, that the different premises are counted together and that the culpability arises not from the fact that the atmosphere of the private ground, having surrounded the object thrown, makes that object equal to having been deposited in that private ground, because that ordinance does not hold good, and the culpability arises merely from throwing 4 ells in public ground. Our Samuel b. Jehuda, quoting our Abba, who quoted our Huna in the name of Rab, said, if one transferred an object for 4 ells in a roofed public ground, he is not culpable. Why so? Because this public ground is not equal to the public ground under the standards in the desert traversed by the Israelites. This is not so. We know that the wagons which carried the boards of the tabernacle were roofed, and Rab said in the name of our Haya that the ground beneath the wagons, between them, or alongside of them, was all public. Rab means to state that the wagons were not actually covered, but that the boards were placed crossways on them in layers, and between every layer there was uncovered space, and that space was, in the opinion of Rab, public ground. The rabbis taught, the boards used at the tabernacle were 1 ell thick and sloped gradually until they attained the thickness of 1 finger at one end, as it is written, Ex 26:24, and they shall be closely joined together on top by means of 1 ring, and in another passage, Joshua 3:16, it is written, failed, were cut off. 134 So said Jehudah. Hence it is evident that on top the boards were only 1 finger thick. Nehemiah says, they were also 1 ell thick on top, as it is written, ibid, joined together, and the together means that they were to be the same on top and on the bottom. But it says, joined, tamim. The tamim here signifies that they must be whole, unbroken. The school of Ishmael taught, to what can the tabernacle be compared? To a woman going to market, whose dress hangs down and drags on the ground, i.e., the curtains were hanging down and dragging on the ground. The rabbis taught, the boards of the tabernacle came to a point and the thresholds contained sockets on which the boards were fitted. The hooks and fillets of the curtains appeared like stars in the sky. The rabbis taught, the lower curtains were of blue, purple, and scarlet yarn and of twisted linen thread, and the upper curtains were of goat's hair, and more skill was necessary to make the curtains of goat's hair than of the first-named materials, for concerning the lower curtains it is written, and all the women that were wise-hearted spun with their hands, and they brought that which they had spun of the blue, and of the purple, and of the scarlet yarn, and of the linen thread, but concerning the upper curtains it is written, Ibid 26, and all the women whose heart stirred them up in wisdom spun the goat's hair. And we have learned in the name of Nehemiah, the goat's hair was woven right from the goats' backs without being shorn. If the 2 balconies, etc. Said Rab in the name of Haya, the space between the wagons, beneath the wagons, and alongside of them is public ground. Said Abai, the space between 2 wagons was the length of another wagon. What is the length of a wagon? 5 ells. Rabbah said the sides of the wagon, i.e., the width between the sides, was the width of a wagon. What is that width? 2 1/2 ells. Now, we know that the width of a way in public ground is 16 ells. Whence do we adduce this? If we adduce this from the case of the tabernacle, it should only be 15 ells, for the width of 2 wagons together with the space between them was 15 ells. The answer is, there was another ell additional between the 2 wagons where the Levite walked in order that he might watch the wagons and adjust anything that might come out of place. Mishnah, one who takes anything from, or places anything upon a sand heap, dug out of a pit or a stone that is 10 spans high and 4 spans wide, is culpable. If the sand heap or the stone is below that height, he is free. Gemara, why does the Mishnah say a sand heap, dug out of a pit, or a stone? Why not the pit or the stone itself? Then we would know both the height and depth which must not be used for the placing of a thing. This was said in support of the statement of Johanan, viz. that the sand heap dug out of a pit is counted in with the depth of the pit as to height to complete the 10 spans. We have also learned thus in a Beretha, one must not draw water from a pit in public ground which is 10 spans deep and 4 spans wide, unless he has made a railing round the pit that is 10 spans high. He must also not drink from the pit unless he put his head and the larger portion of his body into it. The pit and the sand heap dug out of the pit are counted in with it to complete the 10 spans. Mordecai asked of Rabbah, what is the law regarding one who threw a thing on a post 10 spans high and 4 spans wide, standing in public ground? Shall we assume that he is culpable because he removed the thing unlawfully and also deposited it unlawfully, i.e., from public ground into private, or that he is not culpable because the object which lighted on the post came from ground which is under no jurisdiction, being above 10 spans from the ground? If the man had the intention to throw the object on top of the post, he must have thrown it high up into the air, and before lighting on the post it passed through space above 10 spans from the ground, and that space is regarded as ground under no jurisdiction, therefore he is not culpable. Rabbah answered, this is explained in the Mishnah. Our Mordecai then went to our Joseph and asked the same question. He received the same answer, it is explained in the Mishnah. Thereupon he came to Abai with the same question, and again received the same answer. Said our Mordecai to Abai, Do ye all spit with the same spittle? Answered Abai, Dost not thou think that the Mishnah explains it? Did not the Mishnah say, One who takes from or places upon? Rejoined our Mordecai, Perhaps the Mishnah treats of a needle which can be placed on a level with the 10 spans height. Said Abai, A needle must also be lifted above the level. Said our Mordecai again, It can be placed without being lifted above the level, because every stone has some crevices that are lower than the surface of the stone and the needle can be placed in one of the crevices. Our Johanan propounded a question, What is the law regarding a man who throws a cake of earth, 4 spans square and 1 span deep, into a pit exactly 10 spans deep and 4 spans square? Shall we say, that he is culpable because he threw the cake of earth into the pit, which was still 10 spans deep and therefore private ground, or that he is not culpable because as soon as the cake reached the bottom of the pit it lessened the pit's height to 9 spans, and thus made the pit unclaimed ground? Let our Johanan decide this question himself by what he said in the following Mishnah, If one throw a thing from a distance of 4 ells against the wall, and it strikes the wall at a height of over 10 spans from the ground, he is free, but if below 10 spans from the ground he is culpable, because one who throws a thing to the ground at a distance of 4 ells is culpable. We have investigated the case, how can he be culpable if the object thrown did not adhere to the wall? And our Johanan answered, The case was one of a soft date, which did adhere to the wall. Now, if the conclusion is that the cake of earth lessened the depth of the pit, the date which adhered to the wall also lessened the distance of 4 ells from where the date was thrown, and he says that the man is culpable. The answer was, in the case of the date the thrower did not intend that the date should adhere to the wall permanently, while in the case of the pit the cake of earth remained in the pit permanently, as intended by the thrower. Abai said, If a man throw a mat into a pit 10 spans deep and 8 spans wide in public ground he is culpable. If he, however, placed the mat into the pit so that the pit was divided into 2 equal parts, he is not culpable. The latter decree informs us of 2 facts, firstly, that although the mat was placed in the pit, while the pit was still of sufficient size to constitute it private ground and was only diminished at the time the mat was placed into it, the man is not culpable, and secondly, that the mat takes up sufficient space to make the 2 pits caused by division less than 4 spans wide each. Gemara, said our Jehuda, quoting Rab in the name of our Haya, If one throw a thing at a distance of 4 ells against a wall, and the thing rested in a hole in the wall above 10 spans from the ground, the law in his case is decided differently by our Mayor and the sages, viz. Our Mayor holds, that any object, like a hole, capable of being enlarged, must be looked upon as having been already enlarged, and therefore the man is culpable. The sages, however, hold that such is not the case, everything must be regarded in its actual condition. Our Jehuda said in the name of Rab, If a man throw a thing upon a sand heap 4 ells wide and sloping up to a height of 10 spans, he is culpable, provided the thing rested on the highest point of the heap, because the heap is regarded as being 10 spans high in its entire length. The same we have learned in a Beratha in the name of our Hanina ben Gamaliel. Mishnah, if one threw an object within 4 ells, in public ground, and the object rolled to a greater distance, he is free. If he threw a thing outside of 4 ells and it rolled back within 4 ells, he is culpable. Gemara, why should a man be culpable in the latter clause of the Mishnah? The object thrown did not rest outside of 4 ells if it rolled back within the prescribed limit. Said our Johanan, the Mishnah treats of a case where the object thrown came in contact with an obstacle by means of which it rolled back, and therefore it rested for a moment outside of 4 ells. Rabbah said, in the opinion of the sages, who differ with our Akiba concerning his decree, that an object surrounded by the atmosphere of a certain place makes the object equal to having been deposited in that place, a man who threw a thing from private into private ground by way of public ground, even below 3 spans from the ground, is not culpable unless the thing thrown rested for a moment at least on the public ground. Marimer sat and repeated the above decree. Said Ravina, does not our Mishnah say the same, through the declaration of our Johanan, who decrees that the Mishnah holds a man culpable only if the object thrown by the man rests at its destination for a moment. Answered Marimer, thou speakest of a rolling thing, which is carried along by the wind and it is not known when it will stand still. Such a thing cannot be regarded as resting, although it is below 3 spans from the ground, but in our case it is different. The thing was thrown, and was not rolled by the wind, so we might assume that when it reached a distance of less than 3 spans from the ground, it must be considered as resting on the ground. He informs us that such is not the case. Mishnah, if one throw a distance of 4 ells on the sea, he is free, if there happen to be shallow water, through which a public thoroughfare leads, where he threw the 4 ells, he is culpable. What must be the maximum depth of such shallow water? Less than 10 spans, for one who throws 4 ells in shallow water, through which only occasionally a public thoroughfare leads, is culpable. Gemara, said one of the schoolmen to Rabbah, the Mishnah mentioning a public thoroughfare twice is justified in doing so, because we might presume that a thoroughfare used only in cases of necessity cannot be regarded as a public thoroughfare, and hence the Mishnah informs us that while in other cases use from necessity is not to be regarded as customary, in this case it is different. But why is shallow water mentioned twice? Answered Abai, we might presume that the shallow water was not 4 ells wide, in which case it would be used a thoroughfare, but if it was 4 ells, people would circumvene it, and thus it would not be considered a public thoroughfare. Therefore it is repeated to inform us that there is no difference between shallow water less than 4 ells wide or more. Mishnah, one who throws from the sea into land, from land into the sea, from the sea into a ship, from a ship into the sea, or from one ship into another, is free. If ships are bound together, one may transfer an object from one into the other, but if the ships are not bound together, even though they lie alongside of one another and meet, one must not transfer a thing from one into the other. Gemara, we have learned, if one desires to draw water from the sea into the ship, he must make a small board attachment to the side of the ship, and then he can draw the water. So said Huna, because he holds that unclaimed ground commences from the bottom of the sea and ends with the surface. The atmosphere above the sea is considered as ground under no jurisdiction, and hence the making of the attachment was really not necessary, but it being Sabbath, this should be done to distinguish the Sabbath from weekdays. Hista and Rabbah bar Huna said, the attachment made should be 4 ells wide, because they hold that the unclaimed ground commences from the surface of the water, and the water itself is considered as ground, and if the attachment were not made, it would constitute carrying from unclaimed ground into private ground, and this is not allowed to commence with. Huna said, on the small boats, that are not 4 spans wide down their entire depth, a man must not carry anything only for 4 ells, because it cannot be considered private ground, unless at a distance of 3 spans from the ground the boat is 4 spans wide. If there be sticks or refuse at the bottom of the boat commences from the top of such sticks or refuse, and if the boat be 10 spans high, according to that calculation one may carry in it. Naaman opposed this. Why should a man not be permitted to carry in a boat the bottom of which is not strewn with sticks and refuse? Have we not learned in a Beratha that Hosebi, Jehuda said, if one placed in public ground a stick, 10 spans high, on top of which was a trough, which was 4 spans wide, a person throwing anything on top of the trough is culpable, because, while the trough was not 10 spans high itself, the height of the stick upon which it rests is considered as included in its own. Why should this not also refer to the case of the boat, and the place where it is 4 spans wide be considered as if it reached down to the bottom? Joseph opposed Naaman as follows, did not Naaman hear that Jehuda, in the name of Rab, according to others, in the name of Haya, said, that the sages did not agree with Hosebi, Jehuda and exonerated the man. Hence we see that the Beratha, treating of the boat, holds with the opinion of the rabbis. If ships are bound together, etc. Is this not self-evident? Said Rabbah, the Mishnah wishes to inform us, that one is permitted to carry from one ship into another, even if a small boat is between them, i.e., one may carry from one ship into the boat and thence into the other ship, even though the small boat is not tied to either ship. Said Safra to him, Moses. 136 How canst thou say such a thing? Does not the Mishnah state explicitly that one may carry from one ship into another? No boat between them was mentioned. Our Safra, however, explained the Mishnah thus: the Mishnah, by saying one may carry from one ship into another, means to say that an Arab may be made between the two ships, just as between two houses, and then things may be carried from one into the other, as we have learned in a Baratha. An Arab may be made between ships that are tied together and things may be carried from one into the other. If the rope by means of which the ships were lashed to each other became torn, carrying to and from one ship to the other is not allowed, but if the ships were lashed together again, either intentionally or unintentionally, through compulsion or through an error, the original permission again holds good. The same is the case with mats of which tents were made, whereby the ground enclosed by the mats becomes private, and if many such tents were made, carrying from one tent into another is permitted, provided an Arab is made. If the mats were rolled up, however, such carrying is not permitted. Were the mats rolled down again, intentionally or unintentionally, through compulsion or through error, the original permission again holds good. It was reported in the name of Samuel, if the ships were tied together with a mere thread, permission to carry from one into the other holds good. Mishnah, if one threw a thing, and after the thing had passed out of his hand, he recollected that it was Sabbath, if another person caught the thing thrown, if a dog caught it or if the things thrown was consumed by fire, before reaching its destination, the man is free. If one threw a thing for the purpose of injuring a man or a beast, and before such injury was inflicted recollected, that it was Sabbath, he is free. For, this is the rule, only such are culpable and bound to bring a sin offering as commit an act through error from beginning to end. If the act, however, was committed through error only at the start, and at the close was committed consciously, or vice versa, the perpetrator is free until the beginning as well as the end of the act is committed through error. Gemara, what would be the case, if the thing, after passing out of the thrower's hand, had rested, outside of 4 ells in public ground? Would he be culpable? Why? Did he not recollect, that it was Sabbath, before the thing rested? And our Mishnah, distinctly, states that one cannot be culpable unless an act were committed through error from beginning to end. Said Rabbah, the Mishnah teaches us 2 facts. Firstly, if one threw a thing, and after the thing had passed out of his hand he recollected, that it was Sabbath, or secondly, even if he did not recollect, that it was Sabbath, but another man, or a dog, caught the thing, or it was consumed by fire before it rested, he is not culpable. This is the rule. We have learned, if one threw a distance of 6 ells, 2 ells through error, the next 2 consciously, and the last again through error, Rabbah declares him free. How can that occur? As soon as the object had passed out of his hand and had not yet reached farther than 2 ells, he became conscious that it was Sabbath, and before it had passed the next 2 ells he forgot again that it was Sabbath. Rabbah, however, declares him culpable. Rabbah declares him free, even according to the opinion of R. Gamaliel, in the last Mishnah of chapter 12, who does not consider the consciousness during the time intervening between the perpetration of the 2 acts, each of which only executed 1/2 the prescribed deed, as being of any consequence, but considers the 2 unfinished acts as one prolonged act done unintentionally and making the perpetrator culpable. For what reason? Because in the case treated of in the cited Mishnah nothing was done during the period of consciousness, of the Sabbath, intervening between the 2 unfinished acts to neutralize the erroneous character of the 2 unfinished acts, and thus they became one finished act and made the perpetrator culpable. In this case, however, Rabbah assumes that during the time intervening between the passing of the first 2 ells and the last 2 ells, the man carried the thing, and did so fully conscious, of the Sabbath, and thus neutralized the erroneous character surrounding the throwing for the first 2 and last 2 ells. Rabbah, however, declares him culpable, even according to the rabbis, who hold contrary to the opinion of our Gamaliel, in the cited Mishnah, and consider the consciousness, of Sabbath, during the period intervening between the 2 unfinished acts as a neutralization of the unintentional character of the unfinished acts, thus making the perpetrator not culpable. Said our Bibhi B. Abai, we have also learned elsewhere that the intention to have a thing rest in a place makes that place a fit one for the thing. 12. Regulations concerning building, plowing, etc., on the Sabbath Mishnah. Among the 40, less 1, principal acts of labor, building was enumerated. What is the least amount of building which will make a man culpable? The least possible amount. The same applies to stonemasonry, smoothing with a hammer, at the close of the work, as for planing, he who planes the least bit, and for drilling, he who drills ever so little, is culpable. For this is the rule, he who performs any act of labor which is of permanent value is culpable. Simeon ben Gamaliel said, he who during his work strikes the anvil with his sledge is culpable, because he virtually brings about labor. Gemara, of what use is so small an amount of building? Said Aha bar Jacob, so small an amount of building is usually done by a householder who discovers a hole in the wall of one of his rooms and fills it up, with wood or cement. And the instance of such work having been performed at the construction of the tabernacle is, when one of the boards contained a hole produced by worms, a little molten lead was poured into it and it was thus filled. Samuel said, one who places a stone in the street for the purpose of paving the walk is culpable. An objection was made. We have learned elsewhere, if one furnished the stone for paving and another furnished the mortar, the latter is culpable. Says the Gemara, if you base your objection to Samuel's decree upon this Beretha, why do you not also cite the latter decree of the Beretha which reads, Hosea says, one who picks up a stone and places it upon a row of stones is also culpable. Hence we see that there are three different kinds of building. Building at the base, in the center, and on the top. Building at the base only requires a solid foundation in the earth. Building in the center requires mortar. Building on top needs only proper placing without the use of mortar. Stonemasonry. In what category of labor can stonemasonry be placed, that its performance should make one culpable? Rab said it comes under the category of building, and Samuel said under the category of smoothing with a hammer. The same difference of opinion exists between Rab and Samuel in the case of one who bores a hole in a chicken coop that was not previously perforated. The former holds this to be building, while the latter regards it the same as smoothing with a hammer. It makes no difference to one who performs such labor unintentionally, for in either event he must bring a sin offering, regardless of what class of labor he performed, if he does only one act, but when he performs two acts there is a difference. If they are both of one category, he is bound to bring only one sin offering, but if they are of different categories, he must bring two, but in the case of one who performs such work with intention, even if he does only one act it does make a difference. The witnesses to his deed when warning him of his wrongdoing must inform him just what class of labor he is engaged in executing. Should they tell him incorrectly, he cannot be held guilty. This applies to all cases where the Gemara asks as to the category of labor performed. The same difference of opinion also exists in the case of one who affixed a handle to a pickaxe, Rab classing such work as building, and Samuel as smoothing with a hammer. A question was propounded by Nathan bar Oshia to Johanan, under what category of labor is stonemasonry to be placed? Johanan answered him by making the sign of hammering with his hand. For this is the rule. What additional significance does the statement, for this is the rule, contain? It applies to the hollowing out of a block of wood capable of holding a cab, about 4 lugs, a cavity a good deal smaller. Simeon ben Gamaliel said, etc. What labor is performed by striking an anvil with a sledge? The Tosefta in this chapter explains it as follows, said Simeon ben Gamaliel, he who during his work strikes the anvil with the sledge is culpable, because at the construction of the tabernacle those that covered the boards with metal plate would strike the plates with their hammers. Mishnah, one who plows, grubs, weeds, or prunes ever so little is culpable. One who gathers wood for the purpose of using the space occupied by the wood is culpable if he gathers ever so little, but if he gathers it for the purpose of lighting a fire with it, he is culpable only if he gathered as much as is required to cook an easily boiled egg. If one gathered grass for the sake of the space occupied by it, he is culpable for gathering even ever so little. If for the purpose of feeding cattle, he does not become liable unless he gathered as much as a goat's mouthful. Gemara, of what use is a place where a man plowed ever so little? It may be used to plant one seed of a cucumber in. This was also done at the tabernacle, where one root was all that was necessary, for dyeing, and was pulled out of the ground, thereby making a hole. This is not contradictory to what we have learned previously, that the minimum prescribed quantity for cucumber seeds was 2, because a man will not take one cucumber seed out for sowing, but when sowing a separate hole is made for each seed, and thus the prescribed quantity in this case is limited to one. One who plows, grubs, weeds, or prunes. The rabbis taught, one who tears out herbs, which when damp are good for human food, for the purpose of eating them is culpable if the quantity equals or exceeds the size of a dried figure. For cattle the prescribed quantity is that of a goat's mouthful. If for the purpose of using for fuel, the prescribed quantity is as much as is used to cook an easily boiled egg with, if for the purpose of cleaning, weeding, his place, he is culpable even for ever so little. Is all this kind of work not done for the sake of cleaning the place? 137 said Rabba and Arp Joseph, the Mishnah treats of a case where even if the man was not standing in a garden belonging to an individual, but even if he did it in a public field, if his intention is to clean the place he is culpable. Abayi said, the same is the case, even if he did it in a private field and had no intention to clean the place, as it did not belong to him but to someone else. Mishnah, one who writes two letters, with the right or with the left hand, be they of one denomination or of different denominations, or be they written with different inks or be they letters of different languages, alphabets, is culpable. R. Jose said, the only reason that one is declared culpable for writing two letters, is because they can serve as marks, for thus the boards used at the tabernacle were marked in order to be able to tell which fit together. Rabbi, Jehuda Hanassi, said, we also often find a short name which forms part of a long name, as Sam for Simeon and Samuel, Noah for Nahor, Dan for Daniel, Gad for Gadiel. Gemara, it would be right if the Mishnah were to say that if one write with his right hand he is culpable, because writing with the right hand is the general way, but writing with the left is entirely out of the ordinary. Why should he be culpable? Said our Jeremiah, the Mishnah also refers to a left-handed man. A left-handed man. His left is his right and his right his left hand. Let him then not be culpable if he use his right hand. Said Abayi, in the case of the Mishnah a man is referred to who has equal strength in both hands, but our Jacob, son of the daughter of Jacob, said, the Mishnah stands according to the decree of our Jose that the reason of a man's culpability is because of the letters standing for marks, and the making of marks with either the right or the left hand is prohibited. How can the first part of the Mishnah be according to the opinion of our Sheshlion, Taith to give, red go below, gag roof, chalk nose band? Said our Jose, is then the man culpable because of writing? It is only because of making a mark, for thus were the boards of the tabernacle marked in order that one mill tell which fit together. Therefore if one made but one scratch on two boards or two scratches on one board, he is culpable. Our Simeon quotes the same verse, and do, of, any, one, of them. One might assume that the man is not culpable unless he wrote the entire name, etc. How should this be understood? One is not culpable until he has performed labor which is permanently fixed. Now in the Bereitha we see that our Jehuda said the two letters need not be part of a name, but even if the two form a name. Does not our Jehuda contradict himself? This presents no difficulty. In the above Mishnah he gives his own opinion, while in the Bereitha he cites his master's opinion, because we have learned in another Bereitha, our Jehuda said in the name of our Gamaliel, even if the two letters are not part of a long name, but form a name in themselves, he is culpable. For instance, Shesh, Taith, etc. Did not our Simeon say the very same thing as the first Tana? Perhaps one might say that our Simeon refers to one who wrote two letters that have no meaning and are part of a long word. For instance, A from Azrico, I assisted you. In such a case our Simeon would be the stricter and the first Tana the more lenient. Is this not contrary to our Simeon's wont, as we have learned in a Tosefta further on, if one bore a hole with a drill, be the hole ever so small, he is culpable, etc. Our Simeon however declares him free until the hole made was as large as it was originally intended to be. Answer and interpret our Simeon's words thus, one might say that one is not culpable until he writes the whole verse, therefore it is written, of any one, signifying that one word is sufficient. Rabbi said, we also often find, etc. How can the name of Sam be equal to Simeon? The letter mem in Sam is an end, closed, letter, while the mem in Simeon is an open, middle, mem. 138 said are, hista. From this we may infer that if one write by mistake an open mem instead of a closed mem in the scroll of laws, the scroll may be used. The rabbis said to our Jehoshua ben Levi, there were some young men at the schoolhouse today, and they related such wonderful things as were never taught before even in the time of Joshua the son of Nun. These are they, Aleph, Beth means Aleph Bino, go and teach knowledge. Gimel, ʻtæl means gmol, be bountiful, dalim, to the poor. Why is the foot of the gimel pointed toward the ʻtæl? Because so should be the feet of those who are bountiful ever ready to seek beneficiaries. Why is the foot of the ʻtæl pointed back toward the gimel? In order that the poor man may know that he must not conceal himself from his benefactor. Why does the ʻtæl turn its face from the gimel? In order to teach us that the benefactor should give to the poor without ostentation and that the poor man be not abashed. Hey, Vav, Zayin, Cheth, Taith, Ayad, Kaf, Lamed means, Hey Vav, which is the name of the Holy One, blessed be he, Zayin, Zon he will feed thee, Cheth, Chain will be gracious unto thee, Taith, Tov will be good to thee, Ayad, Yerusha he will make thee inherit in the world to come, Kaf, Keser he will give thee a crown, Lamed, Lolam habo in the world to come. Mem open, middle, and mem closed, end, means Maymar, sayings, pathwalk, open, implying that there are such sayings of God as are open to every one, but Maymar, sayings, sat closed, implying that there are sayings of God which are hidden to most men. Nun curved, middle, and nun straight, end, means Neman, an upright man, Kaf, curved, should be, curved, bowed down, modest in this life, and in the life hereafter he will become a Neman, an upright man, Pahat, straight. Samak means smach, assist. Ayin means anium, the poor. Pe round, middle, and pe straight, end, means pe, a mouth, paswatch, shall be open, to teach, and pe, mouth, sesam, shall be closed, to slander. Tsadi round, middle, and tsadi straight, end, means tzaddik, a righteous man, should be modest and fearless, straight. Kuf means kodash, holy, implying who does all, that has been mentioned, is holy. Resh means rasho, wicked, implying, who does the contrary is wicked. Why does the crown of the Kuf look down upon the Resh? Just as the Kodash, Holy One, blessed be he, looks down upon the Rasho, the wicked, saying, turn from thy ways and I shall also give thee a crown. Why does the foot of the Kuf hang unsupported? In order to admit of the wicked entering into the Kedoshim, holiness, if he turn from his ways. Shin means sheker, a lie, and thaf means emeth, truth. Why are the letters of sheker so near to one another? The order of sequence in the alphabet is resh, kuf, shin, and emeth so far from one another, being the first, middle, and last letters of the alphabet. Because lies are very frequent, while truth is very scarce. Why have the letters in sheker but 1 foot while those in emeth have so many? Because lies will finally totter, while truth will stand supreme. Mishnah, one who through forgetfulness at one time wrote 2 letters is culpable. He may have written with ink, paint, dye, gum, or vitriol, or with anything making a permanent mark. Further, one who wrote on 2 walls forming a corner, or on 2 covers of an arithmetical book, so that the 2 letters can be read together, is culpable. One who writes on his own body is culpable. One who tattoos letters in his flesh or Eliezer holds him culpable for a sin offering, and our Jehoshua holds him to be free. If one write with dark liquids, with fruit juice, or in road dust, in fine sand, or in anything that does not retain the writing, B is free. If one write with the back of his hand, with his feet, with his mouth, with his elbow, or if one write one letter to another letter, that had already been written, or writes over letters that had been written before, or when one's intention was to write a cheth and wrote 2 zayins, or if one write one letter on the ground and another on the wall, or on 2 separate walls, or on 2 separate pages of a book, when the 2 letters cannot be read together, he is free. If one wrote one abbreviated letter, our Jehuda ben Bethira holds him culpable and the sages hold him free. Gemara, or with anything making a permanent mark, etc. What other additional things does the Mishnah mean to express by this? Hananya taught, it means if one wrote with berry juice or with gallnuts, he is also culpable. Haya taught, if one wrote with graphite, soot, or black ink, he is culpable. One who tattoos 2 letters on his flesh, etc. We have learned in a Baratha, said Eliezer to the sages, did not the son of Saddai 139 bring witchcraft out of Egypt, through tattooing on his flesh? Answered the sages, he was a fool, and we do not cite single instances of fools. If one write one letter to another letter, etc. According to which Tana's opinion is this? Said Rabba bar Huna, this is not according to the opinion of Eliezer, for Eliezer said that if one add another thread to one already woven, he is culpable. We have learned in a Baratha, if one wrote one letter at the end of any scriptural book, thereby finishing that particular book, or if one added another thread to one already woven, he is culpable. According to which Tana's opinion is this? Said Rabba bar Huna, this is in accordance with the opinion of Eliezer, who said that if one add another thread to one already woven he is culpable. Ashi said, we may assume that the opinion of the sages does not conflict with this opinion, because the case of finishing a book differs from that of adding another thread, hence, according to their opinion, one is also culpable, for finishing a book by adding one letter. We have learned in a Baratha, if one corrected one letter in the scroll of laws, he is culpable. How can this be? One is not held culpable for writing one letter, how can the Baratha hold one culpable for merely correcting one letter? Said Shesheth, here a special case is treated of, i.e., if one take off the top bar of the cheth and make 2 zayins out of it. Rabba said, the same is the case if, for instance, one remove the square portion of a ṭæl and form a resh therefrom. If one wrote one abbreviated letter, etc. Johanan said in the name of Jose ben Zimra, whence do we know that there are abbreviated letters in the scriptures? As it is written, in Gen 17. 5, Kayab Hamon Goyim Sathika, for the father of a multitude of nations have I made thee. In the word of the Aleph is the abbreviation of a father, and the Beth stands for Bashir selected, Hamon stands for Haviv lovely, Melech king, Vathig modest, Neman upright. All this I have made thee among the nations. Johanan declares of his own accord, the 10 commandments commence with Anachi when it could be Ani, meaning I am. The Anachi is an abbreviation for Ano, I, Nafshi, my soul, Kthovith, I have written, Yehovith, and have given. Mishnah, if one, through forgetfulness at 2 different times, write 2 letters, say one in the morning and the other toward evening, Gamaliel holds him to be culpable and the sages declare him free. Gemara, on what point do Gamaliel and the sages differ? Gamaliel does not consider the consciousness, of its being Sabbath, during the time intervening between the perpetration of the 2 acts, each of which executed only half the prescribed deed, as being of any consequence, but considers the 2 unfinished acts as one prolonged act done unintentionally and making the perpetrator culpable. The sages, however, consider the consciousness, of Sabbath, during the period intervening between the 2 unfinished acts as a neutralization of the unintentional character of the unfinished acts and thus make the perpetrator not culpable. 13. Regulations concerning weaving, tearing, hunting, etc., on the Sabbath Mishnah, Eliezer said, one who weaves, on the Sabbath, is culpable, as soon as he has woven 3 threads at the beginning of the web, and with a web already begun the addition of 1 thread suffices to make him culpable. The sages said, both at the commencement of a new web, as well as at the continuation of one already begun, the prescribed quantity, making one culpable, is 2 threads. One who attaches 2 threads to the web, either to the warp or to the shoot, to the fine or to the coarse sieve, or to the basket, is culpable. Also one who sews 2 stitches, or tears asunder, in order to sew, together with, 2 stitches. Gemara, when Itzhak came to Babylon, he taught that Eliezer said 2 threads and not 3, as stated in the Mishnah. But we learn 3. This is no contradiction. Itzhak refers to thick threads and the Mishnah to thin. One who attaches 2 threads, etc. Said Abai, this means, one who attached 2 threads to the web and one in the web. one who sews 2 stitches, etc. Was this not taught in the Mishnah treating of the principal acts of labor? Because in the succeeding Mishnah the rule is taught concerning one, who tears while in a rage, or through grief at the death of a near relative, sewing and tearing is repeated in this Mishnah. Or tears asunder in order to sew together with 2 stitches. How is this to be imagined? If by tearing the thing one means to spoil it, he may tear even as much as will require any number of stitches and not be culpable, but if he tears in order to sew together with 2 stitches and thus improve the thing, how can that be done? This can be done in the case of a piece of cloth protruding from a garment, which one would tear off, and then sew up the remaining rent. Mishnah, one who tears a thing while enraged, or through grief on account of his dead, and, in general, all who spoil a thing are not culpable. If, however, one destroy a thing with the intention to mend it, the prescribed quantity, making him culpable, is determined according to the prescribed quantity of the act by which it is mended. The prescribed quantity of wool when being washed, carded, dyed or spun is a thread the length of a double sit, 140 in the weaving. The prescribed quantity for wool is the breadth of 1 sit. Gemara, there is a contradiction, we have learned in a Bereitha, one who tears a thing while in a rage, or through grief, or through mourning for the dead, is culpable, and although he desecrates the Sabbath, the duty of tearing, ordained in cases of mourners for the dead, is fulfilled. This presents no difficulty. The Bereitha treats of the case of a man who tore his garment on account of the death of one on whose account it was his duty to tear his garment, while the Mishnah treats of the case of a man who did not do so for duty's sake, but on account of a death of a stranger, and this not being his duty, he merely spoiled his garment. How can you say, that the Mishnah treats of a man who tore his garment on account of the death of a stranger? It says distinctly his dead. Yeah, it says his dead, but he has such relatives, on whose account he need not tear his garment, though it may be his duty to bury them, he being the nearest living relative, and tearing one's garment becomes a duty only in the event of the death of a father, mother, son, daughter, brother, or sister. Now, there is no contradiction then as far as mourning for the dead is concerned, but there surely is as regards one who is enraged. In the Bereitha he is held culpable and in the Mishnah he is not. Here also there is no difficulty. The Mishnah's statement is in accord with our Simeon's decree, who holds, that one is not culpable of performing a deed not for its own sake, while the Bereitha is in accord with the opinion of R. The latter part of the verse infers, that if he allows the misleader to dwell in his heart it will bring him to bowing down to idols. Such action is permitted only when a man is not in an actual fury, but wishes to appear as if enraged in order to command obedience, from his family, as R. Aha bar Jacob used to do, viz. When he wanted to show displeasure at the deeds of his family, he would take up a broken vessel and shatter it, making his family believe that he was furious and was breaking whole vessels. Said our Simeon ben Potzi in the name of our Jehoshua ben Levi, quoting Bar Kappa, 141. The tears shed by a man on account of the death of an upright man are counted by the Holy One, blessed be he, and stored in his treasury, as it is written, Psalms LVI. 9. My wanderings hast thou well numbered, put thou my tears into thy bottle, behold they are numbered by thee. Ark Jehuda in the name of Rab said, one who is slow to mourn the death of a scholar deserves being buried alive, as it is written, Joshua 24. 30. And they buried him on the border of his inheritance at Thimna-Sarak, which is on the mountain of Ephraim, on the north side of Mount Gaash. Gaash signifies storm, and from this it is inferred, that because the people did not mourn the death of Joshua the mount stormed and tried to bury them alive. Said our Hayabar Aba in the name of our Johanan, one who is slow to mourn the death of a scholar will not have long life. This is in retaliation, because he did not mourn the death of the scholar, his own death will be hastened, as it is written, Isaiah 26. 8. In measure, by driving him forth, thou strivest with him. Our Hayabar Aba objected and said to our Johanan, how canst thou say, that one who is slow to mourn the death of a scholar will not have long life? Is it not written, Judges 2. 7. And the people served the Lord all the days of Joshua, and all the days of the elders, that lived many days after Joshua, who had seen all the great deeds of the Lord, which he had done for Israel. Our Johanan answered, Thou Babylonite! Does the verse say, that lived many years? It only says many days. Now, according to our Johannan's argument, does the verse, Deuteronomy 11:21, in order that your days may be multiplied, and the days of your children, etc., also mean days and not years? In this verse it is different. Where a blessing is conferred, days and years are meant. Our Hayabar Aba said again in the name of our Johanan, if one brother die, let the remaining brothers take care that they do not die. Or if a member of a society die, let the other members take care that they die not. This means, if the best one among them die, another says, on the contrary, if the least one among them die. The prescribed quantity of wool, etc. Our Joseph showed the extent of a double sit as being twice the distance between the fore and the middle finger when spread out, and our Hayabar Amma showed its extent as being the distance between the thumb and the forefinger when spread out. Mishnah, our Jehuda said, one who chases a bird into a bird tower or a deer into a house is culpable. The sages said, one who chases a bird into a bird tower, a deer into a house, yard, or into a menagerie, is culpable. Said our Simeon ben Gamaliel, not all menageries are equal. Following is the rule, where another chase would be necessary, to catch the deer, one is not culpable, where no further chase is necessary, one is culpable. Gemara, the rabbis taught, one who caught a blind or a sleeping deer is culpable, but if the deer is lame, sick or old he is not culpable. Said Abai to our Joseph, what difference is there between the two? Answered our Joseph, a blind or a sleeping deer, as soon as touched, would attempt to escape, whereas a lame or a sick animal could not do this. Have we not learned in a Beretha, that one who caught a sick deer is culpable? This presents no difficulty. The rabbis refer to a deer sick with fever, when it was impossible for it to move, while the Beretha refers to sickness arising from overexertion. Mishnah, if a deer run into a house and one lock the doors behind the deer, he, the man, is culpable. If two men lock the doors, both are free. If one of them could not lock them himself and both did so, they are both culpable. Our Simeon declares them free. If one sit down at the entrance of the house without filling it up and another sit down beside him, thus filling up the gap, the latter is guilty. If the former sat down at the entrance and filled it up, and another came up and sat beside him, the former, even if he got up and walked away, is culpable, and the latter free, for this is the same as if one locked his house to preserve its contents and a deer were on the inside. Gemara, our Jeremiah bar Aba in the name of Samuel said, one who catches a lion on the Sabbath is not culpable until he brings him into his cage. Our Aba said in the name of our Hayabi Ashi, quoting Rab, if a bird flew under a man's coat skirt, the man may keep it there until dark. Our Naman B. Itzhak objected, from the above Mishnah, if a man sat down at the entrance and filled it up, and another came up and sat beside him, the former, even if he got up and walked away, is culpable and the latter is free, would we not assume, that the man is free, i.e., he need bring no sin offering, but he should not have done it in the first place? Nay, it means he is free and may do so to commence with. This seems to be borne out by the latter part of the Mishnah, viz. For this is the same as if one locked his house to preserve its contents and a deer were on the inside. It is certainly allowed to close the house on a Sabbath and hence, being the same as locking the house, it is allowed in the first place. Said Samuel, at all times when it is taught, that one is not culpable of performing work on the Sabbath, it is meant that, while he is not culpable, he must not perform such work to commence with, excepting in the three following instances. One of the three has just been mentioned, concerning the deer, the second is, when one lances a wound on the Sabbath, if the intention is to extract the pus contained in the wound, he is not culpable, and may do so in the first place, as we have learned in a following Mishnah, that a sewing needle may be used to remove a splinter from the flesh. The third is, when one catches a snake on the Sabbath and he did so in order to escape being bitten, he is not culpable and may do so to commence with, as we have learned in a preceding Mishnah, that one may put a vessel over a serpent, in order to escape being bitten. 14. Regulations concerning the catching of reptiles, animals and birds Mishnah, one who catches or wounds any one of the 8 kinds of reptiles enumerated in the scriptures, Leviticus 11. 29-30, viz., the weasel, the mouse, the tortoise, the hedgehog, the chameleon, the lizard, the snail and the mole, is culpable. One who wounds worms or any other kind of reptiles, not enumerated above, is free. One who catches them for a purpose is culpable. He who does so without the intention to use them is free. He who catches such animals or birds as are within his domain is free. He who wounds them is culpable. Gemara, from the teaching of the Mishnah that the reptiles, enumerated above, must not be wounded, it is evident that such reptiles must be possessed of a skin, which can be wounded. According to whose opinion is this? Said Samuel, this is according to the opinion of our Johanan ben Nuri, for he so stated, in Tract Chulin. Rabba bar Huna, however, in the name of Rab said, it may also be assumed that the Mishnah is in accord with the rabbis, who disagree with our Johanan ben Nuri only where defilement is concerned, but who agree with him as to Sabbath. And as regards the Sabbath they, the rabbis, do not disagree with our Johanan. Have we not learned in a Beretha, that one who caught one of the 8 kinds of reptiles enumerated in the scriptures, or who wounds them, is culpable, and that this applies only to such reptiles as have skins, and only such a wound is called incurable which has been produced by the blood clotting in the skin and remaining there, even when no blood came to the surface. Our Johanan ben Nuri, however, states, that all the 8 reptiles enumerated in the scriptures have skins, and therefore one who wounds any of them is culpable. We see that they disagree even as regards the Sabbath. Said our Ashi, the first Tana of the mentioned Beretha, at variance with our Johanan, is our Jehuda, who stated, that there are among the 8 such as have no skin, but the other rabbis, who differ with our Johanan, where defilement is concerned, do not disagree with him in regard to Sabbath. Then why is it stated, that our Johanan ben Nuri, however, states, etc., as if he opposed the rabbis? Read, thus states our Johanan ben Nuri and his opponents. Or any other reptiles. How is it, if one kills them? Is he culpable? The Mishnah must be understood that if one only wounds them he is not culpable, but if he kills them he is culpable. According to whose opinion is this? Said our Jeremiah, this is according to the opinion of our Eliezer, as stated in the first chapter, page 22. Our Joseph opposed this, thou sayest, according to the opinion of our Eliezer. The rabbis only differ with our Eliezer when such reptiles as are incapable of breeding are concerned, for then they are not considered as actual living beings, but as to reptiles that are capable of breeding, they also agree, that one who kills them, on the Sabbath, is culpable, because that would be taking life, and taking life is prohibited on the Sabbath. One who catches them for a purpose is culpable, he who does so without any intention, to use them, is free. According to whose opinion is this teaching? Said our Jehuda in the name of Rab, it is according to the opinion of our Simeon, who states, that any work not committed for its own sake does not make one culpable. Samuel said, one who takes a live fish out of the water, is culpable as soon as a part of the fish as large as a selah has become dry, because then the fish cannot live. Said our Jose bar Abhin, Samuel means to say, that he is not culpable unless a place as big as a selah become dry under its fins, and not on its body. Mar bar Hamduri in the name of Samuel said, if one thrust his hand into the entrails of an animal and displaced a fetus, that may have been there, he is culpable. Why so? Said Rabbah, Mar bar Hamduri explained this to me as follows, did not Shesheth say, that if a man tore out flax from among the thorns surrounding it, he is culpable, because he removed a thing whence it grew. So also in this case he is culpable because he displaced the fetus whence it grew. Said Abai, the same is the case with one who tore out a mushroom which grows near a vessel filled with water, because he removed an object whence it grew. Our Oshia objected, did we not learn that one who tears out a thing from a flower pot, which is not perforated, is not culpable, but from a perforated flower pot he is culpable? Why should he be culpable in this case? Because a thing does not grow in a flower pot which is not perforated, as a rule, but in this case it grows in its usual way. He who catches such animals or birds as are within his domain, etc. Huna said, it is allowed to write tefillin on the skin of a bird which is ritually clean. Said Joseph, what would be inform us? That a bird has a skin. This is taught in the Mishnah, for it says, he who wounds a bird is culpable. Said Abayi to Joseph, he informs us of a very important matter. From the Mishnah we would simply know that the bird, having a skin, must not be wounded, but we might think, that such a skin, being porous, must not be used for tefillin. Hence he informs us, that it may also be used for tefillin, as it was said in Palestine that pores which do not permit of ink soaking through cannot be considered as pores. Mar the son of Ravina asked of Naaman bar Itzhak, is it allowed to write tefillin on the skin of a fish which is ritually clean? Naaman answered, this can only be decided by Elijah, when he comes again, he will decide whether it is allowed or not. Samuel and Karna were sitting on the banks of Lake Malka. Samuel noticed that a ship was struggling with the rough waters and a man was suffering in consequence. Said Samuel to Karna, it seems to me, that a great man is coming from Palestine and that he is sick at the stomach. Go and see what ails him. He went and found Rab on the ship, and asked him, whence do we know that tefillin may be written only upon the skin of a ritually clean animal? Rab answered, it is written, Exodus 13:9, in order that the law of the Lord shall be in thy mouth, which means, that the law shall be written only on such a thing as thou mayest take into thy mouth. Karna asked him again, how do we know that blood is red? Rab answered again, because it is written, 2 Kings 3:22, the Moabites saw the water at a distance as red as blood. In the meantime Rab felt that Karna was quizzing him. He asked him, what is thy name? He answered, Karna. Said Rab, a Karna, thorn, be in thy eyes. Finally Samuel took Rab to his own house, gave him barley bread, small fishes, milk and such things as tend to produce looseness of the bowels, but did not show him the place to excrementize in. So Rab cursed him and said, may the one who wishes to make me suffer, not be able to rear his children. So it was. The rabbis taught, it is allowed to write tefillin on the skins of, ritually, clean animals and creatures, also upon the skins of such as died a natural death and were not slaughtered, and it is an ordinance, instituted, by Moses at Sinai, that the tefillin are wound in the hairy hide of such animals, whence the skin may be taken, and are sewed with the veins of such animals, but it is not allowed to write tefillin on the skins of, ritually, unclean animals and creatures, whether such animals were slaughtered or naturally expired. This question was asked by a Bathasi of Joshua of the city of Garsi. Whence do we know that tefillin must not be written on the skin of an unclean animal? From the passage, Lev 13:9, in order that the law of the Lord shall be in thy mouth, which means, that the law shall be written only on such a thing as a man may put into his mouth. According to thy argument, said the Bathasi, tefillin should not be written on the skin of a, ritually, clean animal, that died a natural death, because it must not be eaten also. Answered Joshua, I will give thee an instance of two men, who incurred the death penalty. One was duly executed, while the other died at the moment that he reached the gallows. Which is preferable? Certainly the natural death. In this case also, why should the skin of the animal that died a natural death not be used for writing the tefillin thereon? According to that, then, said the Bathasi, why should it not be eaten also? Answered Joshua, it is written, Deuteronomy 14:21, ye shall not eat anything that dieth of itself, and thou wouldst that it should be eaten. Answered the Bathasi, kalos, Greek kapalanda omicron equals nice, well. Mishnah, it is prohibited to prepare brine on Sabbath, but the making of salt water, in order to dip one's bread into it, or to use for seasoning other dishes is permitted. Said Jose, is this not brine? What is the difference, be it more or less salted? Only the following kind of salt water may be made, if oil is first put into the water or into the salt. Gemara, how should the Mishnah be understood? Said Jehuda. In the name of Samuel, it is not permitted to make a great deal of salt water, but a little may be made. Said Jose, is this not brine? Be it more or less salted? The schoolmen asked, does Jose, by making that statement, mean to say that both should be prohibited or that both be allowed? Said Rabbi and also Johanan, Jose meant to say, that both should be prohibited. We have also learned this in a Baratha, one shall not make a great deal of salt water in order to put it into a giztar, a large vessel, filled with things requiring a soaking, but he may make a little salt water to dip his bread into it or use it for seasoning other dishes. Said Jose, because one is more and the other less salted, the former should be prohibited and the latter should be permitted, then one might say that a greater act of labor should be prohibited and a smaller one permitted? Therefore, I say, both are not allowed, but it becomes permissible, if oil is put into the water or into the salt. The main thing is that one should not mix water and salt to commence with. Judah bar Haviva taught, one shall not make salt water very strong. What does he mean by, very strong? Rabba and Joseph bar Aba both said, if one put an egg into the water and the egg float, it is strong salt water. How much salt must be used for such water? Said Abai, 2/3 salt and 1/3 water. For what purpose can that be used? For fish brine. The same Judah b. Haviva taught, one must not salt pieces of radishes and eggs on the Sabbath. Hizkiah in the name of Abai said, salting radishes is not allowed, but salting eggs is. The same Judah b. Haviva taught, if citrons, radishes and eggs are eaten without the peel, in the case of an egg, the yolk without the white, they remain in the stomach. Rabbin walked behind Jeremiah on the banks of the Sea of Zidon. Rabbin asked Jeremiah, is it allowed to wash oneself in this water on Sabbath? Jeremiah said, yes, it is. Asked Rabbin again, how is it if a man who is bathing in this water, opens and closes his eyes, so that the water has access to the eyes? Answered Jeremiah, I never heard of just such a case, but of one similar to it. I heard Zerah say at one time in the name of Mathni, another time in the name of Mar Ukba, both of whom said, that the father of Samuel differed with Levi, and that one of them said, that pouring wine on the eyes as a remedy is allowed but pouring wine into the eyes is not allowed, while the other said that the saliva of a man who had not broken his fast is a remedy for the eyes and must not even be put on the eyes. But Mar Ukba in the name of Samuel said, a man may soak a medicament for the eyes on Friday in water and may then use the water on Sabbath with impunity. Bar Levei was standing before Mar Ukba, and saw the latter opening and closing his eyes, so that the medicinal water may have access to them. Said he to Mar Ukba, so much Mar Samuel did certainly not permit. Yanai sent to Mar Ukba a request, let master send his the ʻtæl prescribed by Samuel for sore eyes. Mar Ukba answered, I send it to you, so that you do not think me parsimonious, but Samuel said, that bathing the eye in cold water in the morning and bathing the hands and feet in warm water at night is better than any medicine for the eye in the world. The same we have learned in a Baratha, by Muna in the name of Jehuda. The same Muna used to say, as soon as a man rises and his hand touches his eye, nose, mouth, ear, or a vein, it had better be chopped off. The same should be done with a hand that touches a pitcher used for beer, before it, the hand, is washed, because such a hand causes blindness, deafness and bad odors. We have learned, and Nathan said, the eye is, like, a princess and it hurts her to be touched by a hand that has not been washed 3 times. Johanan says, Puk, a precious stone or a certain kind of paint 142, applied to the eye, stills its wrath, dries its tears and causes its lashes to grow. Mar Ukba said, one who, accidentally, injured his hand or foot so that blood flowed, on the Sabbath, may steep them in wine in order to stop the flow, with impunity. The schoolmen asked, may he do this, in vinegar also? Said Hillel to Ashi, when I attended the school of Kahana, it was said, that it is not allowed in vinegar. Said Rabbah, and the men of the city of Mihutza, who are very delicate, are generally cured by wine the same as other people are by vinegar. It happened, that Ravina came to the house of Ashi and saw the latter, having had his foot trodden upon by an ass, soaking it in vinegar. Said Ravina to him, does not the master coincide with our Hillel, who said, that soaking in vinegar is not allowed? Our Ashi answered, with a wound on the instep of the foot and the back of the hand it is different, because our Databee Mathni said in the name of Rab, that a wound on the back of the hand and on the instep of the foot is equal to an internal wound and the Sabbath may be desecrated on its account. The rabbis taught, one may wash his body in the waters of Gror, Shamton, Essia and Tiberias, all of which are salt waters, but it is not allowed to bathe one's self in the Great Sea and not in water used for soaking flax, also not in the Sea of Sodom. Mishnah, it is not allowed to eat Greek hyssop, a remedy for worms, on the Sabbath, because it is not food for healthy people. It is allowed, however, to eat yozer, wild rosemary, and to drink shepherd blossom, tea, an antidote for poisonous beverages. It is permitted to partake of all usual eatables and beverages on the Sabbath as medicaments with the exception of tree water, water of a certain spring, and root tea, a compound of gum, herbs, and powdered roots, because the two latter serve only as a remedy for jaundice. At the same time it is permitted to drink tree water to quench one's thirst, and one may anoint himself with root oil but not as a remedy. Gemara, it is allowed, however, to eat wild rosemary, etc. For what purpose is it eaten? To drive out worms in one's liver. What is it eaten with? With 7 white dates. What does the illness, requiring this remedy, arise from? From the eating of meat broiled over live coals and the drinking of water immediately after the eating on an empty stomach, or from eating fat meat, beef, nuts or rapa twigs when eaten on an empty stomach and immediately washed down with water. The mother of R. Ahadboy Ami made a remedy for a man who had imbibed poison of an adder by cooking laurel leaves in a cupful of beer, giving it to the man to drink, then clearing out the coals from a burning hearth, placing a brick on the hearth and making him sit on that brick until the poison left the man in the shape of a green fern. Our Ivia said, that she did not cook the laurel leaves in beer but in a quarter lug of milk of a white goat. One who swallowed a small snake should eat kostos, an Indian root of which a precious salve was made, called in the Bible onycha, in salt and should run 3 miles. Our Simeon Ashi once saw a man who had swallowed a snake, so he disguised himself as a Persian horseman, called to the man, compelled him to eat kostos with salt, then chased him for 3 miles. In consequence of fright the man then vomited the snake piece by piece. One who was bitten by a snake should get a bearing, female, ass, tear her open, take out the fetus, and apply it to the wound. One who was encircled by a snake should run to the water, take a basket, place it over the snake's head, and as soon as the snake winds itself around the basket, throw it into the water and escape. One who is pursued by a snake should, if he is in company of a friend, jump on the friend's back and have the friend carry him at least 4 ells so as to hide the scent of his footsteps, or, if alone, should jump over a stream or pond of water. At night he should place his bed on 4 empty casks, then tie 4 cats to the casks, and sleep in an unroofed space. He should also place a lot of twigs and dry branches in front of his bed, so that if the snake glide among them they will rustle, in which event the cats will hear the noise and devour the snake. If one is pursued by a snake, he should run to a sandy place, where it is hard for a snake to glide. It is permitted to partake of all usual eatables, etc. What does the Mishnah mean to add by the word ʻtæl? A milt, which is good for the teeth, although it is bad for a weak stomach, or bran, which is good for the stomach, but bad for the teeth. What does the Mishnah mean to add by the word ʻtæl, referring to beverages? Water of islet, kaffir corn, boiled with vinegar. With the exception of tree water. We have learned in a Baratha, with the exception of prickly water. One who teaches prickly water does so because the water pricks the gall, and one who teaches tree water refers to water running out of 2 trees. What does he mean by this? Said Rabba Bar Brona, there are 2 date trees in Palestine that are called the Lai, and between them is a spring of water. The first cup of this water produces a weak sensation in the stomach, the second cup purges and the third leaves the stomach as clear as when imbibed. Said Ula, I drank the Babylonian beer with better effects than that tree water, but it is only then effective if drunk for the first time in 40 days. R. Joseph said, the water called prickly water above is Egyptian beer, which is 1/3 barley, 1/3 wild saffron, and 1/3 salt. Our Papa said, it is 1/3 wheat, 1/3 wild saffron, and 1/3 salt, and it should be drunk between Passover and Pentecost, when it will relieve constipation and stop diarrhea. And root tea. What is root tea? Said our Johanan, it is made of Alexandrian gum, alum, and garden saffron, each the weight of 1 zuz, and ground together. To one who suffers with too frequent menstruation, 3 cups of this tea should be given in wine, and she will not be barren. For jaundice 2 cups are to be administered, in beer, but the patient will be barren ever after. May this be done? Have we not learned in a Baratha, whence do we know that castrating a man is prohibited? From the passage, Leviticus 22:24, and in your land shall ye not make the like. Which means, ye shall not do this on your own bodies. So said our Hanina. This is said only in reference to one who has the intention of making one a eunuch, but not with reference to one who administers the remedy for jaundice, and incidentally makes one impotent, as our Johanan said, one who wishes to castrate a cock shall cut his comb, and thus the cock will become impotent. Did not our Ashi say, that a cock whose comb is cut off is not rendered impotent thereby, but, being very proud, will have no more coition with hens on that account? Were he actually rendered impotent, it would not be allowed to remove his comb, for it is written, Ibid, and in your land shall ye not make the like. It is allowed to give a man 2 cups of root tea for jaundice, providing he was already impotent. But even this is prohibited, in Menikoth 56. Say rather it may be given to a woman who is not subject to the command of bearing children. Mishnah, one who suffers with toothache must not gargle vinegar for it, but he may dip something in vinegar and apply it, and if the pain is relieved hereby, he need have no fear of the consequences. One who has pains in his loins must not rub them with wine or vinegar, but may anoint them with oil, not with rose oil, however. Children of princes may anoint their wounds even with rose oil, because it is their wont even on weekdays to anoint themselves with rose oil. Our Simeon said, all Israelites must be considered as children of princes. Gemara, our Faha bar Papa asked our Fabuha concerning the following contradiction. The Mishnah teaches, that one who has a toothache must not gargle with vinegar, implying thereby, that vinegar is a remedy for toothache, and still we find in the passage, Proverbs X 26, as vinegar is to the teeth, and as smoke is to the eyes. This presents no difficulty. The Mishnah refers to an injured tooth, whereas the passage refers, to sound teeth, which are put on edge by vinegar. Must not gargle vinegar. Have we not learned in a Baratha, that it is not allowed to gargle vinegar and then spit it out, but if swallowed afterwards gargling is allowed? Said Abai, such is also the intent of the Mishnah, meaning, if he spit out after gargling. One who has pains in his loins, etc. Said our Abab Zabda in the name of Rab, the law according to the opinion of our Simeon prevails. Shall we assume that Rab holds with our Simeon? Did not our Simi bar Haya say in the name of Rab, that a bunghead tied around with a piece of cloth must not be hammered into a barrel on a festival, because the barrel being full of wine, the cloth will absorb some, and by being pressed into the hole the wine absorbed will run out, and wringing a thing is not allowed, although the wine runs out of its own accord, and not through the intention of the man, but according to our Simeon this would be permitted? Where an act is concerned which will most certainly be consummated, even without the agency of man, as the head of a creature being removed, death must surely follow, our Simeon also admits, that it is not allowed. We have learned elsewhere, however, explicitly, that Haya bar Ashi said, that Rab holds according to our Jehuda, and Samuel according to our Simeon. How can it be said that Rab holds with our Simeon? Said Rabbah, I and the lion of our society, i.e., our Haya bar Abin, explained this as follows, the ordinance prevails according to our Simeon, that rose oil is allowed, but not for the reason advanced by our Simeon. Our Simeon says, that all Israelites are considered as princes, and therefore, even in such places where rose oil is very costly, one may also anoint himself with it, but Rab says it is allowed, because, where he, Rab, resided, rose oil was very cheap, but where it is costly it is not allowed. 15. Regulations concerning the tying and untying of knots on the Sabbath. Mishnah. Following are the knots for the tying of which one becomes culpable. The knot of the camel drivers, made on the guiding ring, and the knot of the seamen, made on the bow of a ship, just as one becomes culpable for tying them, so also one becomes culpable for untying them. Meir said, one does not become culpable for any knots that can be untied with one hand. Gemara. What is the meaning of a knot of the camel drivers and a knot of seamen? Shall we assume that by such a knot is meant the one that is tied and attaching the guiding line suspended from the nose ring of a camel to something else, and also the knot made in attaching the hawser of a ship to a capstan on the dock? Such knots are not permanent, why should the tying of them be prohibited? Nay, by that knot is meant the one made in attaching the guiding line to the nose ring and the hawser to the ship itself, both of which are permanent knots. Mishnah. There are knots on account of which one does not become culpable, as in the case of a camel driver's or seaman's knot. A woman may tie the slit of her chemise, the bands of her hood, the bands of her girdle, the straps of her shoes and sandals, also the bands of leather flasks, filled with wine or oil, and of a pot of meat. Eliezer, the son of Jacob, says, one may tie a rope in front of cattle, in order that they may not escape. One may tie a bucket, over the well, with his girdle, but not with a rope. Jehuda permits this to be done with a rope also. For a rule was laid down by Jehuda, one is not culpable for any knot which is not permanently fastened. Gemara. Is there not a difficulty in understanding the Mishnah itself? The first part states, that there are knots on account of which one does not become culpable, etc., implying, therefore, that, while one who ties them does not become liable for a sin offering, at the same time he must not do it to commence with. The latter part, however, says, that a woman may tie the slit of her chemise, etc., implying, then, that she may do it in the first place. The Mishnah means, there are some knots for the tying of which one does not become culpable, as in the case of the knots of the camel drivers, etc., and they are, the knots by means of which the guiding line is attached to the nose ring, and the knots by means of which the hawsers are attached to the ship itself. For tying such knots one does not become liable for a sin offering, but he must not make them to commence with, because at times the knot is left on the nose ring or on the ship for some time, and there are other knots which may be tied in the first place, such as the slit of a woman's chemise, etc. What would he inform us? Is it not self-evident, that a woman must tie the slit in her chemise? The case treated of is where a chemise has two slits, an upper and a lower, and it can be put on, over the head, even if the lower one is tied. We might assume, then, that only the upper one of the slits would be permitted to be tied. He therefore informs us, that both the upper and the lower may be tied and untied. The bands of her hood. Is this not self-evident? The case is, that the bands of the hood are always tied, and the woman slips on the hood without untying or tying the bands, and we might assume that for this reason the knot is considered permanent. He therefore informs us, that if a hair become entangled in the hood, the woman may tie and untie the bands. The straps of her shoes and sandals, etc. Jehuda, the brother of Salah the pious, had a pair of sandals, which were sometimes worn by him and sometimes by his child. He came to Abai and asked him whether he might tie and untie them, on Sabbath. Said Abai, he who does this unintentionally becomes liable for a sin offering. Said Jehuda to him, if thou hadst said, that one is not culpable for doing this, but that it must not be done to commence with, it would seem strange to me. Thou sayest now, that one is liable for a sin offering. Asked Abai, why so? Answered Jehuda, because on weekdays I sometimes also wear the sandals, and, if my child wishes to use them, I untie them and adjust them to the child's foot. Answered Abai, if such be the case, they may be tied or untied, on the Sabbath, to commence with. Jeremiah was walking behind Thabuha on unclaimed ground, and the band of his sandal having been torn off, he asked Thabuha what to do. Thabuha told him to take damp seaweeds, which an animal can eat, and which may therefore be handled on Sabbath, and tie his sandal. Abai stood before Joseph in private ground, and the band of one of his sandals becoming torn off, he asked Joseph what to do. Said Joseph, "Leave thy sandal here and walk without it." Asked Abai, "Wherein does my case differ from that of Jeremiah?" Answered Joseph, Jeremiah's sandal was torn off in unclaimed ground, where, had he left it, it would have been lost, but thine is in my yard and will be safe. Said Abai, "But the sandal is a perfect vessel, for I can put it on my other foot and then it will not fall off. Why should I not be permitted to handle it?" Joseph answered, "Because we learned elsewhere in regard to halitza that Johanan interpreted a beretha in accordance with Jehuda, who says, that if the band of a sandal was torn off, the sandal cannot be regarded as a vessel. We must assume, therefore, that the ordinance according to Jehuda prevails. Also the bands of leather flasks filled with oil or wine, etc. Is this not self-evident? The case treated of is where the flasks had two mouths, and lest we assume that only one of them may be tied and untied, he informs us that both may be tied. And of a pot of meat. Is this not self-evident? The Mishnah means to state, that even if the pot have an opening at the bottom it might be assumed that the knot tied around the mouth of the pot is permanent and should not be untied. We are informed that it may be untied, nevertheless. Eliezer, the son of Jacob, said, etc. Is this not self-evident? The case treated of is where there were two ropes, one tied higher up and the other lower. We might assume, that because the lower one is tied permanently one may not untie it, therefore he informs us that both may be tied and untied. Said Jehuda in the name of Samuel, the halakha prevails according to Eliezer ben Jacob. One may tie a bucket with his girdle, but not with a rope, etc. What kind of a rope is not permitted? Is it an ordinary rope? Why does Jehuda permit it? It remains permanently tied. Shall we assume that it refers to the rope of a weaver? Why is it not permitted? It will surely be removed, because the weaver will need it. Or is it prohibited simply as a precautionary measure, lest someone tie the bucket with an ordinary rope, and Jehuda does not entertain this apprehension? Then it is contradictory to the following beretha: a rope fastened to a bucket which became torn, should not be tied into a firm knot, but simply tied into a loop. Jehuda says, it should be joined together with the owner's girdle, but it must not be tied into a loop. This would be a case of where both the rabbis and Jehuda contradict themselves. There is no contradiction at all. As for the rabbis, they hold, that an ordinary rope may be mistaken for the rope of a weaver, because both are called ropes, but a loop cannot be mistaken for a knot, because they have different names. As for Jehuda, he prohibits a loop to be made, not because he holds that a loop may be mistaken for a knot, but because the loop in this case is equal to a knot. Aba in the name of Ashi, quoting Rab, said, one may bring a rope from his house and can tie it to the cow, and then fasten it to the crib. Johanan asked of Jehuda bar Levi, may weaving utensils, either upper or lower, be handled on the Sabbath? Answered Jehuda, nay, they may not. Why so? Because on weekdays they are also never used for any other purpose, being too heavy, hence they are always used for weaving alone, and therefore must not be handled on Sabbath. Mishnah, one may fold his clothes, just removed, even 4 or 5 times, on the Sabbath. On the eve of Sabbath one may prepare his beds for use on the Sabbath, but not at the close of Sabbath for use after the Sabbath is gone. Ishmael says, one may arrange his clothes and prepare his beds on the Day of Atonement for the Sabbath. Further, the sacrificial tallow left over from the Sabbath may be offered up on the Day of Atonement, if the two succeed one another, before the Jewish calendar was arranged, but not such as is left over from the Day of Atonement on the Sabbath. Akiba said, neither that tallow, left over from the Sabbath may be offered up on the Day of Atonement, nor that of the Day of Atonement on the Sabbath. Gemara, the school of Yanai said, the Mishnah only permits the folding of clothes by one man, but not by two, and also only in case the clothes are new, but not if they are old, because old clothes are better preserved by folding. New clothes must only be folded if they are white clothes, but not if they are colored. White clothes may be folded only if they constitute all the garments possessed by the man, but if he had others, he must not fold even those, as we have learned in a Tosefta. The family of our Gamaliel did not even fold white clothes, because they had others for a change. Our Huna said, if one have a change of clothes for the Sabbath, he should change them, if not, he should at least let them down. 143 Our Safra opposed this, if one let down his garments, he will be considered as a vain man. If he does this only on the Sabbath and not on weekdays, he will not be considered vain but simply as one desirous of keeping the Sabbath with due respect, as it is written, Isaiah 58. 13, and honor it by not doing thy usual pursuits. Honor it, is meant to imply that, by wearing different clothes on the Sabbath should be honored, for our Johanan calls clothes signs of honor, and through clothes a man is honored. By not doing thy usual pursuits means that the walk on the Sabbath should not be as on weekdays. Ibid. By not following thy own business, means to say, that only thy own business is not allowed, but heavenly business is. And speaking, vain, words, the mode of speaking on Sabbath should not be like that on weekdays. Speaking is not allowed, but thinking is. All this is perfectly proper, not to dress as on weekdays, nor to speak as on weekdays, but what does a different walk on the Sabbath signify? It signifies, that one should not make long strides on the Sabbath, as Rabbi asked of our Ishmael b. our Jose, may one make long strides on the Sabbath? Answered he, may one do so even on weekdays? For I say, that a long stride deprives a man of a 500th part of the light of his eyes. A remedy for this is, however, the drinking of the wine over which the benediction is made on the eve before the Sabbath. It is written, Ruth 3. 3. Therefore bathe and anoint thyself, and put thy garments upon thee, by which, said our Eleazar, is meant the Sabbath garments. It is written, Proverbs 9. 9. Give to the wise instruction, and he will become yet wiser. Said our 5. Was it proper for Boaz to inquire whose maiden she was? We have learned in a Beretha, he, Boaz, noticed that she was very modest, for when gleaning from the sheaves, she did so standing if the sheaves were also standing, and if the sheaves were on the ground, she did not stoop, lest she reveal some of her form, but sat down and gleaned in that position. But keep close company with my own maidens, Ibid 8. Was it proper for Boaz to say, my own maidens? Was it his custom to mingle with the women? Said our Eleazar, because Boaz saw that Orpah kissed her mother-in-law, but Ruth cleaved unto her. Ibid 14, he thought, that if she were such a woman it would be proper for him to associate with her. And Boaz said unto her, at mealtime come near hither, Hallam, Ibid 2. 14, said our Eleazar, by the word Hallam, near hither, Boaz hinted to her that from her would spring the kingdom of David, who used the expression Hallam, as it is written in 2 Samuel 7. 18, Then went King David in and sat down before the Lord, and he said, Who am I, O Lord eternal? And what is my house, that thou hast brought me as far as hitherward, Hallam? And eat of the bread, and dip thy morsel in the vinegar. Ruth 2. 14, From this it can be inferred, that vinegar is good for, relieving excessive, heat, said our Eleazar. But our Samuel ben Naamani said, this was also a hint to Ruth, that from her would spring forth a son, whose deeds would be sour as vinegar, and that was King Manasseh. And she seated herself beside the reapers, Ibid. Said our Eleazar, beside the reapers and not between them, was also a hint that the kingdom of David would eventually be divided. And he reached her parched corn, and she ate, and was satisfied, and had some left. Said our Eleazar, this is a reference to the kingdom of David, ate at the time of David, was satisfied in the time of Solomon, and had some left in the time of King Chizkiah. Others say, ate during the days of David and Solomon, was satisfied during the days of Chizkiah, and had some left in the time of our Jehudah Hanasi, a descendant of David, whose coachman even, according to the teaching of the master, was said to be richer than the Shahur, king, Shah, of Persia. In a Beretha, however, we have learned, this passage does not refer to the kingdom of David but to Israel in general. It means, Israel ate in this life, will be satisfied in the times of the Messiah, and shall have some left in the world to come. Our Hayabar Aba said in the name of our Johanan, whence do we know that a change of clothes is a biblical prescription? Because it is written, Leviticus 6. 4, And he shall take off his garments, and put on other garments, and carry forth the ashes to without the camp, unto a clean place. This was commented upon by the school of our Ishmael to mean, that the clothes worn while cooking for one's master should not be worn when serving the master at table. The same teacher said again, a scholar, ʻtәːlmʊd, upon whose clothes a stain can be found, deserves to be put to death, for it is written, Proverbs 8:36, All those that hate me love death. Do not read, those that hate me, mesanai, but those that cause others to hate me, masnei, implying that if a stain is noticed on a scholar's clothes, the whole law is held lightly. Ravina said, in the Baratha was taught not, upon whose clothes a stain can be found, but upon whose clothes grease, Reb had, 144 is found. They do not differ, however. The former refers to an overgarment, while the latter to an undergarment. Our Johanan said, who can be called a scholar trustworthy enough to be believed when claiming a lost article, without identification, but simply by seeing the article lost and claiming it as his own? A scholar who is so particular that, if he happen to put on his night robe wrong side out, he will take the trouble to take it off again and adjust it properly. Our Johanan said again, who is the scholar worthy of being made the president of a congregation? The one who, when asked concerning an ordinance bearing on any subject, knows exactly what to answer, even such ordinances as are contained in the tract ʻtæl. ʻtæl is a supplement to the Talmud, which is not generally read, and treats of a bride. He said again, who is the scholar that is deserving of having his work performed by his fellow citizens? The one who neglects his own affairs to attend to religious affairs. This refers, however, only to one who has lost his subsistence on account of his congregational duties. Again, our Johanan said, who can be called a scholar, ʻtәːlmʊd? One who can give the interpretation of any ordinance in whichever chapter, or tract, that may be shown him. What difference does that make? The difference is this: if a man is familiar only with the ordinances of a certain tract, he may only be competent to be the presiding officer of one community, but if he understand them all, he may be made the chief of the house of learning in a whole district. Our Ishmael said, one may arrange his clothes, etc. The rabbis taught, it is written, Num 28:10, this is the burnt offering of the Sabbath. From this we learn, that we may offer up the tallow left over from the Sabbath on the Day of Atonement, but one might say, that the fat left over on the Day of Atonement may be offered up on the Sabbath also, therefore the passage says, ibid, on every Sabbath. So says our Ishmael, but our Akiba says, this is the burnt offering of the Sabbath on every Sabbath, implies, that the fat left over from the Sabbath may be sacrificed on a biblical feast day, but one might say, that it may be done also on the Day of Atonement, therefore the passage says, on every Sabbath. The point of difference between our Ishmael and our Akiba is as follows. Our Ishmael contends that vow offerings and voluntary offerings may be brought on feast days, and therefore the term every Sabbath cannot refer to feast days, but does refer to the Day of Atonement, whereas our Akiba contends that such offerings must not be brought on feast days, and hence every Sabbath implies that the fat left over from the Sabbath may be offered up on a feast day. Our Zerah or our Aba said in the name of our Huna, if the Day of Atonement fall on a Sabbath, herbs for cooking must not be selected on that day. Said our Ravina, this we have learned in a Baratha as follows, whence do we know that if the Day of Atonement fall on a Sabbath herbs must not be selected? Because it is written, Exodus 16:23, a rest, a holy rest is unto the Lord tomorrow. Why is the word rest repeated? Shall we assume, that no other labor must be performed? This is ordained, in chapter 20:10, thou shalt not do any work. It must therefore refer to such work as is not really labor, as selecting herbs, and the passage must refer to a Sabbath on which the Day of Atonement happens to fall, because on ordinary Sabbaths no additional prescription is necessary, but it being the Day of Atonement, on which, were it not also Sabbath, such work would be permissible, on account of alleviating the sufferings caused by fasting, We might assume that it would be allowed also on a Day of Atonement, which occurs on a Sabbath. Therefore the passage refers to a Sabbath upon which the Day of Atonement happens to fall. Our Hayabar Aba, however, in the name of our Johanan said, selecting herbs on a Sabbath concurrent with the Day of Atonement is permissible, and the repetition of the word rest is on account of the prohibition of actual labor, and as for there being another ordinance to that effect, it is for the purpose of signifying that the transgressor of this commandment will be punished for the violation of both the positive and the negative commandments. We have learned in a Bereitha in support of our Johanan, selecting herbs on a Day of Atonement concurrent with a Sabbath is permissible. Nuts may be cracked and pomegranates cleaned after the afternoon prayer, for the purpose of alleviating the suffering of the fasting. In the house of our Jehudah, cabbage was prepared, and in Rabbah's house, pumpkins were cleaned. Later on Rabbah noticed that this was being done even before the afternoon prayer, so he told them that a message was received from a Johanan of Palestine that this was prohibited. 16. Regulations concerning articles which may be saved from a conflagration on Sabbath. Mishnah. All sacred scriptures may be saved from a conflagration, on the Sabbath, be such scriptures allowed or not allowed to be read on Sabbath. The scriptures written in any language whatsoever must be considered sacred, and brought to a safe place, even on a weekday. Why are some sacred scriptures not allowed to be read on Sabbath? In order that one might not miss the sermons at the schoolhouse. One may save the case of the book with the book, the case of the tefillin with the tefillin, even if money is contained therein. Where must such things be taken, for safety? In a closed space surrounded by walks. Ben Bathira says, even in a space that has one side open. Gemara, it was taught, if the scriptures were written in Aramaic, Targum, or in any other language, they need not be saved from a conflagration. So says our Huna. But our Hista says, they must be saved. According to the Tana who holds, that all of the scriptures may be read on Sabbath, there is no difference of opinion between our Huna and our Hista, for the scriptures must be saved. But, according to the Tana who holds, that some scriptures may and others may not be read on the Sabbath, our Huna says, that the latter need not be saved, while our Hista says they must, in order not to disgrace the scriptures. An objection was made, our Mishnah says, that all scriptures, whether allowed to be read on the Sabbath or not, or even if written in whatever language, must be saved. We must assume, that the readable part of the scriptures is the prophets and the non-readable part is the hagiographa, and if written in other languages, which are naturally non-readable, they must nevertheless be saved. How, then, can our Huna say, that the non-readable need not be saved? Our Huna might say, how can this explanation of the Mishnah correspond with the further ordinance that they should be brought to a safe place? If it says that they must be saved from the conflagration, it is self-evident that they must be brought to a safe place. What is the correct interpretation of the Mishnah? Our Huna interprets it according to his understanding thus, the readable part of the scriptures is the prophets, the non-readable part is the hagiographa, providing they are written in the holy language, Hebrew, but if written in other languages they need not be saved, but although they need not be saved on the Sabbath, if they lie in an unfit place even on weekdays, they must be brought into a safe place. Our Hista interprets the Mishnah according to his understanding thus, the readable part is the prophets, the non-readable part is the hagiographa, and although written in other languages they must also be saved, and the term, should be brought to a safe place, refers even to torn pieces of such scriptures although written in other languages. Another objection was made, we have learned in a Bereitha, if they, the scriptures, are written in Aramaic or any other language, they must be saved from a conflagration. Is this not contradictory to our Huna's opinion? Nay, our Huna may say that the Tana of the Bereitha holds the scriptures written in other languages to be readable. Come and hear, scriptures written in Coptic, Median, Old Hebrew, Elamite or Greek, although not permitted to be read, must be saved from a conflagration. This is surely a contradiction to our Huna. Our Huna might say, there is a difference of opinion among the different Tanaim, as we have learned in the following Tosefta, if the scriptures are written in Aramaic or in any other language, they must be saved from a conflagration, but our Jose says, that they must not. Said our Jose, it happened that halakha went to our Gamaliel the Great in Tiberias, who sat at the table of Johanan the Nazaph, also called Ben Nazaph, and held in his hand the book of Job in Aramaic, which he was reading. Said halakha to our Gamaliel, I remember having at one time come to thy grandfather our Gamaliel, who stood on the steps of the corridor of the temple when a book of Job in Aramaic was brought to him. He told the mason to take the book and immure it underneath the stairway. Whereupon the later our Gamaliel also ordered the book he was reading to be immured. The rabbis taught, the benedictions, which are written in Hebrew, or amulets although containing letters of the holy name and many passages of the scriptures, must not be saved from a conflagration, but may be burned up together with such letters and passages. From this it was said, that one who writes benedictions commits an act equal to burning up the scriptures, as it happened in Zidon, one wrote benedictions, and it was told to our Ishmael. Our Ishmael set forth to investigate the matter. As soon as the man saw our Ishmael approach, he threw the writings into a bowl of water. Said our Ishmael to him the following words, the punishment thou wilt receive for this latter deed will be greater than that for writing the benedictions. The exarch asked of Rabba bar Huna, if the scriptures were written with paint or with dyes and in the holy language, may they be saved from a conflagration or not? I ask thee, taking in consideration the differences of opinion existing between the different Tanaim, for those who hold that scriptures written in Aramaic or any other language must not be saved, what is their opinion regarding such as are written in the holy language and not with ink? Whereas those who hold that the scriptures in any language must be saved, do they not refer to such as are written in ink only, but those written with paint or dye, even if written in Hebrew, should also not be saved? Answered Rabba bar Huna, no, they must not be saved. Rejoined the exarch, our Hamnuna taught, in a Beratha, that they may, answered Rabba, if such was taught in a Beratha, it must be so. The rabbis taught, before the passage, Num, X, 35, and it came to pass when the ark set forward, that Moses said, etc., and at the close of the next verse, the Holy One, blessed be he, made signs, the inverted letter Nun, which must be inserted in the scroll, in order to signify that this is not the proper place for the two passages, but Rabbi says, that this is out of the question, and that the two verses form a valuable book in themselves. We have heard from our Samuel ben Naamani in the name of our Jonathan, that we have not a Pentateuch but a Septate 145, we have not 5 books of Moses, but 7. Would this imply that our Samuel holds with Rabbi and declares that there are 7, because the two verses, which form a book in themselves, divide numbers into 2 books? Who is the Tana, however, that differs with Rabbi? He is our Simeon ben Gamaliel, for we have learned in a Beratha, our Simeon ben Gamaliel says, that these 2 passages will in the future be removed and put in their proper place. Why were they put here, then? In order to make a separation between the 2 scourges that befell the Israelites. Which was the second scourge? The one that follows immediately afterwards, Num 11. 1, and it came to pass, that, as the people complained in a manner displeasing to the Lord, etc., etc. And which was the first? The first was as it is written, Ibid X, 33, and they set forward from the mount of the Lord, which, according to our Hamabi, Hanina, means, and they departed from the ways of the Lord. Which is the proper place for the 2 passages? Said our Ashi, in Numbers 2. Where it is decreed how every man should walk in the wilderness, and the end of the chapter stating that every man did as he was commanded, should be followed by those 2 verses. The schoolmen asked, may the blank pieces of the scroll of laws which had become detached from the scroll be saved from a conflagration on Sabbath or not? Come and hear, the Gileanim, blank pieces of the scroll, and the Sadducean books need not be saved from the conflagration. They, together with the holy names contained in them. Does not the word Gileanim have reference to the blank pieces of the scroll? Nay, the blank pages of the Sadducean books. How can it mean the blank pages of the Sadducean books? Why, it is not even allowed to save the Sadducean books themselves. Perhaps the Beratha means, that the Sadducean books are considered as blank pages, and hence must not be saved. The text of the Beratha says further, the Gileanim and the Sadducean books must not be saved from a conflagration. Our Jose says, that on weekdays the holy name must be torn out wherever it appears and preserved, and the remainder must be burned. But our Tarpon says, may I bury my children, if I would not burn such books together with the holy name, whenever they reached my hands. For when a man is pursued by murderers or by a snake, it were better for him to seek refuge in the temple of an idol than to enter the houses of such people, for the idolaters serve their idols because they know not God, but the others know God and deny him. They, the latter, are referred to by the verse, Isaiah 57. 8. And behind the doors and the doorposts hast thou placed thy remembrance, implying that they remember the Lord very well, but nevertheless place their memory behind the doors and doorposts. Said our Ishmael, in the scriptures it is even allowed to erase with bitter water the holy name of God, which was written in a holy cause in order to bring about peace between man and wife. A fortiori it should be allowed in the case of those people who cause discord and enmity between Israel and the Heavenly Father. To them David had reference, in Psalms 6:6. 21:22, Behold those that hate thee, I ever hate, O Lord. And for those that rise up against thee do I feel loathing. With the utmost hatred do I hate them, enemies are they become unto me. So, as they must not be saved from a conflagration, they must also not be saved from the waters, or anything that might destroy them. Joseph bar Hanin asked of our Abuha, may the books of Babylon be saved? Answered our Abuha, nay, I really cannot tell. Rab never went to the Babylon, and all the more not to the Nitzreph. 146 Samuel, however, never went to the Nitzreph, but did go to the Babylon. Mar bar Joseph said, I am of their society and do not fear them. Still it happened at one time that he was in danger on their account. Emma Shalom, the wife of our Eliezer, who was also a sister of our Gamaliel II, encountered a philosopher in her neighborhood who was a judge, and had the reputation of being inaccessible to bribery. Our Gamaliel and his sister wished to ridicule him and prove that he was accessible to bribery. Emma Shalom brought him a golden candle. He asked her what she wanted, so she answered, My father is dead, and I wish to inherit some of his possessions. The judge said, Go, I will order that you be given your share. Said she, Thou canst not order it so, because our law decrees, that wherever there is a son a daughter cannot inherit. Answered the judge, Since you Israelites are in exile, your law given you by Moses has been revoked, and a new law was given you by which daughters may inherit equally with sons. On the morrow came our Gamaliel and brought him a Libyan ass, and told him that he did not wish to let his sister inherit. Said the judge, After thy sister left I consulted the law again, and found that the new law said, I did not come to abolish the Mosaic law, neither to increase nor to diminish it. Hence it must remain as in the old law, that where a son is left a sister must not inherit. Said Emma Shalom to the judge, May God make thy light as bright as a candle. Said our Gamaliel to her, In the presence of the judge, an ass came along and extinguished thy candle. Why are some sacred scriptures not allowed to be read on the Sabbath, etc.? Said Rab, It is not allowed to read such scriptures only during the time of the sermons at the schoolhouse, but at any other they may be read. Samuel, however, said that even at any other time they must not be read, because he holds with our Nehemiah as we have learned in the following Beratha. Although it was said that the hagiographa should not be read, still they may be discussed and lectured upon, and when a quotation must be made, the book may be referred to and the quotation read. Said our Nehemiah, Why was it prohibited to read the hagiographa on the Sabbath? In order that it might be said, as it is forbidden to read the hagiographa, it is all the more so forbidden to read ordinary papers. In a closed space surrounded by walls. What is to be understood by the term, closed space? Said our Hista, this refers to a lane surrounded on 3 sides by walls and having on the 4th side 2 beams. Eliezer holds even 1 beam to be sufficient. Mishnah, one may save enough victuals to last for 3 meals, on the Sabbath in the event of a conflagration. Such food as is fit for human beings may be saved for the use of human beings, and such as is fit for cattle may be saved for cattle. How so? If a conflagration happen on the eve of Sabbath, one may save enough victuals for 3 meals. If it occur in the forenoon of Sabbath, one may save enough for 2 meals, and if it occur in the afternoon of Sabbath one may only save enough for 1 meal. Jose, however, says, one may at all times save enough for 3 meals. Gemara, let us see. Why should it only be allowed to save 3 meals, or 2, or 1? It says, further on, that the victuals for the meals are to be brought into such a place as is covered by an erub. In such a place things may be carried, and the things themselves may also be handled, then why should one not be allowed to save more than enough for 3 meals? Said Rabbah, because a man is anxious for his possessions, he might, if allowed to save as much as possible, forget about the Sabbath and extinguish the fire altogether. Said Abai to him, we have learned previously, that a man upon whose roof a barrel filled with victuals becomes broken, may bring another vessel and put it underneath the barrel in order that the contents of the barrel fall into the vessel, but may not bring another barrel and transfer the contents of the broken one into the new, nor may he place a new barrel alongside of the other and remove the contents of the broken one into the new one by keeling over the former and letting its contents drop into the latter. Why should he not be allowed to do this? He is on private ground, and the barrel with its contents may be handled. If it is prohibited as a precautionary measure in the manner of the previous case, where does the precaution arise? This latter case is also a precautionary measure, for were he allowed to remove the contents from one barrel into another, there is fear of his carrying it through public ground. The text of the Bereitha, however, teaches further, that if the man had guests in his house, he may remove the contents of the broken barrel into a new one, etc. But he may not first remove the contents and then call guests, but first call guests and then remove the things, nor may he pretend to call guests, but must actually desire their company. In the name of our Jose bar our Jehuda it was said, that even calling guests as a pretext is also allowed. The rabbis taught, if one had saved, from the fire, fine bread, he must not return and save coarse bread, but if he first saved the coarse he may return and save the fine. One may also save enough on the Day of Atonement in the event of a fire, when that day is succeeded by Sabbath, to last him through the Sabbath also, but on a Sabbath it is not permitted to save enough for the Day of Atonement, if the Sabbath falls on the day before, and all the more so is it not allowed if the Sabbath precedes a feast day, nor is it allowed to save on one Sabbath for the following Sabbath. The rabbis taught, if one forgets bread in an oven, and in the meantime the Sabbath sets in, it is allowed to save enough bread to last for 3 meals, and one may say to bystanders, come and take out as much as ye need, and when taking out the bread it should not be done with a baker's shovel, but with some other utensil. Our Hista said, a man should see that everything should be prepared on Friday for the Sabbath as early as possible, as it is written, Exodus 16:5, and it shall come to pass, on the 6th day, when they prepare what they shall have brought in, etc., and this means, that as soon as the 6th day sets in, preparations for the Sabbath should be begun. Our Aba said, a man must pronounce the benediction over 2 loaves on the Sabbath, for it is written, Ibid 16:5, double bread. Said our Ashi, I noticed the manner in which our Kahana did this, he would hold 2 loaves, but would cut only one, because it is written, Ibid 16:18, every man according to his eating had he gathered. Our Zerah used to cut off the loaf sufficient to last him for the entire meal. Asked Ravina of our Ashi, does this not seem gluttonous, to hold so large a piece in one's hand? Answered our Ashi, because on weekdays such was not his wont, it does not appear gluttonous on Sabbath, and our Zerah did this only in honor of the day. Our Ami and our Asi, if happening to have the same bread used in making an erub, for use on Sabbath, would pronounce the benediction over the bread, for they said that because one religious duty had been fulfilled with that bread, it should be used to fulfill another religious duty. How so, if a conflagration, etc.? The rabbis taught, how many meals should a man eat on the Sabbath? 3. Our Hidka said 4. Said our Johanan, both the rabbis and our Hidka adduced their opinions from the same passage, as follows, Exodus 16:25, and Moses said, Eat it today, for a Sabbath is this day unto the Lord, today ye will not find it in the field. Our Hidka holds that, day being mentioned 3 times, 3 meals should be eaten during the day and 1 at night, and the rabbis hold that the day includes the night and only 3 meals are required. Our Mishnah, however, which decrees that only enough for 3 meals should be saved, does therefore not agree with our ''hidka''. According to whose opinion, however, will the following Mishnah be? Tract Pia, if a poor man have sufficient for 2 meals, he must not apply for another at the public kitchen, where food is distributed, but he may apply to the general charity fund. If he have, however, sufficient for 14 meals, for the week, he must not even apply to the general charity fund. If the Mishnah were of the opinion of our ''hidka'', he should have had sufficient for 16 meals, so as to afford him 4 meals on the Sabbath, and, according to the rabbis, for 15 meals in order to have 3 meals on the Sabbath. It is therefore neither in accord with our ''hidka' nor with the rabbis. Nay, it is in accord with the rabbis, and the poor man should eat his Sabbath night meal on the Sabbath day, so with his Friday night meal it will make 3 meals on the Sabbath. It may also be said that the Mishnah holds with our ''hidka', and that the poor man should leave his Friday meal for the Sabbath. Shall we make the poor man then fast on Friday? It would therefore be better to hold the Mishnah's opinion to be in accord with our ''akiba', who says, that the poor man should make Sabbath equal to a weekday in order not to be forced to rely upon charity. Thus 14 meals are sufficient, and he may eat only 2 on Sabbath. But according to whose opinion is the Mishnah, Tract Pia, if a wandering mendicant come to a town, he must be given a loaf which can be bought for a pundian, 1/48 of a selah, when the price of flour is 1 selah for 4 sahs, and the sages calculated that such a loaf is sufficient for 2 meals. If he remain overnight he must be given lodging, and if he remain over Sabbath he must be given 3 meals for Sabbath. Shall we assume that this Mishnah holds with the rabbis and not with our ''hidka'"? It might also be in accord with our ''hidka' if the mendicant happen to have 1 meal with him, he is told to eat the one he has and is given 3 more. Should the mendicant then depart empty-handed? Nay, he is also given a meal to take along on the way. What must he be given for lodging? Said our Papa, enough to hire a bed and a pillow. The rabbis taught, the dishes used on the eve of Sabbath may be cleansed for the Sabbath morning meal. The dishes used in the morning may be cleansed for the midday meal, and those of the midday meal for the afternoon, but those of the afternoon must not be cleansed until the Sabbath is over. All this is said concerning dishes, but glasses, cups, and all drinking utensils may be cleansed at any time, because there are no fixed times for drinking. Our Simeon ben Potzi in the name of our Jehoshua ben Levi, quoting Bar Kapra, said, one who keeps the commandment to eat 3 times on the Sabbath will be rid of 3 punishments, viz., the tribulations, at the time, of Messiah, the punishment of Gehenna, and the war of Gog and Magog. From the tribulations of Messiah, because the Sabbath is always mentioned as the day, and it is written, Malachi 3:23, Behold, I send unto you Elijah the prophet before the coming of the day of the Lord, the great and the dreadful. From the punishment of Gehenna, because it is written, Zephaniah I:15, a day of wrath is that day, etc., meaning the Gehenna. From the war of Gog and Magog, because it is written, Ezekiel 38:18, on the day of Gog's coming. Our Johanan said in the name of our Jose, one who makes the Sabbath pleasant will be rewarded with a boundless inheritance, as it is written, in Isaiah 58:14, Then shalt thou find delight in the Lord, and I will cause thee to tread upon the high places of the earth, and I will cause thee to enjoy the inheritance of Jacob thy father, for the mouth of the Lord hath spoken it. Not the inheritance of Abraham, concerning whom it is written, Genesis 13:17, Arise, walk through the land in the length of it and in the breadth of it, etc., and not as in the case of Isaac, as it is written, Ibid 26:4, And I will give unto thy seed all these countries, but as it is written of Jacob, Ibid 28:14, And thy seed shall be as the dust of the earth, and thou shalt spread abroad to the west and to the east, and to the north and to the south. Our Naaman bar Itzhak said, The man who makes the Sabbath pleasant, will also be saved the pain of exile, because it is written, Isaiah 58:14, And I will cause thee to ride upon the high places of the earth, and, Deuteronomy 33:29, and thou shalt tread upon their high places. Said Jehudah in the name of Rab, he who makes the Sabbath pleasant is given everything his heart desires, because it is written, Psalms 37. 4. And delight thyself in the Lord, and he will give thee the wishes of thy heart. What is meant by delight? From the passage, Isaiah 58. 13. If thou call the Sabbath a delight, we can adduce that the delight means Sabbath. Wherewith should the Sabbath be made pleasant? Said Jehudah, the son of Samuel bar Shilleth, in the name of Rab, with a mess of beets, large fish, and garlic heads. But Hiah bar Ashi said in the name of Rab, even with any dish whatever prepared especially for the Sabbath. What does any dish whatever mean? Said Papa, even small fish fried in oil. Jehudah said in the name of Rab, if the Israelites had kept the first Sabbath, after the commandments were given, properly, no nation or race on earth could have harmed them. Again said he, may my share be with those who die of abdominal disease, for the Master said, that most of the righteous die of bowel troubles. He also said, may my share be with those who die when about to fulfill a commandment, also with those who receive the Sabbath in Tiberias and see it out in Zapporias. Tiberias was in a valley and Zapporias on a hill, also with those who remain in the houses of learning, and not with those who attempt to draw scholars away from their studies, also with those who solicit alms but not with those who dispense alms, also with those who are suspected but are not guilty. Said Papa, I have been suspected but was not guilty. Said Jose, I have gone in unto my wife 5 times and have planted 5 cedars in Israel. Who are they? Ishmael, Eleazar, Halakha, ๊tæls, and Menahem, all sons of Jose. But he also had a son called Vradimos. Nay, Vradimos is the same as Menahem, and the reason he was called Vradimos was because his face was as beautiful as a rose. Vrad is Aramaic for rose. Said Jose again, in all my days the ceiling of my house never saw the seam of my undershirt. Again said B, I never acted contrary to the advice of my colleagues. I know well that I am not a descendant of priests, but when my colleagues asked me to pronounce a benediction usually said by priests, I did so. Again he said, I never said a thing that I afterwards repented having said. Naaman said, may it be accounted to me, for my reward, that I have observed the 3 meals, in honor of the Sabbath. Jehudah said, may it be accounted to me, that I have given my prayers preliminary consideration. 148 Hunah, the son of Jehoshua, said, may it be accounted to me, that I have never walked 4 ells with uncovered head. Shesheth said, may it be accounted to me, that I have observed the commandment of tefillin, and Naaman said again, may it be accounted to me, that I have observed the commandment of tzitzith, showthreads. Said Joseph to Joseph the son of Rabbah, canst thou tell me which commandment thy father observed most punctually? The answer was, the commandment of tzitzith. For it happened one day that my father was ascending the stairway, and a thread of his tzitzith becoming torn off, he would not leave his place until a new thread had been brought to him and the tzitzith were mended. Said Abai, may it be accounted to me, that whenever I noticed a young scholar, of my college, had finished a tract of the Talmud, I gave a feast to all the sages of the day. Said Rabbah, may it be accounted to me, that whenever a young scholar and another man came before me for judgment, I did not put my head on the pillow, rest, until I exhausted every to find the scholar's words prove the justice of his claim. Said Mar, the son of Ashi, I am unfit to judge a young scholar because I love him as well as I do myself, and no man see himself unjust. Hanina used to wrap himself in a cloak on the eve of Sabbath and say, come with me, and let us go toward Sabbath the queen. Yanai used to clothe himself in his holiday clothes on the eve of Sabbath and say, come, bride, come, bride. Rabbah, the son of Hunah, came as a guest to the house of Rabbah the son of Naaman. At the table 3 cakes steeped in the fat of the ram, which were only served on special occasions, were placed before him. Said he to his host, didst thou know that I would come to visit thee? Answered the host, art thou then better than the Sabbath? We prepare it usually for every Sabbath, as it is written, and thou shalt call the Sabbath a pleasure. Our Abba used to buy on the eve of every Sabbath 13 ʻtæls, 6.5 dinars, worth of meat from 13 different butchers, and would hand them the money immediately upon their entering his door 149 and delivering the meat, saying to them, make haste, and deliver your orders to others. Our Fabulha used to sit on an ivory stool and make fire in honor of the Sabbath. Our Anan used to don a black apron in order to show that this day, the eve of the Sabbath, was a day of preparation, and that work had to be performed for the Sabbath. Our Safra used to singe a cow's head himself for the Sabbath, and Rabba would salt fish himself. Our Huna would light candles himself. Our Papa would prepare the wicks for the lamps. Our Hista would cut herbs himself. Rabba and our Joseph would chop wood for Sabbath. Our Zerah would light the kindling wood. Our Naaman bar Itzhak would shoulder all burdens to be carried in and out of the house himself on the eve of Sabbath, saying, if our Ami or our Asi would come to visit me, would I not do the same for them? Others say that our Ami and Asi did this on the eve of every Sabbath, saying, if it should happen that our Johanan were to visit us, would we not do the same for him? Joseph, who honored the Sabbath, had a rich Gentile for a neighbor. The astrologers told the Gentile that all his goods and possessions would eventually be eaten up by Joseph, his neighbor. He went and sold out all his goods, and with the proceeds bought a precious pearl. This pearl he had set in his turban. While crossing a lake one day, the wind blew off his turban and it fell into the water. A fish swallowed it. Subsequently the fish was caught by fishermen late on the eve of Sabbath. Said the fishermen, who will buy this so late in the evening? They were told by some people to go to Joseph, who honored the Sabbath, and that he usually bought such things. They carried it to Joseph, who bought it, and upon opening the fish he found the pearl, which he sold for 1,150 boxes of golden dinars. A certain old man met this Joseph, and said to him, he who lends to the Sabbath is repaid by the Sabbath itself. Rabbi, Jehuda Hanasi, asked of our Ishmael the son of our Jose, by what acts did the rich men of Palestine, so wealthy, merit their wealth? He answered, because they gave tithes, as it is written, Deuteronomy 14:22, thou shalt truly give tithes. 151, by what acts did the rich men of Babylon merit their wealth? Asked Rabbi again. Because they keep the law honorably, was the reply. And what about the rich men of other lands? Because they honor the Sabbath, as our Haya bar Aba related, it happened that I was a guest in the house of a man in the city of Ludkai and a golden table was brought for me, which required 16 men to carry, and 16 silver chains were fastened to it, and bowls, pitchers, goblets, and glasses were hung on those chains, and on the table were all kinds of food and beverages and spices, and when the table was set down they said, unto the Lord belongeth the earth, with what filleth it. Psalms 24:1. And when the table was taken away, they said, the heavens are the heavens of the Lord, but the earth hath he given unto the children of men. Psalms 95:16. I said to my host, my son, how didst thou merit all this? Said he, I used to be a butcher, and whenever I came across a good animal, I would keep it for Sabbath. Said I to him, well is unto thee, that thou hast merited this, and praise be to God, who hath rewarded thee. Said the exilarch to our Hamnunah, it is written, Isaiah 58:13, the holy day of the Lord, honorable. What does this honorable signify? Our Hamnunah answered, it means the day of atonement, on which day there is no eating and no drinking, and hence the Torah says, thou shalt honor it with clean clothes. Further, it says, Ibid, thou shalt honor it. This evidently does not refer to the Day of Atonement, which is called honorable, but must again refer to the Sabbath. How, then, should it be honored? Said Rab, thou shalt make the usual time of thy meals earlier, and Samuel said, thou shalt postpone the ordinary meal hour. The children of our Papa bar Aba asked our Papa, how shall we, who have meat and wine every day, distinguish the Sabbath day? He answered, if ye usually have your meals at a late hour, have them earlier, and if at an early hour, have them later. Our Sheshith, who was blind, in the summer used to seat his pupils, who came to hear him lecture on Sabbath, in a place where the sun shone earliest, in order that they might become warm and leave, and in the winter used to seat them where the sun could not reach them, that they might become cold and leave the sooner. Zerah, when seeing his pupils standing in pairs and discussing the Torah on the Sabbath, used to say to them, I pray ye, go home, eat, drink, and be merry. Do not violate the Sabbath. It is made for pleasure and not for learning. Rabbah, according to others Jehoshua ben Levi, said, even a man who prays singly on the Sabbath eve must recite the prayer commencing with, thus we're finished, etc., Genesis 2. 1-3, for Hanunah said, that he who prays on the Sabbath eve and recites that prayer is considered by the verse as being a collaborator in the creation of the world. Eliezer said, whence do we know that speaking is equal to acting, as it is written, Psalms 33. 6, by the word of the Lord were the heavens made. Hista in the name of Mar Ukba said, he who on the Sabbath recites the prayer commencing with, thus we're finished, etc., has the hands of the two angels who accompany each man laid on his head, and they say to him, Isaiah 6. 7, and thy iniquity is departed and thy sin is forgiven. We have learned in a Beratha, Jose bar Jehuda said, two angels accompany a man on the Sabbath eve on his way home from the house of prayer, one is a good angel and the other an evil one, and when the man comes home and finds the candles lit, the table set, and his bed made up, the good angel says, may it be the will of God that the next Sabbath shall be the same, and the evil angel answers, Amen, involuntarily. If, however, the man does not find everything in order, the evil angel says, mayst thou find it so on the next Sabbath also, and the good angel answers against his own will, Amen. Eleazar said, a man should set his table on the Sabbath eve, although he may not be hungry and can eat not more than the size of an olive. Hanina said, a man should set his table on the eve following the Sabbath, though he may not be hungry and can eat but the size of one olive. This is also in honor of the Sabbath and is like the accompanying of a king at his departure. Warm water at the close of the Sabbath day is wholesome. Warm bread at that time is also wholesome. Abulha used to have a calf which was the third calf of its mother, and hence the best, killed for him at the close of the Sabbath day, and he ate only one of the entrails of the calf. When his son Abhimi grew up, he, Abhimi, said, why kill a whole calf for the sake of one of its entrails? Let us leave one of the entrails of the calf killed for the Sabbath for father, that he may eat it at the close of the Sabbath. This was done, but a lion came and killed the calf that was spared. Jehoshua ben Levi said, he who answers, Amen. The name of the Eternal be blessed, with all his heart, has any ill fate which has been predestined for him nullified in heaven, as it is written, Judges v. 2, when depravity had broken out in Israel, then did the people offer themselves willingly, therefore, praise ye the Lord. Why had depravity broken out in Israel? Because they had not praised the Lord. Bar Abba in the name of Johanan said, even if that man have amongst his sins aught of idolatry, he is also forgiven. Said Resh Lakish, he who answers, Amen, etc., with all his might has the gates of paradise opened for him, as it is written, Isaiah 26. 2, open ye the gates, that there may enter in the righteous nation that guardeth the truth. The truth in Hebrew is called Emunim, and Resh Lakish said, do not read Emunim but Ammonim, the plural for Amen. What is Amen? Said Hanina, Amen is the abbreviation for El, God, Melech, King, Neman, Truth. Meaning that by saying Amen a man certifies that his Creator is the God and King of truth. Jehuda, the son of Samuel, in the name of Rab said, a fire seldom occurs in a place unless there is a violation of the Sabbath, as it is written, Jeremiah 17. 27, but if ye will not hearken unto me to hallow the Sabbath day, and not to bear a burden, and to enter in at the gates of Jerusalem on the Sabbath day, then will I kindle a fire in its gates, and it shall devour the palaces of Jerusalem, and it shall not be quenched. What does, it shall not be quenched, signify? Said Naaman bar Itzhak, the fire shall occur at a time when men are not around, as a rule. Abai said, Jerusalem was destroyed solely on account of the violation of the Sabbath, as it is written, Ezekiel 22. 26, and from the violations of my Sabbaths do they turn away their eyes, so that I am profaned among them. Abulha said, Jerusalem was not destroyed until they had abolished the reading of the Shema in the morning and in the evening, as it is written, Isaiah v. 11-13, Woe unto those that rise up early in the morning, that they may run after strong drink, that continue until late in the twilight, till wine inflame them. And there are harp and psaltery, tambourine and flute, and wine, at their drinking feasts, but the deeds of the Lord they regard not, and the works of his hands they behold not. Therefore are my people led into exile, for want of knowledge. Hamnuna said, Jerusalem was not destroyed until the children were kept away from school, as it is written, Jeremiah 6:11, I must pour it out over the child in the street, and it may be explained thus, why must I pour it out? Because the child is in the street and not at school. Ulla said, Jerusalem was destroyed because the people were devoid of shame, as it is written, Ibid 15, they should have been ashamed because they committed an abomination, but they neither felt the least shame, nor did they know how to blush, therefore shall they fall among those that fall. Itzhak said, Jerusalem was destroyed only because no distinction was made between great and small, as it is written, Isaiah 24:2-3, and it shall be the same with the people as with the priest, etc. Emptied out shall be the land. Amram, the son of Simeon bar Aba, in the name of his father, quoting Hanina, said, Jerusalem was destroyed only because the people did not admonish one another, as it is written, Lamentations 6, her princes have become like harts that have found no pasture. As the harts in a herd travel head to rump, so would the men of Jerusalem not dare face each other with admonitions, but followed from behind in silence. Jehudah said, Jerusalem was destroyed because they insulted men of learning, as it is written, 2 Chronicles 37:16, but they mocked at the messengers of God, and despised his words, and scorned his prophets, until the fury of the Lord arose against his people, till there was no remedy. What does, till there was no remedy, signify? Said Jehudah in the name of Rab, he who insults a man of learning, can find no panacea for his affliction. Jehudah in the name of Rab said again, it is written, 1 Chronicles 16:22, Touch not my anointed, and do my prophets no harm. By, touch not my anointed, is meant the children of the school, for children are usually anointed, and, do my prophets no harm, refers to the scholars. 152 Resh Lakish said in the name of Jehudah II, the world is sustained solely through the exhalation of the children, because they are pure and without sin. Said Papa to Abai, what about thy and my exhalation? Answered Abai, the difference lies therein, that thou and I might have sinned, but children are incapable of committing sin. Resh Lakish said again in the name of the same authority, the children should not be withheld from attending school, even while the new temple shall be in process of construction. Said Resh Lakish to Jehudah II, I have heard a tradition coming from thy parents which says, that the city which has no school for children shall be destroyed, but Ravina says, the tradition is to the effect that the high court shall put the city under a ban, until a school is built for children. Rabbah said, Jerusalem was destroyed solely because there were no more trustworthy men there, as it is written, Jeremiah v. 1, Roam about through the streets of Jerusalem, and see now, and notice, and search in its broad places, if ye can find one man, if there be one that executeth justice, that searcheth for truth, and I will pardon it. What is meant by trustworthy men? Such as can be trusted in business. Mishnah, further, one may save a basket full of loaves, of bread, be it even enough for 100 meals, a fig cake, and a cask of wine, and one may also call to others, Come ye and save for yourselves. If those who do so understand their advantage, they make a settlement with the owner after the Sabbath is over. Where may such articles be taken to, for safety? To a court that is joined to the other, court of the house burning, by an erub. Ben Bathira says, even to one that is not joined by an erub. There all utensils, dishes, may be brought, that are used on the same day, one may, in the event of a conflagration on the Sabbath, put on as many clothes as possible, and may wrap himself in whatever is possible. Jose says, one may only put on 18 pieces of ordinary apparel, but he can come back as often as he chooses and put on the same quantity and carry them off. One may also call to others, "Come ye and save with me, whatever ye can." Gemara, have we not learned, in the preceding Mishnah, page 245, that only, enough victuals for 3 meals may be saved, and in the above Mishnah sufficient for 100 meals is permitted? Said our Huna, this presents no difficulty. Our Mishnah refers to one who comes to save the food with only one basket, when he may fill it with any quantity, whereas the preceding Mishnah refers to one who brings several baskets, and in such a case it is not permitted to put in each basket more than sufficient for 3 meals. But our Aba bar Zavda in the name of Rab said, both Mishnahs refer to one who comes even with several baskets, but still no difficulty arises. This Mishnah speaks of one who does not carry the food beyond the same court, while the other refers to one who carries it into another court. A fig cake, etc. Why does the Mishnah say, that if those who save for themselves know their advantage they will make a settlement with the owner after having saved the things from the conflagration? Are they not entitled to it under any circumstances, by virtue of the owner having made it public property when saying, "Come ye and save for yourselves"? Said our Hista, this refers to pious people who would not take advantage of a man who is compelled to sacrifice his property. Said Rabbah, can they be called pious, who accept remuneration for their time on the Sabbath? Nay, the Mishnah does not refer to pious men, but to God-fearing men, who, while they would not take anything not belonging to them, would not care to trouble themselves gratuitously. By stating, therefore, that those who know their advantage will settle accounts with the owner afterwards, the Mishnah means to say that their prudence consists in their knowing that they will not receive any remuneration for their time on Sabbath, but will only receive their own property as their due. Come ye and save with me. Why does the first part of the Mishnah permit the saying of, "Come and save for yourselves," and in the last part the permission is given to say, "Come and save with me"? Because the first part of the Mishnah refers to victuals, and a man cannot save more than sufficient for 3 meals, while the last part of the Mishnah refers to clothing, and as a man can change his clothing as often as he pleases, he may call to others to come and help him save whatever is possible. One may put on as many clothes as possible. The rabbis taught, one may dress himself, go out and undress, come back and dress again, and so on as often as he chooses. So said our Meir. Our Jose, however, said that one may put on only 18 pieces of ordinary apparel. These were, 1, and 2. Makcharin and unclai, a mantle with a headhold, 3. Funda, pocket for money, 4. Kalbus, a dress without sleeves, 5. Chaluk, a kind of shirt, 6. A piliot, cover or overcoat, 7. Meapareth, 8 and 9. Drawers and pantaloons and cap for the head, 10. And 11. Shoes, 12 and 13. Socks, 14 and 15. Pargud, striped suit, 16. Girdle, 17. Hat, 18. Neckties. Mishnah, our Simeon, the son of Nanas, says, one may spread a goatskin over a chest, a box, or a cupboard, which lips caught fire, so that they only become singed. One may also form a partition with any utensil, or vessel, be it full of water or not, in order to keep the fire from spreading. Our Jose forbids the making of such a partition with new earthenware vessels filled with water, because such vessels cannot stand heat, but burst and extinguish the fire. Gemara, our Jehuda said in the name of Rab, when one side of a garment has caught fire, the other side may be put in water, and if thereby the fire is extinguished it makes no difference. An objection was made, we have learned in a Tosefta, that if a garment has caught fire one may wrap it around him, and it makes no difference if the fire is thereby extinguished. One may also unroll the sacred scrolls, if the covering has caught fire on one side, and it does not matter if thus the fire is quenched. This Tosefta then simply permits the unfolding or the folding of a garment that has caught fire, but says nothing about soaking the undamaged part in water. Rab holds with our Simeon, the son of Nanas, in the above Mishnah, who permits the prevention of the fire. Our Simeon, however, restricts his permission so that, while preventing the fire, it is not extinguished, but simply singes the objects. When the article, however, is soaked in water, the fire will certainly be quenched. And did our Simeon permit this also? Yeah, he did, for the last part of the Mishnah relates, that our Hosea forbids the making of a partition with new pottery filled with water, because such vessels are liable to burst and extinguish the fire, and if our Hosea forbids this, surely our Simeon, the first Tana, must have permitted it in the first part of the Mishnah. The rabbis taught, if a candle fall on the table board may be raised and the candle drop to the floor, and if it become extinguished, it matters not. Another Baraitha taught, that if a candle burn behind a door, the door may be opened and closed as usual, regardless of whether the candle is thus extinguished. Rab scolded the one that thus decreed. Said Ravina to R. Aha, the son of Rabba, according to others R. Aha, the son of Rabba to R. Ashi, why did Rab scold the one who made that decree? Shall we say that it was because he holds with our Jehuda, who says that an indirect act is also prohibited, and the Baraitha holds with our Simeon, who permits the performance of an indirect act? Is it possible that Rab will scold everyone who holds with our Simeon? He answered, in this matter our Simeon would also agree that this is prohibited, as it would be like decapitating a man without killing him. Arki Jehuda said, one may open a door opposite a hearth fire. Abayi scolded the one that decreed thus. Of what circumstances do we treat here? If the door is opened when there is an ordinary wind blowing, what reason had the one to prohibit it, and if there be an extraordinary wind blowing, why did the other permit it? The case here treated of is that of an ordinary wind, and the one prohibits the door being opened as a precautionary measure, lest this be done when a high wind is blowing, while the other does not regard a precautionary measure necessary. One may also form a partition, etc. Shall we say that the rabbis hold the indirect bringing about of an extinction to be permissible and our Hosea holds to the contrary? Have we not heard the case to be the reverse? We have learned in a Baraitha, one may make a partition with empty vessels, and with vessels filled with water that are not liable to burst, and such are iron vessels. Our Hosea, however, says, that the vessels made of pottery in the villages of Shehin and Hananiah are also proof against bursting. Thus we see that our Hosea is even more lenient than the rabbis. This presents no difficulty, for the above Baraitha is altogether in accordance with our Hosea, but it is incomplete, and should read thus, one may make a partition with empty vessels, and with such as are filled with water but are not liable to burst, and such vessels are iron vessels and vessels made of pottery in the villages of Shehin and Hananiah, as are. Hosea says that the vessels made of pottery in these villages are proof against heat. Mishnah, if a non-Israelite comes near to extinguish the fire, one must neither say to him, extinguish it, nor, do not extinguish it, and for the reason, that one is not obliged to make him rest, on Sabbath. If a minor, however, desires to extinguish the fire, one must not allow him to do so, because one is obliged to see that he, the minor, rests, on Sabbath. Gemara, our Ami said, during a conflagration one may proclaim, whoever will come and extinguish the fire, will lose nothing by it. The rabbis taught, it happened that a fire broke out in the court of Joseph ben Samai in the town of Shehin, and the men of the fortress of Sepphoris came to extinguish the fire, because Joseph was an official of the government, but he would not allow them to do so, in honor of the Sabbath. A miracle occurred, and it commenced to rain, and the fire was extinguished. That evening he sent to each man in the fortress 2 selah and to their officer 50 selah. When the sages heard this, they said, it was not at all necessary to do this, because the Mishnah says, that when a Gentile comes to extinguish a fire on Sabbath, one need not tell him to do it, or not to do it. If a minor, however, desires to extinguish the fire, etc. Could we conclude from this, that if a minor is detected eating forbidden food it is the duty of the court of justice to prevent his doing so, and we know such is not the case? Said R. Johanan, yeah, if the minor does this with his father's knowledge. We must say, then, that the same case applies to the Gentile, who does the work with the knowledge of the Israelite whose house is burning. Is this permitted? Yeah, it is, for the Gentile does it of his own volition, and it makes no difference whether the Israelite knows it or not, because he, the Gentile, knows he will be rewarded. Mishnah dash. One may cover the top of a lamp with a vessel in order that the ceiling may not catch fire, and also cover the orger, of poultry 153, on account of the children, in the house. One may also place a vessel, over a scorpion in order to prevent him from biting. Jehuda said, a case of this kind happened once in the presence of our Johanan ben Zakkai in Arab, and he said, I am not certain whether, the man, is not culpable, and bound to bring a sin offering. Gemara, Jehuda, Jeremiah b. Aba, and Hanan b. Ram happened to be the guests of Abin of Nishikia. The two former were furnished with beds, and the last one was not. At the same time, he noticed him teaching his son that the orger of a child is to be covered, in order that the child should not touch it, and he said, Abin the fool is teaching foolishness to his children. Is not the orger of a child useful for dogs? What can you say? It was not prepared from yesterday. But this makes no difference, for we have learned in a Beretha, that running rivers and springing wells are to be considered as the feet of every man. And Abin asked, How, then, shall we teach? And Hanan answered, Over the orger of poultry, that the child shall not touch it. Over a scorpion in order to prevent him from biting. Jehoshua ben Levi said, All dangerous creatures may be killed on Sabbath. Joseph raised an objection, we have learned in a Beretha, that 5 creatures may be killed on Sabbath, and they are, the fly of Egypt, the wasp of Nineveh, and the serpent of Hidaev, and the snake of Palestine, and a mad dog from any region. According to whose opinion is this Beretha? It is not according to the opinion of our Jehuda, who holds, that the performance of an act not in itself necessary makes one culpable. We must say, then, that the Beretha agrees with our Simeon. If this is so, is it allowed to kill only these 5, and not others? Said our Jeremiah, who can tell us that this Beretha is a correct one? It may be erroneous. Said our Joseph, I have studied the Beretha. The same objection was made before me, and I defended it by stating, that the Beretha refers to the case where the creatures pursued the man in order to harm him, and under these circumstances even our Jehuda permits the killing of these creatures. A certain disciple related before Rabbah, the son of our Huna, quoting a Beretha, one who kills serpents and snakes on the Sabbath does not find favor in the eyes of the pious. Answered Rabbah, and these pious men do not find favor in the eyes of our sages. Thus he differs with our Huna, for it happened that our Huna, seeing a man killing a snake on Sabbath, said to him, Hast thou killed the last of them? If thou hast only killed one, of what use is it to violate the Sabbath? From this we see that our Huna differs from the opinion of his son. The rabbis taught, if a man met snakes on the road and killed them, it was decreed above that he should kill them, thus, removing danger for others, because a good deed is performed through a righteous man. If, however, he did not kill them, it was decreed above that he should be killed by them, that is, he is a sinner and deserving of death, but through the mercy of the Lord a miracle was performed, and he was saved. Said Ula, according to others Rabbah bar Hannah, in the name of our Johanan, only in case the snakes prepared to strike at the man, can it be said that it was decreed that the man should be killed. Our Aba bar Kahana said, It happened that a snake was found in the schoolhouse, and a man of the city of Neadi killed it. Said Rabbi, he met his equal. The schoolman asked, Did Rabbi mean, that the man was right in his deed, or on the contrary? Come and hear, our Aba, the son of Hiabi Aba, and our Zerah were sitting in the hut of our Janae, and they resolved to ask our Janae if one might kill snakes and serpents on the Sabbath. And he answered, If a beast should annoy me, I would kill it, a fortiori, snakes and serpents. Aba the son of Marta, who is Aba the son of Minyumi, was indebted in a sum of money to the exilarch's house. He was brought there and was worried. While standing in the room, Aba spat on the floor. This happened on the Sabbath, and the exilarch ordered his servants to bring a dish and cover up the spittle. Said Aba to him, This is not necessary, for our Jehuda says, that one may put his foot on spittle and thus clear it off. Thereupon the exilarch remarked, This proves to me that the man is a young scholar, let him go in peace. Aba bar Kahana said in the name of our Hanina, the lamps of the house of Rabbi may be handled on the Sabbath. Our Zerah asked him, which lamps do you refer to, the lamps that can be handled with one hand, or those that require both hands? And he answered, the same as can be found in your father's house, those were small lamps. The same Abba said in the name of the same authority, that the carriages of the house of Rabbi might also be handled on the Sabbath. Our Zerah asked him which he referred to, those that one man can pull, or those that require two men, and the answer was, the same that your father possesses. Abba bar Kahana said again, that the same Ar Hanina permitted the house of Rabbi to drink wine that was scaled with but one seal, in the markets of the heathens, and he states, that he does not know whether Ar Hanina holds with Ar Eliezer, who held that one seal only was necessary, or whether he permitted this out of respect to the house of the Nasi, for fear that if he prohibited this, they would become angry. 154. Mishnah, if a non-Israelite lit a lamp on the Sabbath, the Israelite might make use of the light. If he, the non-Israelite, did so, especially, for the Israelite, the latter must not use it. If the non-Israelite filled up a trough with water, to water his own cattle, the Israelite may water his cattle after him. If he did so for the Israelite, especially, the latter must not water his cattle with it. If a non-Israelite made a stairway in order to descend upon it from a ship, the Israelite might descend after him. If he made it, especially, for the Israelite, the latter must not descend. Once Ar Gamaliel and several elders arrived on a ship, on Sabbath, and a non-Israelite made a stairway upon which to descend, from the ship, whereupon Ar Gamaliel and the elders also descended. Gemara, and it is necessary for the Mishnah to mention the above cases separately, because if we were taught only concerning a lamp, we would say, that a lamp only may be used because a lamp will give light for 100 men as well as for one, but as for water, we might say, that the water should not be used, in precaution lest the non-Israelite replenish the trough especially for the Israelite. For what purpose, however, is the stairway mentioned? That was only for the purpose of relating what happened to Ar Gamaliel and the elders. The rabbis taught, with grass which a Gentile mowed for his own cattle, an Israelite may feed his cattle, but if the grass was mowed especially for the Israelite, he may not. The same rule applies to water for watering the cattle. This applies only where the Gentile and the Israelite are not acquainted, but if they are, it is not allowed, under any circumstances. This is not so. For Ar Huna said in the name of Ar Hanina, that a man may allow his cattle to graze on the Sabbath, but must not feed them on grass which he designated previously for some other purpose. It matters not whether the grass is still uncut or cut. Now, we see that things which have been designated for another purpose must not be fed to cattle on the Sabbath. How then is it allowed to feed one's cattle on the Gentiles' grass which was cut on the Sabbath, and surely designated for some express purpose? This presents no difficulty, for the permission to feed one's cattle on the Gentiles' grass only holds good if the cattle feed themselves, and the man may stand by and prevent them from invading another pasture, but does not allow the man to feed them by hand. It is said above, this applies only where the Gentile and the Israelite are not acquainted, etc. Is this so? Did not Ar Gamaliel descend on the stairway, although he and the Gentile were acquainted? Said Abai, the Gentile made the stairway when Ar Gamaliel did not see him. But Rabbah said, it may be that the stairway was made in the presence of Ar Gamaliel, but this case would be the same as that of a lamp. A lamp for one is a lamp for 100. An objection was made to the teaching of Rabbah. We have learned in a Tosefta, Ar Gamaliel said to the elders, as the Gentile made the stairway while we were not looking, we may descend on it. Answered Rabbah, read simply, that Ar Gamaliel said, because the Gentile had already made it, we may use it. Samuel happened to arrive at the house of Abin in Turan on a Sabbath. A Gentile came and lit a candle. Samuel turned his face away from the light, but after seeing that the Gentile brought a paper and commenced to read by the light of that candle, he said, I see now that the Gentile lit the candle for his own use, and he then made use of it himself. 17. Regulations concerning the handling of utensils and furniture on the Sabbath. Mishnah, all utensils, and furniture, which may be handled on the Sabbath, their doors, lids, may be handled with them, even when their lids had been removed, for such lids cannot be considered as house doors, which are not intended to be removed. One may take a hammer on the Sabbath for the purpose of cracking nuts, an axe to chop fig cake, a hand saw to saw cheese, a shovel to gather up dried figs, a fan and a fork to place a thing, food, before a child, a spindle and a shuttle to pick fruit, a sewing needle to remove a splinter from the flesh, and a packing needle to open a door. Gemara, all utensils which may be handled on the Sabbath, their doors, lids, may be handled with them, even when their lids had been removed. Removed when, on Sabbath? And if removed on a weekday they certainly may be handled. Why, on the contrary? On Sabbath the lids being attached to the utensils, they were intended for use with the utensils, but if removed on weekdays, they did not form part of the utensils on the Sabbath, hence not intended for simultaneous use, and should not be handled. Said Abai, the Mishnah means to say, that the lids may be handled with the utensils on the Sabbath even if the lids had been removed on a weekday. The rabbis taught, the doors, lids, of a drawer, chest, or cage, may be taken down on the Sabbath, but not replaced. The door of a chicken coop, which is built in the ground, must not be removed nor replaced on the Sabbath. It may be right to prohibit the removing or replacing of the door of a chicken coop, built in the ground, because removing it would constitute the act of tearing down, and replacing it would constitute building, but as for the doors of a drawer, chest, or cage, what is the opinion of the rabbis? Do they hold that the acts of building and tearing down apply also to utensils? If so, why do they permit the removing of the doors, lids, and if not, why do they prohibit replacing them? Said Rabbah, the act of building does not apply to utensils, but replacing is prohibited more as a precautionary measure, lest one drive the door in with a stick, and this would constitute the act of hammering. One may take a hammer, etc. Said Jehuda, this refers to a hammer intended only for nut cracking, and such a hammer may be used to crack nuts, but a smith's hammer must not be used for that purpose, for Jehuda holds, that a thing which is intended only for an act prohibited on the Sabbath, must not be used even for a permissible act. Rabbah, however, says, that a smith's hammer may be used to crack nuts, for he holds that a thing which is intended only for a prohibited act, may be used for a permissible act. It was taught, our Hayabar Aba in the name of our Johanan said, we have learned, that a hammer which is intended for hammering gold may also be used for cracking nuts. Our Shoman Bar Aba said, we have learned, that the hammer referred to is intended to be used for spices. The one who teaches that a spice hammer may be used certainly permits a gold hammer, but the one permitting a gold hammer to be used, does not allow a spice hammer, because a spice hammer must be kept perfectly clean, and is laid away for non-use during the Sabbath. A spindle and a shuttle to pick fruit, etc. The rabbis taught, a date which was not quite ripe, and was put in straw which was intended for use in clay-making, might be taken out. Providing it was, not completely covered by, the straw, but enough to take hold of was left uncovered. The same applies to a cake which was taken out of the oven not quite done, and was put in glowing cinders to be cooked, but our Eliezer ben Tata said, that both the date and the cake might be taken out even when completely covered, providing this is done with a prong, and then the straw or the ashes respectively fall off of themselves. Said our Naaman, the halakha prevails according to our Eliezer ben Tata. From this we see that our Naaman holds, that handling in an unusual manner is not considered handling at all, but did not our Naaman say, that if a radish is deposited in earth with its roots downwards and its head upwards and protruding from the earth, it may be taken out, but if deposited head downwards, it must not be taken out, and thus we see that our Naaman regards handling in an unusual manner the same as handling proper. The answer is, that our Naaman afterward retracted his decision concerning the radish. A sewing needle to remove a splinter. Rabbah the son of Rabbah sent a request to our Joseph, let the master teach us the law regarding a needle, the eyelet or the point of which had been broken off. Our Joseph answered, we have learned this in our Mishnah, a sewing needle to remove a splinter. What difference would it make to the splinter whether the needle has an eyelet or not? Rabbah objected, we have learned, that a needle, the eye or the point of which had been broken off, is not subject to defilement. Said Abai, thou confusest Sabbath with defilement. As for defilement, a vessel must be complete in order to be subject to defilement, but for Sabbath use, anything which can be used is in itself sufficient, and with this needle I can remove a splinter. No man forbids the straightening of the limbs of a child at birth on the Sabbath, and Shesheth permits it. Mishnah, the hollow olive cane is subject to defilement if it has a knot, if not, it is not subject to defilement. In any event, it may be handled on the Sabbath. Hosea 1:55 saith, any utensil may be handled on the Sabbath, with the exception of the large wood saw and the plowshare. Gemara, the rabbis taught, previously only 3 utensils were permitted to be handled on the Sabbath, and they were, a knife to chop pressed dates, a skimmer, and a small table knife. Subsequently more was allowed, and then still more, and then more again, until finally any utensil was allowed with the exception of the wood saw and the plowshare. What is meant by, subsequently more was allowed, and then still more, etc.? Said Rabbah, they allowed a thing which was intended for use in a permissible act, whether it was needed for another purpose, or whether the room it occupied was needed, then still more was allowed, namely, to shift a thing out of the sunshine to a shady place, then more again was allowed, namely, a thing that was intended for use in a prohibited act, e.g., a smith's hammer, was permitted to be used for another purpose or when its room was needed, but it was not permitted to be moved from the sunshine into the shade, and all this was allowed to be done by only one person, but not by 2, until finally all utensils might be handled even by 2 persons. Said Rabbah, with intent to use them means to use a thing which was intended for use in a permissible act, whether it was needed for its intended use, or whether the room it occupied was needed, and, without such intent, means even to shift a thing from the sunshine into the shade, and a thing that was intended for use in a prohibited act was permitted to be used for its intended use or when its room was needed, but it was not permitted to move it from the sunshine into the shade. Now our Nehemiah comes to say, that even if a thing was intended for a permissible act, it may be used only for its intended use and if the room occupied by it were needed, but it was not permitted to shift it from the sunshine into the shade. Our Sapa, our Hahabi, Huna, and our Huna bar Hanina were sitting together. The latter asked our Sapa, according to Rabbah, who explains Nehemiah's teaching, that even a permissible thing must not be removed for the purpose of occupying its place. How can we remove dishes after eating? Said our Sapa, it is equal to a dirty thing, standing on a clean place, which may be removed at any time. Our Mari bar Rahel had several leather bolsters that lay in the sun, on a Sabbath. He came to Rabbah and asked him if he might move them. Rabbah told him it was allowed. Said our Mari again, I have other bolsters besides these. Answered Rabbah, this makes no difference. Thou mightst need those 2 if guests should call. Said our Mari again, I have sufficient for guests also. Said Rabbah to him, this proves to me, then, that thou art of the opinion of Rabbah, who prohibits the moving of things from the sunshine into the shade on Sabbath. Hence everybody else may do this, but thou must not. Said our Aba in the name of our Haya bar Ashi, quoting Rab, whisks may be handled on the Sabbath to sweep the tables, but the brooms made of date palms, which are only intended for floor sweeping, must not be used for sweeping the tables. This was also stated by our Elazar. Mishnah, of all utensils which may be handled on the Sabbath, fragments may also be handled, but it must be with a purpose, viz. The pieces of a kneading trough to cover the bunghole of a cask, the pieces of a glass to cover the mouth of a pitcher. Our Jehuda says, they must be fit for the same use, as the whole utensil, viz., the parts of a kneading trough to hold a brew, and the pieces of a glass to hold oil. Gemara, said our Jehuda in the name of Samuel, the first Tana of the Mishnah and our Jehuda differ only as to fragments which were broken off on the Sabbath, for the former holds that the fragment is part and parcel of the utensil, and fit for the same use, while our Jehuda holds, that the fragment is a newly created thing, but if the fragments were broken off before the Sabbath set in, all agree that they may be handled because they were prepared for use while it was yet, week, day. We have learned, in 1 Beretha, that fire may be made with utensils, but not with fragments, and in another Beretha we have learned, that as we may make fire with utensils, so we may also use fragments for the same purpose. In a 3rd Beretha, however, we were taught, that we must not make fire with either utensils or fragments. We must say, then, that the first Baraitha is in accordance with the opinion of our Jehuda, who holds, to the theory of muksa and nold, a newly created thing. The second Baraitha is in accordance with the opinion of our Simeon, who holds to neither of the two theories, and the third Baraitha is in accordance with our Nehemiah, who holds that every utensil must be used for its particular purpose and not for other purposes. Our Naaman said, bricks left over from a building may be handled, because they can be used as seats, but if the bricks were piled up one on top of the other, they were evidently designated for building, and must not be handled. Our Naaman said in the name of Samuel, a fragment of a piece of pottery may be handled in private ground, but not in unclaimed ground, because in private ground other vessels can generally be found and the fragment may be used as a lid or cover, but in unclaimed ground there are no other vessels and the fragment cannot be used in that manner. But our Naaman himself declares that the fragment may be handled in unclaimed ground also, because in unclaimed ground there may also be some things which can be covered, but not in public ground, and Rabbah, however, says, it may be handled even in public ground, because having been once regarded as a utensil in private ground it remains such everywhere. This theory of Rabbah's is borne out by his action, for it happened that he was walking on the street Ritka in the city of Mahutsa on a Sabbath, when his shoe became soiled with dirt. His servant came and cleaned it off with a fragment of a piece of pottery. The rabbis who went behind him scolded his servant for this act, whereupon he, Rabbah, remarked, it is not enough that they have not learned what is permissible and what is not, but they also want to teach others. If this fragment were in private ground, it would have been a useful article because a vessel could be covered with it, and here in public ground it is useful to me. Our Jehuda in the name of Samuel said, the bunghead of a broken barrel may be handled on Sabbath. We have also learned this in the following Baraitha, the bunghead and the pieces of a broken barrel may be handled on Sabbath, but it is not allowed to break off a piece of the fragments and cover a vessel with it or put it under the legs of a bedstead. If the bunghead and pieces, however, were thrown away among the garbage before the Sabbath, they must not be handled at all. Our Hamdurah said in the name of Samuel, the waist of a mat may be used on the Sabbath. Why so? For what purpose can it be used? Said Rabbah, Bar Hamdurah explained this to me as follows, what is a mat used for? To prevent the dust from settling upon an object, and the waist can also be used for covering up dirt. Our Zerah said in the name of Rab, remnants of silken togas must not be handled on the Sabbath. Said Abai, this is said of remnants that measure less than 3 fingers square and are of no value to either rich or poor. The rabbis taught, fragments of an old oven are equal to any other vessels that may be handled on Sabbath. So said our Meir, but our Jehuda said they may not be handled. Our Jose testified in the name of our Eliezer ben Jacob, that fragments of an oven may be handled on the Sabbath and the covers of an oven may be handled even if their handles are broken off. Said Ravina, according to whose opinion do we handle today the covers of the ovens used in the city of Mahassia, which have no handles? It must be according to the opinion of our Eliezer ben Jacob. Mishnah, one may dip water with a hollow pumpkin to which a stone is fastened, providing the stone will not fall off, otherwise, one must not dip water with it. One may dip water with a jug to which a vine branch is fastened. For a window blind, says our Eliezer, a thing may only then be put up, if it be fastened and hang down, otherwise, it must not. The sages say it may be put up in any manner. Gemara, we have learned in another Mishnah, if a stone lie at the opening of a barrel, the barrel may be bent over, so that the stone fall down. Said Rabbah in the name of our Ami, quoting our Johanan, the case applies only when the stone lying at the opening of the barrel was left there unintentionally, but if placed there on purpose, the barrel becomes a base for a prohibited thing, and must not be moved. Our Joseph in the name of our Asi, quoting our Johanan, said, on the contrary, if the stone was left there unintentionally the barrel must be bent over, so that the stone fall down, but if placed there intentionally, it serves as a lid to the barrel, and may be removed. On what points do our Ami and our Asi differ? One holds, that an act must be accomplished in order to be an act, while the other holds the intention to be equivalent to the deed, and their respective theories are borne out by their opinions which follow. for when Dimi, and according to others Zerah, came from Palestine, he related in the name of Hanina, it happened that Rabbi once went to a certain place on a Friday, and finding a pile of stones said to his disciples, "Go and have it in your minds that we intend to sit on these tomorrow." Thus Rabbi did not order them to act, but merely to think. Johanan, however, said that Rabbi ordered his disciples to act. And what, according to Johanan's opinion, were the disciples to do? Ami said that Rabbi ordered them to place the stones in position for them to sit on, but Ashi said that Rabbi ordered them not only to place the stones in position, but also to clean them, because, in the latter's opinion, changing the position of an object does not constitute an actual deed. It was taught, Jose b. Saul said it was not stones but a pile of building wood. Johanan b. Saul, however, said it was not building wood but poles with which the depth of the water is sounded. One may dip water with a hollow pumpkin to which a vine branch is fastened. If it is fastened one may, and if not, one may not. Shall we assume that our Mishnah is not in accordance with the opinion of Simeon ben Gamaliel? As we have learned in a Beretha, branches of a tree which were intended for kindling, if subsequently used for sitting purposes, must be tied together, but Simeon ben Gamaliel said, they need not be tied together. 156 said Ashi, it may be said, that this Mishnah is not at variance with the opinion of Simeon ben Gamaliel, but is merely a precautionary measure, for fear that a branch, being brittle, might be broken by the man if not tied together. For a window blind, etc. Rabba bar Hannah in the name of Johanan said, all agree that it is not permitted to put up even a temporary tent 157 to begin with on a biblical festival, and decidedly not on the Sabbath, but as for adding, that is, if part of the blind was already up, a blind to a temporary tent that had already been put up, Eliezer said, that it is not permissible on a festival and much less so on the Sabbath, and the sages declare, that it is permitted on the Sabbath and so much the more oil a festival. The sages say it may be up in any manner. What is meant by, in any manner? Said Abba in the name of Kahana, by that is meant, that it makes no difference whether the blind was fastened or not, providing it was prepared for its purpose since the day before. Said Jeremiah to him, why wouldst thou assume that the sages would be more lenient in this matter? Say rather that they meant to state, that it made no difference whether the blind hung down or not, providing it had been previously fastened. Abba answered, because I hold with the Tana of the following Tosefta, a stick, prepared by the master of a house for the opening and locking of a door, may be used on Sabbath, providing it was fastened and hung to the door, otherwise, it must not be used. Simeon ben Gamaliel, however, declared, that as long as it was prepared for that purpose, it was of no consequence whether it was fastened and hung to the door. Thus it may be seen that Abba held with Simeon ben Gamaliel. Jehuda bar Silas in the name of Asi, quoting Johanan, said, the halakha according to Simeon ben Gamaliel prevails. Did Johanan say this in reality? Have we not learned in a Mishnah, that all covers of vessels having handles attached may be handled on Sabbath? Referring to this, Jehuda b. Sheila in the name of Asi, quoting Johanan, said, that such would be the case only if the covers could be made use of as independent vessels. How, then, can Johanan hold with Simeon ben Gamaliel, who says, that the stick which was not fastened to the door may be used on Sabbath? Surely it is not an independent vessel. Shall we assume, that Johanan holds with Simeon ben Gamaliel only in the case where the stick could also be used for other purposes and thus could be called an independent vessel? Then how can it be said that Johanan holds with Simeon ben Gamaliel, for the latter does not require the stick to be an independent vessel, as we have learned above in the matter of the branches, see page 273, where Simeon ben Gamaliel declares, that they need not be tied together. Johanan is in accordance with him only in the matter of the stick being prepared for its particular purpose without being fastened to the door, but disagrees with him as regards an independent vessel. Said Jose, what does this apply to? To lids of vessels fastened in the ground, but lids of vessels in general may be removed at all events. Gemara, Said our Jehuda bar Sheila in the name of our Ashi, quoting our Johanan, the lids of utensils may be handled only if they can be made use of for other purposes as independent vessels. Saith the Gemara, all agree, that covers of utensils, fixtures, fixed in the ground must be handled only if they have handles attached, and lids of other utensils not fixed in the ground may be handled even if they have no handles, but the point of the divergent opinions is as regards the covers of ovens, the one side contending that ovens must be regarded as fixtures in the ground and the other side contending that they are ordinary utensils. 18. Regulations regarding the clearing off of required space, the assistance to be given cattle when giving birth to their young and to women about to be confined. Mishnah, one may even clear off 4 or 5 chests of straw or grain, in order to provide room for guests, and to remove obstacles to instruction, but one must not clear out a whole barn. Further, one may clear off, heave offerings, grain, of which it is not certain that the tithes have been set apart, first tithes of which the heave offering has been taken off, second tithes and consecrated things which have been redeemed, and dried broad beans, which serve the poor, others say, the goats, for food. But one must not clear off mixed grain, of which tithes have not yet been separated, nor first tithes, of which the heave offering had not yet been taken off, nor second tithes nor consecrated things which had not yet been redeemed, nor arum, wake robin, nor mustard. Art Simeon ben Gamaliel permits arum, wake robin, to be cleared off, because it serves the house, raven for food. Bundles of straw, bundles of stalks, and bundles of reeds may be handled, provided they are designed for cattle fodder, otherwise they must not be handled. Haya. It once happened that Rabbi went out on a Sabbath to a certain place, and saw that the place assigned to him for lecturing was too small, so he went out into the field, and found the whole field full of sheaves. He cleared off the field, and provided sufficient room. Thence we see that he did so in proportion to the number of his guests, but this narration decides only one part of the schoolman's question, viz. the one relating to the number of sheaves to be cleared off, but not the one relating to whether one man may clear off sufficient for all, or every man for himself. Come and hear, Rabbi cleared off the field, etc., that is, one man for all. And what think you, that Rabbi did this himself? He certainly must have ordered this to be done, so it is not known whether one man did it, or each man for himself. For guests, etc. Art Johanan said, the reward for hospitality is equal to that for visiting the house of learning, for the Mishnah saith for guests and for obstacles to instruction, thus putting the two causes on a par. Said Art Dimi, hospitality is even a greater virtue, for it is given the precedence over instruction. Art Jehuda said in the name of Rab, hospitality is even a greater merit than receiving the Shekinah, as it is written, Genesis 18. 3, and he said, My Lord, if now I have found favor in thy eyes, pass not away, etc., showing that Abraham let the Lord wait while he went to receive his guests. Said Eleazar, come and see how the custom of the Holy One, blessed be he, is unlike that of human beings. An insignificant man cannot say to a great man, stay here until I come back again, whereas to the Holy One, blessed be he, Abraham said as mentioned above. Said Jehuda bar Sheila in the name of Ashi, quoting Johanan, there are 6 things, the interest on which a man consumes on earth, while the principle is given him in the world to come. They are, hospitality, visiting the sick, contemplation before prayer, attending the house of learning, educating children in the law, and charity in judging others. Is this so? Have we not learned in a Mishnah, these are the things the interest of which a man consumes on earth and the principle of which is given him in the world to come? Honoring father and mother, doing favors to neighbors, peacemaking among men, and, above all, the study of the law. Now, if the Mishnah says, these are the things, it means no others. Nay, the 6 things previously mentioned are included in those subsequently enumerated, hospitality and visiting the sick are included in doing favors to neighbors, contemplation before prayer is a favor to oneself, as it is written, Proverbs 11. 17, the man of kindness doth good to his own soul, attending the house of learning and educating children in the law is included in the study of the law, charity in judging others is included in peacemaking among men, and Johanan does not dispute the Mishnah, but merely expounds it. The rabbis taught, one who exercises charity in judging others is charitably dealt with when judged above. It once happened that a man came from Upper Galilee and hired out to a master in southern Palestine for 3 years. On the last eve of the Day of Atonement, when his term was up, he asked his master for his wages, so that he could return to his wife and children. The master replied that he had no money. Said the man, "Then give me my money's worth in grain." And the master answered, "I have it not." Said the man again, "Give me my money's worth in land," and again the master replied, "I have it not." "Then give me my money's worth in cattle." "I have it not," was the reply. "I will take my money's worth in bolsters or bedclothes," pleaded the man, but the answer was still the same. The poor man shouldered his bundle and sorrowfully went away. After the holidays the master took the hired man's wages and, besides, 3 asses, one laden with victuals, the second with beverages, and the third with spices, and went to his hired man's house in Galilee. After having partaken of a meal together, the master paid him his wages, and asked him, "When I told thee that I had not the money to pay thee thy wages, what didst thou suspect me of?" The man answered, "I thought that perhaps thou hadst come across a bargain and hadst paid out all thy ready money. And when thou askest me for cattle and I refused thee, what didst thou think then? I thought that thou hadst hired out thy cattle on some other farm, and thou couldst not give me any at the time. And when thou askest me for grain and I refused, I thought perhaps thou hadst not yet paid thy tithes and hence thou couldst not give me any. And when I refused thee land, I thought perhaps thou hadst rented it out. And when I refused thee bedclothes, then I thought that thou hadst devoted all thy possessions in honor of the Lord. I swear to thee, then, that such was really the case. I had made a vow to give away all my possessions for charitable purposes, because my son Hyrcanus did not want to study the law. Afterwards, when I came to my comrades in the south they released me from my vow, and as thou didst judge me in kindness, so may God judge thee in kindness." The rabbis taught, a pious man once ransomed a Jewish maiden from captivity. When they came to a lodging place at night, he laid her down at his feet. On the morrow he bathed, and then went out to teach his disciples. During the lesson, he asked his disciples, "When I laid the damsel down at my feet last night, what did you suspect me of?" And they answered, "Perhaps there may be one among us who has not yet been tried and thou couldst not trust him, so thou laidst her near thee. And when I went in the morning and bathed, what did you suspect? Perhaps, on account of the hardships on the way, thy seed of copulation ran out from thee and thou wert compelled to bathe." "By the Lord," said the master, "so it was, and as ye have judged me in kindness, so may the Lord judge you in kindness." The rabbis taught, it happened that the sages had business with a Roman matron to whom all the great men of Rome came for advice, and they could not decide who should go to her. Finally Jehoshua volunteered to go, and so he and his disciples went to her. For else from the door of her house, Jehoshua removed his phylacteries and went in, locking the door behind him. When he came back he bathed, and then went back and taught his disciples. During the lesson he asked, "When I removed my phylacteries, what did ye suspect?" And they answered, "The phylacteries are holy, and thou didst not wish to bring them into a profane place. And when I locked the door behind me, what did ye suspect? We thought perhaps thou hadst a secret political affair to transact and didst not wish us to enter. And when I came out and bathed, what did you suspect?" And they replied, "We thought perhaps some of the matron's spittle had accidentally dropped on thy garments and thou hadst to bathe." "By the Lord," said Jehoshua, "so it happened, and as ye judged me in kindness, so may the Lord also judge you in kindness. Further, one may clear off heave offerings, etc. Is this not self-evident? It might be assumed that the heave offerings being in possession of a plebeian who is not allowed to partake of them, they must not be handled, but the Mishnah comes to teach us, that because a priest is allowed to eat them, they may be handled by everybody. 160. And dried broad beans. The rabbis taught, hatsav, a certain plant the roots of which grow deep into the ground but do not spread, may be handled on the Sabbath, because it is food for deer. Mustard may be handled, because it is food for doves. Simeon ben Gamaliel said that pieces of glass may be handled, because ostriches eat them. Said Nathan, in this case twigs may be handled, because they serve elephants for food. What did Simeon answer Nathan? Ostriches are more frequently owned by men than elephants. Said Maimar, Simeon ben Gamaliel means to say, that only one who possesses ostriches may handle pieces of glass. Said Ashi to Maimar, if this is so, what did Nathan question? If one possesses elephants, he may surely handle twigs. So Nathan means to say, that because twigs serve as food for elephants, anybody may handle them, and the same applies to pieces of glass, because they serve ostriches for food, everybody may handle them, on the Sabbath. Bundles of straw, etc. The rabbis taught, bundles of straw, bundles of stalks, and bundles of reeds may be handled, provided they are designed for cattle fodder, otherwise, they must not be handled. Simeon ben Gamaliel said, if the bundles can be lifted with one hand they may be handled, but if not they must not be handled. Bundles of sacharia, abrodanum, and thyme, if prepared for fuel, must not be used on Sabbath, but if prepared for cattle food may be used. Grain from an ear, of wheat, etc., may be taken by hand only, but not with a vessel. One may even take a few grains from growing ears with his fingers, and eat them, but must not take them with a vessel, so saith Jehuda, but the sages say, that one may do this with his fingers, but not with both hands, as usually done on weekdays. The same ordinance holds good for any other spices. It was taught, salt meat may be handled on Sabbath, but fresh meat must not be handled, according to Hista, but Huna permits this. The rabbis taught, salt fish may be handled, but not stale unsalted fish, and meat may be handled, be it fresh or salt. The rabbis taught, bones may be handled, because dogs eat them, putrid meat may be handled, because beasts of prey eat it. Uncovered water 161 may be handled, because cats drink it. Simeon ben Gamaliel, however, said, that all these things should not be kept in the house even on weekdays, because they are dangerous. Mishnah, one may set a basket on end for chickens, in order that they may climb up or down upon it. A runaway hen may be chased until she goes back again. One may lead about calves or young asses to exercise them. A woman may lead her son about to give him exercise. Jehuda says, when may she do this? If the child lifts one foot and sets down the other, but if it trails, its leg, behind, she must not. Gemara, said Jehuda in the name of Rab, if a cow fall into a lake, it is allowed to throw into the lake bolsters, bundles, vessels, etc. in order to give the cow a foothold and enable her to get out. An objection was made, we have learned in a Beretha, if a cow fall into a lake, food may be brought to her in order that she may not starve to death. So it refers only to food, but nothing is said in reference to bolsters, etc. This presents no difficulty. Where food can be brought it may be done, but when the cow cannot be reached, bolsters, etc., may be brought. But a vessel that is prepared for other purposes is thereby destroyed. That is simply a rabbinical ordinance, but pity for creatures is a Mosaic law and has precedence. A runaway hen may be chased, etc. The hen may be chased, but not led. This is a similar teaching to that of another Beretha, wherein we have learned, that all animals and birds may be led about in private ground with the exception of a hen. Why not a hen? Said Abaye, because a hen, when led, will not walk, but will jump and fly, and the man leading her will be forced to carry her. Mishnah, on a feast day one must not deliver cattle, about to give birth, of their young, but may be of assistance to them in any other manner. One may give a woman, about to give birth to a child, all assistance possible, even call a midwife from a distance. One may violate the Sabbath on her account and tie the navel string. One may give a woman, about to give birth to a child, all assistance possible. Let us see. The Mishnah says, that one may call a midwife even from a distance, and then, that one may violate the Sabbath on her account. What is the object in particularizing what may be done? The Mishnah means to tell us, what the rabbis taught, viz. If a woman lying in is in need of a light, another woman may light a candle for her, and if she needs oil, the waitress may bring her oil through public ground in her hands. Should that not be sufficient, she may bring it in her hair, and if that does not suffice, she may bring it in a vessel. The master said, if a woman lying in is in need of a candle, another woman may light it for her. Is this not self-evident? He means to tell us, that even if the woman lying in be blind, and one might say, that being blind she needs no candle, hence it should not be lit, the candle should her at all events, for she may need a thing that others could not see without a light, while, by aid of the light, they would find it and hand it to her. Further, it says, that a woman may bring her oil in her hair. This would be worse still, for the hair would have to be wrung, and that would make the woman, who brought the oil, guilty of wringing, on Sabbath. Rabbah and Joseph both said, that wringing hair does not constitute wringing within the meaning of the law. Ashi said, even if wringing the hair would constitute wringing within the meaning of the law, the woman should bring the oil in a vessel which should be placed on the head, for any work which must of a necessity be performed on a Sabbath, should be performed in as far different a manner from that done on a weekday as possible. Jehudah said in the name of Samuel, as long as the womb of a woman lying in is still open, whether she says she must have it done or not, the Sabbath may be violated for her. As soon, however, as the womb is closed, the Sabbath may be violated only if she says she must have it done, otherwise, it must not be violated, so taught Mar Zutra. Ashi, however, taught in the name of the preceding authority, that as soon as the womb is closed, even if the woman says she must have it done, the Sabbath must not be violated on her account. Said Ravina to Marimer, Mar Zutra is more lenient in his teaching, and Ashi the stricter, according to whom does the halakha prevail? Answered Marimer, the halakha according to Mar Zutra prevails, for it is the general rule, that wherever human lives are concerned, the more lenient teaching is always accepted as final. At what time is the womb considered to be open? Abayi said, from the time the woman commences to give birth. Huna the son of Jehoshua said, from the time blood commences to flow, and others say, from the time that she becomes helpless and her attendants lay her on the bed. How long is the womb considered to be open? Abayi said, for 3 days after birth, and Rabbah in the name of Jehudah said, for 7 days, and others say for 30 days. The scholars of Nehardai divide the time of a woman lying in into 3 periods of 3, 7, and 30 days each. During the first period, whether the woman says she must have it done or whether she says it need not be done, the Sabbath may be violated for her. During the second period, if she says it must be done, the Sabbath may be violated, but if she says it need not be done, it must not be violated, and during the third period, even if she says she must have it done, the Sabbath must not be violated by Israelites, but it may be done by Gentiles. This is according to Tula the son of Eli, who says, that everything which must be done for a sick person on the Sabbath should be done by Gentiles, and also according to Hamnuna, who said, that all things which are to be done for a person who is not dangerously ill, should be ordered done by a Gentile. As it happened with the daughter of Hista, the wife of Rabbah, who took a bath in her husband's absence, before the 30 days were up, and caught cold, and friends were compelled to bring her, still lying in bed, to Rabbah in Pumbeditha. Said Jehudah in the name of Samuel, a woman lying in should be given 30 days. For what law should she be given 30 days? The men of Nehardai said, for bathing, that is, she should not bathe for 30 days, in order that she may not catch cold. Said Rabbah, this rule applies to women whose husbands are not at home, for when the husband is at home, he can take care of his wife and prevent any bad consequences. Jehudah in the name of Samuel said again, one may kindle a fire for a woman lying in, on the Sabbath, and not only for a woman lying in, but also for a sick person, not only in the winter but also in the summertime, as Hiah bar Abhin said in the name of Samuel, that one, who was bled and caught cold, may have a fire made for him on Sabbath not only in the winter, but also in the summertime. Samuel once was bled and caught cold, so a chair made of ʻtæl-mʊd was chopped up and a fire made for him, on Sabbath. The same thing happened to Jehudah, so a table of cedar wood was chopped up and a fire made for him. Rabbah had the same experience, and a stool was used to make a fire, and when told by Abai that he was guilty of destroying a useful article, said, "My personal welfare is dearer to me than the article." Said Jehudah, in the name of Rab, a man should sell even the roof of his house and buy shoes for himself if in need of them, but if he had recently been bled and feels hungry, he should sell even these shoes and buy food with the proceeds. What kind of food should he purchase? Rab said meat, and Samuel, wine. Rab said meat, as being a substitute for flesh lost through bleeding, and Samuel said, red, wine, as a substitute for red blood. When Samuel had himself bled, a dish made of milk was prepared for him, and Johanan would drink wine until it could be smelt through his ears. Naaman would drink wine until his spleen would float in wine. Joseph would drink wine until his veins would swell so that the lancet would be forced out, and Rabbah would drink only wine that was 3 years old. Said Naaman bar Itzhak to his disciples, "I beg of you, that on the day on which you have yourselves bled, you should go home and say that Naaman will come to visit you. In consequence a good meal and wine will be prepared, and you can partake of it." Deceit is not permitted under any circumstances, but those mentioned as follows: one who is bled, and has not the money to buy wine, should take a mutilated zuz and go to 7 wine dealers. When asking for wine he will be given some to taste, and when offering his money, it will be rejected. He will then proceed to another dealer, and keep on until he will have drunk a quarter of a lug. One who cannot even do this, should eat at least 7 black dates and should put oil on his temples, then lie down in the sun and go to sleep. Ablat, a Persian official, found Samuel sleeping in the sun and said to him, "Thou leader of Jews, can a good thing emanate from a bad one?" Samuel answered, "This is my bleeding day." In reality this was not so, but there are days when sleeping in the sun is healthful, for instance, on the day when the Tammuz, July, equinox falls, but Samuel, who was a physician, would not tell this to Ablat. Rab and Samuel both said, "The man who eats a light meal on the day when he is bled, has light earnings decreed for him in heaven for the following year, because if he himself has no pity for his own body, he is not worthy of being pitied by the heavenly host." The same 2 authorities also said, that one who was bled should not sit where the wind blows, for it may be that the surgeon who bled him allowed too much blood to escape, and the wind might force still more blood from him, and thus become dangerous. Samuel was always bled in a house the walls of which were of 7 bricks thickness, and at one time it happened that he felt weak. He looked up, and noticed that a brick was missing from the wall. Rab and Samuel also said, that a man who was bled should not go out into the street without having partaken of something. If he does and meets a corpse, his face turns yellow, and if he should happen to meet a murderer he will die himself, and if he meets a pig he will become scabby. They also said, that after bleeding a man should not rise immediately, but should rest a while and then get up, for the Master said, that 5 things are more conducive to death than to life. They are, eating and arising immediately, drinking and arising, sleeping and arising, being bled and arising, and having sexual intercourse and arising immediately afterwards. Samuel said, a young man should be bled every 30 days until he is 40 years of age. From 40 to 60, he should be bled every 2 months, and after 60 he should be bled every 3 or 4 months. Samuel said again, the 4th day of the week, if falling on the 4th, 14th, or 24th day of the month, or if it is a Wednesday after which there are less than 4 days to the end of the month, is a dangerous day for bleeding. Bleeding on the 1st and 2nd of every month produces weakness, and on the 3rd day it is dangerous. Bleeding on the eve of any biblical festival produces weakness, and on the eve of Pentecost it is dangerous, in consequence of which the rabbis instituted the precautionary measure, that no man should be bled on the eve of a festival, for fear that he might have it done on the eve of Pentecost. Again Samuel said, one who had eaten heartily of wheaten food is not wholly benefited by being bled, but is simply cased for the time being. This means to say, then, that one who has a heavy feeling can ease himself temporarily by being bled after a meal, but is not permanently benefited thereby. After being bled one may drink immediately, but should not eat until the time in which he could walk half a mile had elapsed. On a day when nothing profitable had been performed, Rab used to proclaim the following simile: if one bled 100 persons, he earned a zuz for each. If he cut the hair of 100 persons, he earned a zuz for each, but if he trimmed the mustaches of 100 men, he labored in vain. 162. There was no charge made for trimming mustaches when done in conjunction with hair cutting or bleeding. Said R. Joseph, we learned at the college of R. Huna, that a day on which the disciples did not study was called a mustache day, and I did not understand the meaning of the term, but now I can see the significance of the expression, for it means to say that the day was lost. And tie the navel string. The rabbis taught, one may tie the navel string, and R. Jose said, one may cut it also on the Sabbath and deposit the afterbirth, which is supposed to be a remedy to keep the child warm. R. Simeon ben Gamaliel said, daughters of kings would deposit the afterbirth in a bowl of oil and rich men's daughters would deposit it in carded wool. Poor people would deposit it in feathers. Said R. Naaman in the name of Rabba bar Abuha, quoting Rab, the halakha according to R. Jose prevails. R. Naaman said again, quoting the same authorities, the rabbis agree with R. Jose, that when two children were born, both attached to one navel string, the latter may be cut, because otherwise it would be dangerous. He also said again, in the name of the same authorities, all that is contained in the sermon of Ezekiel may be done for a woman lying in on Sabbath, as it is written, Ezekiel 16. 4. And as for thy birth, on the day thou wast born thy navel was not cut, nor wast thou washed in water to be cleansed, and thou wast not rubbed with salt, nor wrapped in swaddling clothes. And as for thy birth, from this we may infer, that one may assist in the birth of a child on Sabbath. Thy navel was not cut, from this we infer, that the navel may be cut on Sabbath. Nor wast thou washed in water to be cleansed. This teaches us that the child may be washed on Sabbath. Thou wast not rubbed with salt. From this we know, that a child may be rubbed with salt on Sabbath. Nor wrapped in swaddling clothes. This teaches us, that we may wrap a child in clothes on the Sabbath. 19. Regulations ordained by R. Eliezer concerning circumcision on the Sabbath. Mishnah, R. Eliezer saith, if the knife used for circumcision was not brought on the day preceding the Sabbath, one is to bring it publicly on the Sabbath, in times of danger, during persecutions, one may conceal it, about the person, before witnesses. Further, R. Eliezer saith, one may even cut wood to be burnt into charcoal, in order to forge an iron instrument, knife for circumcision. The following rule was laid down by R. Akiba, all work, necessary in aid of circumcision, which could have been performed on the day before, Sabbath, does not supersede, the observance of, the Sabbath, but such work as could not have been performed on the day before, does supersede, the observance of, the Sabbath. Gemara, a question was propounded by the schoolmen, what does R. Eliezer mean by saying, one is to bring it publicly on the Sabbath? Does she mean to say, that the man thereby demonstrates how dear a commandment, of the Lord, is to him, that he is ready to violate the Sabbath for its sake, or is it rather, because the man would be suspected of carrying a prohibited thing oil the Sabbath, if he did so surreptitiously? What difference does it make what R. Eliezer meant? The difference is this, if the man does it in order to allay suspicion, it would be sufficient to have two witnesses see him conceal the knife about his person and then carry it even in times of peace, but if the man does it in order to demonstrate his love of God's commandments, he must carry it publicly even if he have two witnesses. What is the conclusion? It was taught that R. Levi said, R. Eliezer meant only for the man to demonstrate his veneration of God's commandments. This is supported by a Beretha, which plainly states, that a man should carry it publicly, and not have it concealed, such are the words of R. Eliezer. Said R. Ashi, all this is unnecessary. Our Mishnah plainly teaches us the same, for it says, that only in times of danger the knife should be concealed, and it is easily understood that only in times of danger is this to be done, but not under ordinary circumstances, and for what purpose? Only to show that a commandment should be venerated. It follows, therefrom, that the argument is accepted. We have learned in another Beretha, one is to bring it publicly, and not have it concealed, such are the words of R. Eliezer, and R. Jehuda said in the name of R. Eliezer, that in times of danger the custom was to conceal it about the person before two witnesses. Further, saith R. Eliezer, etc. The rabbis taught, in the place where Eliezer resided, wood was cut and burnt into charcoal, in order to forge an instrument, knife for circumcision, on Sabbath. In the place where Jose of Galilee lived, fowls were eaten with milk. Itzhak said, there was a city in Palestine where Eliezer's teaching was carried out, and there were no premature deaths in that city, and not only this, but at one time when the government prohibited circumcision in the entire land, that city was not included in the decree. We have learned in a Beretha, Simeon ben Gamaliel said, every commandment of the Lord which was received by the children of Israel with joy, for instance circumcision, concerning which it is written, Psalms 6. 162, I am rejoiced over thy promise, 163 as one that findeth great spoil, is even now observed with joy, but every commandment which was received with protest, for instance the law of incestuous marriages, concerning which it is written, Numbers 11. 10, and Moses heard the people weep according to their families, meaning the case, of intermarriage, among the families, is even now observed reluctantly, for there are no marriages celebrated without some discord among the families. We have learned, that Simeon ben Eleazar said, every commandment for the observance of which the Israelites were ready to lay down their lives, as for that prohibiting idolatry and commanding circumcision, is observed punctually even to this day, but such commandments as they would not sacrifice themselves for are even now lightly regarded, as is the case with the commandment concerning tefillin. As Yanai said, tefillin require a clean body, such as Elisha the man of doves possessed. What is meant by a clean body? Abai said, a body that emits no odor when clothed with tefillin, and Rabbah said, a body that will never become drowsy while wearing tefillin. Why was Elisha called the man of wings? It once happened that the government promulgated a decree by which all Israelites who would use tefillin, phylacteries, were to be decapitated. This Elisha donned his phylacteries and went out into the market. He was seen by a Kasder, quester, and the latter pursued him. Seeing that he could not escape, Elisha took the phylacteries from his head and carried them in his hand. When questioned by the quester what he carried in his hand, he replied, wings of doves. When opening his hand, he really found dove's wings, 164 and was therefore called the man of wings ever afterwards. Aba the son of Ada said in the name of Itzhak, it once happened, that having forgotten to bring the knife for circumcision on the day before Sabbath, a man brought it on Sabbath, by way of the roof and private ground, against the will of Eliezer. Joseph opposed this. How canst thou say, that this occurred against the will of Eliezer? It was Eliezer himself who permitted bringing the knife on Sabbath. Thou wouldst infer, then, that bringing the knife by way of private ground, and not publicly, was against his will, because he insists that the knife should be brought publicly through public ground only. In accordance with whose will was it done? If thou wilt say, it was done in accordance with the decree of the rabbis, who prohibit bringing the knife through public ground, and permit it through private ground and roofs, did the rabbis indeed permit this? Have we not learned in a Beretha, that in the same measure as it is not allowed to bring the knife through public ground, it must also not be brought through roofs and private ground? Therefore Ashi supplemented the statement of Aba by adding, that the knife was brought against the will of Eliezer and his opponents, but in accordance with the decree of Simeon, who permits the carrying of everything through private ground and roofs, even if they were not combined by an erub, in tractates. Zerah once found Ashi sitting and saying, Simeon ben Lachish said in the name of Jehudah Hanassi as follows, it once happened that they forgot to bring a knife for circumcision on the eve of Sabbath, so they brought it on Sabbath. This angered the sages very much, for the reason, that the decree of the former sages had been set aside and that they had acted according to the decree of Eliezer. Firstly, because Eliezer was an adherent of the school of Shammai, and secondly, because where one man is opposed to a number the majority should prevail, and the majority was against Eliezer, and Boja answered the sages, who were angered, that the case was not as it appeared to them. For, said he, I asked Jehudah the circumciser, and he told me, that the knife was brought through an alley which was not combined by an erub, from one end to the other, but not through public ground. Zerah then said to Ashi, does the master hold, that things may be removed in an alley which was not combined by an erub? Ashi answered, that they might. Said Zerah again, did I not ask thee once before and thou gavest me another answer? Was it because thou wast engaged in other matters and this halakha escaped thee? And the answer was, such was the case. Bar Aba said in the name of Johanan, the rule laid down by Eliezer, that for everything pertaining to circumcision the Sabbath may be violated, does not apply also to other duties of the day which should happen to fall on the Sabbath, because, where the preparations necessary for the bringing of the 2 loaves on Pentecost are concerned, Eliezer permitted them to be made on Sabbath merely through deduction by analogy, although this was also a duty of the day based on a biblical ordinance. Which other duties of the day does Johanan intend to accept from this rule? We know, that in preparing the booth, the palm branch, and all their accessories, for the Feast of Booths, the Sabbath may be violated. The same is the case with lulab, with matzah, and with shofar, as it is stated in other barathas. Such is the dictum of Eliezer. Said Ada bar Ahaba, Johanan intended to accept tzitzith, show threads, for a garment and a mezuzah, doorpost inscription, for a house, although both of these are duties of the day, for if a man wear a garment he must have tzitzith, and if he enter a house he must have a mezuzah. This we have also learned in a baratha. They all agree, even Eliezer, that if one made a showthread for his garment, or a mezuzah for his door, on the Sabbath, he is liable for a sin offering. Why so? Said Joseph, because no specified time is set for the accomplishment of these duties. Said Abai to him, on the contrary, just because no specified time was set for the accomplishment of that duty, every moment is the time for performing it, so, if he have the garment on Sabbath, or enter the house on that day, he should perform those duties, and hence it must be considered a duty of the day. Therefore said Naaman in the name of Itzhak, and according to others Hunah the son of Jehoshua, the reason is, because one is enabled to abandon these things for the time being, and hence the duty does not devolve upon him for that day. From what we have learned above, we see, that for the circumcision itself and all its necessary accessories the Sabbath may be violated, according to the dictum of Eliezer. Whence does he deduce this? This is the reasoning of Eliezer. It is written, Leviticus 12:3, and on the 8th day shall the flesh of his foreskin be circumcised. The 9th, would do. Hence Johanan's explanation is the most acceptable, and we have learned in a baratha in support of Johanan's explanation, and not of that of Aha bar Jacob, as follows, on the 8th day shall he be circumcised, even though it be Sabbath. How, then, is it possible to keep the commandment in Exodus 31:14? And ye shall keep the Sabbath, for it is holy unto you, every one that defileth it shall surely be put to death. This refers to other labor, but not to that of circumcision. How, then, do we know that circumcision is not included in the prohibited labor, and that the 8th day does not refer to all other days except Sabbath? To this end it reads, the 8th day, and day means, even on Sabbath. The rabbis taught, although it is written, Deuteronomy 24:8, take heed in the plague of leprosy, which signifies, that the leprous spot must not be cut, but if the white spot, the symptom of leprosy, show itself on the member to be circumcised, it may be cut off, whether the member be circumcised at the prescribed time or afterwards. A biblical festival must not be violated on account of circumcision, unless it happen to be the 8th day, precisely the prescribed time. Whence do we adduce these 2 ordinances? From the teaching of the rabbis, as follows. The first one is based on the verse, Leviticus 12:3, and on the 8th day shall the flesh of his foreskin be circumcised. The order is imperative, regardless of whether the member be leprous or not. Whence do we know this? Perhaps it means to say, that only the healthy flesh of the foreskin be circumcised. Nay, it could say merely the foreskin, but it says expressly the flesh of the foreskin, meaning that even if the flesh be leprous it should also be circumcised. What need is there of a special verse for this purpose? During circumcision no intention to cut leprous flesh exists, hence, if it be done, it is done unintentionally, and an unintentional act does not involve culpability. Said Abai, The verse is used here to counteract the opinion of our Jehuda, who holds that an act committed unintentionally also involves culpability. Rabbah said, the verse must be used, even if the opinion of our Simeon be adhered to, who holds that an act committed unintentionally does not involve culpability. For in this case it is different. The act committed here is like the one where a man would behead another and still claim no intention to kill him, and when circumcising the flesh of the foreskin, if there be a leprous sore, one cannot help but cut it. This, even our Simeon admits, would involve culpability, were it not for that exonerating verse. Does Rabbah alone hold thus? Have we not learned elsewhere that Abai and Rabbah both agree, that our Simeon declares even an unintentional act, which is, however, like the case of one beheading another without the intention to kill him, to be prohibited? After Abai had heard Rabbah's explanation, he accepted it. The second ordinance mentioned is, according to Rabbah, based upon the verse, Exodus 12:16, no manner of work shall be done on them, save what is eaten by every man, that only may be prepared by you. That stands for circumcision only in its prescribed time, but not for the preparation for it, and only stands as a prohibition not to perform the rite unless it be the prescribed time. Our Ashi, however, said, no special verse is needed for this, for a festival is referred to, in Leviticus 23:32, as, a Sabbath of rest shall it be unto you. Hence it is a positive commandment, and the verse stated, immediately before this, is a negative commandment. Thus a festival is covered by both a positive and negative commandment, while circumcision is covered by a positive commandment only, and one positive commandment cannot supersede a joint positive and negative commandment. A rule was laid down by our Akiba. Said our Jehuda in the name of Rab, the halakha according to our Akiba prevails. We have learned also in the matter of Passover sacrifices to the same effect, that every act of labor that can be performed on the day before Sabbath must not supersede the due observance of Sabbath, but the killing of the sacrifice, which cannot be done on the day before Sabbath, does supersede the due observance of Sabbath, and our Jehuda declared also, in the name of Rab, that the halakha according to our Akiba prevails. It is necessary that he should so instruct us at both times, because, if he instructed only as concerns circumcision, we might assume that where sacrifices for the Passover are concerned, the preparations which could have been made on the day before Sabbath, but were not, would supersede the due observance of the Sabbath, because failure to bring that sacrifice would involve the punishment of kereth, being cut off, while failure in circumcision would not involve kereth, if not performed at the right time, and, on the other hand, had he instructed us only as concerns sacrifices for the Passover, we might assume that the Sabbath could be violated if the acts necessary for circumcision which could have been performed on the day before, were not, for the reason, that the covenant regarding circumcision is mentioned 13 times in the Torah, and is in consequence regarded as a 13-fold commandment, which must under all circumstances be observed. Hence the necessity for the twofold instruction. Mishnah: one may perform everything necessary for circumcision on the Sabbath, as circumcising, tearing open, sucking out the blood, applying a plaster or caraway seed. If the latter had not been ground before the Sabbath, one may masticate it with the teeth and then apply it. If one had not mixed wine with oil before the Sabbath, he may apply each separately. One must not prepare an actual bandage, on the Sabbath, but may apply an old piece of linen, and if such had not been prepared before the Sabbath, the circumciser may bring it with him tied around his finger and even from another yard. Gemara: let us see, the Mishnah enumerates all the acts necessary for the performance of the rite of circumcision. Why, then, does it commence by saying, everything necessary, for circumcision, and then proceed to detail, everything? What act is there that has not been enumerated? The Mishnah means to include what was taught us by the rabbis, as follows: the circumciser, while engaged in finishing the circumcision, if noticing that excrescences still remain on the gland, whether they are of a nature which make the circumcision invalid or such as do not make it invalid, may remove them. But if he had already finished, and put up his instruments, if excrescences which make the circumcision invalid remain, he may remove them, but if they do not make the circumcision invalid, he must not remove them. Hence by stating everything that is necessary, etc., the Mishnah means to include that it is permitted even to remove excrescences which do not make the circumcision invalid, provided the operator had not already finished and put up his instruments. Who is the Tana who holds, that if the circumciser had already finished he must not return and remove the excrescences? Said Rabba bar Hannah in the name of our Johanan, it was our Ishmael the son of our Johanan ben Baroka, as we have learned in a Beratha, if the 14th of Nisan fall on a Sabbath, the animal used for the Passover sacrifice may be skinned only as far as the breast, so saith our Ishmael the son of our Johanan ben Baroka, but the sages say, that the whole animal may be skinned. Now, we see that our Ishmael holds, that after the work had been completed as far as was necessary no more may be done, hence he is the one who says, that the circumciser must not return to remove the excrescences. This is not conclusive evidence. It may be that our Ishmael in the case of the sacrifice holds, that because it is not necessary that the commandment be beautified. 165 But in the case of circumcision, where the beautifying of the commandment is necessary, as is taught in Tract Saka, we might say, that our Ishmael is of a different opinion, therefore the sages of Nehardai say, that the Tanas who hold, that after having finished the circumcision the operator must not commence anew, are in reality the rabbis who differ with our Hosea in Tract Menikoth concerning the law of the showbreads. 166 The rabbis taught, if excrescences remain on the gland after circumcision, and are such as make the circumcision invalid, they must be removed, and failure to do so involves the punishment of Kereth. Who becomes liable to be punished by Kereth? Said our Kahana, the circumciser. If he performed the circumcision on Sabbath and did not finish it, he simply made a wound and did not perform a commandment, hence he becomes amenable to Kereth. Our Papa opposed this. The circumciser might say, I have performed one half of a commandment, come ye and complete the other half. Why should I be punished by Kereth? Therefore if the circumcision was performed on an adult who, excrescences which make it invalid having remained, will not permit them to be removed, he becomes amenable to Kereth. This was opposed by our Ashi. As for an adult, what news does that impart to us? It is expressly stated, Genesis 17:14, and any uncircumcised male, who circumciseth not the flesh of his foreskin, that soul shall be cut off from his people. Therefore he says nay, it really refers to the circumciser, and only then if he came late on Sabbath, near twilight, and was told that it would be impossible to finish the operation before night, but persisted in performing it. If in consequence he left excrescences which make the circumcision invalid, he simply made a wound without performing a commandment, and thus he becomes amenable to Kereth. Sucking out the blood. Arth Papa said, the circumciser who does not suck out the wound places the child in danger, and should be discharged from office. Is this not self-evident? It certainly must be dangerous not to do this, or the Sabbath would not be violated in order to perform that duty. We might assume, that the blood having already come to the surface it would run out of itself, and hence by sucking it out the Sabbath is not violated, hence we are given to understand that this is not so, the blood is moved only by the suction, and the Sabbath is violated, but failure to do this would involve danger for the child and hence it is permitted, and is regarded the same as applying a plaster or caraway seeds, mentioned further on in the Mishnah, the omission of which would also involve danger to the child. Applying a plaster or caraway seeds. Abai said, my mother told me, that the most effective plaster for all ills is made of 7 different kinds of fat and 1 kind of wax, and Rabba said, the best plaster for all ills is one made of wax and resin. Rabba stated this publicly in a lecture in the city of Mahutsa, and 2 brothers the sons of Minyumi, who were physicians, tore their clothes in anger, for they had known of it and made capital out of the secret, until Rabba came and revealed it. Said Rabba to them, I will tell you of something that I shall not proclaim publicly, and that is, Samuel said, that one who washes his face and does not dry it thoroughly, becomes afflicted with scabs, and the remedy for such is the fluid extract of mangold. If the latter, caraway seeds, had not been ground before the Sabbath, etc. The rabbis taught, in preparing for circumcision, such things as must not be done on Sabbath, may be done on a festival. One may grind the seeds and mix wine with oil. Asked Abai of Joseph, why may the caraway seeds be ground on a festival? Because they may be utilized for cooking, then why should it not be permitted to mix wine with oil on Sabbath? It may be utilized for a sick person who is not dangerously ill. As we have learned in a Baratha, wine and oil must not be mixed for a sick person on the Sabbath, but our Simeon ben Eleazar in the name of our mayor said, that it may be. Said our Simeon ben Eleazar, it once happened, that our mayor was sick with stomach trouble, and we wanted to mix wine with oil for him, on the Sabbath, but he would not permit us to do this. So we asked him whether he wished his own words to be made void during his lifetime, and he answered, Nay, it is allowed to mix wine with oil on Sabbath, but I cannot bring it over me to act contrary to the decree of my colleagues. Thus we see, that it is at all events allowed to mix wine with oil on the Sabbath. Why, then, does the Mishnah say, that if this was not done on the day before the Sabbath, each should be applied separately? The difference lies therein, that when giving it to a sick person, it is merely mixed, but when used for a balm, at circumcision, it must be thoroughly stirred and requires a good deal of labor. Let it be given, applied, just mixed. That is just what the Mishnah prescribes, each to be applied separately, i.e., it should not be stirred. Abayi said, My mother told me, that if a child appears red all over it is a sign that the circulation is imperfect, and hence circumcision should be postponed until the circulation is perfect. If a child has a greenish cast it is a sign that the blood is impoverished, and circumcision should then be postponed until the blood is richer. This we have also learned in a Baratha, as follows, and Nathan said, I once went to a city by the sea, and there met a woman whose first and second child both died in consequence of circumcision. The third child she brought to me, and I noticed that it was quite red. I told her to wait until the blood had settled and then circumcise it. She did so and then circumcised it, and the child lived. The child was then named after me, Nathan the Babylonian. At another time I came to the country of Cappadocia, and a woman came to me telling me that she had had 2 children circumcised, both of whom had died in consequence of circumcision. The third she brought to me, and I noticed that it had a greenish cast. I also noticed, that if it were circumcised no blood would flow, so I told her to wait until the circulation of the blood was in order. She did so, and the child was circumcised, and lived. She named it also after me, and called it Nathan the Babylonian. Mishnah, one may bathe the child both before the circumcision as well as after, on Sabbath, by sprinkling water over it with the hand, but not by pouring water over it from a vessel. Our Eliezer ben Azariah says, one may bathe a child on the 3rd day, after the circumcision, even if it fall on a Sabbath, for it is written, Genesis 34:25, and it came to pass on the 3rd day, when they were sore. On account of a doubtful child, a child about which there is a doubt whether it was born in the 8th month of its gestation, and is therefore not expected to live, or an hermaphrodite, the Sabbath, rest, must not be desecrated. Arkit Jehuda permits this in the case of an hermaphrodite. Gemara, the Mishnah commences by saying, one may bathe the child, and then goes on to say that it may only be sprinkled by hand. That is not bathing. Said Rabbah, the Mishnah means to state, that a child may be bathed as usual on the day of circumcision, either before or after the performance of the rite, but on the 3rd day after circumcision, if that day should be a Sabbath, one may only sprinkle the child by hand, and not bathe it in a vessel. Our Elazar ben Azariah, however, said, that even if the 3rd day fall on a Sabbath the child may be bathed as usual, as it is written, Gen 34:15, and it came to pass on the 3rd day, when they were sore. When our Dimi came from Palestine, he said in the name of our Elazar, that the halakha prevails according to our Elazar ben Azariah. In the West the question was discussed whether our Elazar ben Azariah meant that the whole body of the child might be bathed, or whether the part circumcised only might be bathed. Said one of the rabbis, whose name was our Jacob, it seems to me that the whole body is meant, because if the wound only was meant, wherein does the wound caused by circumcision differ from any other wound? Any wound may be bathed on the Sabbath in water and oil, according to Rabbah's opinion. This was opposed by our Joseph. Is it immaterial whether the water was warmed on the Sabbath or before the Sabbath? This was again opposed by our Dimi. whence dost thou know that the Mishnah refers to water that was warmed on Sabbath? Perhaps they, the sages and Eleazar, differ even as to water warmed before the Sabbath set in. Said Abai, I was prepared to answer this question myself, but Joseph preceded me and said, that of a necessity the water must have been warmed on Sabbath, because the precariousness of the child demanded it. We were also taught, that when Rabbin came from Palestine, he said in the name of the Bulha quoting Eleazar, and according to another version, in the name of Abulha quoting Johanan, that the halakha prevails according to Eleazar ben Azariah, whether it be with water that was warmed on the Sabbath or before the Sabbath, or whether the whole body or only the circumcised part is concerned, because it would be dangerous not to bathe the child on that day. It was said above in the name of Rab, that every wound may be bathed on the Sabbath with water or oil, but Samuel said that water may be poured to one side of the wound and it may run down into the wound. An objection was made, we have learned, that oil or water must not be put on a piece of cotton to place on a wound. This is prohibited on account of the necessity to wring the piece of cotton. We have been taught by a Baratha in accordance with Samuel's opinion, viz. Water must not be placed directly on the wound, but near it, that it may run down into the wound. The rabbis taught, dry cotton and dry sponge, but not dry papyrus or dry cloth, may be placed on a wound. This presents a contradiction. Is not dry cotton the same as dry cloth? This is no difficulty. By cloth is meant new cloth, which must not be used, whereas old cloth may be. Said Abai, from this we see, that pieces of cloth heal a wound. On account of a doubtful child or an hermaphrodite, etc. The rabbis taught, it is written, Leviticus 12:3, his foreskin, so, on account of a foreskin which must be circumcised, the Sabbath may be violated, but on account of one which is doubtful the Sabbath must not be desecrated. Such also is the case with the circumcision of the foreskin of a true male, but not with that of an hermaphrodite. Jehuda, however, says, that the Sabbath may be violated on account of an hermaphrodite, and if the latter is not circumcised he becomes amenable to Kereth. The Sabbath may also be violated on account of a child who was born at a certain time, but not on account of one who was born at twilight, and it is not known whether it was born on Sabbath or on the following day. It is not allowed to violate the Sabbath on account of a child who was born without a foreskin, because the school of Shammai, only, contends, that even if a child is born without a foreskin, some blood must be drawn in commemoration of the covenant. The school of Hillel, however, says, that is not necessary. Said Simeon ben Eleazar, the school of Hillel and the school of Shammai did not differ as to a child born without a foreskin, both agree that blood must be drawn from it, because the foreskin is not wholly missing, but is merely ingrown. They differ only as regards a proselyte who was born without a foreskin. When seeking conversion, the school of Shammai contends that blood of the covenant must be drawn from his gland, whereas the school of Hillel does not require this to be done. The master said, on account of a doubtful child, the Sabbath must not be desecrated. What does he mean by doubtful? He means to say, what we learned from the rabbis, viz. A child born in the 7th month may have the Sabbath violated for it, but if born in the 8th it must not. If it is doubtful whether it was born in the 7th or in the 8th month, the Sabbath must not be violated on its account. Not only this, but a child born in the 8th month must not even be carried on the Sabbath, because it is like a stone, and cannot live. It is allowed, however, for the mother to stoop down and suckle the child, because it is dangerous for the mother to carry too much milk. We were taught that Rab said, referring to a child born without a foreskin, the halakha prevails according to the unknown Tana, while Samuel said, the halakha prevails according to Simeon ben Eleazar. Ada bar Ahaba had a child that was born without a foreskin, so he carried him to 13 circumcisers, until the child was maimed and made impotent. Said he, I deserve this fate, because I did not follow the dictum of Rab. Said Naaman to him, thou hast not only disobeyed Rab, but also Samuel, for Samuel said, that a child born without a foreskin should be bled only if it was born on a weekday, but not on a Sabbath, and thy child was born on a Sabbath. Ada bar Ahaba, however, held, that he had only disobeyed Rab, because, he was certain that the foreskin of a child is never wholly missing, but is merely ingrown and should be lanced even on Sabbath, as we were taught. Rabbah said, that there is fear lest it be an ingrown foreskin, but Joseph said, that we were certain that it is so. Said Joseph, whence do I know this? From the following Beretha, Elazar Hakapar said, that the school of Shammai and Hillel do not differ as to a child that is born without a foreskin. Both agree that the blood of the covenant must be drawn from the gland. The school of Shammai, however, contends that this may be done on the Sabbath, while the other holds that the Sabbath must not be desecrated on that account. If, then, Eliezer Hakapar holds, that they differ only as to the desecration of the Sabbath, the first Tana must hold, that both schools agree that the Sabbath may be desecrated on that account, and in consequence must also hold, that the foreskin is not wholly missing but is merely ingrown, hence I am certain that it is so. Whence do we know that the first Tana holds, as above, and not that both schools agree to the contrary, viz. that the Sabbath must not be desecrated? If such would be the case, for what reason would Hakapar tell us that Beth Shammai holds that the Sabbath should be violated? The halakha would not prevail thus. Nay. Perhaps Eliezer means to tell us, principally, that both schools hold, that if a child is born without a foreskin on a weekday he must have his gland lanced, and incidentally mentions that if a difference existed, it was concerning the Sabbath. Ashi said, if a child be born of a woman who, after giving birth, must keep the law mentioned in Leviticus 12. 2, the child must be circumcised on the 8th day, but in a case where the woman need not keep the law mentioned, for instance, if the child was taken out through the sides by means of instruments, or if the woman was a Gentile on the day of giving birth to the child and became a convert to Judaism on the day following, and hence need not observe that law, the child need not be circumcised just on the 8th day, but at any time, as it is written, Ibid, if a woman have conceived seed, and born a male child, then shall she be unclean 7 days, etc. etc. Ibid 3, and on the 8th day shall the flesh of his foreskin be circumcised. Said Abai to him, what about the generations before the law was given? The women knew nothing of the law of uncleanness, and still the children had to be circumcised on the 8th day. Answered Ashi, since the law was given, a new halakha has been in force. Nay, this is not so. Have we not learned, that if a child was taken through the side of a woman, or if it had 2 foreskins, Huna and Hayabar Rab entertain different opinions as to whether it should be circumcised on the Sabbath or not. One claimed that it should, and the other that it should not. Now we see that they differed only as to a desecration of the Sabbath, but nothing is said about the non-necessity of the child's being circumcised on the 8th day. One is dependent upon the other. He who holds that the Sabbath should be violated, does so because he also holds that the child must be circumcised on the 8th day, while he who holds that the Sabbath must not be violated, does so because he holds that such a child need not be circumcised on the 8th day. We have learned in a Beretha, Rabban Simeon ben Gamaliel said, every human child that has lived for 30 days cannot be called a miscarriage, as is written, Numbers 18. 16, and those that are to be redeemed from a month-old shalt thou redeem, and any young of an animal that has attained the age of 8 days, cannot be called a miscarriage, as it is written, Leviticus 22. 27, when a bullock, or a sheep, or a goat is brought forth, then shall it remain 7 days by its mother, and from the 8th day and henceforth shall it be favorably received, etc. And how is it, if the child has not yet attained the age of 30 days, is it still a doubtful child? How then is it allowed to circumcise any child on the Sabbath? Perhaps it is a miscarriage, and in that event it would be wrongful to inflict a wound in vain. Said Ada Bar Ahaba, we may do so at all events. If it is a regularly born child, the commandment is fulfilled, and if not, no wound is inflicted, but merely a piece of flesh is cut. Now, then, we have learned in the above Beretha, that if it be doubtful whether the child was born in the 8th or in the 7th month the Sabbath must not be violated on its account. Why should this be so? Let it be circumcised at all events. If then it proves to be a regularly born child, it was right to circumcise it, and if not, no labor was performed, but merely an incision in the flesh was made. Said Mar the son of Ravina, Ayin Nehumi bar Zacharias have explained it thus: the child should be circumcised, but the injunction of the above Baratha not to violate the Sabbath refers to the preparations which are necessary for circumcision, and this is in accordance with the decree of our Eliezer. The schoolmen propounded a question: do the rabbis differ with our Simeon ben Gamaliel, or do they not? If they do, does the halakha remain according to our Simeon, or not? Come and hear. Our Jehudah said in the name of Samuel, that the halakha prevails according to our Simeon ben Gamaliel. Now if he says that the halakha prevails according to our Simeon, there must be some who differ with our Simeon. Abai said, if a child was killed by accident, either through falling off a roof or through being killed by a lion before it had lived 30 days, all agree that it must be presumed that it was a regularly born child. A point of difference arises concerning a child that had lived less than 30 days and during its lifetime was very weak and merely breathing. Some say that it was a miscarriage and others that it was a regularly born child. What difference does it make? It makes a difference where the Levirate marriage 167 is concerned. If the child is presumed to be a regularly born child, it exempts a man from the Levirate marriage, but if it is presumed to be a miscarriage, it does not exempt a man. Let us see. It is said above, that if the child die by accident, all agree, that it is a regularly born child, yet we know that it happened to our Papa, and our Huna the son of our Jehoshua, who were the guests of our Edi bar Abin, that the latter prepared for them a calf, which was the third in birth of its mother, in the 7th day of its life, and they said to him, if ye had waited to kill this calf until evening we would eat of it, because it would then have been in its 8th day, but now we will not eat of it. Hence we see, that although this was a healthy calf and met its death violently, they regarded it as doubtful whether it was a miscarriage or not. Hence say, rather, that on the contrary, if the child was weak and barely breathing prior to its death, all agree, that it must be presumed to be a miscarriage, but they differ as to a child which had met its death by accident. Some say, that it must be regarded as a regularly born child, and others, that it was a miscarriage. The son of our Demi bar Joseph had a child born to him which died inside of 30 days, so he went into mourning for it. Said his father to him, what wouldst thou? Eat delicacies 168, that thou sittest in mourning? And he answered, I am positive that the child was a regularly born child. Our Jehudah permits this in the case of an hermaphrodite. Said our Shesby in the name of our Hista, not in every case does our Jehudah hold an hermaphrodite to be a male, for if we would say that in all cases he considers him to be a male, the hermaphrodite would come under the law of estimations, Leviticus 27. 2-15, and in the tract Arachim, estimations, we may learn, that according to our Jehudah he is exempt. Why is he considered a male as concerns circumcision? Because it is written, Genesis 17. 10, every man-child among you shall be circumcised, and every includes also hermaphrodites. Mishnah, if one have 2 children to be circumcised, one after the Sabbath and the other on the Sabbath, and through forgetfulness circumcised the former on the Sabbath, he is culpable. If one of the children, however, was to be circumcised on the day before Sabbath and the other on the Sabbath, and through forgetfulness one had the former circumcised on the Sabbath, our Eliezer declares him liable for a sin offering and our Jehoshua declares him free. Gemara, our Huna learns the Mishnah literally, in the first case, he is culpable. Our Jehudah, however, learns to the contrary, that he is not culpable. Our Huna learns he is culpable, from what we have learned in a Baratha, viz. Said our Simeon ben Eleazar, our Eliezer and our Jehoshua do not differ as to the case where a man has 2 children to be circumcised, one after the Sabbath and the other on the Sabbath, who through forgetfulness circumcised the former on Sabbath. They both declare him culpable. Their point of difference is, if one of the children was to have been circumcised on the day before Sabbath and the other on the Sabbath, and through forgetfulness the former was circumcised on the Sabbath, the former declares him culpable and the latter free. Both of them derived their decrees from the law concerning idolatry. All sin offerings are based upon the sin offerings incidental to the laws of idolatry. Our Eliezer holds, that as in idolatry so also it is with the Sabbath. If the commandment is, thou shalt not do so, and the man did so, he is liable for a sin offering, and Jehoshua says, here it is different. The intention was to fulfill a commandment, and if accidentally it was not done he should be free. And Jehudah learns the Mishnah, not culpable, deriving his support from the following Beretha. Meir said, Eliezer and Jehoshua do not differ as to the case where a man has two children to be circumcised, one before the Sabbath and the other on the Sabbath, and through forgetfulness circumcise the former on Sabbath. They both declare him not culpable. Their point of difference is, if one of the children was to be circumcised on the day after Sabbath and the other on Sabbath, and through forgetfulness the former was circumcised on the Sabbath, Eliezer declares him culpable and Jehoshua declares him free. Both of them derived their decrees from the law concerning idolatry, as is said above. Mishnah, a child may be, legally, circumcised on the 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, or 12th day, after its birth, but neither before nor after. How so? Usually, it may be circumcised, on the 8th, one born at, the evening, twilight, on the 9th, one born at, the evening, twilight before Sabbath, on the 10th, if a feast day follows that Sabbath, it may be circumcised, on the 11th, if both New Year feast days follow that Sabbath, on the 12th. A sick child must not be circumcised until it is thoroughly recovered. Gemara, said Samuel, after the fever has left the child, 7 days should be allowed to elapse until the child get well, before the circumcision is performed. The schoolmen propounded a question, must every day be of 24 hours duration, or may the last of the 7 days be counted if only a few hours have passed? Come and hear, Luda taught, the last day of the child's convalescence is more important than the day of its birth, for a child may be circumcised on the 8th day after its birth, even if only 1 hour of that day be passed, but the 7th day of its convalescence after a sickness must be one of fully 24 hours, before circumcision is permitted. Mishnah, the following principal excrescences, knobs, make the circumcision invalid, flesh that covers the larger part of the gland, of the organ. A man so circumcised must not, if he be a priest, partake of terumah, heave offerings. If the child be very fleshy and, such imperfect circumcision, is caused thereby, the knobs must, for appearance's sake, be cut away. One who was circumcised without having had the skin torn open, is considered as uncircumcised. Gemara, Abina in the name of Jeremiah bar Aba, quoting Rab, said, by stating flesh, that covers the larger part of the gland, the Mishnah means to say the upper part of the gland. If the child be very fleshy. We have learned in a Beretha, Simeon ben Gamaliel said, if the gland of the child be surrounded by a fleshy coating, and when erect the gland appears to be circumcised, the coating need not be cut away, but if it does not appear to be circumcised, the coating should be cut away. One who was circumcised without having had the skin torn open, etc. The rabbis taught, the benediction to be pronounced by the circumciser, before performing the rite, should be as follows: Praised art thou, Lord, our God, King of the universe, who hast sanctified us with thy commandments and hast commanded us the circumcision. The father of the child should pronounce the following benediction, in the interval between the circumcision and the tearing open of the skin, who hast sanctified us with thy commandments and hast commanded us to enter the child into the covenant of Abraham our father. The bystanders must respond, as he hath been entered into the covenant, so may he also be entered into the law, into the bridal canopy, and into good deeds. The man who makes the benediction, over the goblet of wine, should say as follows: Blessed art thou, etc. Who hast sanctified thy favored one, meaning the patriarch Isaac, see Genesis 22. 2, even in the womb, as it is written in Genesis 17. 19, and I will establish my covenant with him, who hath made a sign in his body, and hath scaled his children with the sign of the holy covenant. Therefore as a reward for this we pray thee, thou living God, to command that our children be saved from the grave because of the covenant that is scaled in our flesh. Blessed art thou, O Lord, who hast made the covenant. One who circumcises proselytes must say, Blessed art thou, etc., and hast commanded us the circumcision. The one who pronounces the benediction, over the goblet, must say, Blessed art thou, etc., and hast commanded us to circumcise the proselytes, and to draw from them blood of the covenant. For were it not for the blood of the covenant, heavens and earth would not exist, as it is written, Jeremiah 33:25, if not my covenant by day and night, I would not have instituted the ordinances of heaven and earth. Blessed be thou, O Lord, who didst make the covenant. One who circumcises slaves pronounces the same prayer as is used for proselytes, inserting slaves where proselytes is used, and the one making the benediction does likewise. 20. Regulations concerning certain acts of labor which must be performed differently on a Sabbath and on a festival. Mishnah, Eliezer says, one may stretch a wine filter, of cloth, over a vessel on a feast day, and on the Sabbath one may pour wine into it, if it was already fastened, to the vessel. The sages say, one must not stretch it, over a vessel, on a feast day, and on Sabbath one must not pour wine into it, but the latter act is allowed on a feast day. Gemara, how is it possible that our Eliezer should decide, that one may stretch a wine filter, etc., on a festival, if he does not even allow a window blind to be added to a temporary tent, as is explained by Rabbi Bar Hannah in the name of our Johanan, chapter 17, page 272. In that case he does not even allow the addition of a blind, and here he permits the stretching of a filter to commence with. Our Eliezer holds as our Jehuda, as we have learned in a Bereitha, there is no difference between the Sabbath and the festival, except that the preparation of food is permitted on the latter. Our Jehuda, however, even permits the arrangements for the preparation of food. What arrangements for the preparation of food are we aware of, that our Jehuda permits? Such as cannot be made at any time before the festival, but did we hear of his permitting the arrangements for the preparation of food that could be made before the festival, to be made on the feast day? In this respect our Eliezer is more lenient than our Jehuda, for he permits all arrangements for the preparation of food to be made on the festival. The sages say, one must not stretch it, etc. The schoolmen propounded a question, what if a man did stretch the filter over a vessel on a festival? Is he culpable? Said Abai, this is only a rabbinical prohibition, that one should not do on a festival such things as one does on a weekday. Abai collected all the rabbinical prohibitions to be found in the Bereithas, and taught as follows. A leather bag, a wine filter, a baldachin, and a folding chair as used in the city of Gallon, must not be spread, but if one does so, he is not culpable. Tents, however, which are permanent, must not be put up, and if a man does this he is culpable. One way, however, set up an ordinary bed, a chair, a tripod, and a stool with impunity. One must not pour wine into it, etc. The schoolmen asked, what if a man did pour wine into it? Is he culpable? Said our Kahana, he is liable to bring a sin offering. Our Shesheth opposed this. Have ye ever seen that our Eliezer should permit a certain thing to be done to commence with, which the rabbis hold would make one liable for a sin offering? Our Joseph interposed, why not? Have we not learned, page 114, in the case of a woman who went out with a golden ornament, that our mayor held her liable for a sin offering and our Eliezer permitted her to go out with it to commence with? Said Abai to him, dost thou think that our Eliezer opposes our mayor in the above passage? Nay, he merely opposes the sages, who said that a woman must not go out wearing the ornament, but if she do so, she is not culpable, whereas he says, that she may do so to commence with. How should a man be warned not to pour wine into the filter? I.e., in what category of labor is that act to be classed, so that the man can be warned that he is performing a certain prohibited principal act of labor? 169, Rabbah said, he is to be warned against fruit cleaning. Zerah said, against sifting. Said Rabbah, it seems to me that my decision is more in conformity with reason, for as in fruit cleaning the good fruit is separated from the bad, so it is also in this case, he separates the clean wine from the lees. Said Joseph, I have seen the baldachins in the house of Huna, at night, on Sabbath eve, they were folded up and in the morning they were all set up. Rami bar Ezekiel sent to Huna and asked him to impart to him some of the good sayings of Rab, 2 concerning the Sabbath and 1 concerning the law. So Huna sent him the following sayings, concerning what we have learned in a Beretha, that a leather bag which had strings already attached may be spread on poles on Sabbath, Rab said, that this may be done jointly by 2 men but not by 1. 170 said Abai, a baldachin which must not be set up must not even be set up by the joint efforts of 10 men. What was the other good saying of Rab concerning Sabbath? Concerning what we have learned in a Beretha, that if an iron stove had 1 leg missing it may be handled, but if 2 legs were missing it must not be handled, Rab said, that it must not be handled even if 1 leg was missing, as a precaution lest one might be tempted to fasten the missing leg, and that would constitute building. What was the good saying of Rab concerning the law? Rab said, there will be a time when the law will be forgotten by Israel, as it is written, Dut. 28:59, then will the Lord render wonderful thy plagues, etc., and I could not understand what is meant by wonderful plagues, but it is written, Isaiah 29:14, therefore, behold, I will do yet farther a marvelous work, doing wonder on wonder, so that the wisdom of their wise men shall be lost, and the understanding of their prudent men shall be hidden. The rabbis taught, when our teachers went into the vineyard at Jamnia, they said that the law would be forgotten by Israel, as it is written, Amos 8:11, behold, days are coming, saith the Lord Eternal, when I will send a famine in the land, not a famine for bread, nor a thirst for water, but to hear the words of the Lord, and, Ibid 12, and they will wander about from sea to sea, and from the north even to the cast, they will roam about to seek the word of the Lord, but they shall not find it. By the word of the Lord is meant, halakha, the end of exile, the coming of the Messiah, and also the prophecies. 171 in another Beretha we have learned, our Simeon ben Johai said, may God forbid that the law be forgotten by Israel. It is written, Deuteronomy 31:21, for it shall not be forgotten out of the mouth of their seed. How then can the previous passage, and they will roam about to seek the word of the Lord, but they shall not find it, be verified? It means they shall not find a perfect halakha, which shall be incontestable, nor a Mishnah, which shall be beyond refutation, anywhere on earth. We have learned in a Beretha, if thou shouldst live in a generation in which there is much trouble, persecution, go and investigate amongst the judges of Israel, for most of the trouble that happens in this world happens only on account of the corruption of the judges, as it is written, Micah 3:9-11, hear this, I pray you, ye heads of the house of Jacob and ye princes of the house of Israel, that abhor justice and make crooked all that is straight. They build up Zion with blood guiltiness and Jerusalem with wrong, her heads judge for bribes, and her priests teach for reward, and her prophets divine for money, and yet will they lean upon the Lord, etc. They are all wicked, and yet they all lean upon the one who spoke and the world was created, and therefore the Lord will bring upon them 3 troubles for the 3 sins of which they were guilty as mentioned above, judging for bribes, teaching for reward, and divining for money, as it is written, Ibid 12, therefore for your sake shall Zion be plowed up as a field, and Jerusalem shall become ruinous heaps, and the mount of the house, forest-covered high places, and the Holy One, blessed be he, will not permit his Shekinah to rest again amongst Israel until the corrupt judges shall be removed and the guardians of the peace shall be abolished from Israel, as it is written, Isaiah 25:26. And I will turn my hand against thee, and purge away as with lye thy dross, and remove all thy tin. And, then, I will restore thy judges as at the first, and thy counselors as at the beginning. Ulla said, Jerusalem will not be redeemed except through charity, righteousness, as it is written, Isaiah 27, Zion shall be redeemed through justice, and her converts through righteousness. Arth Papa said, when the proud men will be destroyed, then also will the men who slander and cause us to be hated be destroyed, as it is written, and purge away as with lye thy dross. And when the corrupt judges will be removed, the bailiffs will also become extinct, as it is written, Zephaniah 3:15, the Lord hath removed thy punishment, he hath cleared away thy enemy. Melai in the name of R. Eleazar ben R. Simeon said, it is written, Isaiah 14:5, broken hath the Lord the staff of the wicked, the scepter of the rulers. The staff of the wicked refers to the judges who made of themselves a staff upon which their servants, scribes, should lean, i.e., they gave them all the opportunities to extort money, of which they took a share. The scepter of rulers refers to the judges who made their relatives rulers. Mar Zutra said, the above verse refers to the teachers who turn out ignorant men and allow them licenses to be judges, and through ignorance they were incapable of judging rightfully. Elazar ben Melai said in the name of Resh Lakish, it is written, Isaiah licks. 3. For your hands are defiled with blood, and your fingers with iniquity, your lips have spoken falsehood, your tongue uttereth deception. Your hands are defiled with blood refers to the judges, your fingers with iniquity refers to the scribes of the judges, your lips have spoken falsehood refers to the lawyers, and your tongue uttereth deception refers to the litigants themselves. Melai said again in the name of Itzhak of Magdala, from the day that Joseph left his brethren, he tasted not wine, as it is written, Genesis 49. 26. These shall be on the head of Joseph, on the crown of the head of him that was separated 172 from his brothers. Jose bar Hanina said, that the brothers of Joseph also did not taste wine, because it is written, Ibid 43. 34. And they drank, and were merry with him, because it says, with him, the inference is, that without him they did not drink. Melai said again, the reward due Aaron for what is written, Exodus 4. 14. And when he seeth, he will be glad in his heart, was given him in the breastplate of judgment, see Ibid 28. 15. The inhabitants of the city of Bashkir sent a query to Levi, as follows, What is the law concerning a baldachin, what is the law concerning flax sown in a vineyard, does it come under the head of Kalem or not, and what is the law concerning one who dies on a festival? While the messenger was on his way, Levi died. Said Samuel to Manasseh, If thou wouldst be wise, answer thou these queries. So Manasseh answered as follows, As for a baldachin, we have investigated on all sides and found no permission, for setting it up. As for flax sown in a vineyard, it constitutes a case of Kalem. As for a man that had died on a festival, the corpse should be kept until after the second day of the festival, and it should not be interred, neither by Israelites nor by Gentiles. This is not so. Rami bar Ezekiel found permission for a baldachin as previously said. Tarpon decided that flax sown in a vineyard does not constitute Kalem, and Rabbah decreed, that a corpse may be interred on the first day of a festival by Gentiles and on the second day even by Jews. However, because the men of Bashkir were ignorant, Manasseh gave them the stricter decrees, lest they take advantage of the more lenient. Abin bar Huna said in the name of Hama bar Guria, a man can wrap himself in the canopy that has not been fastened to the poles, together with its fringes, and go out into public ground with impunity. In what respect does this decision differ from that of Huna, who said in the name of Rab, that one who went out into public ground wearing a talith, toga, without tzitzith, showthreads, is culpable and liable for a sin offering? In the case of a talith, the showthreads, being the most important part of that garment, are valuable, and without them the talith is simply a burden, whereas the fringes of a canopy are not an essential part of the canopy, and having used the latter for a garment it may be worn even with fringes. Rabba bar Huna said, a man may with cunning stretch a wine filter over a vessel and say, that he intends to use it as a receptacle for pomegranates, but when it is already stretched he may filter wine through it. Said Ashi, he may do this only if he had previously placed pomegranates in the filter. In what respect does this decision differ from the following Beretha? During the intermediate days of a festival, either Passover or the Feast of Tabernacles, a man may brew beer for consumption on those days but not for use on other days, be it beer made of dates or of barley, and although he have stale beer still on hand, he may with cunning brew new beer and drink it. Should he have any left over he may keep it for other days, hence we see that it is not necessary to dissemble by doing something else before performing the act really intended. In the latter case it is not known whether the man have any stale beer on hand or not, and hence it might be presumed that he has none and must brew more, but in the former case, when the wine filter is stretched and wine is being immediately filtered through it, the presumption would be that it was stretched for that purpose only. Said the disciples to Ashi, we would call the attention of the master to this young scholar, Huna bar Hivan or Hiluvan by name, who takes the clove of garlic and stops up a hole in a wine barrel with it, saying, that he intends merely to preserve the clove of garlic. He also goes and lies down on a ferry, presumably to sleep. In the meantime he is ferried across the river, and on the other side he watches his fields, saying, however, that he merely intended to sleep. Answered Ashi, ye speak of cunning, trickery. All the acts mentioned by you are prohibited by rabbinical laws only, and in the case of a scholar, there is no danger that he will commit them publicly, without resorting to cunning. Mishnah, one may pour water on yeast in order to thin the latter, and one may filter wine through a cloth or an Egyptian wine basket. One may put a beaten egg in a sieve. One may also make honey wine on Sabbath. Jehuda says, on Sabbath this may be done only in a cup, on feast days even in a lug, pitcher, and on the intermediate days even in a barrel. Zadok says, at all times it should be made according to the number of guests. Gemara, Zerah said, a man may pour clear wine or clear water into a filter with impunity. May clear wine only, and not dimmed wine, be poured into a filter? Have we not learned, that Simeon ben Gamaliel said, a man may stir up a cask of wine, with the lees, on the Sabbath and pour it through a filter with impunity? Zerah explained the decree of Simeon ben Gamaliel to the effect, that the latter spoke of wine that was just being pressed, when it is customary to drink the wine with the lees, hence the wine is not improved, as it can be drunk without filtering. One may filter wine through a cloth. Simi b. Haya said, providing the cloth is not turned into a funnel, that the cloth should not subsequently be wrung. An Egyptian wine basket. Said Haya bar Ashi in the name of Rab, providing the wine basket is not lifted above the bottom of the vessel to the height of one span. One may put a beaten egg in a mustard sieve. Jacob Karha explained this as follows, because the yolk is used only for coloring, the white of the egg is nevertheless as much an article of food as the yolk, hence no sifting takes place. It was taught, mustard which had been prepared before Sabbath may be ground on the Sabbath, either by hand or with a vessel. Honey may also be placed in the mustard on Sabbath, it must not be thoroughly mixed, however, but merely stirred. Cresses which had been cut up before the Sabbath may be mixed with oil and vinegar on the Sabbath, and one may also add mint, it must not be thoroughly mixed, however, but merely stirred. Garlic which had been ground before the Sabbath may be mixed with broad beans and peas, but must not be ground together, mint may also be added. Said Abai, we see, that mint is good for the spleen. One may make honey wine on the Sabbath. The rabbis taught, one may make honey wine on the Sabbath, but not an oil wine salve. The difference between honey wine and oil wine salve is that the former is made of honey, wine, and pepper, while the latter is made of old wine, clear water, and aromatic balsam to be used as a lotion after a bath. Said Joseph, once I went with Mar Ukba to a bathhouse. When we came out, he gave me a cup of wine which, when drinking, I felt all over from the roots of my hair to the nails of my feet, and had he given me another, I am afraid that the reward due me in the world to come would have been lessened in proportion. Mar Ukba drank this wine every day. He was accustomed to it. Mishnah, one must not put lazarpicium in tepid water for the purpose of softening the former, but one may put it in vinegar. One must not soak bran nor grind it, but may put it in a sieve or in a basket. One must not sift feed straw through a winnow, nor lay it in a high place so that the chaff fall out, but one may take it up in a winnow and then pour it into the crib. Gemara, the schoolmen asked, what if one did put lazarpicium in tepid water? Said Abai, this is only a rabbinical prohibition, that it should not be done as on a weekday. Johanan asked of Yanai, is it allowed to put lazarpicium in cold water, on Sabbath? And he answered, it is not. Said Johanan, we have learned in the Mishnah, that it is not allowed to put it in tepid water, but in cold water it should be allowed. Answered Yanai, if thou askest me concerning a Mishnah, what difference is there between me and thee? The Mishnah is according to the opinion of one man, and the halakha does not prevail according to his opinion, as we have learned in a Tosefta, lazarpicium must not be put in either cold or tepid water. Jose said, it is not allowed to put it in tepid water, but it may be put in cold water. For what purpose is it used? For a heavy feeling in the chest. Bar Joseph had a heavy feeling in the chest, so he came to Mar Uqba, and was told to drink lazarpicium to the weight of 3 shekels in 3 days. He drank some on Thursday and Friday, and on Sabbath he came to the house of learning to inquire whether he might drink it. He was told, that the disciples of Ada, others say of Mar Bar Ada, taught, that one may drink, even a cab or 2 cobs with impunity. He then said to them, I am not asking whether I may drink it. That I know is allowed, but I should like to know whether I may put the lazarpicium in water in order to drink it. How shall I do? Said Ar-Haya bar Abin to them, the same thing happened to me, so I went to Ada bar Ahaba and asked him, but he did not know, so I asked Huna, who said, that Rab decided that first it should be put in cold water and then it may be put in warm water. Ar-Aha bar Joseph leaned on the shoulders of his nephew, Ar-Hanaman bar Itzhak, and went out into the street, and told him, when they came to the house of Safra, to lead him in. When they got there, they went in, and Aha asked of Safra, may a shirt that had been laundered too stiffly be rubbed and softened by hand on the Sabbath? Shall we assume, that it is only intended to soften the shirt and is therefore permissible, or that it is intended also to bleach it and is hence prohibited? Safra answered, that it might be done, and asked him, why dost thou ask about a shirt, why not ask also about a turban? I have already asked concerning a turban of Huna, and he said, that it is not permitted. Why, then, didst thou come to ask about a shirt? Thou couldst have inferred, from the turban, that the other was also not permitted. Answered Aha, a turban is bleached by unfolding and rubbing, but a shirt is not. Hista said, if a shirt had been hung up to dry by means of a stick drawn through the armholes, it should be taken down from the stick, but the stick should not be taken down alone, because the stick is not a vessel and hence must not